Piccolo 96, control of the 24th Ward. Ding, the host has defeated the SSS-rated ghoul, King of Labyrinth. Reward, 200 attribute points. Since Ishikari Takeishi had surrendered, Uchiha Byakuya naturally received his attribute reward. At first glance, Ishikari's surrender might have seemed premature. With his regeneration abilities, he could have fully restored his Kakuja form in no time. But in reality, during the brief moment it would take him to regenerate, Byakuya and Ito could have already killed him multiple times over. So the moment he realized he couldn't overpower the one-eyed owl, and that there was an even more unfathomable threat, the one-eyed king, he knew he had no chance at all. No, you misunderstand. I was actually trying to pledge my loyalty to Aogiri Tree. Ere, still fearful that Byakuya might misinterpret his earlier actions as an attack, hurriedly tried to explain himself. He was understandably nervous, but he felt somewhat confident. After all, he knew what Aogiri Tree had done during the Cochlea raid. Rather than slaughtering every ghoul, they had recruited as many as possible. They had done the same thing in the 24th Ward. Those who surrendered were taken in, while only the defiant ones were executed. On top of that, Eri was a Kakuja. He considered himself powerful enough that Aogiri Tree would want to keep him. Watching Eri shamelessly grovel for survival, Ishikari felt a surge of disgust. But in the current situation, saying anything was meaningless. Byakuya cast a cold, indifferent glance at Eri before speaking in a detached tone. Ito, he's yours to deal with. He had no interest in a traitor. Eri was nothing more than a disloyal rat. There was no value in keeping him around. Understood, my King Tilda. Ito's voice carried a hint of amusement. Eri was momentarily confused. Wouldn't just a simple yes or no from the one-eyed king suffice? Why was he being handed over to the one-eyed owl? He still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. It wasn't until Ito began slowly advancing toward him, without deactivating her Kakuja form, that a sense of unease finally crept in. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, Ito lunged forward. Her Kakuja arm swung violently at Eri in an instant. Eri reacted just in time, but his Kakuja transformation couldn't keep up. Worse still, one of his Kakuhu had already been damaged by Byakuya earlier, slowing his transformation even further. His Kagyun had barely covered half his body before. Slash! Ito sliced him in half, severing him at the waist and destroying his lower Kakuhu in the process. Eri collapsed to the ground, his upper body trembling as he barely managed to support himself with his arms. His face contorted in shock and agony as he stared at Ito. Why? I haven't forgotten our old grudge, Tilda. Ito's playful tone was tinged with an icy killing intent. Eri's eyes widened in horror. He had never expected her to be this vindictive. Years ago, he had pursued Noro and a young one-eyed owl, but he had given up halfway. And yet, she had held on to that hatred all these years. But in truth, this was not just about revenge. The moment Ito heard Byakuya's tone earlier, she immediately understood what he meant. And since it allowed her to settle an old grudge at the same time, all the better. No, Eri tried to beg for his life, but Ito didn't give him the chance. With a single, swift motion, she beheaded him. His voice was abruptly cut off. After dealing with him, Ito casually devoured his Kakuus. 4 in total. With this cannibalization, she gained yet another power boost. Seeing Eri slaughtered, and his Kakuhu consumed right before their eyes, the remaining ghouls of Labyrinth were filled with terror. Would they meet the same fate? Ishikari Takeishi, however, felt somewhat relieved. At least now, he could die in peace. You have 2 choices, submit or die. Ito turned her gaze toward Ishikari. She had no personal grudge against him, and since Byakuya hadn't explicitly stated a preference, she decided to give him a choice. Ishikari hadn't expected to be offered a way out. But he would rather die than submit to anyone. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke in a firm, unwavering tone. I choose death. Very well, I'll make it quick. Without hesitation, Ito swiftly beheaded him. And of course, she consumed his Kakuhu as well. Having devoured 2 Kakuja-level ghouls in a row, Yet another Kagyun sac emerged on her body. Her Kakuja form grew even larger. By now she had likely surpassed even her father in size. Now, it was time to deal with the remaining ghouls. As always, those who submitted lived. Those who resisted were executed. And with one exception, Ishikari Takeshi, who had at least maintained his pride, every single remaining ghoul surrendered. Aogiri Tree's numbers expanded further, bringing them closer to their goal of 1,000 members. However, it would be difficult to gather that many from the 24th Ward alone. The underground labyrinth of the 24th Ward was simply too vast. Many ghouls were hidden away in areas that were difficult to locate. Now that Aogiri Tree had fully taken control of the 24th Ward, they could begin expanding outward, just as they had in the original timeline. The First Ward. By now, Byakuya and Ito had moved their base of operations. They had even rented a high-end penthouse apartment. Like the other 22 wards, the First Ward also had an entrance to the 24th Ward. In fact, every single ward did. Because the 24th Ward was, in essence, Tokyo's underground world. This was due to the events of the past, when the first one-eyed king underwent dragonization, nearly destroying Tokyo in the process. The old Tokyo had collapsed into the ground. What stood today was merely a rebuilt version of the city. As a result, no matter where they were, Ito could return to the 24th Ward at any time. Where should we expand next? Ito asked for Byakuya's opinion. We should target the wards where the CCG's presence is the weakest. Let's start with Ward 19. Byakuya replied decisively. Given his position and status within the CCG, he was well aware of how the organization distributed its forces across Tokyo. The CCG assigned its resources proportionally. The more powerful or threatening the ghouls in a district, the stronger the CCG forces stationed there. Ward 19's CCG presence was minimal, which meant the ghouls there weren't particularly powerful. It was the perfect place for Aogiri Tree to expand next. Understood, my King Tilda, Ito replied playfully. Capitulo 97, Old Couple. Now that Uchiha Byakuya was earning a considerable salary, it was only natural that his living conditions had improved as well. Yashimura Ito lay sprawled out on the couch, casually resting both her legs on Byakuya's lap. This couch is way too comfortable. She sighed in satisfaction. No matter how comfortable it is, you should still get up, take a bath, and go to sleep. Byakuya was about to head for a shower. After spending so much time in the 24th Ward today, and considering just how filthy the underground labyrinth was, he really needed to clean up. Ito finally moved her legs aside. However, just as Byakuya had finished undressing and was about to step into the shower, he suddenly heard light, bouncing footsteps approaching. He didn't even need to think, it had to be Ito. Since Byakuya had locked the door, Ito tried the handle first. When she found it wouldn't open, she immediately started knocking. I'm taking a shower, just wait a little. Byakuya reminded her. But I wanted to help scrub your back as a reward, that's not allowed. Ito asked bluntly. Byakuya fell silent for a moment, but in the end, he still got up and unlocked the door. As soon as it swung open, he was met with Ito's playful, mischievous grin. I knew it, typical Lolican. The moment you hear something like that, you open the door immediately, Tilda. She teased. At this moment, Ito was wearing nothing but a loosely wrapped bath towel. And yet she wasn't even slightly embarrassed. Instead, she was having way too much fun messing with Byakuya. Get out, you can shower after I'm done. Byakuya's expression instantly darkened. He refused to acknowledge the slanderous nickname of Lolican. Oh, come on, I was just kidding. My king worked so hard today, you deserve a little reward. Ito giggled, sticking her tongue out playfully. Byakuya sighed in mild exasperation. Truth be told, he really couldn't do anything about her. He liked Ito. And because he liked her, he tolerated her antics a little more. With that, Byakuya simply began showering. Naturally, he was completely bare. Ito, on the other hand, not only did she not show a hint of embarrassment, she actually watched him with great interest. For the first time in his life, Byakuya actually felt a little self-conscious. He didn't show it outwardly, but internally he definitely felt more than a bit awkward. Which raised an interesting question. In this situation, who was actually the criminal here? Byakuya sat on a chair while Ito scrubbed his back. Despite her earlier teasing, once she started, she became completely serious about it. You know, I never really noticed before, but now that I see it up close, your back is actually pretty broad. Ito suddenly commented. This isn't the first time you've seen my back. Byakuya replied. That was different. Last time I was checking for your kakuhu. Ito said. The moment she mentioned kakuhu, she immediately recalled something. The last time she checked, Byakuya didn't even have a kakuhu, yet he could still enter a kakuja-like form. And today, he had revealed even more secrets. At this point, the shower was nearly finished, so she decided to let it go for now. But later, she was absolutely going to interrogate him about it. Since they were already in the bathroom together, Ito naturally took the opportunity to shower as well. Afterward, they brushed their teeth together, sharing the same cup like an old married couple. And somehow it didn't feel the least bit out of place. It was actually because they were temporarily using disposable cups. After all, in Japan, most rental apartments came completely unfurnished. When they moved in, they had prioritized buying essential furniture and had accidentally overlooked smaller necessities like proper cups. Besides, the pack of disposable cups was stored on a high shelf, and Ito couldn't be bothered to grab one. So she had simply taken the cup that Byakuya had already used. As they got into bed, preparing to sleep, Ito couldn't wait to speak up. We really need to go over what happened today. The abilities you showed, there's no way a normal human or a normal ghoul could do those things, right? That's true. Byakuya had already anticipated that Ito would ask about this. However, he couldn't tell her too much. Those are just the abilities of my eyes. I told you before, my eyes are mutated. That's all I can say. The secret of dual Kamui was just as untouchable as his true identity as a transmigrator. So, he chose to be direct with Ito and set clear boundaries. It's fine. Although Ito felt a little disappointed, her rational side told her that Byakuya must have his reasons. So she didn't press further, nor did she dwell on it. All right, I won't ask about it anymore, but in return, you owe me something. Her tone was calm. Owe you what? Byakuya asked, curious. Ito simply spread her arms wide toward him. Hold me. Byakuya paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. All right. And with that, the two of them fell asleep in each other's embrace. 19th Ward. Early in the morning, Ito dragged Byakuya here to scout the area in advance, preparing for Aogiri Tree's expansion. Come on, let's check that place out. However, at this moment, Ito had somehow ended up shopping inside a large mall. Are you here to scout the area, or just to go shopping? Byakuya sighed in mild exasperation. Why not both? Scouting and shopping aren't mutually exclusive. We've got plenty of time today anyway. Ito replied nonchalantly. Ever since they defeated the labyrinth, Aogiri Tree had planned to lay low and recover in the 24th Ward for a while. Now that the main obstacles in the 24th Ward had been cleared, there was no real need for her to stay there constantly. All right, just don't get too caught up and lose track of time. Byakuya indulged Ito a lot, but he couldn't afford to spend too long scouting the 19th Ward with her. Otherwise, it might raise suspicions among the members of the Washu clan and those V bastards. Half a day, maybe one full day, was fine. But 2 or 3 days. That was definitely too much. As for the Washu clan and V, of course, they were already aware that Byakuya apparently had a wife. Back at the CCG, that old misunderstanding had never been cleared up. So, everyone genuinely believed that he was already married. At first, Byakuya had wanted to clarify things, but Ito refused to let him. In the end, the matter was simply left unresolved. And now, it seemed like even the Washu clan had taken it seriously, because when Byakuya checked his personal profile in the CCG database, in the section labeled Family Members, someone had added, Uchiha Ito. Capitulo 98, The Nutcracker. The Washu clan had, of course, instructed V to conduct a basic investigation into Uchiha Ito's identity. However, they hadn't looked into whether the marriage was real. After all, Byakuya had never denied it, and going out of their way to verify it would have been too much trouble for such a matter. From their investigation, they only confirmed that Uchiha Ito had no suspicious background, and that she could pass through RC detection gates without any issues. Since nothing seemed out of place, they didn't dig any deeper into it. But they had completely overlooked the only possible explanation, that Uchiha Ito's true identity was actually the daughter of Yashimura Kyuzeb, which was why she couldn't be detected by RC gates at all. After all, the Washu clan and V completely trusted Uchiha Byakuya. How could they possibly suspect that their most reliable and trusted subordinate had secretly allied himself with the greatest half-ghoul threat? Besides, V could only operate in the shadows. It wasn't like they could just launch a full-scale investigation into a half-ghoul who held a legitimate human identity. Only the CCG had the authority to conduct a public, in-depth investigation into a suspect, and only if there was sufficient evidence to suggest that person was actually a ghoul. That was exactly why, in the original story, Ito was able to sign a contract under her real name with Shui Publishing and work as a writer for over a decade, all without ever being exposed. Obviously, V couldn't just walk up to Shui Publishing and demand private information about one of their authors. In the end, it was Sasaki Hayes, Kenki Ken, and Furuta Nomura who initiated an investigation into Takatsuki Sen under CCG's authority. From the perspective of the Washu clan and V, Uchiha Byakuya had always been obedient. So they had no reason to place restrictions on his personal life, unless, of course, he failed to keep his wife under control and accidentally leaked the Washu clan secrets. And even then, they would only take action if they actually found out that a secret had been leaked. After all, if Yukina hadn't been caught investigating the V organization's secrets, then V wouldn't have interfered in Kyuzen's marriage to a human. At most, they would have taken the child and raised it in sunlit garden once it was born, since, statistically speaking, it was almost certain to be a half-human. Since we're at a mall, we should stock up on more paper and pens. Ito casually grabbed several notebooks and pen refills all at once. Even though she had a computer, she still preferred to write down her ideas on paper. That way, she could record inspiration anytime, anywhere. Just take whatever you want, buy as much as you like. Byakuya said offhandedly. Love you. Ito replied just as casually. Wow, that's some cheap love then. Byakuya couldn't help but tease her. Especially since Ito had just said that out loud in public. Who knew if some random person would overhear them and make trouble? How is it cheap? In the eyes of the CCG, we're already officially married. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to say, love you? Ito grinned mischievously. But right then, Byakuya suddenly fell silent. It was because he had just spotted a familiar-looking girl. She looked to be around 10 years old, with slightly long black short hair. Her clothes were old and dirty, and she wasn't even wearing shoes. At this moment, she was pressed up against the glass window of a women's shoe store. Her small hands were pressed against the glass window, her eyes fixed intently on a pair of red high heels inside the store. Her gaze was full of longing, as if she desperately wanted that pair of shoes. Byakuya quickly recognized her. This must be the young Nutcracker. Because of her tragic childhood, Nutcracker eventually became twisted, doing whatever it took to make money and become beautiful, no matter how extreme. She even developed some rather bizarre habits. Meanwhile, Ito noticed that Byakuya was ignoring her. And he was still staring at that little girl across the way. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, I see how it is. You damn lollikin, completely entranced by that little cutie over there, huh? That's not it, I just have a feeling that she might be a ghoul. Byakuya muttered under his breath, keeping his voice low so the people around them wouldn't overhear. A ghoul. At first, Ito thought he was just making an excuse. But then she took a step closer and carefully sniffed the air. Immediately, she realized that this girl's scent was indeed unusual. Even though it was mixed with the stench of dirt and grime, it still couldn't fully conceal the lingering smell of rotting flesh, a clear sign that she had been surviving on carrion. And beneath it all, there was also a faint ghoul scent, the kind that wasn't easily detectable, especially on ghouls who had spent a long time blending into human society, where the surrounding human smells would usually mask their presence. Looks like you're right, this little cutie is a ghoul, so what are you planning to do? Ito turned her gaze back to Byakuya, eyeing him suspiciously. You're not thinking of kidnapping this little girl, are you? Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of person do you think I am? A lolican. Ito responded instantly. Cut it out. Byakuya sighed, speechless. At that moment, a store employee stepped outside. She had noticed the dirty, poor-looking girl lingering outside for a while. Worried that her presence might scare away customers, she decided it was time to chase her off. Hey there, sweetie. Here's a coin, go buy yourself some candy, okay? Then be a good girl and go home, all right? The saleswoman handed the girl a single coin, her tone surprisingly gentle. The girl hesitated for a moment, then quietly accepted the coin. Thank you. Her voice was soft, her expression complex, even though she was reluctant to leave behind those beautiful high heels. She still turned to leave, because she knew if she tried to steal them, the doves would kill her. But before she could take another step, Ito suddenly walked over and said, Little one, Nissan here can grant you one wish. What do you want most? The girl froze. She stared up at Ito, her first thought being, what a beautiful Nissan. Not only was she incredibly pretty, but she also wore clothes that someone like her could never even dream of affording. She stood there dazed for a long moment, her mind struggling to process what had just been said. After all, no one had ever asked her something like this before. Even the store employee beside them seemed a bit stunned, momentarily unable to react to the situation. Finally, the girl worked up the courage to hesitantly reply. If it's really possible, I want that. Her small hand pointed toward the pair of red high heels inside the store. Of course, let's go in together. Ito immediately took her hand and led her into the shoe store. The girl's expression froze. For a moment, she wondered if she was dreaming. Capitulo 99, why not stay with us? Uchiha Byakuya suddenly recalled. Nutcracker was indeed a ghoul from the 19th ward. What a coincidence. They had just arrived in the 19th ward for some casual shopping, and now they had run into her while she was still just a child. But what surprised Byakuya the most was that Ito had directly taken the little girl's hand and walked her into the shoe store. Seeing this, Byakuya followed them inside. At that moment, the store clerk, still confused about the situation, turned to Byakuya and asked, Excuse me, are you this little girl's relative? Byakuya responded calmly, his voice composed. No, but her parents are our friends. His tone was so natural that it didn't sound like a lie at all. Oh, I see, that makes sense. The clerk nodded in understanding. She was just a shoe store employee, after all. It wasn't really her place to question the situation too much. She was just curious about what was going on. Meanwhile, Ito had already led the little girl to the red high heels she had been admiring earlier. So, these are the shoes you wanted. The little girl nodded timidly. Ito smiled. But you're still a bit too young for these. I don't think they'll fit you properly. After all, the shoes were clearly meant for adult women. So Ito immediately turned to the store clerk and asked, Do you have any high heels like these, but in children's sizes? The clerk nodded right away. Yes, we do. Please wait a moment. She quickly went to the back to find a suitable pair. The little girl had been in a daze the entire time since Ito had dragged her into the store. It all felt so unbelievable to her. She couldn't understand why this beautiful Nissan wasn't disgusted by her dirty, smelly appearance. Not only had Ito taken her hand without hesitation, but she had even offered to make her wish come true. A moment later, the store clerk returned with a pair of child-sized red high heels. Ito took them and handed them to the girl. Come on, let's wash your feet first. Then you can try them on and see if you like them. Okay. The little girl was still dazed, barely able to process what was happening. With the clerk's help, she washed her small, dirty feet using the sink in the store. As she was washing, she couldn't help but look up at Ito and ask, "Nisan, why are you being so nice to me?" Ito simply smirked and replied, "You should be asking that nosy guy over there. He's the one who wanted to help you, so I just went along with it." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Byakuya. The little girl followed Ito's line of sight and saw the tall young man standing nearby. He was a stranger to her, just like the young woman. But this was the first time in her life that she had met people who were so kind to her. Still, a sense of unease started creeping into her heart. Because she knew her real identity was that of a ghoul. If this Nisan and Nisan found out, wouldn't they hate her? She was terrified that they would discover the truth. Ito noticed the sudden fear and nervousness in the little girl's expression. She could easily guess what the girl was worried about. But she chose not to say anything. Instead, she simply smiled at her warmly. Once her feet were clean, the girl also took the opportunity to wash her face, wiping away the dirt that had been there for who knows how long. And then, she eagerly put on the new red high heels. Her expression lit up with joy. Even though Ito had only helped this little girl because of Byakuya's insistence, seeing the girl so happy still left her with a small sense of satisfaction. "So, do you like them?" Ito asked with a warm smile. The little girl, Nutcracker, nodded enthusiastically, her face filled with pure joy. But then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, her expression fell. "But I don't have any money." She didn't know exactly how much these high heels cost, but she was sure they weren't cheap. "That's not a problem," Ito replied casually. "Didn't I already say from the beginning that I could make your wish come true?" "Really, thank you." Nutcracker's eyes lit up, her excitement surging again. Ito, however, tilted her head slightly and playfully corrected her. "But actually, it's that Nisan who's paying for them, so you should be thanking him instead." Nutcracker blinked in curiosity. "That Nisan, is he your friend Nisan?" Ito, keeping a mysterious expression, shook her head lightly. "Nope, why don't you guess again?" "He's not, then." This question was completely outside Nutcracker's field of knowledge. She had spent her entire life only thinking about survival and had never considered things like relationships. She thought hard for a long time, but still couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know. You'll understand when you grow up." Ito smirked playfully, choosing not to reveal the answer just yet. But at that moment, Nutcracker suddenly had a thought. Her eyes widened slightly, and she hesitantly asked, "Wait, could it be like, my mom and dad, like, family?" Ding ding ding, correct answer tilde. Ito nodded immediately, her voice playful. Byakuya, who had been listening silently until now, sighed and spoke up. "That's enough, don't go filling her head with weird ideas." He tilde, "I'm not saying anything weird, I'm just telling the truth tilde." Ito said with a grin, her tone mischievous. Nutcracker, on the other hand, still didn't really understand much. She could only sit there blankly, listening to the conversation between the young man and young woman, completely lost. Afterward, Byakuya simply bought her the heels. Since Nutcracker had no shoes to wear, she simply put them on immediately. The child-sized red high heels became her first pair of shoes in a long time. Upon leaving the store, Ito turned to Nutcracker and asked, "By the way, where are your parents? Do you want us to take you home?" Hearing this, Nutcracker's expression remained calm as she replied, "My parents, they're gone." Her tone and demeanor carried no sadness, as if she had already accepted it as normal. Ito immediately felt a pang of guilt and apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up." Nutcracker, however, smiled gently. "It's fine, it doesn't bother me. Besides, I don't have a home to return to anyway, so you don't need to trouble yourselves with me." She paused for a moment, then continued. "But really, Nisan, thank you so much for today. I don't think I've ever been this happy before." To her, today felt like a dream. She had met two incredibly kind people, and they had even given her the beautiful shoes she had longed for. After saying this, she turned and prepared to leave on her own. Ever since her parents died, she had been surviving alone, wandering from place to place, scavenging for the corpses of humans just to fill her stomach. barely managing to stay alive. But in reality, compared to the CCG investigators, what she feared even more were her own kind. Because in the fight for food, ghouls would kill each other without hesitation. Her own parents had been killed by other ghouls for this exact reason. At that moment, Ito, after thinking for a while, suddenly turned to Nutcracker and made an offer. "Why don't you come stay with us for now?" Capitulo 100, take her home. Hi. The little Nutcracker was completely stunned. She couldn't believe it. This Nissan was actually inviting her to stay at their home. But she was a ghoul. If they lived together, it would be too easy for her to be exposed. As soon as she snapped out of her daze, a look of unease appeared on her face. This was what she feared most. Even Uchiha Byakuya was slightly surprised. Yoshimura Ito's sudden offer was something he hadn't expected at all. At that moment, Ito leaned in close to Nutcracker's ear and whispered, "Little one, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid we'll find out you're a ghoul, right?" The moment she heard those words, the little Nutcracker's face turned deathly pale from sheer terror. And no, that's not true. She denied it outright, but deep inside, she was petrified of what might happen next. However, her panicked expression had already given her away. Ito grinned mischievously and said, "Lying isn't very cute, little one." Then she added, "Besides, my intuition is always spot on. And did I mention? My husband is a CCG investigator." The little Nutcracker froze. She didn't completely understand the word husband, but from the way Ito said it, she guessed she was referring to the young man standing next to her. That realization made her even more terrified. She instinctively wanted to run. Her instincts screamed at her that if she didn't escape now, she would be killed by these ghoul investigators. But before she could make a move, Ito spoke again. "Actually, you don't have to be so scared. If we really wanted to hurt you, we would have done it already." Little Nutcracker hesitated for a moment. "Is that true?" "Of course," Ito nodded. "But aren't CCG investigators supposed to see us as enemies?" The little Nutcracker asked in confusion. Ito chuckled. "That's not always the case. Not every investigator hates ghouls with a passion." Then she gestured toward Byakuya. "Take this guy, for example, anyway. We're not going to hurt you, so you can relax." Byakuya also spoke up, explaining calmly. "The CCG is the Commission of Counter-Ghoul, but that doesn't mean we hunt down every single ghoul. As long as you haven't harmed any humans, we won't harm you either." Oh. The little Nutcracker easily believed Byakuya's words. After all, she was still a child, innocent and simple-minded. Even so, she still found it hard to believe that such kind people existed, people who knew she was a ghoul and yet still chose to help her. She had no one in the world. She didn't even know how much longer she could survive on her own in the 19th ward. And she was too afraid to leave and wander into completely unfamiliar territories. She had neither a sense of safety nor a place to call home. Deep down, she desperately longed for shelter, and so, little Nutcracker ended up following Ito and Byakuya home. They took a taxi back to the first ward. For the little Nutcracker, this was the first time she had ever ridden in a human's car. It was also the first time she had ever entered a human's home. She had no idea that in reality, the Nixan and Nissan she saw weren't human at all. "We're home." As soon as they arrived, Ito turned to Nutcracker and said, "First things first, go take a bath, and for clothes, you can wear mine for now." Along the way, Ito had already asked Nutcracker for her name. Unlike some of the stronger ghouls who were able to steal human identities and blend into society, Nutcracker's parents had been low-level ghouls. They had never been able to obtain human surnames or official identities. Since she had no surname to inherit, she could only go by the name Mayu, a name that wasn't even recognized in human society. At that moment, Yoshimura Ito handed her a set of her own clothes. Since Ito's frame wasn't that much bigger than Mayu's, the clothes actually fit quite well. "Thank you." Mayu was overwhelmed. To her, these clothes were beautiful and cute. She had never imagined she would ever get to wear something so nice. While Mayu was taking a bath, Byakuya turned to Ito and asked, "What made you suddenly decide to bring her home?" Ito smiled faintly and said, "Do you really think I can't read your thoughts? I'm guessing you were planning to send her to the 20th ward for help, weren't you?" "That's true." Byakuya couldn't deny it. She had seen right through him anyway. "So I figured, why not just bring her home? That makes it easier. We can send her to the 20th ward later." Ito replied casually. But it wasn't just Byakuya's influence that made her decide to help. Due to her own childhood experiences, she sympathized with Mayu. She genuinely wanted to help her. "I see, but my original plan was to convince her to go to the 20th ward immediately." Byakuya said, "It's fine. Once my book is successfully published, we can take her to Anteku together. That old man will definitely be happy to take her in." Ito had already made her decision. When the time came, she would meet her father again. The old man she referred to was, of course, Yoshimura Kyuzen. "That works too, but until then we'll have to take care of her." Byakuya said, "It's just corpse meat, isn't it? Aogiri Tree has been regularly collecting the bodies of people who committed suicide in various wards. Our hideout in the 24th ward already has a large stockpile. If we ration it properly, it'll be more than enough." Ito planned to return to the 24th ward later to retrieve some corpse meat for Mayu. As for herself, she didn't need it, nor did she need fresh human meat to replenish her RC cells at the moment. After all, thanks to her cannibalism during the attack on the Labyrinth organization, her strength had skyrocketed. For now, she could go without food for quite some time. Besides, she was also considerate of Byakuya's feelings. She knew he wouldn't want her to harm innocent humans. And with the overwhelming power he had displayed so far, she felt like she could trust and rely on him. There was no need to recklessly devour humans any longer. Not to mention, eating human flesh wouldn't even make her that much stronger. The real way to grow in power was through cannibalism, eating other ghouls. For the majority of ghouls, eating humans was mainly about survival, keeping their RC cells stable and satisfying their hunger. But Ito didn't even need to eat to satisfy hunger. She could easily eat normal human food instead. At her level, as an SSS-rated Kakuja, there was no other way to grow stronger except through large-scale cannibalism. "Yeah, that works too." Byakuya nodded slightly. There was no doubt that Yoshimura would accept Mayu. As for himself, he needed to think carefully about how he would explain everything when he finally met the old man. Capitulo 101, happy to be a father. "By the way, do you think Mayu can handle bathing on her own?" At that moment, Yoshimura Ito suddenly thought of this issue. She figured Mayu had probably never used any of the tools for bathing before. "Well, that's hard to say." Uchiha Byakuya replied, "I'd better go check on her." As she walked toward the bathroom, Ito suddenly turned back and said, "You better not peek, or else I'll call the police Tilda." It was obvious she was joking, but Byakuya still responded without missing a beat. "Not happening." With that, Ito entered the bathroom to check on Mayu. To her surprise, Mayu hadn't even closed the door properly. Ito had originally planned to knock, but when she lightly tapped on the door, it just swung open. Inside, she saw Mayu standing there, completely lost. She knew she was supposed to use water to take a bath, but she had no idea where the water was supposed to even come from. Was she supposed to bathe using the sink's faucet? "Mayu, you don't know how to use any of this, do you?" As expected, Ito's concern was right. "Ah, I've never used anything like this before." Mayu's face turned red with embarrassment. "It's okay, I'll help you." 10 minutes later, Ito had dried Mayu off with a towel and helped her change into the clothes she had prepared. She then pulled Mayu over to a mirror. "How do you feel? It's a little big, but still looks great on you." "It looks amazing." Mayu was stunned by her own reflection. Her eyes lit up instantly. "For now, you can stay here with us. We'll help you find a new place later." Ito said. The place she was referring to was actually Anteku in the 20th ward. Hearing those words, Mayu suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Because it meant she would eventually have to separate from Byakuya and Itoni. But they were the kindest people she had ever met. Still, she didn't want to burden them any further. After all, they had already helped her so much. Even though she was hungry, she didn't dare to mention it. In her mind, asking humans for human flesh was unthinkable. Even if it was just corpse meat, it still didn't feel right. So she decided she would go out on her own and see if she could find any human corpses. However, she realized that this wasn't the 19th ward anymore. Being in a completely unfamiliar place made her uneasy. After thinking for a while, Mayu made up her mind to go out and find something to eat. She turned to Byakuya and Ito and said, "Byakuya ne, Ito ni, I want to go out for a bit. I might be back late." From her past experience, since she didn't have a designated feeding ground, finding a human corpse was extremely difficult. It was entirely possible that she could spend an entire day searching and still find nothing. On top of that, she had to avoid other ghouls as much as possible. Ahem. Ito immediately guessed the reason. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Mayu froze. She couldn't believe Itoni had seen right through her. Mayu was completely stunned. Itoni actually saw right through her. She couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Wasn't Itoni a little too terrifying? Yeah, I'm hungry. The last time I ate was several days ago, and I didn't have much then. Since she'd already been found out, Mayu had no choice but to admit it. "But I don't want to trouble you. Itoni, you and Byakuya probably don't like this kind of thing, right? I can just go out and find food on my own." "This is nothing. Just wait here for a bit, I'll be back soon." With that, Ito turned and left. Of course, she was heading back to the 24th Ward's hideout to retrieve some of the preserved flesh stored there. Mayu was at a loss for what to do. She hadn't specifically mentioned that she could only sustain herself by eating human flesh. What if Itoni went out to buy her human food instead? That would just be a waste of her kindness. But then again, Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, so Itoni should know about a ghoul's dietary needs, right? "Don't worry, Mayu, she's just going to bring back some preserved flesh for you," Byakuya said to her. "Oh." Mayu immediately smiled. Come to think of it, Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, yet she didn't feel afraid of him at all. Instead, she felt a strong sense of security. "Byakuya, even though you're a ghoul investigator, you really don't hate ghouls, do you?" Mayu couldn't help but ask. "It depends," Uchiha Byakuya replied honestly. "If it's a brutal ghoul that kills indiscriminately, of course, I'd despise them, but if it's someone like you, Mayu, I don't see any difference between you and a regular human girl. Being born a ghoul wasn't your fault to begin with." Oh. Mayu felt more and more that Byakuya was incredibly kind. He actually saw her as just a normal girl. Before this, she had always believed that doves were terrifying enemies after all. That's what other ghouls had always told her. Mayu hesitated for a moment before curiously asking, "Byakuya, do you and Itoni have a baby, like how my parents had me?" Byakuya cleared his throat. "No, how do I put this? Anyway, not yet." He had wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Honestly, Ito always said things that could be easily misunderstood, especially in front of such a pure and naive child. "I see." Mayu hesitated again before finally asking, "Then, can I call you Papa and Mama?" It wasn't just a random thought. Byakuya and especially Itoni gave her the feeling of a father and mother. Byakuya felt like this might not be a good idea. If the CCG found out that he suddenly had a daughter, wouldn't that just make things even more complicated? Not to mention, it might even draw suspicion from the Washu clan. "I'm not allowed to. I'm sorry I was being too forward," Mayu quickly apologized, looking pitiful. More than anything, she was afraid of making Byakuya and Itoni dislike her. "Let's wait for Ito to come back before deciding," Byakuya said, unable to bear seeing her looking so dejected. He would have to discuss this properly with Ito when she returned. As long as she didn't pull another stunt like last time, dragging Mayu into the CCG headquarters or some public place and casually calling him the father of her child, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Capitulo 102, Byakuya. Yoshimura Ito didn't take too long to return from the 24th Ward. Before long, she was back, dragging a suitcase filled with preserved flesh. Meanwhile, Mayu was sitting on the couch, watching TV with great interest. "I'm back, Tilda." Ito strolled in, pulling the suitcase behind her. Mayu instinctively wanted to call out Mama, but then she remembered that Ito hadn't agreed yet. She quickly corrected herself, "Ito-ni." "Mayu, come eat." Yoshimura Ito opened the suitcase and took out box after box of preserved flesh. The storage containers still felt cold to the touch since the flesh had been kept refrigerated. This helped slow down the loss of RC cell activity as much as possible. Mayu's eyes immediately widened. Unlike the rotting scraps of flesh she usually struggled to find, these portions were well preserved and looked surprisingly appetizing. "Ito-ni, how did you get so much of this?" Mayu couldn't help but ask in amazement, looking at her with admiration. "That's a secret Tilda, your Nissan here has all sorts of ways." Ito had no intention of revealing her identity as a ghoul to Mayu. If Mayu accidentally let it slip, it could cause unnecessary trouble. To be safe, it was better not to tell her too much. "Wow, that's amazing." Mayu gasped in awe but obediently didn't press further. She was already eager to fill her stomach but still cautiously asked Ito, "Are you sure I can eat this?" "Silly girl, I brought it back just for you. If you don't eat it, who will?" Ito chuckled. "Okay." Mayu happily nodded. She then opened one of the storage containers. Even though she was quite hungry, she didn't gobble it down like a starving animal. Instead, she took small bites, eating with surprising elegance in her own way. At that moment, Uchiha Byakuya walked over and spoke to Yoshimura Ito. "Ito, Mayu said she wants to call us Papa and Mama. You." Before he could even finish, Ito interrupted, "Isn't that pretty nice?" "That's not the issue here. The problem is, you two better not go around saying it in public." Byakuya explained. "Oh, that, I got it." Ito could easily tell what Byakuya was really worried about. "Mayu, you heard that right. When we're outside, don't call casually us Papa and Mama." She then reminded Mayu, "Papa is a high-ranking ghoul investigator. If the CCG finds out he suddenly has a daughter, they'll definitely get curious and start investigating. If they discover you're a ghoul, it'll cause a lot of trouble." Of course, this explanation was meant for Mayu's sake. It wasn't actually what Ito and Byakuya were really concerned about. "I definitely won't say anything careless." Mayu nodded earnestly, promising with full sincerity. "All right then, when we're outside, just call us Nake-san and Nissan as usual." Ito suggested. "Got it then, can I call you Papa and Mama now?" "Of course, I've always wanted a cute daughter Tilda." Ito said with a smile. "Mama." Mayu instantly called out in joy. Then turning to Byakuya, she shouted, "Papa." In reality, Mayu had no idea how old Ito and Byakuya actually were. Since Ito-ni gave off such a mature aura, it never even crossed her mind that her mama wasn't actually all that much older than her. "Yeah," Byakuya responded. Suddenly gaining a daughter left him with an indescribable feeling. After filling her stomach, there was still quite a bit of preserved flesh left from what Ito had brought back. The leftovers were stored in the fridge, more than enough to last Mayu for a while. "Rest for a bit first. Later, we'll go out and buy you some new clothes. You can't just keep wearing mine forever." Ito said to Mayu. "Okay, Tilda." Mayu nodded happily. She felt so blessed this feeling of having family who cared for her was something she had never experienced before. But deep down, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She kept receiving kindness from Papa and Mama, but she hadn't done anything for them in return. She felt like she should at least do something to help them, even in a small way. "By the way, is there a specific outfit you really want? If you have one in mind, we'll go straight there." Ito asked. "There is, but it's in the 19th ward. I haven't been anywhere else so." Mayu said, feeling a little embarrassed. "No problem, we can just make a trip to the 19th ward." Ito replied casually. Taking the subway, it wouldn't take long to get from the 1st ward to the 19th, so it wasn't inconvenient at all. "Darling, you're coming with us, right? You wouldn't say no, would you?" Ito turned to Byakuya with a playful smile. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Byakuya replied with a calm nod. After dinner, the two of them got ready to head out. Mayu, on the other hand, was sitting on the couch watching TV. Seeing her papa and mama eating regular human food only reinforced her belief that they were both human. At this point, RC detection gates weren't widely implemented, yet since they were extremely costly. For now, subway stations didn't have them. Priority was given to more important locations. In fact, the Washu clan itself wasn't too keen on pushing the widespread use of RC detection gates. If the survival space for ghouls became too restricted, it would disrupt the balance they wanted to maintain between humans and ghouls. This was also why, even by the time of the original story, many ghouls were still able to blend into human society. For Mayu, today had been full of new experiences. She had never had the chance to ride the subway before, let alone go shopping for clothes and toys. Now, Byakuya and Ito had brought her to a mall in the 19th ward. Mayu quickly found the clothing store she had been thinking about. She had spent a lot of time outside this store in the past, secretly admiring the beautiful clothes inside. That was why the place was so deeply imprinted in her memory. This is the one. Mayu pointed to the clothing store in front of her. Mayu, just pick whatever you want. Papa, no, Nig-san has plenty of money. Ito suddenly turned to Byakuya with a teasing smile. Isn't that right, Byakuya tilde? Capitulo 103, leave the rest to me. Ito's sultry tone sent a slight shiver down Byakuya's spine. Byakuya, is it really okay? Mayu still made sure to actually ask Byakuya first. As long as you like something, it's fine. Byakuya nodded. Okay. Mayu beamed with joy as she entered the clothing store. Now that she was clean, wearing the beautiful clothes Ito had given her, and shopping together with them, she no longer had to experience the rejection and disdain she used to face from adults in stores. Now Mayu looked fair and adorable. The store clerks who had seen her a few times before didn't even recognize her at first. In Byakuya's mind, his impression of the Nutcracker from the original story was still vivid. The meaning behind the Nutcracker was essentially the ball crusher princess. But as things stood now, Mayu didn't seem like she would head down that path anymore. After a while, one of the clerks started to feel that this little girl looked familiar. Eventually, she remembered. The frequent visitor who used to peek into the store from outside was that little beggar girl. However, even after recognizing her, the clerk didn't say anything. She had no idea why this girl had suddenly transformed into a wealthy little princess, but it wasn't her place to care. As long as she made a sale, that was all that mattered. So, pretending not to recognize Mayu, the clerk welcomed them with a bright smile. Even now, Mayu remained a bit reserved, carefully picking out only 2 outfits that she really liked. You don't want to choose a couple more? Byakuya asked. Mayu shook her head. She was already more than satisfied. Besides, she didn't want to be too greedy when asking things from them. All right then, think about if there's anything else you want to buy. Byakuya said. No, I'm good. Mayu smiled brightly. Byakuya Itoni, let's go home. As she spoke, she took both of their hands in hers. That said, they still spent some more time wandering around the mall. There were a few daily necessities they still needed to buy, including some things for Mayu. They also picked up a few toys for her, things like dolls and other small trinkets. As they walked along the street, Byakuya and Ito chatted and laughed with Mayu. By now, it was getting late, and the streets were growing emptier. As they passed through a small alleyway, Mayu didn't notice the silent danger creeping up behind them. She was too busy happily talking. On the other hand, Byakuya and Ito had already sensed that someone was tailing them. Seems like there's something unclean following us, Ito suddenly remarked with an indifferent tone. Yeah, Byakuya replied calmly. Mayu blinked in confusion, looking up at them both. Clearly, she didn't understand what they were talking about. Just then, the man who had been tracking them from the shadows finally stepped out. He must have already considered them his prey, certain that they wouldn't be able to escape from under his watchful eyes. Well, Tilda, if it isn't our adorable little walnut. The man, wearing a blood-red mask, spoke in a way that seemed deliberately aimed at her. The masked man's words carried a clear hostility toward Mayu. Hearing his voice, Mayu whipped around. The moment she saw this nightmarish figure, her face went pale. It was only now that she realized they had wandered right into blood demons' feeding grounds. Regret flooded her heart. How had she not noticed something so important? She had been so caught up in her conversation with Papa and Mama that she hadn't realized her route was wrong. And now, the family she had just found was about to be taken away from her by Blood Demon. Byakuya and Ito turned to look at the approaching ghoul, their expressions calm and unreadable. "I still remember it clearly," Blood Demon sneered, his tone mocking as he spoke to Mayu. "The taste of your parents back then was something else." His voice dripped with amusement as he added, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Looks like you've managed to cozy up to a couple of humans. That's impressive. Too bad they're going to die because of you." Mayu bit down on her lip, so hard it was on the verge of bleeding. Back then, Blood Demon hadn't just killed her father. He had violated and brutally murdered her mother as well. This was the very reason why Mayu later became known as Nutcracker. Her obsession with making money and becoming beautiful stemmed from that trauma. Her tragic past played a major role in shaping the peculiar fixation she would later develop. "Byakuya Itoni, you should run." Mayu took a decisive step forward, shielding Byakuya and Yoshimura with her small frame. "He's strong, let me hold him off." She remembered that Blood Demon had been classified as an A+ rated ghoul by the CCG and was known as the overseer of the 19th Ward. To her, someone like that was utterly invincible. Byakuya might be a ghoul investigator, but several CCG investigators had already died at Blood Demon's hands. Mayu had no idea how powerful Uchiha Byakuya and Ito Yoshimura really were. She only wanted to buy them time to escape. Even if she died today, she had no regrets. This had been the happiest day of her life. Her only regret was that she hadn't been more careful with their route. She had dragged Papa and Mama into this danger. Trying to run. Blood Demon had no intention of letting them go. In a flash, he lunged forward. A surge of panic filled Mayu as she activated her Kagyun. Her Kagyun was rather unique. It was a combination of both Kukaku and Baikaku. Naturally, this meant she had 2 Kakyuhu. However, she hadn't acquired this through cannibalization. It was a naturally inherited composite Kagyun from her parents. This meant that her father was a Kukaku ghoul, while her mother was a Baikaku ghoul. Of course, not all ghouls could inherit traits like this. The vast majority were born with only a single Kagyun type. Having a composite Kagyun was considered an extremely rare genetic trait. The most exceptional case was a ghoul born with all 4 Kagyun types, the only known example being Donato Porpora. Mayu's 2 Kukaku Kagyun extended outward, forming protective barriers in front of Byakuya and Ito. At the same time, she lashed out with a long, powerful Baikaku Kagyun at Blood Demon. You have 2 Kagyun types." Blood Demon's eyes gleamed with excitement. "That just makes me want to eat you even more." He had never seen Mayu use her Kagyun before. But her strength was still too weak. The Baikaku attack was easily dodged, and Blood Demon closed the distance in an instant. He was right in front of her. Mayu's expression turned to despair. At that critical moment, she suddenly felt a warm, steady hand rest gently on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid." A calm, reassuring voice spoke. "Leave the rest to me." Capitulo 104, Papa is so powerful. "Papa." In the heat of the moment, Mayu instinctively called out Papa, momentarily forgetting that she was supposed to address him as Byakuya when they were outside. The latter had already stepped in front of Mayu. In his hand, a golden briefcase had appeared. It was none other than the SSS-rated Quink, Owl. The reason he hadn't acted earlier was simple. He had been waiting for Blood Demon to reveal himself as a ghoul. A ghoul investigator couldn't attack someone without definitive proof. Now that his opponent had openly deployed a Kagyun, Byakuya was free to strike. Although using an SSS-rated Quink against an A+ rated ghoul was extreme overkill, Byakuya had no other Quinks on hand at the moment. His Tsukikage and Furei were still with Arima, and he had yet to retrieve them. Not that he planned to. He might as well visit the CCG research lab later and pick up another S-rated quink. Don't worry, Papa is very strong. Ito reassured Mayu, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Aside from the three of them, the only other presence here was this clown of a ghoul standing before them. Since this ghoul was as good as dead, there was no need to be mindful of formalities anymore. Even so, Mayu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Her perspective was still limited. Until today, she had never left the 19th ward. To her, Blood Demon was the strongest ghoul in this area. It was similar to how Yuruka Minami was regarded as one of the strongest ghouls in the 13th ward. Each ward had its own hierarchy of power. Aside from V and the Washu clan in the 1st ward and Aogiri tree in the 24th ward, the only SSS-rated ghoul in Tokyo was Yoshimura Kyuzin, the non-killing owl of the 20th ward. So in Mayu's eyes, the Blood Demon was an opponent far beyond her ability to handle. A dove. Blood Demon's gaze locked onto the quink briefcase in Byakuya's hand. You're one of those doves, and yet you're protecting this ghoul. His tone was filled with disbelief. He had never seen a ghoul investigator shield a ghoul before. Byakuya didn't even spare him a response. Instead, he calmly withdrew one of the twin blades of owl. Blood Demon narrowed his eyes, trying to identify the quink. He didn't recognize it, but something about it felt intimidating. Feeling utterly ignored, the Blood Demon's expression twisted with rage. Then die. 3 blood-red Baikaku Kagyun erupted from his back, their razor-sharp tips converging into a single deadly strike aimed straight at Byakuya. Papa, watch out. Mayu cried out in alarm. But Byakuya didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward. With an inhuman level of body control, he twisted his torso, shifting just enough that the 3 Kagyun barely grazed past his left side, missing him entirely. A flash of steel and the razor-sharp blade of owl cut upward in a precise arc. In an instant, all 3 Kagyun were severed. A sharp wave of pain shot through the Blood Demon's Kagyun. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his severed Baikaku hit the ground. His Kagyun wasn't particularly durable, but it shouldn't have been this easy to cut through. Byakuya gave him no time to recover. While Blood Demon was still reeling from the shock, Byakuya flipped his grip on his quink and sliced. The blade cut cleanly through his neck. The Blood Demon's head dropped to the ground. This time, it wasn't just intense pain. The Blood Demon felt a strange sense of disorientation. His vision spun as if the world had been flipped upside down, and before he could process what was happening, he heard a distinct thud. It was the sound of his own head hitting the ground. Even as his severed head lay on the pavement, his mind still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What the hell just happened? A moment later, Byakuya destroyed the Kakyuhu in the Blood Demon's torso, ensuring that he was well and truly beyond saving. Mayu's small mouth hung open in shock, her large, bright eyes filled with pure disbelief. She simply couldn't fathom it. The Blood Demon, a ghoul who had terrorized the 19th ward with absolute dominance, had been killed so effortlessly by Papa. Only now did Mayu begin to realize. Papa isn't just some ordinary person. He's not even just some regular ghoul investigator. I wasn't wrong, was I? Ito said with a soft smile. Papa really is strong. Mayu finally smiled as well. Her Kukaku and Baikaku retracted, and her Kakyugen faded away as well. Do you want to eat it? Ito suddenly asked. Eat what? Mayu was momentarily confused, not understanding what Mama was referring to. The Kakyuhu, of course, Itoni explained casually. I heard that ghouls can grow stronger through cannibalism. That guy wasn't exactly weak. If you eat his Kakyuhu, you should be able to boost your power by a lot. Oh. Mayu finally understood, but her face immediately showed hesitation. But I don't want to do that. Mayu was still too young to accept something as gruesome as cannibalism. More than that, Blood Demon had killed her parents the same way. The very thought of consuming another ghoul like that made her feel deeply repulsed. Up until now, she had barely dared to even use her kagyun, except for today, when she had been forced into it. She had never taken a life before. In fact, most young ghouls struggled with killing. Even Hoito Roma, as a child, had only eaten rotting flesh, until she tasted fresh human meat for the first time, after which she became insatiable. Since Mayu refused to eat the kakyuhu, Byakuya didn't insist. Instead, he pulled out his phone and began calling the CCG, informing them to come collect the blood demon's corpse. He had no interest in dealing with the cleanup, nor could he leave the body lying in the street where pedestrians might stumble across it. All right, Ito chuckled lightly. It was my bad for bringing up something like that, just forget about it. No, it's not your fault, I'm just too weak. Mayu would never blame Mama. Deep down, she knew the truth. Right now, all I do is cause trouble for Papa and Mama. Whenever there's danger, all I can do is drag them down. Maybe she should force herself to grow stronger, even through cannibalism. She hated being a useless burden. So clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and said, maybe, I should give it a try. There's no need. Byakuya's voice was gentle, yet firm. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to force yourself. His gaze softened as he continued. Besides, your talent is already remarkable. Having both a kukaku and baikaku makes you a hybrid kagyun user, your potential is incredibly high. Capitulo 105, the most recognized investigator. Papa. Mayu couldn't help but rush forward and hug Byakuya tightly. That's right, there's no need to force yourself to do something you don't like, Ito added. I'll listen to whatever Papa and Mama say, Mayu nodded earnestly. Especially after hearing Papa praise her talent just now, her mood had improved significantly. She had never thought much about the fact that she had two different types of kakyuhu and kagyun. Since her strength was still weak, she had simply assumed that she was just a bit more unusual than other ghouls. After Byakuya made the call, the 19th Ward's CCG branch quickly dispatched a third-class investigator and an assistant investigator to handle the scene. The three of them waited there for a little while. Special Class Uchiha. Upon arrival, the investigators immediately greeted Byakuya with respect. Of course, they also noticed Ito and Mayu standing beside him, but they refrained from asking any questions. They knew they weren't in any position to pry. Besides, they had just heard rumors that Special Class Uchiha, despite being so young, already had a wife. This news had been causing quite a stir within the CCG, especially among the female investigators, who were in an uproar over it. As for the younger girl beside him, they simply assumed she was his younger sister or a relative. Without overthinking it, they focused on processing the ghoul's corpse. Itoni, what does special class mean? Mayu curiously asked Ito. Since there were outsiders around, she made sure to be mindful of how she addressed Papa and Mama. It means special class investigator. There are multiple ranks for ghoul investigators in the CCG, and special class is the highest level, Ito explained. At that moment, a younger and more outspoken investigator assistant chimed in. Special Class Uchiha is actually recognized as the strongest investigator in the entire CCG now. A nearby third-class investigator shot him a glare, silently warning him not to speak so carelessly. Although it was practically an open secret within the CCG that Special Class Uchiha was the strongest, such words were best kept to oneself, especially if they reach the ears of the other Special Class investigators. Byakuya is the strongest investigator. Maya was completely stunned. She had thought that Papa was just a very strong ghoul investigator, but she had never imagined that he was this powerful. The strongest ghoul investigator. No wonder he had defeated Blood Demon so easily. Byakuya simply patted Mayu's head in a gentle, saying nothing more. That's right. With Byakuya around, you won't have to be afraid of anything ever again, Ito reassured her. Even if they later sent Mayu to the Anteku, the place was nearly impregnable. Unless the entirety of V launched a full-scale attack, nothing could actually threaten that place. Watching Special Class Uchiha interact with his sister, the investigators couldn't help but feel surprised. They had always thought of Special Class Uchiha as a cold-blooded, ruthless, and uncaring executioner. Seeing this gentle side of him was more than unexpected. Once the investigators finished processing the scene, Byakuya was free to leave. After a brief exchange with the CCG personnel, he took Ito and Mayu with him and headed home. As they walked, Mayu was still in disbelief. Her papa was actually the strongest investigator in all of the CCG, and he was still so kind to her. Little did she know, her mama was also the strongest ghoul. On the surface, they were a combination of the strongest human and the strongest ghoul. A lot had happened today, and by the time they got home, it was already late. Mayu quickly fell asleep on the bed. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Ito weren't planning to sleep just yet. They sat together on the living room couch, watching TV. Mayu was sleeping in the bedroom with the door closed, and the soundproofing was quite decent. At that moment, Ito suddenly spoke with a rather peculiar expression. "So, you really ended up using my dad's arm as a personal weapon, huh?" She had heard about it before, but seeing Byakuya wield a quink made from her father's Kakuja arm with her own eyes still felt a little surreal. "I didn't have any other quinks to use at the time," Byakuya explained earnestly. "Why so serious? I'm not blaming you." Ito found it amusing how Byakuya could be so serious at times. "But you definitely went easy on him, right? Otherwise, losing 2 of his Kakuja's arms wouldn't have been the worst of his problems." "I did." Byakuya nodded, "because I've always respected Manager Yoshimura. You're surprisingly tolerant, a so-called radical who actually respects a pacifist like him." Ito teased him in a joking tone. "There's no contradiction. Besides, he's your father, how could I go out of my way and harm him?" Byakuya stated matter-of-factly. "You really are something. A mere lalacan, yet you dare to speak so boldly, Tilda." Ito's lips curled into a playful smile. "I'm not a lalacan." Even after saying it 1,000 times, Byakuya still felt the need to emphasize this point. Sure, Tilda." Ito responded nonchalantly. By now, she mostly understood Byakuya's feelings, but she had no intention of explicitly defining their relationship just yet. Their dynamic was already clear. It was just that neither of them had said it outright. Ito still had concerns. Specifically, her dream, her ideal had yet to be realized. As long as the Washu clan remained and the world remained unchanged, she and Byakuya could still end up like Kyuzin and Yukina, just another tragic story. If they had a child, she didn't want them to go through what she had. Speaking of which, how's my book's publication coming along? Ito suddenly remembered the publishing matter. She was planning to visit her father once her book was successfully released. She had never had any memory of him since childhood, and there were many things she wanted to say. "It's almost done, everything is still proceeding smoothly. The final step should be completed in no more than a month." Byakuya replied. Of course, he had been keeping an eye on the entire publishing process. "That's good, we should probably get some sleep now." Ito glanced at the clock, it was nearly 10. "Yeah, let's take a shower and head to bed, you first or me?" Byakuya asked. "Do you even need to ask?" Ito smirked playfully. "Besides, Papa did such a good job protecting Mayu today, shouldn't he get a little reward, Tilda?" Capitulo 106, I've never had a pillow. Although there were 2 bedrooms in the house, there was only 1 bed. Uchiha Byakuya wondered if he should just make do with the couch in the living room. After considering for a moment, he grabbed a pillow and a blanket and headed straight for the living room. When Yoshimura Ito, who had just finished drying her hair, saw this, she immediately felt puzzled. She followed him and asked, "What are you doing?" "Sleeping here," Byakuya answered casually. Ito was speechless for a moment. "What, now that Mayu's here, you suddenly feel too embarrassed to sleep together?" "Well, it wouldn't be very appropriate, would it?" Byakuya responded with a completely serious expression. "You're suddenly worried about that now. Whatever, do as you like." Ito didn't argue. In fact, she found this to be a perfect opportunity. If Mayu woke up in the middle of the night looking for her papa, she could just bring her straight to the living room and wake Byakuya up. That thought alone was already amusing. Back in the bedroom, Ito moved carefully to avoid waking Mayu. As she slipped under the covers, she suddenly realized that without a certain pillow to hold, it felt a little unnatural. In the middle of the night, Mayu suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Feeling the soft and cozy bed beneath her instantly soothed her nerves. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that her mama was beside her, but for some reason, her papa was nowhere to be found. "Papa," Mayu called out softly. Of course, Byakuya, sleeping on the couch in the living room, couldn't hear her. But Ito did, and she woke up immediately. "Papa's sleeping on the couch in the living room," Ito explained. "Oh, but why isn't Papa sleeping on the bed?" Mayu asked in confusion. The couch was comfortable, sure, but it was nothing compared to this big, soft bed. "Because Papa's an idiot. Hold on, I'll go bring him back." Ito got out of bed at once. When she reached the living room, she didn't bother with words. She simply plopped herself right down on Byakuya. The sudden weight on top of him instantly woke him up. Luckily, Ito was quite light, and Byakuya's body was strong enough that this kind of thing didn't faze him in the slightest. "What is it?" Byakuya had no trace of grogginess. His voice was calm, as if waking up like this was completely normal. Mayu woke up and is looking for a certain unqualified Papa Tilda. Ito teased. Byakuya turned his head and saw Mayu standing at the bedroom door, hugging a doll, peeking at him. All right, Byakuya said, "but how much longer do you plan on sitting on top of me?" Ito was still perched on his stomach, making it difficult for him to get up. "Hee Tilda." Ito grinned mischievously before finally hopping off. Byakuya then picked up his pillow and blanket and carried them back to the bedroom. Mayu looked a little guilty. She hadn't meant to wake up her papa. Byakuya gently patted her head and gave her a reassuring smile. Seeing that her papa wasn't the least bit angry, Mayu felt relieved. "You didn't even think about it, did you? Of course, Mayu would wake up and look for her papa. And yet, you still wanted to sleep on the couch." Ito teased. Byakuya had originally thought that 3 people sharing a bed might be a little cramped, and that sleeping next to Mayu wasn't exactly appropriate. But since Ito insisted, he ended up sleeping in the middle of the two. The result, both Ito and Mayu treated him like a body pillow. "My personal pillow is finally back, Tilda," Ito whispered in amusement next to his ear. Like that, the night passed peacefully. Furuta Nomura and Rise Kamishiro had already been interacting with human society for some time now. Byakuya had been keeping a close watch on them, carefully observing their reactions. He could tell that both of them were growing increasingly fascinated by life outside. They just didn't dare express it outright in front of him, probably afraid he would report them to Kaiko. Feeling that the time was about right, Byakuya finally asked them, "Do you want to leave the Washu clan?" The moment Furuta heard this, his first reaction was pure panic, thinking he'd been exposed. His face turned pale. No, Lately, the thought of helping Rise escape the Washu clan had been growing stronger and stronger within his mind. However, he himself hadn't planned on leaving just yet. If only one of them escaped, there was at least still a chance. But if they both tried to run at the same time, the risk would be far too great. If they got caught, then all their efforts would be for nothing. Besides, with him staying behind to assist Rise from the shadows, her chances of successfully escaping would be much higher. He had only just started considering this plan, not even having worked out the details yet when somehow, Byakuya had already seen right through him. Furuta felt like he was done for. Rise, too, tensed up, her expression just as panicked as his. "What are you two so nervous about? I'm asking if you want to leave, not interrogating you." Byakuya clarified. Since they were currently in the sunlit garden, there was no risk of being deliberately monitored. That meant discussing this kind of topic was fine. Hi. Furuta and Rise still seemed a little slow to react. After a moment, Furuta hesitantly asked, "You mean, Byakuya, you'd help us?" "That's right. Whether it's your status as the chairman's son or Rai's role as the mother, I know everything." Uchiha Byakuya said calmly, "And I can see that you both long for the world outside." Furuta was completely stunned. Byakuya knew everything. But he didn't have time to wonder how Byakuya had figured it all out. He was more worried about something else. "But if you do this, won't you be in danger?" "Don't worry, I can handle myself," Byakuya reassured him. Think about how you want to do it. When the time comes, I'll assist you. In the original story, Furuta had successfully helped Rise escape, though the exact method wasn't clear. So Byakuya figured he'd let Furuta come up with the plan. Given his intelligence, he might even come up with something truly clever. As for Byakuya himself, he wasn't about to waste brainpower on this. If worse came to worst, he'd just take them both by force. After that, he took Furuta and Rise out of the sunlit garden as usual, bringing them along to meet up with Ito and Mayu. Capitulo 107, Jealous Rise-chan. Since they had agreed to go shopping together today, Yoshimura Ito had already taken Mayu and was waiting in the lobby of the CCG headquarters in the first ward. The lobby itself didn't require passing through an RC detection gate, so there was no need to worry about Mayu being discovered. Aside from Mato Curio, who, during the original timeline, had an exceptionally sharp intuition and an intense hatred for ghouls, no investigator would ever force a regular civilian to go through an RC detection gate. As luck would have it, Mato Akira and Mato Curio were also sitting on a lobby sofa, chatting with Ito and Mayu. Miss Uchiha, is this your or special class Uchiha's younger sister? Mato Curio couldn't help but ask. She definitely couldn't be special class Uchiha's daughter, right? She looked even older than Akira. At this stage, Mato Curio hadn't yet reached the level of cunning he would have in the original timeline. Plus, Ito and Mayu wouldn't act suspiciously like Ken Kenki had, so naturally, there was no reason for him to be doubtful. Yes, this is my younger sister Mayu. Ito then turned to Mayu and said, "Come on, greet Uncle and Auntie." Mayu obediently nodded. "Uncle, Auntie, it's nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Even though she had been brought to the CCG by her mama, she wasn't scared at all. After all, she already knew that her papa was the strongest investigator in the CCG. So, her demeanor remained perfectly natural. Mato Akira and Mato Curio both smiled kindly in response. Just then, Uchiha Byakuya arrived with Furuta and Rise. "Byakuya is here," Ito said to Mayu. After exchanging a few words with Mato Akira and Mato Curio, Byakuya left the CCG with Ito and the others. On one side was Mayu, on the other side were Furuta and Rise. Both sides looked at each other with curious eyes. Mayu had already heard from Mama that she would be meeting two kids around her age today, but she still didn't know who they were. Naturally, she was curious. The same also went for Furuta and Rise. "You must be Itoni's little sister, Mayu." Furuta Nomura was the first to speak. Mayu responded, "Furuta, Rise, hello." "Hello." Furuta smiled as he replied. Rise, however, looked somewhat displeased when she saw Furuta and Mayu chatting so cheerfully. So she didn't want to greet her at all. At that moment, Furuta reminded her, "Rise, she just said hello to you." Rise's expression changed slightly, her mood souring even more. But in the end, she still responded, "Hello," though her tone was noticeably unenthusiastic. As long as they were within the first ward and accompanied by Byakuya, Furuta and Rise were free to move around. The Washu clan wouldn't go so far as to monitor them at all times, after all. They trusted Uchiha Byakuya enough. So Byakuya and Ito took the three kids out shopping, letting them pick out things they liked. During their outing, Mayu naturally spent a lot of time talking with Furuta and Rise. She had never experienced having childhood playmates before, so getting to interact with kids her age was both novel and exciting for her. However, Mayu soon noticed that the girl named Rise seemed rather cold toward her. She didn't know the reason, but she decided to limit her interactions with Rise to avoid making her even more unhappy. Ironically, this led to Mayu spending even more time with Furuta instead. Yet, despite her efforts to keep her distance from Rise, she could still feel the girl's gaze growing even colder. Byakuya didn't pay much attention to these little dramas between the kids, but Ito, on the other hand, observed the situation with great amusement. Once they had finished shopping, it was time to take Furuta and Rise back to the sunlit garden. Ito took Mayu home first, as there was no way she could bring her along to a place like the sunlit garden. Upon arriving back at the sunlit garden, Furuta excitedly said to Byakuya, "Byakuya-ne, I'll make sure to come up with the most thorough plan possible so that you won't get dragged into this. You don't need to worry about whether I'll be implicated or not. I'll handle that myself when the time comes. Byakuya had no intention of putting any pressure on Furuta. After all, a flawless plan simply didn't exist. No matter what they did, he would inevitably be involved. When that time came, it would also be when he himself completely severed ties with the Washu clan. After Byakuya left, Furuta finally turned to Rise and asked, "Rise, are you feeling unwell today?" He had vaguely sensed that something was off with her throughout the day, but had only now decided to bring it up. Instead of answering, Rise countered with an icy expression, "And what about you? You seem really interested in that girl, Mayu." "Yeah, it's rare that we'll be able to befriend a human. It's pretty interesting." Furuta nodded honestly. Clearly, he still had no idea that Mayu was actually a ghoul. Rai's gaze turned even colder, and her tone became eerily calm. "Furuta, I want to eat you." "Why?" Furuta was instantly puzzled. "Because you smell delicious, and because I hate you." Rai stated bluntly. Of course, when she said delicious, she was referring to the scent of human flesh on him. Eh? Furuta was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you hate me? I haven't done anything." The moment he said that, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be because Rise didn't like seeing him interact with Mayu? "I swear from now on, I won't play with other girls ever again," Furuta immediately declared. Then his tone became calm once more. "But Rise, if you really want to eat me, I'd be okay with that." Now that Byakuya was willing to help them, Rise had a real chance of escaping her fate as the mother. That alone was enough to satisfy him. He didn't really care about much else. Hearing Furuta's promise, Rai's mood instantly improved. "But if I did that, you'd die. Never mind, I won't." Rise retracted her statement. "That's good, because I still want to keep playing with you, Rise," Furuta said with a smile. "If we really manage to escape one day, what are we supposed to do out there?" Rise suddenly wondered aloud. "We'd still have to eat people, right?" "That wouldn't be good, would it? I think Byakuya would get mad." Furuta replied, "Wouldn't it be better to just live a normal life? Like, I don't know, maybe get married and settle down or something." Capitulo 108, Black and Gold Case. "Marriage? That doesn't sound very interesting," Rise remarked, sounding a little disinterested. "Then let's not get married. As long as we can live together, that's all that matters." Furuta smiled, easily compromising. Living together with Furuta didn't seem like a bad idea to Rise. "Speaking of which, Furuta, why do you think Byakuya is even willing to help us?" Rise suddenly asked. "It's obviously dangerous for him, and there's no real benefit in it, right?" "I don't know, but I can tell that Byakuya genuinely wants to help us. Maybe it's because he's kind and gentle." Furuta speculated. "Well, he's already letting us experience the outside world. That alone makes him a great person." Rise nodded slightly. First Ward, CCG Experimental Building. Uchiha Byakuya was considering obtaining 2 S-rank quinks so that he wouldn't have to rely solely on the SSS rank GHOUL. Special Class Uchiha. A lab technician was already waiting for him on the first floor. He still remembered that just a month or two ago, when he first met Uchiha Byakuya, the man was only a first-class investigator. Yet now, he had already risen to Special Class Investigator. Byakuya's rapid promotion speed was nothing short of astonishing. Based on the ghouls you've subdued, aside from the lower-rank quinks, you currently hold ownership rights to several S-rank ones. The technician explained the general situation to Byakuya. "I need 1 Kukaku-type quink and 1 Rinkaku-type quink, just 2 for now." Byakuya stated his request. "We actually happen to have quinks that meet your requirements." The technician then led Byakuya to retrieve them. "This is the S-rank Rinkaku-type quink, Nita. It's already configured as a spear, but if you're not satisfied, you can exchange it for a different one." The technician first presented Byakuya with a Rinkaku quink. "This is fine, no need for a change." Byakuya replied. Aside from swords, he had quite an interest in spears as well. Back in the 24th Ward, The quink he borrowed from Motto UI was a spear type, and he had found it quite easy to handle. That's good. Next, this is the S+ rank Kukaku type quink, SDK. It can switch freely between sword and shield modes. The technician continued with the introduction. The SDK quink was housed inside a black and gold briefcase, making it stand out. To make it easier for you, special class Uchiha to distinguish between quinks, SDK was specifically placed in a black and gold case, while Nida is in a standard white case. The technician explained. Understood. Byakuya accepted the two briefcases. In the original story, there weren't many quinks stored in black and gold cases. Only a select few were really known. After all, only very few investigators had the privilege of wielding multiple quinks. Additionally, lower-rank quinks weren't even qualified to be stored in black and gold cases. Now, Byakuya possessed a total of 3 quinks, each with a different color scheme. The most special one, the SSS rank owl, was platinum-colored and noticeably larger than the usual briefcases. Byakuya took the 2 newly acquired quinks and headed straight home. Papa. The moment she heard the door open, Mayu's gaze immediately shifted away from the television. She jumped off the couch at once and ran to the entrance to greet Byakuya. What's that? Noticing the 2 briefcases in Byakuya's hands, Mayu asked curiously. She felt they looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen them before. Oh, these. Byakuya thought for a moment before explaining. These are weapons used by ghoul investigators. They help us fight and ensure our safety. He kept his explanation vague and deliberately avoided mentioning the word quink. After all, quinks were made from. Mayu was still too young to understand such things, so it was better not to tell her just yet. Oh. Mayu nodded, indicating she understood. At that moment, Ito stepped out of the kitchen. You're back, dear. Rest for a bit, dinner is almost ready, Tilda. She was wearing an apron, clearly in the middle of cooking. Her culinary skills had improved significantly by now, allowing her to prepare an entire meal on her own. And to make sure Mayu could eat together with her and Byakuya like a normal family, Ito had taken the time to properly process the meat stored in the refrigerator. Though it was corpse meat, it had been well preserved. At this point, it couldn't even be considered rotten anymore. Byakuya, Ito, and Mayu all sat down together for dinner. In front of Mayu was a full bowl of roasted meat, along with a cup of coffee. Ito was teaching Kaoru how to use chopsticks. Hold them like this, take your time practicing, no need to rush. She demonstrated the proper grip and technique. If it feels too difficult at first, you can use a fork and knife instead. Those are easier to handle. Mayu tried the fork and knife. As expected, the chopsticks were too difficult for a beginner. This is way easier, she declared. If one ignored the source of the roasted meat in that bowl, this scene was no different from an ordinary family having dinner together. After dinner, Byakuya transferred the 2 briefcases containing SDK and Nida into his Kamui dimension, ensuring he could retrieve them whenever necessary. More importantly, doing so allowed him to completely conceal his identity as a CCG investigator during missions. Unlike regular investigators, who had to carry their quink cases everywhere, sometimes disguising them in various ways, his method left no traces for ghouls to detect. Mayu was focused on watching TV and didn't notice Byakuya's ability, but Ito, with her keen eyes, caught it immediately. She leaned in close, staring intently into Byakuya's eyes. Just now, she had clearly seen him absorb the 2 quink cases into his eyes, and now, they were completely gone without a trace. She was extremely intrigued. Rather, anyone witnessing such an extraordinary ability would naturally be curious. Ito leaned in even closer, their noses nearly touching. They could both feel each other's breath. Byakuya couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Capitulo 109, Ghoul Auction. Ito sat directly on Byakuya's lap, staring intently into his eyes. "How did you do that just now? That ability is totally cheating," she asked with great interest. Byakuya, naturally, understood what she was referring to. "That's just the power of my eyes. As for the details, those are a secret." Even though he knew Ito was curious, he had no intention of revealing too much about his dual Kamui. Well, then at least show me again, okay? Ito adjusted her request to something lighter. Fine. This time, Byakuya didn't refuse. But first, get off me. I don't want you to get hurt. Okay, Tilda. Ito agreed in words, but instead of getting off, she simply shifted from his lap onto his back. She clung to him from behind, positioning herself for a closer look at his ability. Byakuya decided not to comment. With a thought, his Manjikayo Sharingan activated. Using only his right eye, he opened a swirling spatial vortex, withdrawing just one of the Quink briefcases. After all, this was just a demonstration. So it just pops out from your eye like that. Ito could feel the brief moment of spatial distortion, and her voice carried a sense of amazement. That's right, and I can also send it back in. As he spoke, Byakuya demonstrated again, transferring the Quink briefcase back into his Kamui dimension. He used his ocular ability 3 times in succession. Fortunately, with his current physicality and RC cell levels having reached a considerable threshold, this level of expenditure was negligible. It's like watching a magic trick, except magic tricks are fake and yours is real. Ito still hadn't had enough. Show me more of your eye's abilities. I'd rather not. If I use them too frequently, it takes a toll on me. Byakuya replied, with a hint of embarrassment. All right then, but hurry up and change your Kakugan back. If Mayu sees it, that could be a problem. Ito reminded him. They weren't sitting next to Mayu, and her attention was entirely absorbed by the television, so she hadn't noticed anything yet. Byakuya promptly deactivated his Sharingan, returning his eyes to their normal black color. That night, once again, Byakuya found himself playing the role of both human pillow and sandwich filling. As the CCG's second Ward Bureau Director, Byakuya had some business to handle in the ward today. Ito, meanwhile, stayed home with Mayu. As for Aogiri Tree's expansion into the 19th Ward, Tatara and Naro were more than capable of handling it. There was no need for her to get personally involved in such a minor matter. Around the time office hours ended, Byakuya had just finished his tasks as well. On his way to the subway station, he happened to pass by a combat scene. With his extraordinary vision and perception, he spotted a CCG investigator struggling against a ghoul from a considerable distance. The investigator was on the verge of defeat. However, the ghoul didn't seem intent on killing him. Instead, they were trying to capture him alive. Byakuya immediately retrieved the black and gold case of his Kukaku Quink, SDK, from his Kamui dimension and charged forward at high speed. Another dove. The ghoul furrowed his brows. His face was obscured by a mask, making his expression unreadable. Well, getting 2 goods at once isn't bad either. Without hesitation, he unleashed a long-range attack with his Yukaku. Countless short, blade-like blue Kagyun shards shot toward Byakuya. By this time, the black and gold case in Byakuya's hands had already transformed into its combat-ready Quink form, an enormous black and white shield resembling the wings of a butterfly. The shield absorbed the incoming barrage of Yukaku projectiles, saving Byakuya the trouble of dodging. Instead, he simply charged straight toward the ghoul. Seeing his attack completely neutralized, the ghoul finally realized that this opponent was far more dangerous than he had initially assumed. But by the time he understood, it was already too late. Or rather, even if he had realized earlier, it wouldn't have changed his fate because against Uchiha Byakuya, there was no other path but death. As Byakuya closed in, SDK instantly shifted from shield mode into sword mode. In the blink of an eye, the Quink became a massive black and white double-edged greatsword. 1 slash. The ghoul had no time to escape. He was cleaved cleanly in half. Ding, the host has defeated an A-rank ghoul. Reward, 6 attribute points. Although this was his first time using SDK, Byakuya found it both comfortable and satisfying. If his SSS rank Quink Owl was the ultimate killing machine, then SDK was the perfect balance of offense and defense. Special Class Uchiha. At that moment, the CCG investigator, who had nearly been captured, finally recognized Byakuya. He had been convinced that he was doomed, certain that he would be tortured to death. Yet, against all odds, Special Class Uchiha had appeared to save him. Byakuya glanced at the investigator, a relatively young man. It was no wonder he had struggled against an A-rank ghoul. In reality, under normal circumstances, it usually took an associate special class investigator to deal with an A-rank ghoul. A-rank ghouls weren't weak, Byakuya was just overwhelmingly strong. "Are your injuries serious?" Byakuya asked. "And no, they're just minor wounds." The young investigator shook his head. In truth, he was only lightly injured because the ghoul hadn't been trying to kill him. Instead, the ghoul had merely disarmed him, knocking away his B-rank quink. "Special Class Uchiha, I have something to report." The investigator's expression suddenly turned serious. "That ghoul didn't kill me because he planned to take me as merchandise. He also mentioned something about an auction." "I see, understood." Byakuya's expression remained calm. After all, the moment he had heard the ghoul mention goods, he had already guessed the connection. This was likely related to the auction house from the original story. Simply put, it was an underground auction held by ghouls. And the auctioned items were humans. Any kind of human could be sold in these ghoul-run auctions: celebrities, CCG investigators, ordinary civilians. There was nothing they wouldn't dare put up for sale. Take Suzuya Juzu, for example. The latter had been abducted as a child, and was rumored to have been auctioned off at one of these events before being purchased and raised by an SS-rank ghoul known as Big Madam. Capitulo 110, Super Handsome Guy. Ward 1, CCG Headquarters. Uchiha Byakuya immediately reported the matter of the auction to his superiors, specifically CCG Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki. "In auction, Yashitoki clasped his hands together, resting his elbows on the desk, his tone carrying a hint of heaviness. "There have indeed been such rumors. Various people frequently go missing, supposedly abducted and sold in underground transactions conducted by certain ghouls. If they had detailed intelligence, the Washu clan also wanted to eliminate certain eyesores present at the auction. Many ghouls at these events held significant positions in human society. Some were even CEOs of major corporations. Some had no conflicts of interest with the Washu clan and even cooperated with them, but others were clear threats that needed to be removed. Although Yashitoki was the heir of the Washu clan, he actually possessed a fairly strong sense of justice. From his perspective, he did not wish for such an auction to exist. Can the CCG investigate which auctions are scheduled to take place? These events always require registration beforehand, don't they?" Byakuya asked. "If we're talking about auctions throughout the entire year, there are far too many. We can't possibly monitor every single one." Yashitoki replied, "But if you mean those that are about to take place, the next one is on November 11th, and then." He listed a few other upcoming auctions that he could recall. Across Japan, countless auctions, both large and small, were held regularly. "The one on November 11th is worth paying attention to," Byakuya stated calmly. "My instincts tell me we'll find something there." He distinctly remembered the auction event from the original story, especially the fact that it was held on November 11th. That date had left the strongest impression on him. So he could almost confirm it without a doubt. Yashitoki was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "All right, I trust your instincts. The auction on November 11th happens to be located in your jurisdiction, Ward 2. He recalled that even Aramakishu had once mentioned how unerringly accurate Uchiha Byakuya's intuition was, or rather, how exceptionally sharp it was. "In that case, you will be responsible for leading the auction operation." Yashitoki continued. "Those who can attend the auction are usually high-profile figures and elite members of the ghoul community. They will likely have high-threat-level ghouls acting as bodyguards. I will arrange for investigators from other wards to support your team." "Understood." Byakuya nodded slightly. There were only a few days left until November 11th. He had plenty of time to assemble personnel, formulate a battle strategy, and if necessary, prepare a will. Even though the Zero Squad, consisting of himself and Aramakishu, was practically invincible, the auction venue was vast, and the number of ghouls present would be substantial. Most importantly, their mission this time was not to simply eliminate a few ghouls. Their primary objective was to rescue the humans being auctioned as merchandise. For such a large-scale operation, sufficient manpower was crucial. After returning home, Byakuya briefly explained the situation to Yoshimura, Ito, and Mayu. For the next few days, until November 11th, I'll likely be quite busy. That was all Byakuya said to Ito, keeping it simple. Another large-scale mission, one that takes several days. Ito asked casually. Yeah, we've discovered that certain high-class ghouls have been secretly hosting auctions where they sell humans. There's no way we can just ignore this. Uchiha Byakuya replied. Oh, those upper-class ghouls like Madam and the rest. I do know a few of them, but ultimately I'm not one of their kind. Ito's tone carried a hint of lament. As a ghoul from the 24th Ward with no power or influence in human society, she was naturally at odds with those so-called high-class ghouls. Especially since those people spent their days indulging in pleasure, something she had no interest in associating with. In short, our objective is to infiltrate the auction and rescue the captives. Byakuya briefly summarized the plan. All right, then I'll just stay home and watch over Mayu. Ito had no interest in this so-called elite entertainment. She'd rather stay home and take care of Mayu. The day of the auction arrives. The CCG had already finalized the battle plan. The Zero Squad was responsible for infiltrating the auction, specifically Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu. The rest of the operation team would remain concealed near the auction site, awaiting orders to storm in at the right moment. However, Byakuya and Arama's method of infiltration was to be deliberately captured by ghouls and taken to the auction as merchandise. It was obvious that not just anyone could enter such a special auction. Attendees were required not only to be ghouls, but also to possess exclusive invitations. If Byakuya and Arama simply barged in, they would immediately blow their cover. With Ito's assistance, she used her identity as the one-eyed owl to contact one of the madams within this exclusive ghoul network. This particular group was a highly influential organization among the ghoul elite. Whether it was a ghoul-owned business or an underground auction, madam figures were always involved in these high-class venues. I have 2 high-value pieces of merchandise. I'd like to trouble you to auction them off for me at tonight's event since I don't have an invitation. At this moment, Ito was wrapped in white bandages, draped in a crimson cloak. Standing before her was a woman wearing an ornate gown and a half-face mask, one of the madams. Oh, what kind of merchandise are we talking about? The madam asked, her curiosity piqued. She had never interacted with the one-eyed owl before, but anyone ranked SSS class by the CCG was highly respected in the ghoul world. A character of that caliber personally offering merchandise was certainly intriguing. 2 ghoul investigators, one of them is an associate special class investigator, and the other is a drop-dead gorgeous man. I'm sure they'll be a hit. Ito's tone carried a teasing edge. As for Byakuya's actual special class status, she deliberately left that out. Mentioning an associate special class investigator was acceptable, but throwing in a full-fledged special class might make the madam more cautious. Not bad. If they're as valuable as you claim, they should fetch quite a high price. The madam was already getting excited. Since you want me to handle this for you, I'll be taking a 5% commission as a middleman. How about that? No problem. Ito agreed without hesitation. Capitulo 111. Auction. Excellent, I just love working with straightforward people like you, miss. The madam beamed with delight. She believed she had struck a great deal, oblivious to the fact that she was about to personally deliver 2 harbingers of death straight into the auction. Yoshimura Ito simply smiled without saying a word. So where are the goods? Take me to pick them up now. The madam could barely contain her excitement. Ito led her to a dimly lit corner not far away, where 2 large boxes sat quietly. I've already packed them inside these 2 crates. You can just have them transported to the auction by truck. Ito explained, They're still unconscious, and they don't have their quinks with them. No matter how strong a ghoul investigator is, without their quink, they're nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Memo. The madam didn't even bother to inspect the merchandise before making a call for a transport truck. In her mind, there was no need. These weren't even her goods, she was simply auctioning them on behalf of the one-eyed owl. But even if she had checked, she wouldn't have found Byakuya's quink. It wasn't in the crate, it was safely stored within his Kamui dimension. As for Aramakishu, he had only brought a small, short-bladed quink, which wasn't stored in a case. Pleasure doing business, Tilda. With that, Ito cheerfully skipped away. The entire process, from helping Byakuya contact the madam to arranging the handoff, had taken less than 30 minutes. Now, she was free to head home and spend time with Mayu. Inside the crates, playing dead, Byakuya and Arima remained motionless inside their respective crates, waiting. Before long, they were loaded onto the truck and transported to the auction venue. They could feel themselves being lifted and moved from the truck into the building, placed in a holding area, awaiting their turn to be auctioned. The auction venue was a grand and opulent hall, towering with 3 floors in total. The surrounding area was lined with VIP seating, while in the center stood the auction stage, where the auctioneer and host would conduct the event. A rough estimate suggested several hundred, if not 1,000, seats in total. However, not all of them were for bidders. Many seats belonged to bodyguards of elite ghouls or to ghouls simply attending for the spectacle. By now, a large number of ghouls had already arrived, taking their designated seats in preparation for the auction to begin. Did you check today's auction catalog? The lineup of merchandise is quite interesting this time. I heard there are 2 of the CCG's doves in the catalog, one of whom is even an associate special class investigator. I wonder which big shot managed to capture them. An associate special class investigator. Now that is intriguing. I must buy that one and make them my pet. Then we're rivals, because I came prepared with plenty of funds today. Don't get too hasty. There might be some special merchandise that isn't listed in the catalog. If you blow all your money too early, you'll regret it. Even before the auction officially began, the ghouls were already deep in heated discussions. Meanwhile, in the shadows outside the venue, outside the auction hall, the CCG investigators were in position, waiting for the signal from either Special Class Uchiha or Associate Special Class Arima. The moment they received it, they would storm the auction without hesitation. Everyone was tense. They knew that the ghouls attending this auction weren't ordinary ones. But no matter how nervous they were, they had to keep their composure. They couldn't afford to mess up at the critical moment. Time passed. The auction was about to officially begin, and the merchandise was being prepared for display. Backstage, the crates containing the auction items were being opened one by one. When it was Byakuya and Arima's turn, the ghoul in charge of opening their crates barely spared them a glance. In their eyes, investigators who had lost their quinks, even an associate special class, were no different from ordinary humans. They were so confident that they didn't even bother restraining them, treating them with utter disdain. Byakuya and Arima remained silent. All they had to do was wait for their turn on stage. In the audience, a fat, sunglasses-wearing, middle-aged woman with braces sat at the center of the VIP seating. She was none other than the head of the madams, Big Madam. "I'm so excited, Tilda. Will there be any adorable little babies tonight?" Big Madam grinned widely, revealing her grotesque teeth. "My darling pets, Tilda Mama's waiting for you." At that moment, the auctioneer and host stepped onto the stage. In the original storyline, the host and auctioneer were both members of the clowns, Hoito Roma and Yuta's disciple, Asa. However, in this timeline, Byakuya had sent Roma to Anteku, and thus Asa was likely there as well. Naturally, neither of them were available to host the auction. Tonight's auctioneer and host were simply 2 ordinary high-class ghouls. Welcome, esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. As you all know, Japan holds countless auctions every year, but an auction featuring human livestock is a truly exclusive luxury of the ghoul world. This auction house has never been discovered by the white doves, but please be cautious when leaving to avoid running into them. Now then, please relax and enjoy a wonderful evening." With the opening speech concluded, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. After the applause died down, the host continued. "Now let us introduce our first item of the night. Let's see. While he may not be the most handsome fellow, he is a somewhat well-known local singer." As the host finished speaking, the first auction item was forcefully dragged onto the stage. It seemed the man had refused to cooperate, so the auctioneer had to push him forward. "Wait, let me go. What the hell is this place?" The singer stumbled onto the stage, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He had no idea what was happening. One moment, he was asleep, and the next, he had woken up in this bizarre nightmare. The starting bid is 5 million yen. If you'd like to place a bid, please raise your paddle and call out your price. The moment the host finished speaking, ghouls immediately began bidding. 5.2 million. 5.6 million. 6.5 million. In the end, the singer was sold for 10.5 million yen. And now, on to our next item. A CCG dove. The host's tone instantly became more intrigued. "Oh my, according to the description, he's a devastatingly handsome man. Well then, please feast your eyes on our next offering." Capitulo 112, Suzuya Juzu. What the hell is going on? The singer still hadn't realized the situation he was in. Annoyed by his chatter, the auctioneer directly dragged him back to the backstage area. Merchandise would only be delivered after the auction was completed. Next, the next item was brought onto the stage. Uchiha Byakuya was still dressed in his signature black trench coat, wearing the CCG's Dove badge. Unarmed, he appeared before the gathered ghouls. "Oh, he does look quite attractive, and his physique is excellent. Plus, he's a CCG Dove. Such a fine pet belongs to me. This guy seems rather calm. He's probably not an ordinary dove. I wonder who managed to capture such a high-quality item. I bet the madams are already itching to bid. They love collecting this type of male pet the most. I won't even bother bidding. Competing with them in terms of wealth is nothing but a pipe dream." As soon as Uchiha Byakuya appeared, he instantly drew the frenzied gazes of many attendees, especially the madams. Acquiring a male pet with an investigator's identity, just thinking about it was exhilarating, more than highly entertaining. The auctioneer glanced around at the guests and noted their rising excitement. "The starting bid is 10 million, let the bidding begin. 15 million. 20 million. 30 million. The bidding war was intense. Gradually, only the madams remained in the competition. The madam who had collaborated with Yoshimura Ito was also intentionally raising the bid. Of course, she had no intention of actually buying this item. Her goal was simply to drive the price as high as possible. She knew that Big Madam had deep pockets. As long as she didn't overdo it, there was a high probability that Big Madam would win in the end. Not only did Big Madam have the prime seating in the center, but her bidding number was also the most prestigious, number 1. Guest number 1 has raised the bid to 100 million, the host announced enthusiastically. However, 2 other madams were still unwilling to back down, continuing to compete with Big Madam. In the end, Big Madam secured the winning bid at just over 100 million. Uchiha Byakuya remained expressionless on the auction stage, watching the spectacle unfold. He was in no rush to make a move just yet. The auction had only just begun, and he wanted to see what other merchandise would be presented. With the final bid settled, Byakuya calmly walked back to the backstage area on his own. Had the auctioneer dared to lay a hand on him, he would have ended this charade immediately. As he walked backstage, he happened to cross paths with the next item being brought out. The moment he saw the person's face, Byakuya's pupils contracted slightly. It was a child, about 10 years old, with slightly long, curly white hair, snow-white skin, and large, watery eyes resembling a young girl. Suzuya Juzo. But in reality, he was undeniably a boy. Uchiha Byakuya instantly recognized the child as Suzuya Juzu. At this point in time, he was possibly still going by the name Suzuya Rei. Right now, Juzu looked completely lost, seemingly unaware of what was happening, his fear stemming from the unknown of the whole situation. "There's no need to be afraid, you'll be rescued soon." As he passed by, Byakuya softly reassured Juzu. "Ah, it's okay." Juzu nodded, though his expression remained somewhat dazed. Ding, host has come into contact with an important character, Suzuya Juzu. Hidden mission, Ghoul auction, activated. Mission 1, disrupt the auction and rescue Suzuya Juzu. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. This mission aligned perfectly with Byakuya's original intentions. It seems that our second item of the night has already sparked such great enthusiasm among our esteemed guests. While this excitement is still fresh, allow me to introduce the next item to you all. The host continued to speak passionately on the auction stage. This one appears to be an ordinary girl. Or is it a boy? Either way, absolutely adorable. I'm sure many of our guests will be pleased. At that moment, Suzuya Juzu slowly walked out from the backstage area. His expression was nervous, but he didn't show any major reaction. He simply stood there blankly. "Oh, just like a little doll. What an absolutely precious baby." Big Madam was so excited she nearly couldn't stay seated. If bidding for that investigator earlier was for the thrill, then this was purely her personal preference. "This is perfect. Boy or girl, it doesn't matter at all." "Exactly. A child this adorable is a rare find. I'd love to take them home and shower them with love, Tilda." But it looks like Big Madam is getting serious again. There's no way we can compete with her. Even though Juzu had no notable background, his appearance alone had captivated many guests. "Well then, the starting bid is 5 million. The moment the auctioneer's voice fell, Big Madam was the first to bid. 50 million, this baby is mine. Let's see if anyone dares challenge me." Right off the bat, Big Madam raised the price tenfold. Her move immediately intimidated the other guests, silencing the entire room for 2 seconds before someone hesitantly placed another bid. 55 million. 61 million. Hearing that someone still had the nerve to compete, Big Madam flew into a rage and raised the bid even further. 100 million. It was clear she was absolutely determined. This time, no one else continued bidding. Some simply couldn't afford to go any higher, while others didn't want to offend Big Madam. They knew full well that this item would inevitably end up in Big Madam's hands, so driving up the price further would only antagonize her for no reason. In the end, Big Madam secured the winning bid at 100 million. The auction continued. Meanwhile, Byakuya had already begun making his move. The backstage area was where the ghouls were least guarded. Nearly all the bodyguards were stationed in the main hall, protecting the esteemed guests. Byakuya's Rinkaku Quink Nida was already in his hands. The ghouls responsible for watching over the merchandise hadn't even registered what was happening before they were swiftly beheaded. Afterward, Byakuya gathered all the captives and had them huddle together. He gave them a quick warning: "Stay put and don't run around. Investigators will be here soon to protect you." Then, turning to Arima Kishu beside him, he asked, "Kishu, you're up next on the auction list, right?" "Capitulo 113, I want to go with you." And now, allow me to introduce our next item, an Associate Special Class Investigator from the CCG. I'm sure all of you hold a mixture of hatred and fear toward investigators of the Special Class and Associate Special Class ranks. But tonight, you have the opportunity to play with a living, breathing Associate Special Class, Dove, at your leisure. The item the host was introducing at this moment was none other than Arima Kishu. No way, seriously. Even an Associate Special Class Investigator can be auctioned off here. Is it safe, though? I have a really bad feeling about this. Relax. Any item that makes it here has already been stripped of their quink. Without their quink, doves are nothing to be afraid of. As the murmurs of discussion spread through the crowd, 2 figures suddenly emerged from backstage. Naturally, they were Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu. What's more, they were both carrying quink cases in their hands. The host and the auctioneer were instantly dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. The guests below the stage were also frozen in shock. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of joke? Why is the previous item coming out again? And why do they seem to have quinks in their hands? This is bad, something's very wrong here. Before the ghouls in attendance could fully grasp the situation, Byakuya pressed a small concealed button on his body. A signal was immediately transmitted to the CCG investigators waiting outside. At the same time, Byakuya calmly turned to Arima and said, "Kishu, I'll leave these two to you." "Understood." Arima Kishu replied indifferently. The quink case in his hand instantly transformed into a deep crimson katana, an S+ class quink he had recently acquired from the CCG's research facility. A perfect opportunity to test its power on the host and auctioneer. Meanwhile, Byakuya charged directly into the guest seating area. From the moment he had stood on the auction stage, letting the ghouls bid on him, he had already locked onto the madam who had been working with Ito. This madam had to be eliminated first. She was only now beginning to realize that she had been completely played by the one-eyed owl, but she couldn't understand why. Why would the one-eyed owl not only betray her, but even help the CCG's doves? At this point, however, it was far too late for questions. Byakuya had already reached her. His quink shinden, in its spear form, pierced through her eye and destroyed her brain. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough. He still needed to destroy her kakuhu. Ding, host has defeated an S-rank ghoul. Reward, 15 attribute points. On the auction stage, Arima had already taken care of the host and auctioneer. 2 S-rank ghouls were instantly eliminated by him. In the next moment, Byakuya's gaze locked onto Big Madam. Just moments ago, she had been bidding to buy him as a pet. He wasn't the kind of person to tolerate that kind of insult. No matter how patient he was, there were always limits. Damn it, I should have recognized him sooner. That guy is CCG's newly promoted special class investigator. Which idiot brought a special class investigator in here? I think it was the branch chief of the second ward. The CCG actually deployed such a large force. We need to run now, or we won't get another chance. The auction hall instantly descended into chaos. The quicker reacting ghouls were already retreating under the cover of their bodyguards. This auction venue had numerous hidden escape routes precisely for situations like this. At the same time, dozens of CCG investigators stormed into the hall from the outside. Some of them prioritized heading backstage to protect the kidnapped victims. Amidst the confusion, Byakuya used his main Jikayo Sharingan to precisely lock onto Big Madam's location. She was guarded by 3 bodyguards who all appeared to be formidable fighters. Damn it, stop him. Big Madam ordered the 3 bodyguards to intercept Byakuya while she turned to flee in a panic. She knew better than to fight a special class investigator head-on, especially with more investigators pouring into the venue. If she didn't escape now, it would be too late. Byakuya easily evaded the bodyguard's attempts to block him and unleashed Owl, once again displaying its unique abilities. A portion of Owl detached and burrowed underground, while the other part continued launching winged projectiles. Countless razor-sharp blades shot toward Big Madam. She hastily used her Baikaku Kagyun to defend herself against the barrage. In her desperation, she failed to notice the far greater threat about to erupt from beneath her feet. Boom! Half of Owl burst out from underground, detonating within Big Madam's body. She fell silent in an instant. Ding, host has defeated SS-class ghoul, Big Madam. Reward, 30 attribute points. Big Madam's danger level was officially rated as SS, but her combat ability was somewhat inflated. Her infamy stemmed more from the numerous heinous crimes she had committed and her status as the head of the Madam Syndicate, hence why the CCG had classified her so highly. Right after, Uchiha Byakuya used Owl to swiftly eliminate the 3 bodyguards as well. Ding, host has defeated an S-class ghoul. Reward, 15 attribute points. Ding, host has defeated an S+ class ghoul. When it came to efficiently mowing down enemies, an SSS-class quink like Owl was undeniably the best tool. Before long, the entire auction was completely shut down. Most of the high-class ghouls had managed to flee, but many of their bodyguards had been subdued by the investigators while covering for them. Some investigators had sustained injuries, but there were no fatalities. Additionally, all of the kidnapped victims were successfully rescued. Overall, the operation had been a great success. Ding, host has successfully completed. Mission 1. Disrupt the auction and rescue Suzuya Juzu. Reward, 100 attribute points. Just then, a CCG investigator approached Byakuya. Special Class Uchiha, there's a kid named Suzuya who refuses to leave with us. He said he's waiting for a Nick-san in black clothing, so we figured that might be you. Hearing this, Byakuya paused for a moment. I'll go check. It was highly likely that the child was indeed waiting for him. He made his way backstage. The moment Suzuya Juzu saw him enter, he immediately asked, "You came to save me?" "Yes, though they're also here to save you," Byakuya replied patiently. "Is there somewhere you want to go next?" Suzuya Juzu thought for a moment. "I want to go with you." Capitulo 114, Little Ghost Head. "That works too, you can follow me for now," Byakuya said casually. Then, he extended his hand toward Suzuya Juzu. Juzu hesitated for a moment before reaching out to shake Byakuya's hand. "As for the other victims, take them all to the CCG first. Follow the proper procedures and carry out whatever work needs to be done." Byakuya instructed the investigators beside him. These victims, according to protocol, would at the very least need psychological counseling and other follow-up care. Juzu was no exception, but in his case, Byakuya would personally take care of him. "Understood." The investigator nodded in response. At this point, there was nothing more for Byakuya to do at the auction site. Other people would handle the aftermath. He first took Suzuya to the CCG branch, specifically the 2nd Ward branch where he was stationed. As they walked, Byakuya asked the kid a few questions. "Suzuya, what's your full name?" "Suzuya Juzu." So it seemed that Suzuya Rei was the name Big Madam had given him. In the original story, Suzuya Juzu was the name he had as a dismantler at the ghoul restaurant, while Suzuya Rei was Big Madam's idea of a cute little girl. She even went so far as to mutilate him to fit that image. Even after being taken in by the CCG, Suzuya had chosen to keep the name Suzuya Juzu as his investigator identity. "And where is your home? Do you have any contact information for your parents?" Byakuya continued asking. "I don't have a home, I don't have parents anymore." Suzuya's face remained indifferent, as if he were stating something completely ordinary. "All right then, how about I arrange for you to stay at the CCG orphanage? What do you think?" Byakuya inquired about Suzuya's preference. Suzuya nodded without any objections. There really weren't any better options besides the CCG orphanage for him. Byakuya couldn't exactly let Suzuya stay at his own house. That would be far too troublesome. For one, Ito's half-ghoul identity couldn't be exposed. And then there was also little Mayu, whose full ghoul identity had to remain hidden as well. Bringing Suzuya over for occasional visits was fine, but living together was out of the question. Although the Anteku district was another possibility, Suzuya was human, not a ghoul. Gaining the trust of Anteku would be difficult, making it an impractical choice. By now, Byakuya had brought Suzuya to the CCG to undergo psychological evaluation. After that, he had to process the paperwork for the orphanage admission. As the branch chief of the 2nd Ward, handling these procedures was a simple task for him, and things moved swiftly. By the end of the day, Suzuya would be able to report to the orphanage. However, since it was still early, he wouldn't be able to go until later that evening, as the formalities weren't entirely completed yet. Until then, Byakuya decided to let Suzuya rest at his home for a bit. "I'm back." Byakuya unlocked the door with his key. "Welcome home." Ito immediately noticed Suzuya standing beside him. "This child, I honestly can't tell if they're a boy or a girl at first glance." Ito didn't ask any unnecessary questions. She already knew without needing to be told that this child must have been brought back from the auction. "He's a boy, his name is Suzuya Juzu." Byakuya introduced him. He also briefly explained Juzu's current situation, how he was waiting for the CCG orphanage's admission procedures to be completed. "That works out well, Mayu will have another playmate." Ito smiled warmly. Juzu looked up at this older sister-like figure without saying a word. In his mind, she seemed very kind and gentle as well. Feeling that he should say something, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Thank you." After that, Byakuya let Juzu watch TV with Mayu. The two kids gradually started talking to each other. "You're so pretty. You're a boy, but you look even prettier than most girls." Mayu marveled at Juzu's delicate features and smooth skin. She even felt a little envious of his beautiful face. "People say that to me a lot, but I don't think this face is useful for anything." Juzu replied indifferently. "How could it be useless? Juzu, you're so pretty, you'll definitely be really popular." Mayu said with a bright smile. "And what's the point of being popular?" Juzu clearly had no interest in such things. "Want some?" At that moment, Mayu handed Juzu a bag of snacks. She couldn't eat this kind of food herself, but she knew that humans loved snacks. So, she figured it would be a good way to make friends. Coincidentally, Juzu really did like snacks, especially sweets. He immediately started eating with great enjoyment, a very rare look of happiness surfacing on his face. "Thanks. Does this mean we're friends now?" Mayu asked eagerly. "Friends, oh." Juzu nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. Once it was about time, Byakuya took Juzu to the CCG orphanage. Most of the children in this orphanage had lost their families to ghouls. The CCG not only cared for them, but also trained them to become investigators in the future. Naturally, the treatment here was far better than an ordinary orphanage. From then on, Byakuya visited Juzu every day to check on him, showing great dedication. After all, in the original story, Juzu had been falsely accused and ostracized. However, as it turned out, Byakuya's concerns were somewhat unnecessary. While Juzu still had a preference for keeping to himself, he was in a much healthier mental state compared to the original timeline, where years of abuse at Big Madam's hands had deeply scarred him. Without that trauma, he wasn't as reclusive or eccentric. He also showed no signs of self-harm, such as his infamous human embroidery from the original story. Juzu wasn't exactly ostracized, but he didn't make any friends either. The orphanage staff mentioned that he never actively interacted with the other children. The only time he really played with others was during his occasional visits to Byakuya's home, when he would spend time with Mayu. This was largely because Mayu was naturally cheerful and proactive in making friends. She treasured the rare opportunity to have a playmate her age. Kids these days, they're getting craftier. Watching Mayu and Juzu play games together, Ito sighed. "You say that as if you hadn't ever been a kid yourself." Byakuya couldn't help but retort. Ito smirked and countered, "Well, that's only because a certain lollican keeps sweet-talking me every day. It's made me feel like I've matured quite a bit." Capitulo 115, Official Date. "I never tried to deceive you. Everything I said was the truth." Uchiha Byakuya corrected her immediately. "Oh, that makes it even worse, saying those things to a little girl like me. Tusk, lollicans are disgusting." Ito teased him with a playful smirk. No, that's not the case at all. If anything, you should call me an Ito-kan, not a lollican." Byakuya refuted her with a serious expression. You're getting bolder with your words." Ito was momentarily taken aback. This guy really dared to say anything. He was so straightforward. But at the same time, she became even more certain that his feelings were genuine. "So from now on, stop calling me a lollican," Byakuya said calmly. "Well, that depends on your attitude and behavior." Then Ito suddenly suggested, "How about we go on a date tomorrow?" A date? Byakuya hadn't expected her to bring that up out of nowhere. "Yeah, we haven't actually gone on a proper date before, have we? Even if we're only a couple in name, never having gone on a date just feels wrong." Ito reasoned. "That makes sense. I'll think about where we should go tomorrow." Byakuya had never seriously considered dating before, nor had he ever gone on one. He had no idea what made for a good date. A movie, a cafe, an amusement park. Those were the few options that came to mind, but they all felt too cliché. No need to think so hard. Let's just go to the library tomorrow. Ito decided for them. We'll read books, borrow books, maybe even buy a few. Doesn't that sound nice? As an author, she needed a vast amount of reading material. In fact, the most successful writers tended to have the broadest reading habits, often spending most of their time either writing or reading. That does sound pretty nice. Byakuya nodded in agreement. He liked reading as well, so he found the idea quite appealing. Then it's settled. Actually, why don't we bring Mayu and Juzu along? It's always good for kids to read more books. Ito suggested. The next day, both Mayu and Juzu agreed to go. Together with Byakuya and Ito, they visited Tokyo's largest library. The library was quite crowded, but it didn't have any RC detectors at the entrance. First, they took Mayu and Juzu to the children's section to pick out some books. Then, carrying the books, they moved to another area. Ito picked out several literary classics, and Byakuya did the same. Though they called it a date, the two of them simply sat together in silence, reading. Occasionally, they would share interesting passages with each other or recommend books they liked. Meanwhile, Mayu and Juzu seemed to be getting along even better. The two of them sat on the same chair, reading the same children's book together. Since neither of them was particularly literate, they had to help each other figure out unfamiliar words. Mayu had learned some characters from her mother, while Juzu had attended kindergarten and was now receiving basic education at the CCG's orphanage. To get through a single children's book, they had to work together, assisting each other in understanding the words they didn't recognize. At that moment, Byakuya caught sight of two familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into them here. He sounded slightly surprised. Ito, who had been focused on her book, also lifted her head. Following Byakuya's gaze, she saw Arima Kishu and Yuruka Minami engaged in an animated conversation. Oh, that really is quite the coincidence. Meanwhile, Arima Kishu also noticed Uchiha Byakuya and Yashimura Ito sitting a short distance away. Yuruka Minami, however, was still unaware, as she was facing Arima while speaking, with Byakuya and Ito outside her field of vision. We've run into some acquaintances, Arima informed her. How, where? Minami glanced around and quickly spotted the two of them. You're right, Uchiha-kun and Ito-sensei are here too. Let's go sit with them. She kept her voice relatively low, mindful of the fact that they were in a library. A moment later, Arima and Minami joined Byakuya and Ito at their table, greeting them as if they were close friends. Minami, however, couldn't help but be curious about the two children sitting nearby, two little girls, she assumed. They must be people Uchiha-kun and Ito-sensei knew. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting together so naturally. Ito noticed Minami's inquisitive gaze and introduced them. This is my younger sister, Mayu. Byakuya and I are taking care of her. And this is Juzu Suzuya, a very adorable little boy. He was nearly auctioned off at a ghoul auction before. As Ito spoke, Mayu politely greeted Arima and Minami. Hearing this, Minami nodded in understanding. She suddenly felt a bit awkward. She had almost mistaken Juzu for a girl. Thankfully, she hadn't blurted it out, or that would have been quite rude. I see, but wait, there was an auction for humans. Minami had never heard of such a thing before. The upper echelons of the ghoul world were completely beyond her reach. That's right, they specialized in auctioning off humans. But luckily, Byakuya and your boyfriend took care of it. Ito smiled as she spoke. Minami responded reflexively, but it took her a moment to register what Ito had just said. Her face immediately flushed red as she hurriedly denied it. No, no, no. I'm not in that kind of relationship with Arima-kun. Ito put a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. Besides, Minami-chan, your panicked reaction totally gave you away, Tilda. It's really not like that. Minami lowered her head in embarrassment, too flustered to even look at Arima. Though she did have feelings for him, their relationship wasn't like that, at least not yet. Arima, on the other hand, remained expressionless. Either he was tacitly acknowledging it, or he simply saw through Ito's teasing and didn't care. Oh, I thought you two were here on a date as well. Ito continued to tease Minami, clearly amused. I mean, two high schoolers spending time together at the library. It doesn't look that simple, does it? Capitulo 116, Release and Publication of Dear Kafka. That, then isn't it the same for Ito-sensei and Uchiha-kun? Minami attempted a counterattack. But she seemed to have forgotten something important. Ito never got embarrassed over things like this. That's right, we are on a date. Ito admitted it casually, without hesitation. Minami was at a loss for words. She had let her guard down. Ito-sensei had previously told her that she and Byakuya weren't husband and wife, nor were they siblings. But looking at them now, they were clearly a couple. All right, enough jokes, let's focus on reading Tilda. Ito decided she had teased enough, continuously going overboard wouldn't be good. Minami responded softly. Only then did she dare to sneak a glance at Arima. But he showed no reaction at all, his face expressionless as he continued reading, as if nothing had happened. Minami felt a mix of emotions, relief, disappointment. She still had no idea how Arima-kun truly felt about her. And she never had the courage to ask. As a ghoul, and with Arima already on his way to becoming a special class investigator, the fact that he was even willing to interact with her normally was already a miracle in and of itself. If she asked, would he start to look down on her? Minami couldn't quite put her emotions into words, but outwardly she remained composed, flipping open the book she had chosen earlier. Before leaving the library, Ito purchased a few books she had been wanting to read. Kirumi and Juzu Suzuya also picked out some children's books for themselves. As they parted ways with Arima and Minami, Ito suddenly turned to Arima and said, "Young man, pay more attention to the girl beside you." Minami immediately realized Ito-sensei was talking about her. She felt embarrassed. Arima didn't respond, but he had clearly taken in the words. In truth, he wasn't too interested in romantic matters. After all, he was a half-human. His lifespan was only about a third of a normal human's. He might look 18 now, but in reality, he only had about 10 years left to live. Ding, host has completed the daily sign-in. Reward +1 attribute point. As time passed, Byakuya continued his routine of signing in every day to earn attribute points. Today, he received some good news. The publishing process was finally complete. The finalized, polished version of the book that he and Ito had worked on together had already been printed, with the first batch of physical copies now available for sale in bookstores. At last, I've been waiting for this day. I'm already halfway through writing my next book. Ito's face lit up with anticipation. Let's go check out a bookstore. I want to see my published book on the shelves. All right. Byakuya nodded. Only the two of them went out. Mayu had Suzuya at home to keep her company, so there was nothing to worry about. Tokyo was a big city. It didn't take long for them to find a bookstore. However, since Ito's Dear Kafka had just been released, with only the first batch printed, it hadn't yet reached every store. Because of this, Byakuya and Ito had to visit 2 bookstores before finally finding Dear Kafka in the second one. It was placed in a rather inconspicuous spot. After all, prime display areas were naturally occupied by bestsellers or new releases from well-known authors. This was perfectly normal. In such a remote corner. Seeing this, Ito couldn't help but comment. There's no helping it. Takatsuki-sensei isn't famous yet, but once you build up your reputation, things will change. Byakuya explained. And it doesn't look like many copies have been sold. I guess sales aren't going to be great. Ito spoke calmly. She wasn't particularly disappointed. She was a rational person. For her, just getting published was already an achievement. She hadn't expected impressive sales to begin with. It's only just hit the shelves, and there hasn't been any real promotion. It's too early to judge its performance. It'll need time to gain traction. Byakuya analyzed. He wasn't trying to comfort Ito, he was simply stating the facts. Let's wait and see then. Ito didn't hold out much hope, but before that, let's buy a copy to take home. She had already planned to bring her published book to the 24th ward, and coming here today was primarily for that purpose. But just then, Ito noticed a young boy stopping in front of the Dear Kafka display, seemingly drawn to her work. She immediately paused, pulling Byakuya to stop as well. "That child, he seems interested." Ito whispered to Byakuya. "Of course, it's Takatsuki-sensei's work. Obviously, it's going to attract readers." Byakuya said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Especially when he got a good look at the boy's face, it made even more sense. Wasn't that Kenki Ken? A small, frail boy with neatly combed black hair, wearing simple clothes and carrying a black school bag. He was probably in elementary school, looking about 10 years old. And the reason this all felt so fitting was that, in the original story, Kenki had always been a devoted fan of Takatsuki-sen's works. "Being praised does make me happy, but somehow it feels like you're just pitying me." Ito couldn't quite understand Byakuya's unwavering confidence in her work. It just felt like he was trying to comfort her. "But let's not go over there just yet. I want to see what that kid does next," Ito said. Seeing someone take an interest in her book, and even considering buying, it was a fresh and novel experience for her. Kenki, however, seemed hesitant. He flipped through Dear Kafka for a while and found himself genuinely intrigued. After a moment of deliberation, he finally made up his mind to buy it. It was only then that Ito walked up to him and said, "Hey there, kiddo, you really like this book, don't you?" "Eh?" Suddenly being spoken to by a stranger startled the timid Kenki Ken. After a moment he nervously nodded, stammering, "Yeah, I really like it." "Good choice, you've got excellent taste, kid," Ito said with a smile. Sensing no hostility from her and finding her demeanor rather friendly, Kenki relaxed a little. Do you like this book too?" It was rare for him to find someone he could talk to about books, so he mustered up his courage to ask. Capitulo 117. I adore Takatsuki-sen's. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 2. Successfully publish and release Dear Kafka. Reward of 50 attribute points. Mission 2 completed, activating Mission 3. Mission 3. Help Takatsuki-sen achieve a moderate level of fame. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. This new mission wasn't particularly difficult. Rather, the main challenge lay in the number of tedious tasks involved. Holding an author's press conference, fan meet and greets, book signings, and other promotional events could all help boost Ito's reputation. Of course, the most crucial factor was the quality of the book itself. So, even if Byakuya didn't employ any marketing strategies, it was only a matter of time before Ito gained recognition as an up-and-coming author. However, using these promotional tactics would allow him to complete the mission much faster. Of course, we love Takatsuki-sensei's works the most, don't we, dear? At this moment, Ito responded to Kenki Ken's question. "That's right, I adore Takatsuki-sensei," Byakuya said with a perfectly calm expression. Ito immediately caught onto the subtle oddity in his words and pinched him lightly. This guy was still being unserious even now. But Kenki didn't notice anything amiss. He was too caught up in his excitement. Being able to talk to someone about his favorite book was a rare joy for him. Following the small conversation, Byakuya and Ito discussed Dear Kafka with Kenki for a while. Little did he know, the two people he was talking to were none other than the book's signed editor and its actual author. While Ito continued chatting with Kenki, Byakuya observed the boy in brief contemplation. Despite meeting Kenki in person, no new mission had been triggered. It was likely because Kenki was still an ordinary human at this point in time. The only troubles in his life were his family issues. Kenki deeply respected his mother, who was indeed gentle and kind to outsiders. She never refused anyone's requests. However, at home, she frequently scolded and physically punished Kenki, venting all her misfortunes and negative emotions onto him. But after she passed away from overwork, Kenki suffered selective amnesia, forgetting all the mistreatment and only remembering her kindness. This eventually led to his development of a split personality. So in reality, Kenki's dissociative identity disorder had already begun before he was tortured by Yamori/Jason, Yakumo Omori. That said, Byakuya wasn't sure if the current Kenki was in the period before or after his mother's death. Either way, it wasn't his place to interfere in someone else's family matters. It wasn't like he was going to stalk Kanki home. That would just be downright creepy. In the future, he could always interact with Kanki as a fellow book lover. Mom, that's the big brother and big sister from before. At that moment, Byakuya suddenly heard a familiar voice, Kirishima Tauka's. It snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning around, he saw that it was indeed Kirishima Tauka, standing beside her mother, Kirishima Hikari. What a coincidence, we meet again. Byakuya felt like today was full of unexpected reunions. To think he'd run into both Kanki Ken and Kirishima Tauka in the same small bookstore. Yeah, Tauka wanted to buy some manga. You two must be here for books as well, right? Kirishima Hikari smiled and spoke. Byakuya nodded. At that moment, Ito also turned back to greet Tauka. Tauka-chan, we meet again. The conversation had suddenly been interrupted, and the two newcomers were complete strangers to him. Kanki Ken immediately felt a bit awkward. He started to feel like an outsider. Wouldn't it be better if he just left? Noticing Kanki's discomfort, Byakuya turned to him and asked, "By the way, what was your name again?" Kanki Ken. Kanki answered softly. All right then, since we all love Takatsuki-sensei's books, that makes us friends now, or book friends at the very least. Byakuya said. Kanki's face instantly lit up with joy. Okay. Forget book friends, he barely had any friends at all. To be precise, his only friend was Hideyoshi Nagachika. But Hyde wasn't into reading. So to Kanki, meeting someone who shared his love for books was an exciting surprise. Do you have any contact information, or maybe some places you like to hang out? Byakuya continued. Considering Kanki's young age, he probably didn't have a phone, but knowing where he usually spent time would be helpful. That way, if Kanki ever needed help, Byakuya could step in. Plus, whenever Ito held book clubs or signing events, they could directly invite Kanki, nurturing him into a devoted fan. I don't have any contact info yet. Usually, I just go to the library to read or sit in a cafe with a book. Kanki replied. Just then, Tauka, who had been watching Byakuya talk to a boy she'd never seen before, grew curious and asked, "Is he Nick-san's friend?" Yeah, we both like reading, so we became friends. Byakuya nodded slightly. Reading, I don't like it. It's nowhere near as fun as manga. Tauka stated bluntly. She was still a child after all, straightforward and unfiltered. Kanki felt a little displeased, but didn't say anything. After all, they were complete strangers. She wasn't even comfortable talking to her normally. See, isn't this manga way more interesting than those books? Suddenly, Tauka leaned closer and flipped open the manga in her hands, holding it up for Kanki to see. Kanki was caught off guard by her sudden move. She had gotten so close that he instinctively took a half step back. He had never been this close to a girl before, not even for a conversation, let alone reading together. Kanki immediately felt shy, but he still glanced at the manga Tauka was showing him. Unfortunately, manga wasn't really his thing. Just looking at a single page didn't reveal anything particularly exciting to him. As someone who only enjoyed books, he found it difficult to understand the appeal. And no, I still think books are better. Though his voice was weak and barely audible, Kanki still refuted Tauka's claim. What? Tauka frowned. You actually think that's ridiculous. You're the one forcing your opinion on others. Kanki murmured under his breath. HMPH, I won't accept this. Today, I'm going to make you realize that manga is way better than books. Tauka was fired up now and leaned in even closer. Capitulo 118, Kanki and Tauka's promise. Too close. Kanki Ken's face instantly turned red. What are you talking about? How else are we supposed to read the manga if we don't get closer? Kirishima Tauka looked confused. The next moment, she suddenly realized something, and her expression turned slightly disdainful. You're not thinking of something weird, are you? Even though Kanki and Tauka were still young, they were vaguely aware of certain things. And no, I'm not. Kanki quickly denied it. Really? Tauka was rather straightforward and didn't think too much about it. I really don't get you. So, are you reading or not? If you are, stop hesitating. Kanki had just leaned back to put some distance between them, but Tauka immediately moved closer again. Then I'll take a look. Kanki wasn't very good at refusing people, especially when it was a cute girl. At this moment, his expression was slightly shy because Tauka's shoulder was already pressed against his. This way, it was easier for them to read the manga together. Watching this scene, Uchiha Byakuya remained silent, but he found it somewhat amusing. It seems Tauka-chan is quite the assertive girl Tilda. Yoshimura, Ito chuckled with interest. Indeed. Kirishima Hikari smiled slightly. Although Tauka was still so young, Hikari saw her and that boy as having a very innocent relationship, so she wasn't worried about anything. If they could become friends, that would be even better. She hoped her daughter could make more friends, whether they were human or ghoul. After chatting with Hikari for a while, Byakuya and Ito were ready to leave. Before leaving, Ito grabbed a copy of Dear Kafka. Of course, she had to buy one to take home. Ken, we're heading back first. You and Tauka can take your time reading that manga. At that, Byakuya called out to Kanki. Kanki immediately looked up. Oh, see you. So, this girl beside me is called Tauka, huh? Tauka also bid farewell to Byakuya, and Ito before continuing to force Kanki to read the manga with her. About 10 minutes later, they had already read most of the volume. At this moment, Tauka finally asked, well, even if you're slow, by now you should understand how great manga is, right? Kanki subconsciously scratched his face lightly. I guess it's okay. His opinion on manga had clearly changed a little, but just a little. After reading a more complete portion of the manga, he could indeed see a lot of interesting aspects, but his desire to read still wasn't as strong as when he was reading Dear Kafka. Just okay. Kanki's response left Tauka somewhat dissatisfied. I should probably head home now. Kanki glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was getting late. Even though his parents were no longer around, he still followed the old rules, such as making sure to go home by a certain time. All right then, next time I'll show you an even better manga. Just wait and see, same time tomorrow. After leaving those words behind, Tauka also prepared to go home with her mother. Oh right, what's your name? Just as she was about to leave, Tauka suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Kanki. My name is Kanki Ken, what about you? Kanki Ken also tried asking. Kirishima Tauka. Tauka said, don't forget about tomorrow. Okay. Kanki's expression looked a little dazed. So that means I'll be meeting this girl again tomorrow. For some reason, he actually felt a faint sense of anticipation. Even though Kanki wasn't particularly interested in manga, if he had to read it, he could manage. One reason was that the manga was actually somewhat enjoyable. The other reason was probably because reading together with that girl gave him a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Ito returned home, satisfied with her newly purchased physical book. Now that the book is published, are you planning to take it to Anteku? Byakuya brought up the topic. I do have that in mind, but I still need to mentally prepare myself. Ito lay on the sofa, resting her head directly on Byakuya's lap as a pillow. As she flipped through her physical book, she was also deep in thought about Anteku. There's no rush then, take your time. Byakuya said. Do you think, when he sees me for the first time, Kyuzan will recognize me? At that moment, Ito suddenly asked. Probably not, he hasn't seen you in so many years, has he? Byakuya guessed. In the original timeline, Yoshimura Kyuzan was able to recognize Ito because, by then, she had already become famous under her pen name Takatsuki-sen, and Kyuzan knew that the name belonged to her. That's true, so I need to carefully think about what to say to him when the time comes. Ito said softly. Ahem. Byakuya didn't say much more. This was something he couldn't help with. After all, it was a private matter between father and daughter. That night, as usual, Byakuya was sandwiched between Ito and the little Mayu, like the filling in a sandwich. While little Mayu had already fallen into a deep sleep, Ito was still awake. I should just go tomorrow after all. Ito suddenly whispered in Byakuya's ear. She seemed to have made up her mind. As for mental preparation, That kind of thing didn't really matter at all by now. Then tomorrow it is, as long as you've made your decision. Byakuya responded. I've already decided, and you should have time tomorrow, right? Come with me. Yoshimura Ito said, suddenly facing a father she hadn't seen in years. A father with such a complicated relationship with her, even she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If Byakuya was with her, it would definitely be better. Of course, didn't I already say I'd go with you? Byakuya replied. Then he fell into deep thought. It wasn't just Ito who was nervous, he wasn't exactly calm either. After all, he had once cut off both of Yoshimura Kyuzen's Kakuja arms. Now, meeting the old manager again, knowing that Kyuzen was aware of his identity as an investigator, things definitely wouldn't go smoothly unless he explained himself properly. Capitulo 119, Father and Daughter. The next day, before heading out, Ito took some time to dress up a little. Once again, she put on mature-styled clothing, her preferred fashion choice. When she was just about done, she glanced at Byakuya and saw that he was just sitting there, waiting for her. At least put in some effort and dress up a little. Ito couldn't help but comment. I think I'm fine like this. Byakuya replied. Ito examined him from head to toe and still felt like there was something was missing. She took a comb and personally helped Byakuya tidy up his slightly messy hair. She then adjusted the slightly imperfect collar of his shirt. All right, this should do. Mayu, we're heading out for a bit. Be good and stay at home, okay? As they were about to leave, Byakuya turned and spoke to Mayu. He didn't plan to take Mayu to Anteku just yet. Even though their long-term plan was to have Mayu receive Anteku's support, now still wasn't the right time. After all, there was no telling just how things would go with this upcoming meeting between Yoshimura Kyuzen and Ito. Mayu nodded obediently. Okay. She was very well behaved and knew she couldn't run around outside recklessly, otherwise she'd cause trouble for her papa and mama. She would never do something that would burden them. Ito brought along the copy of Dear Kafka she had purchased earlier, placing it in her bag. On the way, Byakuya turned to Ito and asked, Ito, what kind of gift do you think I should buy for Yoshimura-san? He wanted to bring a gift, but had no idea what would be suitable for a ghoul like Yoshimura Kyuzen. If it were for people like Kirishima Hikari or Tauka, that would be easy. Some flowers, small presents, or similar things would do. But Yoshimura Kyuzen was an elderly ghoul. You're asking me about this, I have no idea either. Ito replied helplessly. You humans love gifting food and drinks, but ghouls can't consume any of that. Maybe I'll just buy a scarf or gloves or something like that. Byakuya figured that was a more practical choice. Honestly, I think you shouldn't bother. Who knows if you'll even get the chance to have a proper conversation with him. Ito said casually. That's true, I'll leave it for another time then. Byakuya temporarily gave up on the idea of bringing a gift. By now, they had already arrived in the 20th ward. Although Ito had been here before, this was the first time she came with such a complicated mix of emotions. Anteku is just ahead. Byakuya said, glancing at her. Emma. Ito steadied her emotions. As they approached the cafe entrance, Byakuya first looked through the window to observe the situation inside. Inside, Yoshimura Kyuzen was chatting and laughing with Koma Enji and the others. Ito would undoubtedly feel a sense of imbalance at this sight, but there was nothing to be done about it. After all, it was perfectly normal for the cafe owner to be conversing happily with his employees. Byakuya couldn't exactly stop Ito from seeing what was happening inside. Whatever was bound to happen would happen. As expected, the moment Ito caught sight of the scene inside, her steps came to an abrupt halt. Her gaze gradually darkened, and her grip on Dear Kafka instinctively tightened. However, it wasn't as extreme as in the original timeline. In the original, her eyes had been filled with hatred, and she had crushed the book in her hands into a ball of scrap paper before throwing it to the ground. Let's go back. Ito's tone was noticeably cold. She had completely abandoned the idea of even meeting Yoshimura Kyuzen. The warm and harmonious atmosphere inside Anteku filled her with disgust. After all, she still couldn't let go of what her father had done. killing her mother with his own hands and abandoning her in the 24th ward to fend for herself. She had told herself that she didn't care anymore. Yet now, seeing Yoshimura Kyuzen hiding away in this warm, cozy place, enjoying a peaceful life with those people, she simply couldn't accept it. Byakuya fell silent. Although the situation had unfolded similarly to the original timeline, Ito's reaction was much less extreme. Perhaps it was because of Byakuya and Mayu's presence. Having them in her life made her less emotionally unbalanced than before. Even so, she still couldn't accept it. Byakuya pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to say anything to persuade her otherwise. Of course, he simply remained silent. "Hurry up, I don't want to see him anymore." Hearing no response, Ito urged him coldly. But the next moment, Byakuya suddenly embraced her. Ito had not expected this at all. Her face briefly showed a hint of surprise, her eyes widening slightly, and her small frame instinctively tensed up. What are you doing?" "I'm not going to tell you to forgive him or anything like that. I just don't want to see you looking so upset." Byakuya's voice was calm as he held her. For once, Ito was at a loss for words in front of Byakuya. Under normal circumstances, she would have already started teasing him. Forgetting that they were still standing at Anteku's entrance, her initially stiff body gradually relaxed. She even tightened her embrace slightly. She was not the kind of girl who would break down crying. She wouldn't even shed a tear, not ever. But at the very least, right now, she wanted the person she cared about to comfort her, just a little. This was completely different from the playful moments they usually shared. For the first time, Ito truly felt how warm and reassuring Byakuya's embrace was. At that moment, inside the cafe, Koma and Ji happened to glance toward the entrance and saw Byakuya and Ito embracing each other. Surprised, he blurted out, "Look, there's a couple hugging right in front of the shop." "Oh." Irami Kaya immediately became interested. "They really are so lovey-dovey." Coincidentally, Yomo Renji and the entire Kirishima family were also inside, along with Roma Hoito. However, Roma was unaware of Byakuya and Ito's true identities. She only recognized Uchiha Byakuya as the black-clad investigator she had encountered back at Cochlea. Immediately, she felt uneasy. What was he doing here? And why was he standing in front of the shop, engaging in such an intimate display with some girl? Of course, Yoshimura Kyuzen, Yomo Renji, and the Kirishima family had already recognized Uchiha Byakuya as well. Each of them wore a different expression on their face. Capitulo 120, "Would you two like to come inside?" Yomo Renji's expression changed drastically. He would never forget that black-clad investigator from before. But why was he here? Could it be that Anteku's secret had already been exposed to the CCG? Yomo Renji felt extremely tense. The only thing that puzzled him was that the man was standing at the entrance, closely embracing a girl. This didn't seem like the behavior of someone coming to exterminate a bunch of ghouls. Manager, that guy. Yomo Renji wanted to warn Yoshimura Kyuzen. But before he could finish, Kirishima Tauka suddenly spoke. "Mama, are Nick-san and Nissan here to visit us?" Kirishima Yato was also confused, but how did they know we were here? Only Yomo Renji had told them about their work at Anteku, especially certain secrets of the shop. They hadn't shared this information with anyone else. "What is going on, Nissan Tauka? Do you know him?" Yomo Renji was momentarily stunned and asked in disbelief. "Yeah, we met that Nick-san and Nissan before, and they're really nice people." Kirishima Tauka replied with a smile. "Tauka is right," Yato added. This can't be possible." Yomo Renji found it hard to believe. That black-clad investigator was, without a doubt, someone of special class level within the CCG. And yet, his sister and Tauka actually knew him. More than that, they seemed to have an actual good relationship. Thinking it over, perhaps it was simply because that investigator didn't know his sister and Tauka were secretly ghouls. Otherwise, they would be in danger. "Renji, you're acting a little strange. What's wrong?" At that moment, Kirishima Hikari noticed the unusual expression on Yomo Renji's face. "It's nothing. Nissan, Tauka, you both don't know. That guy outside is actually the investigator who beat both Yuta and me before. Yomo Renji directly revealed the truth. Hi. Hikari was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. That young man was actually a CCG investigator, and not just any investigator, but an incredibly strong one. Tauka, on the other hand, didn't immediately react. She wasn't very familiar with investigators to begin with. In any case, he won't always be your friend. Yomo Renji didn't have time to explain everything to his sister and Tauka. Instead, he turned to Yashimura Kyuzin and asked, "Manager, what should we do now?" Meanwhile, Tauka and Hikari had already stepped away. At this moment, Yashimura Kyuzin's expression was also solemn. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the young man who had once severed both of his arms. Koma Enji and Irami Kaya gradually sensed that something was wrong and turned their gazes toward the manager. Hoido Roma silently hid in the shadows, secretly observing the situation. Since her persona at Anteku was that of a weak, ordinary ghoul, she had never discussed the investigator with the other staff members. If that investigator showed any intention of attacking, she would immediately flee. Yashimura Kyuzin remained silent for a while before finally stepping toward the entrance. "Dear guests, would you like to come in for a cup of coffee?" With a gentle smile, Yashimura Kyuzin asked both Byakuya and Ito. Since Ito had her back to him and was still embracing Byakuya, Yashimura Kyuzin didn't recognize her at first. It was only when Byakuya loosened his embrace that he could get a clearer look at her. However, Ito still seemed unwilling to let go, continuing to tightly hold onto him. "Should we go in for a cup?" Byakuya asked Ito. Ito hesitated for a moment before softly responding. She could tell that Byakuya still wanted her to meet with Kyuzin. And the resentment in her heart had subsided significantly compared to before. Though she wasn't exactly willing, she ultimately accepted it. At this moment, Ito slowly released Uchiha Byakuya and turned around, her expression cold as she looked at Yashimura Kyuzin. With such an indifferent expression, anyone unaware of the situation would never guess that they were father and daughter. The moment Yashimura Kyuzin saw her face clearly, his expression changed slightly. There was something both familiar and unfamiliar about this girl. Suddenly, an image of his late wife flashed through his mind. The girl in front of him bore some resemblance to Yukina. Could it be? A bold thought crossed Yashimura Kyuzin's mind. Could this girl be Ito? But he quickly dismissed it as impossible. After all, he knew very well that the black-clad young man was the CCG's ace investigator, possibly even connected to V. And he also knew that Ito was Aogiri Tree's one-eyed owl. How could the one-eyed owl possibly be clinging to the CCG's ace investigator in the middle of the street like they were some young couple? Moreover, given the one-eyed owl's repeated attacks on the CCG, it was clear that she deeply hated them, especially V and the Washu clan. So Yashimura Kyuzin quickly dismissed that unrealistic thought. Ito also remained silent, simply staring at Yashimura Kyuzin coldly. Originally, she had a lot she wanted to say to him. But now her mind was blank. She didn't know what to say anymore. "Let's go in." At that moment, Byakuya spoke to Ito and took her hand, leading her into Anteku. Ito followed him inside and casually found an empty seat to sit down. Byakuya acted as if he didn't know Yomo Renji and the others, but still greeted Kirishima Tauka and Kirishima Yato with a wave. Tauka waved back in response while noticing Ito's expression. "Nisan doesn't seem to be in a good mood today." She turned to her mother and commented. After all, that older girl was usually cheerful, always smiling with an air of confidence. Today, however, she seemed distant and cold. "Adults have their own troubles, you'll understand when you grow up." Kirishima Hikari patted her head. She immediately assumed it was something related to One-san's emotions. "HMPH, okay." Kirishima Tauka pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Yomo Renji also pretended not to recognize Uchiha Byakuya. He figured that as long as he kept up the act, Byakuya wouldn't recognize him. After all, he had worn his mask properly during their fight. At the moment, Byakuya didn't seem to be here to exterminate any ghouls. Yomo Renji decided not to act recklessly, and instead waited to see how the manager would handle the situation. Capitulo 121, starting from the beginning. Yoshimura Ito sat there, in silence for a long time. Unsure of what to do, she opened the book in her hands, Dear Kafka, and absent-mindedly stared at it. Please enjoy. At that moment, Yoshimura Kyuzan arrived with 2 cups of coffee. Thank you. Uchiha Byakuya politely accepted the coffee and handed one of the cups to Ito. Ito, however, avoided any contact with Yoshimura Kyuzan. She neither wanted to speak nor knew how to start. By now, Yoshimura Kyuzan's attention was no longer on Ito. Since he had already dismissed the possibility of her being Ito, his primary concern was Byakuya. From the beginning, he had been paying close attention to the black-clad young man, noting that Byakuya didn't seem to recognize him. After all, he had kept his face hidden during their previous battle. However, if Byakuya was a member of V, then that was another matter entirely. Ito continued reading while sipping her coffee, thinking to herself that the taste was actually quite good. Kirishima Tauka didn't dare approach Oniai-san and One-san casually. Based on Yomo Renji's earlier reaction, he seemed to have a strong opinion about them. As for whether the investigator was dangerous or not, she wasn't too sure. Meanwhile, Kirishima Hikari pulled Yomo Renji aside to a quiet corner. Renji, is that really the investigator you and Yuta-san encountered? Yes, I'd never mistake his face. Luckily, it seems he isn't here to cause trouble today. Otherwise, Anteku might not even be around at the end of the day. Yomo Renji was well aware of how terrifying the strength of that black-clad investigator was. Also, Nisan, you and the others should avoid interacting with him in the future. If he ever discovers that you're ghouls, it would be incredibly dangerous. I understand. Hikari nodded slightly. She, too, realized the severity of the situation. For the safety of Tauka and the others, they couldn't afford to be careless. After exchanging a few words in secret, Hikari and Renji returned to the front counter. Hikari didn't immediately say anything to Tauka. She decided to wait until after the investigator left before having a proper talk with her. Meanwhile, Byakuya quietly drank his coffee. He didn't say anything to Ito, nor did he intend to push her into acknowledging Yoshimura Kyuzan. This was something that should be decided by Ito herself. However, in the end, Ito still couldn't figure out what to say to Yoshimura Kyuzan. By the time she reached the bottom of her coffee cup, nothing had changed. Byakuya wasn't surprised. It was only natural. Letting go of resentment wasn't something that could be accomplished just by talking about it. Just then, another customer arrived at the shop. Or rather, it was one of Anteku's employees. A quiet and cute girl dressed in a JK high school uniform, Yuruka Minami. She had come straight to Anteku to work right after school. I'm here, eh? The moment she stepped inside, she immediately spotted Byakuya and Ito. She hadn't expected to run into them here at Anteku. However, after hesitating for a moment, she didn't greet them right away. She knew that Byakuya was a CCG investigator, and had even accompanied her to Anteku before. If she acknowledged him too openly, she might accidentally expose herself. Unbeknownst to her, the manager and employees of Anteku had already figured out that Byakuya was an investigator. After careful consideration, Minami decided to pretend that she didn't know him. But greeting Ito-sensei should be fine, right? After all, she had already instinctively let out an A earlier. If she now pretended not to know either of them, it would seem even more suspicious. Ito-sensei, I didn't expect to run into you here. By the way, is the person next to your boyfriend? Minami deliberately mentioned Byakuya's presence, making it sound as if she had no prior acquaintance with him. Conveniently, she was the only person in Anteku who both recognized Ito and actually knew the name Ito as well. The moment the name Ito was spoken, the others in the shop showed no reaction, except for Yoshimura Kyuzan. His usually narrowed eyes suddenly widened. Not only did this girl resemble Yukina, but she was also named Ito. Could there really be such a coincidence? No, this couldn't be mere coincidence. However, Yoshimura Kyuzan wasn't completely certain yet. He simply continued observing in silence, listening to the conversation between Minami and Ito. "Yes, Minami-chan, do you work here?" Ito's expression carried a complex smile. Since Minami had just called her by name, Kyuzin had surely begun to suspect her identity. To think that this was how he would recognize her. But perhaps that wasn't such a bad thing. In a way, Minami had unintentionally helped her overcome her own hesitation and inner conflict. "Yeah, everyone here treats me really well. I really like working here," Minami said cheerfully. "That's nice to hear," Ito replied. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzin became more and more convinced that this girl was the child he and Yukina had left behind. He even suspected that the reason Ito had looked at him so coldly earlier was precisely because she had already recognized him. And yet, with a girl who might be his daughter standing before him, Kyuzin found himself unable to ask the question. The guilt he carried toward Ito was too heavy. He had no face to confront her. Aside from Yoshimura Kyuzin, the other employees were merely surprised that Minami and Ito knew each other. "Minami-ni actually knows that one-san too. What a coincidence," Tauka said in amazement. "Calling her Ito-sensei? That sounds like something a writer would be called. Maybe she's a well-known author. And since Minami-chan likes books, it makes sense that they'd know each other," Kirishima Hikari reasoned. Renji remained expressionless, though inwardly he remained highly vigilant. After chatting for a while, Minami got to work. Meanwhile, Yoshimura Ito no longer felt as conflicted. Just by looking at Kyuzin's solemn expression, she knew that he had likely realized who she was. "It's about time we head back," Ito said to Byakuya. "Yeah." Byakuya simply nodded. He didn't say much. Just the fact that there had been progress in this situation was already good enough. Even as the two of them prepared to leave, Yoshimura Kyuzin still hadn't found the courage to acknowledge Ito. His emotions were a complex whirlwind of bitterness and regret. But just then, Ito turned to look at Yoshimura Kyuzin. Her expression was no longer as cold as before. In a calm voice, she left him with one final remark. "The coffee was really good. I'll come again sometime." Capitulo 122. I guess they're getting married soon. Yoshimura Kyuzin was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Ito to say those words to him. As expected, the girl before him was indeed Ito, and she had already recognized him. "You're welcome to come again next time," Yoshimura Kyuzin said with a smile. Ito didn't say anything further. Instead, she closed Dear Kafka and placed it on the table. It was clear she didn't intend to take it with her, leaving the book behind instead. Then Ito left together with Byakuya. Aside from Yoshimura Kyuzin, no one in the shop could understand the significance of the words Ito had just spoken or the meaning behind the book she had left behind. Yoshimura Kyuzin walked over to the table where Ito had been sitting and picked up the book. Looking at the title Dear Kafka and the author's name, Takatsuki-sen, Yoshimura Kyuzin fell into deep thought. Of course, he didn't know that Takatsuki-sen was actually Yoshimura Ito's pen name. However, once he read the contents of the book, he would probably be able to guess. Yoshimura Kyuzin didn't plan to start reading it immediately. He set it aside, intending to go through it when he had time. "I have a feeling something just happened. What's going on?" Kirishima Hikari's instincts picked up on something unusual in the air. Yomo Renji didn't understand what his sister meant. The only thing on his mind was a sense of relief. Thankfully, that black-clad investigator hadn't recognized them, and nothing terrible had happened. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzin felt a slight sense of relief. Before this, he had assumed that Ito wouldn't want to see him at all. However, there was still one thing that concerned him. Why was Ito working with a CCG investigator? And their relationship was clearly not just a simple one. It seemed that if the opportunity arose, he would need to have a proper conversation with that black-clad young man. But before that, perhaps he could first have a talk with Yuruka Minami. "Yuruka, could you come upstairs with me for a chat?" Yoshimura Kyuzin asked. "Of course, manager." Minami agreed immediately. She then followed Yoshimura Kyuzin up to the second-floor break room. "The Ito sensei you mentioned, how long have you known her?" Yoshimura Kyuzan asked. Not for long. Wait, does that mean you know Ito-sensei too, manager? Minami replied. She had no idea about the true relationship between Yoshimura Kyuzan and Ito. Ahem. Yoshimura Kyuzan merely responded with a sound, not elaborating further. Then he continued. The young man who came here with her. He's an investigator, isn't he? Do you know him? Yoshimura Kyuzan hadn't forgot that on the day Minami first came to Anteku, that black-clad young man had also shown up, along with another blue-haired youth. He didn't believe in coincidences, so he deduced that Minami likely knew that investigator. Minami was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected the manager to know that Uchiha-kun was an investigator. Now, should she continue hiding the truth? It seemed there was no longer a need to keep it a secret at this point. Minami suddenly felt conflicted. She saw no point in lying anymore, but at the same time, she didn't want to betray Uchiha-kun. However, her brief moment of hesitation had already given everything away. Yoshimura Kyuzan could more or less guess what Minami was struggling with. He then said, I've encountered him before and even fought against him, so I know he's an investigator. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. I have no hostility toward that young man. Everything he said was the truth. In his eyes, he and that young man had simply been on opposing sides. Losing both arms in their fight was simply because he wasn't strong enough. He held no grudge over what had happened back then. If he had to name a true, unresolved hatred, it would be toward the Washu clan and the V organization. But what he had failed to avenge in the past, he was even less capable of avenging now. Moreover, upon realizing that the black-clad young man knew Ito and that their relationship was not a simple one, Yoshimura Kyuzan felt even less inclined to harbor any hostility. All right. Minami could tell that she had already given herself away, so she had no choice but to admit it. I do know him. In fact, it was because of him that I met Ito-sensei, and the reason I came to Anteku for help before, that was also Uchiha-kun's idea. I'm sorry for hiding it from you all this time. It's fine, I completely understand your situation. Yoshimura Kyuzan said with a gentle smile. Now, he had gained another valuable piece of information. Minami had actually been helped by that young man. Moreover, the investigator knew that Anteku was a place that helped vulnerable ghouls. Although Anteku wasn't a secret within the ghoul community, it had always been relatively low-key, so the CCG had never paid much attention to it. A typical investigator wouldn't have such detailed knowledge about it. This only made Yoshimura Kyuzan find the black-clad young man even more mysterious. It was rare for an investigator to be willing to help ghouls. And he also had a strong feeling that the young man likely knew Ito's true identity. Yet despite that, he still stayed by her side. Likewise, Ito couldn't possibly be unaware of the young man's status as an investigator. Yoshimura Kyuzan couldn't quite figure it out. What exactly had happened between Ito and that young man, and what was their relationship? By the way, do you know what Ito-sensei's full name is? At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzan wanted to confirm once, and for all whether that girl was really Ito. Uchiha Ito. Minami said, recalling that name from her memory. But then she remembered that Ito-sensei had mentioned it in a joking manner. However, given the way Ito-sensei and Uchiha-kun interacted, even if they weren't officially married yet, it was just a matter of time. Eventually, she'd have to take that name anyway. After thinking about it for a moment, Minami decided not to correct herself. Uchiha Ito. Yoshimura Kyuzan repeated before asking. She's siblings with that Uchiha-kun you mentioned. No, they're not siblings. But Ito-sensei told me that was her name at the time, though she said it in a joking tone. Still, I think they'll probably get married soon anyway. Minami found her own speculation to be quite reasonable. What she didn't know, however, was that even she was older than Ito in terms of actual age. Married? Yoshimura Kyuzan found it difficult to imagine. There was no way he could be mistaken about Ito's age, so. However, he didn't bring this up to Minami. At any rate, Yoshimura Kyuzan had now confirmed that Ito and that young man had an extraordinary relationship. In fact, they were extremely close. The fact that Ito was so intimate with a CCG investigator was something that truly surprised him. Capitulo 123, Mayu-chan, remember the title tilde. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Yoshimura Kyuzen's mind. Could it be that Ito intended to ally with the special class investigators of the CCG to fight against V and the Washu clan? Though the idea was somewhat terrifying, it wasn't entirely impossible. Thank you, and sorry for calling you up here. Yoshimura Kyuzen had already learned most of what he wanted to know. It's nothing. Yuruka Minami couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Manager Yoshimura was easy to talk to and didn't seem to mind that she had kept these things hidden. Speaking of which, that blue-haired young man who came here with Uchiha-kun to drink coffee before, he's also someone you know, right? And he's also a ghoul investigator. Yoshimura Kyuzen suddenly recalled the blue-haired young man. Previously, Yomo Renji had told him that there were two primary investigators stationed in the 4th Ward at the time. One of them had been described as a blue-haired young man, while the other had just been confirmed to be the black-clad investigator. So, if there were no surprises, the blue-haired young man who had first appeared in the cafe should be the same person. Yes. Minami was astonished. Manager, you're amazing. It feels like nothing can be hidden from you. Not at all, these are just my guesses. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to ask you. Yoshimura Kyuzen replied. Arima-kun also knows about Anteku, but he's actually very gentle. He probably wouldn't harm us. After spending so much time with him, Minami had come to trust Arima Kishu a great deal. It seems like you're quite close to him. Yoshimura Kyuzen said casually. However, that offhand remark caused Minami's face to flush slightly. Not really, we're just classmates after all. Whenever she talked about Arima, she would instinctively become a bit shy. Yoshimura Kyuzen narrowed his eyes with a gentle smile, clearly seeing through everything. I see. But he chose not to say anything further. Minami was a ghoul, while the blue-haired young man was likely a human, or perhaps a half-human. This inevitably made Yoshimura Kyuzen recall his own past with Yukina. To have a lover who didn't mind their identity as a ghoul and even understood them, that was an incredibly rare and precious thing. From the bottom of his heart, he wished for Minami and Arima Kishu's happiness. With a smile, Yoshimura Kyuzen said, if there's ever a chance, you can invite Arima-kun to our cafe for a cup of coffee as well. On their way back, Byakuya glanced at Ito. You should be feeling better by now, right? Byakuya asked Ito. Honestly, I was already fine while we were still in the cafe. Ito nodded. It's just, I wonder what he was thinking when he saw me. It must be hard to put into words. Byakuya replied. The next time you go to Anteku, you can talk to him more. But when that time comes, I might end up not knowing what to say again, just like today. Ito said helplessly. It's fine, I think anything you say will be enough. Like that last sentence you said today, I think it was already great. Byakuya said. We'll see when the time comes. By now, Ito's mood had improved significantly. At the very least, she had spoken to her father today. Speaking of which, when we were hugging at the cafe entrance earlier, he saw us, didn't he? I'm suddenly a bit curious about what he might be thinking. Ito teased Byakuya. Her smile clearly showed that she had recovered emotionally. Don't be curious about things like that. Byakuya felt a little guilty. Considering Ito's and his relationship, it was hard not to feel uneasy in front of her father. Do you think he sees a certain someone as an irredeemable criminal tilde? Ito joked. Byakuya was left speechless. He decided that the next time he visited Anteku, he would bring more gifts. By the way, next time, we should probably bring Mayu-chan to Anteku. The only question is whether she'd be willing to go. Byakuya said. Ito replied casually, that's no problem. She can stay at Anteku if she wants or stay at home if she prefers. That works. Byakuya nodded slightly in return. When they returned home, Mayu was still sitting obediently, watching TV. Papa and Mama, welcome back. Mayu said excitedly. Am I? Byakuya felt that it was about time to talk to Mayu about Anteku, so he sat down beside her. "Your mom and I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Mayu asked curiously. "In the near future, we plan to take you to the 20th ward. There's a place there called Anteku, where kind-hearted ghouls help each other. Your mom and I are quite familiar with the people there." Byakuya explained. Mayu's first reaction was one of unease. "Does this mean I'll have to be separated from Papa and Mama?" Her expression fell instantly. She thought she wouldn't be able to live with them anymore. But deep down, she understood. Staying with Papa and Mama was indeed a burden. Daddy was a special class investigator for the CCG. If it were discovered that he had a ghoul like her living in his home, his work would definitely be affected. So Mayu had no intention of refusing. She didn't want to be selfish and drag Daddy and Mommy down. "Not exactly. At Anteku, you'll be able to make more friends, and you can come back any time you want." Byakuya reassured her. "Yeah, and Papa and I will visit often too," Yoshimura Ito added. "Okay." Mayu nodded obediently, her adorable little face brightening with a smile. For a moment, she had thought she was going to be separated from Papa and Mama, but in the end, they were still so kind to her. "Actually, you don't have to take care of me so much. I want to try my best not to cause trouble for you," Mayu said, her tone carrying a hint of guilt. "You won't be causing any trouble. Do you know why? Because my dad is also there," Ito said with a playful smile. "That means, when you meet him, Mayu, you'll have to call him Grandpa Tilda." Byakuya's expression immediately turned slightly surprised as he looked at Ito. This woman, what was she up to now? "Grandpa." Mayu didn't overthink it and simply memorized the title in her heart. Capítulo 124, Grandpa. A few days later. During this time, Yoshimura Ito spent most of her days working on her new book. Matters related to Aogiri Tree were largely handled by other executives unless they encountered a difficult problem, such as a formidable enemy. Right now, Uchiha Byakuya and Ito were out shopping at a mall. They were purchasing daily necessities, and Byakuya was also picking up some gifts to bring to Anteku. After bringing the household supplies home, they prepared to head to the 20th ward. This time, they were bringing the little Mayu along as well. "I'm going to meet Grandpa soon." At this moment, Mayu looked excited, completely different from the initial sadness she had shown when Byakuya first discussed this with her. After all, to her, Grandpa's home was also her home. "Are you sure this is okay, having Mayu call him Grandpa so directly?" Byakuya couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Ito. "It's fine. Even if Mayu happens to learn that my father is a ghoul, she still doesn't understand that neither humans and ghouls, nor even two ghouls, can give birth to a pure-blooded human." Yoshimura Ito wasn't concerned about such things. "Besides, Mayu is well-behaved and sensible. I think she can be trusted." She had her own reasons for making Mayu do this. Firstly, it would make revealing her relationship with Yoshimura Kyuzin more natural. Secondly, it was a chance to tease Uchiha Byakuya. With a slight smirk, Ito said, "Or could it be that someone's feeling guilty, too afraid to let his daughter meet her grandpa?" Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. "Whether I feel guilty or not is one thing, but having to explain everything later is going to be a hassle." 20th Ward, Café Anteku. A few days had passed since Byakuya and Ito last visited Anteku. By now, Yoshimura Kyuzin had, of course, already read Dear Kafka, and he was almost certain that the girl from that day was his daughter, Ito. Moreover, Dear Kafka was indeed her work. The content of Dear Kafka overlapped far too much with Ito's real-life background. Through the story's plot, Yoshimura Kyuzin could even feel the immense suffering and hardships that Ito had endured over the past decade. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzin stood by the window, gazing outside, unmoving in stillness for a long while. He wondered when Ito would return. "Hey, have any of you noticed that the manager has been acting a little unusual these past few days, like he has something on his mind?" At that moment, Kirishima Hikari quietly asked the other cafe staff. "I noticed too. I never thought I'd see the manager like this." Yomo Renji looked slightly surprised. He had always seen the manager as someone incredibly calm and composed, with extraordinary strength. He never expected to see him so distracted. I've known the manager for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him like this. You don't think something serious happened, do you? I'm a little worried. Koma Enji and Iramikaya both nodded in agreement. Why don't we ask the manager about it later? Roma Hoito suddenly suggested. She was also quite curious, just what was going on. Since Yuta often came to Anteku to visit Renji, Roma gradually realized that Yuta was also a member of the clowns. After getting to know each other privately, they had become quite familiar. Through the information provided by Yuta, she had learned about the power structure of Anteku, particularly that manager Yoshimura was actually the strongest among them. However, Roma's knowledge stopped there. She had no idea about the deeper secret of Anteku, such as the matter of V and its cleaners. At this moment, both Kirishima Yado and Kirishima Tauka were at school, while Kirishima Arata had gone to pick them up since they were about to finish class. That meant none of them were currently in the cafe. Just then, Yoshimura Kyuzen, looking out the window, caught sight of Byakuya and Ito walking toward Anteku. But this time, there was a little girl with them, and she was holding both of their hands. Alongside his surprise, Yoshimura Kyuzen couldn't help but wonder, who was this child? Compared to the previous visit, Ito seemed much more at ease this time, her expression lighthearted and cheerful. Without any hesitation or reluctance, she casually pushed open the door to Anteku Cafe. Yoshimura Kyuzen was already waiting at the entrance. Just as he was about to call out Ito, the little girl spoke up first. "Grandpa." Mayu called out to Yoshimura Kyuzen without any hint of hesitation. Her mama had already described to her what Grandpa looked like, so she immediately recognized Yoshimura Kyuzen as him. That single word, Grandpa, left Yoshimura Kyuzen stunned. Over at the counter, Hikari and the others were also drawn to the commotion. Grandpa. Now that they thought about it, none of them had ever met manager Yoshimura's family. However, they weren't too shocked. Given Yoshimura Kyuzen's age, having children or even grandchildren wasn't really surprising. It was just that he had never mentioned it before. Yoshimura Kyuzen was momentarily at a loss. He had only ever had one daughter, Ito. But if this little girl was calling him Grandpa, didn't that mean she was Ito's daughter? But how was that possible? Ito was still so young. How could she already have a daughter around the same age as Tauka? Child, who are your parents? Yoshimura Kyuzen couldn't help but ask the little girl in front of him. Mayu tilted her head slightly. Did Grandpa not recognize Papa and Mama? Feeling puzzled, Mayu tightened her grip on Byakuya's and Ito's hands and declared directly, "This is Papa, and this is Mama." Yoshimura Kyuzen fell silent as he looked at Byakuya and Ito. He had already confirmed long ago that this green-haired girl was indeed Ito. But now she and that Uchiha fellow actually had a daughter together. Yoshimura Kyuzen still found the idea unbelievable. But if it was true, then he would need to have a proper talk with that Uchiha-kun. To prevent the situation from escalating, Byakuya immediately explained, "I think there's a misunderstanding here. Mayu is actually a child that Ito and I adopted." "Oh, I see." Yoshimura Kyuzen nodded in understanding. If that was the case, then there was nothing unusual about it. Mayu, noticing that Grandpa was acting a bit strange, thought that he had taken a dislike to her. Does Grandpa hate me?" She immediately looked aggrieved and asked in a pitiful voice. Capitulo 125, Son-in-Law. "Of course not. How could I possibly hate you, Mayu-chan? Rather, I just got a bit too excited because of how much I like you." Yoshimura Kyuzen explained with a gentle smile. "Really?" Mayu's sadness instantly turned into joy. "Really?" Yoshimura Kyuzen nodded firmly. "Hee, I like Grandpa too." Mayu immediately hugged Yoshimura Kyuzen. However, the height difference was too great, so she could only wrap her arms around his thigh. A simple and innocent child like Mayu was easy to cheer up. Yoshimura Kyuzen gently patted her head. After learning that this little girl was the adopted daughter of Ito and Uchiha-kun, he not only felt relieved, but also genuinely happy. Because this meant Ito was willing to reach out to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought Mayu here to see him. Ito and Uchiha-kun, come in and have a seat. After speaking to Byakuya and Ito, Yoshimura Kyuzan led Mayu to a seat first. Just like last time, he personally brewed coffee for them. Meanwhile, Kirishima Hikari and several other staff members had, of course, overheard the conversation between Yoshimura Kyuzan, Byakuya, and Mayu. As Yoshimura Kyuzan was making coffee, Hikari spoke to him in surprise. "Manager, so your daughter and son-in-law are actually them." She found it to be an incredible coincidence. They had known Byakuya and Ito for a long time, just without knowing their names. And yes. After a moment of thought, Yoshimura Kyuzan chose not to explain further. In front of outsiders, he avoided revealing anything about Ito as much as possible, to guard against V. So in front of others, he could only tacitly acknowledge the relationship between Byakuya and Ito, sparing himself from further explanation. That being said, Ito reaching out to him was not entirely a good thing in his mind. Because he knew that the V organization was already suspecting that the true, one-eyed owl was not him, but rather his child. If they found out he had a daughter, they would undoubtedly go after her with everything they had. What a coincidence, Hikari remarked, but the manager's daughter must be a ghoul too, right? And that young man, according to Yomo, is a CCG investigator. A ghoul marrying a human, let alone a ghoul investigator. I've never seen anything like it. She never doubted Ito's age, as Ito had always carried herself in a way that completely contradicted her actual years. Yomo Renji, on the other hand, was a little stunned. That black-clad investigator was the manager's son-in-law. No wonder the manager had been acting strangely ever since those two guests last visited the cafe. He still didn't understand the full picture, but at least now he knew why the manager had been acting oddly lately. Yomo Renji's mind was in turmoil. He vividly remembered how terrifyingly strong that black-clad investigator was and how ruthless he had been toward both him and Yuta. If they hadn't been saved by an unknown ghoul at the last moment, they would have surely died there. But at the same time, he was the manager's son-in-law, someone willing to marry a ghoul. Wait a minute. A sudden realization struck Yomo Renji. Back then, it was that unknown ghoul who had brought him and Yuta to Anteku. Could it be that this ghoul knew both the manager and that black-clad investigator? If that were the case, then was that black-clad investigator just putting on an act back then too? As this thought crossed Renji's mind, things only got more and more confusing for him. He couldn't understand why a ghoul investigator would do something like that. Well, isn't this a good thing? Yomo-san, didn't you say that young man is incredibly strong? That just means we have one less enemy. Since he's the manager's son-in-law, he probably won't make trouble for us, right? Koma-enji spoke casually as he wiped down a table with a damp cloth. That's not necessarily true. You don't think he'll come after you for all the dirty things you've done. Irumi Kaya shot back at Koma-enji, as was her habit. Let's not bring up the past, let's not bring up the past. I've been reflecting on my actions, really. Besides, you weren't any different back then. Koma-enji replied with slight embarrassment. Hoito Roma simply watched the exchange in amusement. She still hadn't noticed anything unusual about Byakuya and Ito. After all, Roma had no idea what Yoshimura Kyuzan's Kakuja form looked like, so she had no reason to suspect anything about the identity of the one-eyed owl. At that moment, Yoshimura Kyuzan brought over 3 cups of coffee. Can I drink this? Staring at the cup in front of her, Mayu couldn't help but whisper the question to Yoshimura Ito. She didn't know that ghouls could drink coffee. In fact, she didn't even recognize what coffee actually was. You can, don't worry, go ahead and drink it. Ito reassured her. Okay. Mayu felt at ease now. She took a small sip, surprised to find that it wasn't as awful as other liquids or drinks she had tried before. The taste was a little strange, but compared to the food that usually made her feel nauseous, this was much, much better. She was genuinely astonished. Aside from human flesh, there was actually something else she could consume. She could even feel a slight sense of fullness. Mayu is a ghoul too, right? Actually, coffee is the only normal food that ghouls can consume. Yoshimura Kyuzen explained. He had even added extra sugar to Mayu's coffee, considering that children might not be used to the bitterness at first. Oh. Mayu nodded. Since he was grandpa, she wasn't worried at all about him knowing she was a ghoul. At this moment, Byakuya finally handed over the gift he had brought along for Yoshimura Kyuzen. This is a small token of my appreciation. He had bought a wristwatch and a hat for Yoshimura Kyuzen. The watch was a luxury brand, nothing particularly symbolic about it. As for the hat, it was because Yoshimura Kyuzen still used V's signature look when going out during this time. A black hat and a long black coat. So Uchiha Byakuya had deliberately chosen a black hat for him. Yoshimura Kyuzen didn't open the package to check what it was. He simply accepted it with a nod. Thank you very much. Of course, it wasn't just Yoshimura Kyuzen. Byakuya had also prepared gifts for the other cafe staff, which he handed out one by one. Kirishima Hikari, Koma Enji, and Irimi Kaya all looked quite happy, while Yomo Renji's expression remained somewhat stiff and awkward. Still, he accepted the gift and muttered a thanks. When it was Roma's turn, she seemed noticeably less wary of Byakuya. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Hey, handsome boy, do you still remember me? Capitulo 126, Your Relationship with Him. Roma had a feeling that Byakuya was more than just a simple enemy. So, she decided to strike up a conversation. Of course, though I didn't expect to see you here. Byakuya replied expressionlessly. Naturally, he had no intention of letting Roma know about his identity as the One-Eyed King. This woman knew a lot of secrets. She had even met the true One-Eyed King hidden underground. Yet, she had always preferred to stay on the sidelines, watching the chaos unfold like an amused spectator. But in the end, she had played around too much and ended up getting killed by Kuki Yuri. Aren't you going to take me in, scary investigator-san? Roma asked, as if testing him. That's not my mission, but if you really want me to, I can make it happen. Byakuya said indifferently. The CCG had indeed issued an order to capture the SSS-rated ghoul known as the Dodgy Mother, but the task had not been assigned to his Zero Squad. Right now, their only mission was to take down Aogiri Tree. In that case, I'll pass. I'd rather not walk into a death trap. Roma's face immediately showed an exaggerated expression of fear. You know him too. At that moment, Yomo Renji couldn't help but ask Roma. Yeah, I was just a regular ghoul locked up in Cochlea before. When Cochlea fell, I tried to escape but nearly got killed by this handsome guy here. Roma said half-truthfully. Is that so? Renji didn't believe a word of her nonsense. Very few regular ghouls were ever locked up in Cochlea. If they were there, it was usually because they held valuable intel or were deemed highly dangerous. Still, she seemed to have a good relationship with Yuta, so she probably wasn't too bad. At that moment, Byakuya handed over the gift he had prepared for Roma. Even though he had always found her unreliable, a gift was still a gift. It was an expensive women's wristwatch. Wow, thank you so much. Receiving the present, Roma was overjoyed. I almost want to kiss you, handsome. The moment those words left her mouth, she felt an icy gaze piercing through her. Ahaha, just kidding. Roma quickly laughed it off. She had just been testing the waters. She was quite curious about Byakuya and Ito's relationship. That chilling gaze confirmed it for her. Roma had seen a lot in her time. But a pairing between a ghoul and a ghoul investigator, this was a first for her. Ito withdrew her gaze. Of course, she could tell that Roma was testing her rather than outright provoking her. But she didn't mind. There was no reason to hide her relationship with Byakuya. If anything, letting Roma know might even be a good thing. Eat it. Yoshimura Kyuzen wanted to say something to Ito. But before he could, Ito spoke first. You don't need to say anything. At the very least, I'm doing fine right now. That's good. Yoshimura Kyuzen swallowed back the words he had been about to say. But after a moment, he still couldn't hold back a sentence that had been buried deep in his heart. No matter what, I'm sorry for all these years. You don't need to apologize to me, I understand. Yoshimura Ito said flatly, neither of us are in the wrong. If we could defeat them, wouldn't all our problems be solved? By them, she was, of course, referring to the Washu clan. Yoshimura Kyuzen immediately understood who she was talking about, and his expression grew heavy. But that's too unrealistic, and far too dangerous. Yoshimura Kyuzen knew very well how powerful the V organization was, and it wasn't just V they would have to face, it was the entire Washu clan. In the original timeline, the Washu clan had been wiped out far too easily, completely annihilated by Furuta Nomura and his clown subordinates. But every single member of the Washu clan was a natural-born Kakuja. No matter how you looked at it, they shouldn't have been weak. It was just that the battle balance had been utterly broken. And that wasn't even mentioning the various branch families of the Washu clan, like the Arima, Aihei, and Suzu families. The original story had completely glossed over them. So what if it's dangerous? Do you really think cowering and hiding like this is any better? Ito remarked casually. Yoshimura Kyuzen fell silent. He could tell that Ito despised how he had chosen to hide away in a place like this, barely scraping by. So, rather than argue, he chose to say nothing. He didn't want to ruin what little reconciliation they had achieved. And compared to Ito, he had long accepted the fact that he was a coward. The moment he decided that fighting against V and the Washu clan was impossible, he had simply given up. His guilt toward Ito ran too deep. He could never bring himself to refute her beliefs. Yoshimura Kyuzen and Ito had been speaking in hushed voices. Over on the other side, Kirishima Hikari and the others were focused on Byakuya, so they didn't notice the conversation. Only Mayu had overheard them, but she had no idea what her mom and grandpa were talking about. It just sounded like a bunch of riddles. Since she didn't understand, she simply tuned them out and continued slowly sipping her coffee, savoring the strange but intriguing taste. Anyway, I didn't come here to argue with you. Why don't we talk about something else? Ito changed the subject. She didn't want the mood to turn sour. Let's go upstairs, it'll be more convenient. Yoshimura Kyuzen suggested. Mayu, stay here with Papa for now. Ito said to Mayu, before following Yoshimura Kyuzen upstairs. You opened this cafe, was it to commemorate Mom? Ito asked as they walked. The notebook Yukina had left behind didn't just contain certain secrets about V. It also recorded the many moments she had shared with Yoshimura Kyuzen. That was how Ito knew that her parents had first met at a cafe. Yes. At the mention of Yukina, Yoshimura Kyuzen was overcome with guilt. It looks nice. It feels like you're living happily with everyone here. Good thing I have Byakuya and Mayu with me, otherwise I'd be so jealous. Last time, she had held a deep resentment over this, but today, Ito could joke about it with a smile. Yoshimura Kyuzen was silent for a while before finally asking. Ito, what exactly is your relationship with Uchiha-kun? Capitulo 127, Husband and Wife. You can think we're whatever you want us to be. Yoshimura Ito said with a smile. You two aren't actually married already, are you? Yoshimura Kyuzen asked. It wasn't entirely impossible. Ghouls didn't follow human customs like legal marriage age. After all, they didn't have the same rights as humans. Things like official marriages weren't even an option for them. So if Ito and that young man had secretly gotten married, it wouldn't be surprising at all. And if I said we were, what would you do? Ito asked deliberately. I wouldn't do anything, I just think it's a little soon. Yoshimura Kyuzen smiled, though it looked a bit awkward. But if it's true, then of course, I give you both my blessing. He never considered himself a qualified father, so he didn't feel he had the right to interfere in Ito's life decisions. At the very least, if Ito was doing well, and if this was what she wanted, then in his eyes, it was ultimately a good thing. Actually, I was just messing with you. We're not married yet, he wouldn't have the guts. Ito stopped joking and spoke seriously. Besides, with what happened to you and Mom as a precedent, and with V and the Washu clan to worry about, it's too much of a hassle. Yoshimura Kyuzen fell silent again. What had happened between him and Yukina had clearly left a deep impression on Ito. But I heard Uchiha-kun is a CCG investigator. I never expected you to get this close to an investigator. Yoshimura Kyuzan sounded a bit surprised. Because he's someone worth trusting. Ito simply said. Even though she was speaking to her father, she had no intention of revealing too much about Byakuya. She respected Byakuya's wishes. Unless he was willing to tell Yoshimura Kyuzan himself, she wouldn't say anything. I see. Yoshimura Kyuzan nodded slightly. I'll go call him up in a bit, you can talk to him yourself. Now that she had reunited with her father, there wasn't much she really wanted to talk about. Aside from casual conversation like before, all she could do was complain or vent her frustrations. But she didn't want to do that. All right. Yoshimura Kyuzan did want to have a conversation with the young man. A short while after Ito went back downstairs, Byakuya came up. Manager. Byakuya greeted. Uchiha-kun, my daughter has troubled you all this time. Yoshimura Kyuzan said with a smile. Not at all. Ito is smart and capable. She's never really given me any trouble. Byakuya replied. I'll be counting on you in the future as well. Please, save my daughter. Yoshimura Kyuzan pleaded. He could tell that Ito and this young man weren't just close. Their relationship was clearly unusual. They must have formed some kind of alliance. Given certain events that had happened, he had reason to believe this. For instance, Yomo Renji and Yuta had both been saved by Ito after fighting against this young man. I'll do my best, since it's a request from a senior. Byakuya nodded. Senior. Yoshimura Kyuzan didn't immediately understand why Uchiha Byakuya had called him senior. That's right, after all, I'm a cleaner for V as well. Wouldn't that make you my senior, Manager Yoshimura? Byakuya openly revealed his identity. Because soon, he was going to completely sever ties with the Washu clan. The moment he helped Furuta and Rise break free from the Washu, that would be the moment he turned against them. So revealing his identity to the manager now didn't really matter. Yoshimura Kyuzan's expression showed clear shock. He hadn't expected this young man to be V's current cleaner, let alone that he would so casually expose himself. A sense of caution immediately arose in Kyuzan. He couldn't be sure if this young man was still loyal to V. If Byakuya reported the truth about the one-eyed owl to V, the consequences would be dire. You, whose side are you really on? Yoshimura Kyuzan asked in a deep voice. Ito's, of course, otherwise she would have doubted me a long time ago. Byakuya made his stance clear, his gaze sharp. In other words, I intend to overthrow the Washu's rule. No wonder Ito is so close to you. Yoshimura Kyuzan suddenly understood, but you must also realize how dangerous this is. As a fellow cleaner, Byakuya undoubtedly knew just as much as he did. In fact, Byakuya's situation was even more dangerous than Ito's. The Washu and V didn't necessarily want Ito dead, they wanted to capture and control her. A naturally born half-ghoul was of great value to the Washu clan. Their countless experiments on human-ghoul hybrids were proof of that. But Byakuya was both a CCG investigator and a cleaner for V. His origins were clearly within the Washu bloodline. Even if he wasn't a direct descendant, he had to be a branch family half-human. The Washu clan would never tolerate a traitor. That was exactly what happened to the first one-eyed king. In the end, he was exiled and pushed underground. I made up my mind long ago. I fully understand what the consequences will be. Byakuya's expression remained calm. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Yoshimura Kyuzan was both shocked and ashamed. To him, the Washu clan was an invincible force. That was why he had never dared to fight back. He had even thought that Ito was walking down a doomed path, but he had no right to say anything to her. All he could do was plead with Byakuya to protect her. But now it was clear. Both Ito and this young man had already made their choice. There was no turning back. If there's anything this old man can do, just tell me. Since things had reached this point, Yoshimura Kyuzan decided he would do whatever he could for them. At the very least, as Ito's father, he had to fulfill his duty this time. If Ito is ever in danger, protect her. For now, that was the only thing Byakuya could ask of him. He didn't want the manager or Ito to face the Washu directly. It was far too dangerous. He was the only one who could protect himself in that situation. No problem. Yoshimura Kyuzan had already made up his mind. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect Ito to the very end. Capitulo 128, Boyfriend. And also, I'll have to trouble you to look after Mayu-chan from now on, just like you did with Minami-san. Uchiha Byakuya naturally hadn't forgotten about Mayu. Of course, since she's the daughter you and Ito adopted, that makes her my granddaughter. Yoshimura Kyuzan agreed without hesitation. He had always been someone who helped weaker ghouls whenever he could, let alone now, when the child in question was the daughter of Byakuya and Ito. While Byakuya and Yoshimura were talking, Kirishima Tauka, Yuruka Minami, and the others gradually returned. Ito-sense is actually the manager's daughter. The moment she heard the news, Minami was completely stunned. She had known both manager Yoshimura and Ito-sensei for quite some time, but she had never even considered the possibility that they were father and daughter. Now that she thought about it, it actually made sense why the manager had been acting strangely these past few days. Ever since Ito first came to the cafe, something had felt off. But she had never connected the dots before now. Daughter, Dad. Kirishima Tauka mulled over the words for a moment before realization struck. So Manager Rajasen is Nissan's dad. That's right, I just never mentioned it before. My full name is actually Yoshimura Ito. Now that things had reached this point, Ito had no reason to keep her full name a secret from Minami and Tauka anymore. Oh. But if that was the case... Minami suddenly thought of something. She had never met the manager's wife before, but regardless of whether she was human or ghoul, wouldn't their child normally not be fully human? But Ito had always seemed just like a normal human to her. She had even seen Ito eat human food multiple times with her own eyes. Minami didn't know much about these things, so she had no idea that half-ghouls were such an extremely rare existence. So she just assumed that the manager's wife must have been human, and mistakenly believed that a child born from a human and a ghoul could grow up just like a normal human. This thought quickly led her to another idea. If she and Arima-kun had children in the future, would they be just like Ito-sense? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Minami's face immediately flushed red. She patted her cheeks, embarrassed that she had even thought of something so improper. Minami-ni, your face looks a little red. Are you feeling sick? At that moment, Tauka noticed Minami's flushed expression and asked her directly. No, it's nothing at all. Minami smiled awkwardly. No matter what, she couldn't let little Tauka find out what she had just been thinking. Not only would it be embarrassing, but it might also set a bad example for the kid. Ito immediately saw through her and knew she had just been thinking about Arima-kishu. With a teasing grin, she quipped, So, Minami-chan, when are you bringing your boyfriend over to Anteku for a visit? Boyfriend. Tauka's big, bright eyes showed a hint of confusion. Then, all of a sudden, she remembered seeing this word in a manga before, and she more or less understood what it meant. Minami-ni already has a boyfriend. That's amazing. Tauka seemed to think this was a truly impressive feat. On the other hand, Kirishima Yato, who was even younger than Tauka, had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. So Yuruka-chan really has a boyfriend. Did you meet him at school? That means he's human, right? Hikari immediately perked up, clearly very interested. Next time, bring your boyfriend to the cafe. We can give him a free meal. Urumikaya added with a smile. It's not like that, you're misunderstanding. Minami hurriedly tried to explain, we're just classmates and... She hesitated just before finishing her sentence. She had been about to say, and Arima-kun is a ghoul investigator. Although the manager already knew about Arima being an investigator, she still felt it was better not to bring up that fact so openly. I get it, just very close classmates, right? Hikari grinned. But anyway, he really is human, huh? That could definitely come with a lot of challenges. But don't worry, Yuruka-chan, we're all cheering for you. Zahi. Minami's face turned even redder. Kirishima-ni had hit the nail on the head so perfectly that she couldn't even argue. "All right, Hikari, don't tease Yuruka-chan too much," Kirishima Arata gently reminded him. Just then, Byakuya and Yoshimura Kyuzin came downstairs together. "It looks like things got pretty lively, while Byakuya-kun and I were gone for just a little while," Yoshimura Kyuzin remarked. Seeing Byakuya walking beside the manager, Minami suddenly realized something. Uchiha-kun had already met Ito-sensei's family. The pace of their relationship's progress made her feel both impressed and envious. If only she could do the same. But forget about meeting the family. She and Arima-kun weren't even at that stage yet. After that, Byakuya handed out the remaining gifts he had prepared to Tauka, Yato, Arata, and Minami. He had prepared a gift for every member of Anteku. For Tauka and Ayato, he had picked out toys. For Minami, he got a variety of stationery school supplies. After all, she was an academic overachiever. As for Arata, Byakuya wasn't too sure about his preferences, so he went with a watch, a safe, all-purpose gift. "I didn't expect to get one too. That's really thoughtful, thanks a lot," Arata said, somewhat surprised. "Are you all settling in well at Anteku?" Byakuya asked Arata. "By you all," he was, of course, referring to the entire Kirishima family. Their move to Anteku had actually been part of his plan from the beginning. Back when he confronted Renji and Yuta, he had already anticipated that, afterward, Renji would likely bring his sister and her family to Anteku for safety. Everything had gone according to plan, so naturally, he wanted to check in on their situation. "Yeah, we're doing well here. Tauka and Ayato are both really happy," Arata replied. Watching Byakuya chatting and laughing with his sister and brother-in-law, Renji's expression turned slightly strange again. Byakuya noticed this, and in a calm tone said, "Although we've already met back in the 4th Ward, I want you to know, I'm not your enemy." Capitulo 129, Breaking Up. Hearing those words, Yomo Renji froze for a moment before he fully processed what was being said. The other party had already recognized him. His expression shifted to one of utter shock. He could hardly believe it, but since the man in front of him had spoken those words, there was no denying the truth any longer. Terrifying. Renji couldn't help but find this black-clad young man absolutely terrifying. Not only had his strength been completely overwhelmed by the other party, but even his background had been thoroughly seen through. "All right." Renji didn't know what else to say, so he simply responded absent-mindedly. For Byakuya to say such a thing, and on top of that, now being the manager's son-in-law, meant he truly wasn't an enemy. Otherwise, Renji should have died back then. He never would have had the chance to join Anteku in the first place. The other staff members more or less understood that something had happened between Renji and Uchiha Byakuya in the past. Though they weren't sure about the details, what mattered most was that Byakuya wasn't an enemy. "Well then, Ito and I should probably head back now. Mayu, you can start getting to know Grandpa today, all right," Byakuya said to Mayu in a gentle but firm manner. "Okay, Tilda." Mayu obediently nodded, without any sign of reluctance or hesitation. After all, they had already discussed this before coming here. Mayu is staying here with us. That's perfect. Tauka and Ayato will have another friend to play with," Kirishima Hikari said cheerfully. "I'll look out for you, little sis. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know," Urumikaya reassured Mayu with a warm smile. Even though they had only been together for a short while, Mayu already felt that everyone at Anteku was very kind. At first, she had been a bit shy and reserved. But now, not only was her grandpa here, but everyone was also so welcoming. With that, all her fears vanished. "Then, I'll be counting on all of you." With those words, Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito left together. Not long after leaving Anteku, Ito turned to Byakuya and asked, "What exactly did you talk to my father about? You two were at it for quite a while." "I revealed my identity to him directly. I also told him that I intend to overthrow the Washu clan's rule, and of course, we discussed Mayu's situation. That's about it." Byakuya gave a straightforward summary. "You trust him that much? Honestly, even I can't fully trust my own father," Ito remarked with a hint of surprise. For some reason, she felt like Byakuya understood her father even better than she did. Yeah. Byakuya nodded. In truth, trust didn't even matter at this point. He was going to break ties with the Washu clan soon anyway. That said, he did genuinely trust Yoshimura Kyuzen. If it weren't for his lack of strength, then aside from Ito herself, there was probably no one who hated the Washu clan more than Yoshimura Kyuzen. At least when it came to opposing the Washu clan, Kyuzen was someone who could be trusted without question. All right then. Ito responded indifferently. But honestly, I was a bit reckless this time. What happened today could put Anteku in danger, and it might even expose your identity. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that her actions today had been somewhat impulsive, perhaps even outright reckless. If the V organization started investigating Ito's connections with Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Kyuzen, things could get really bad. It's fine, they won't get the chance, Byakuya said with complete calm. Really? In this situation, you don't need to deliberately comfort me. Ito replied, half believing and half doubting his words. Clearly, she had no idea what Byakuya was planning next. I'm not trying to comfort you, I'm telling the truth, Byakuya said. It's all right then. Ito figured he must have some kind of method. After all, this guy always had new tricks up his sleeve. If he did have a plan, it wouldn't be surprising. Every couple of days, Byakuya would go to the sunlit garden to take Furuta and Rise out for some fun. But this time was different. Furuta, have you thought about your plan? Byakuya asked Furuta directly. Furuta Nomura's face immediately showed a troubled expression. Sorry, I still haven't figured it out yet. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a way to escape with Rise while ensuring that Byakuya wouldn't be put in danger. He had been agonizing over this problem for quite some time. It doesn't matter, we'll just do it directly, Byakuya said. Do it directly. Furuta was confused by Byakuya's words. Just follow me. Without further explanation, Byakuya took Furuta and Rise and left the sunlit garden, even going beyond the borders of the First Ward. This doesn't seem like the First Ward anymore, does it? Byakuya, you're not. Furuta was beginning to realize something was off. Isn't it obvious what Byakuya intends to do? Rise said to Furuta. But if we do this, won't Byakuya be in danger? Furuta immediately voiced his concern. You two don't need to worry about me, just run as far as you can, don't stop until you absolutely have to. Also, you should head toward the 6th Ward. Byakuya instructed them in a quiet voice. Then, without giving them a chance to argue, he pushed them forward while stopping in his tracks himself. The reason was simple. Washu operatives had been tailing them the entire time. In reality, the members of V could all be considered part of the Washu family's forces. The moment Byakuya had led Furuta and Rise out of the First Ward, their pursuers had only increased in number. He had to hold them off here. Only then could Furuta and Rise successfully escape the Washu's control. Byakuya. Furuta was hesitant to leave, but Rise grabbed his arm. At a moment like this, she was far calmer and more rational than he was. Are you really going to waste Byakuya's efforts? Besides, what can a weakling like you do? Staying here will only drag him down. Furuta struggled internally. But she was right. Right now, all he could do was listen to Byakuya's instructions. Then, Furuta and Rise ran with everything they had, darting into a complex alleyway to make pursuit more difficult. The training they had undergone finally paid off. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 3. Help Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise escape the Washu family's grasp. Reward, 500 attribute points. Mission 3 complete. Mission 4 activated. Mission 4, overthrow the Washu family's rule. Mission reward, 1,000 attribute points. Capitulo 130, V goes all out. Furuta and Rise deeply remembered Byakuya's final instructions. Following what he had told them, they ran straight toward the 6th Ward. As for why Byakuya had specifically directed them there, it was because the warden of the 6th Ward was Kamishiro Matasaka. In a certain sense, Matasaka was actually a very responsible father. Given his personality, Byakuya was sure that Matasaka would help both Furuta and Rise. At the same time, the V operatives who had been tailing Byakuya in the shadows panicked. They no longer stayed hidden, and instead moved with full force to try and capture Furuta and Rise. However, Byakuya stood in their way, holding a platinum-colored briefcase, wearing a calm expression. The men in front of him were all members of V, wearing identical black coats and matching black hats. Each of them wielded a quink as their weapon. Uchiha, do you even know what you're doing? Hand over those two brats now, and when we return, we might be able to plead for leniency on your behalf. Otherwise, you'll suffer an even worse fate. You'd better think carefully about what it means to go against the Washu clan. They tried to intimidate Byakuya with their words, but made no immediate moves. Because they were well aware of Byakuya's strength, even with their numbers, they had no absolute confidence in taking him down. Besides, they were trying to deceive him. Their so-called pleading for leniency was nothing but a lie. In reality, the moment Furuta and Rise had left the first ward, nearly the entire Washu clan had been informed. From that moment on, Byakuya had been deemed a traitor who had to be eliminated no matter what. As a Washu with the purest bloodline, Rise's importance to the family was beyond question, even if that didn't necessarily mean she held a high status. Right now, the V operatives were merely stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements so they could take Byakuya down in one fell swoop. I know exactly what I'm doing. Byakuya replied calmly, unwilling to waste any more words on them. He preferred to finish battles quickly, so he immediately chose to wield his SSS-rated quink, Owl. Compared to other quinks, Owl had an extreme stamina drain. However, these opponents were all special-class fighters. If he used S-rank quinks like SDK or Nida, his efficiency would drop significantly, and he'd end up consuming even more stamina in the long run. After all, his enemies were strong, and their quinks were undoubtedly S-rank or higher. Taking them down wouldn't be easy. Without hesitation, Byakuya launched the first attack, summoning one of his owl quinks. The other owl remained inside the briefcase, which he swiftly transferred into the Kamui dimension. The instant his Manjikayo Sharingan appeared, the black-clad operatives froze in shock. Their first reaction was disbelief. A half-human like Byakuya had a Kagyugan. Seizing the opportunity, Byakuya immediately went for the kill, slashing the throat of the foremost V operative. The man clutched his neck in agony, but blood spurted uncontrollably like a fountain. Unlike ghouls, half-humans didn't possess incredible regenerative abilities. In terms of physical durability, they were no different from normal humans. Ding, the host has defeated a special-class half-human. Reward, 50 attribute points. Damn it, do not let your guard down, this guy has been hiding a lot from us. The remaining black-clad operatives started to panic, especially after witnessing those Kagyugan just now. Byakuya, however, no longer cared about exposing his Manjikayo Sharingan. Previously, he had kept his blood-red eyes hidden to avoid Washu's notice, but now that he had completely severed ties with them, what was there left to hide? The V operatives immediately launched a coordinated assault, attacking from all angles to completely seal off Byakuya's escape routes. But the key word here was almost. With the insight of his Manjikayo Sharingan, Byakuya could perceive everything. In an instant, he predicted all of their attack trajectories, effortlessly finding an incredibly tricky opening in their formation. With Owl, he sliced off one operative's wrist and snatched the Kukaku quink from his severed hand. In the same motion, he flipped the shield-shaped quink around and used it to block the attacks from the other operatives. From that point on, he systematically took them down one by one. Unless these guys could achieve absolute, flawless teamwork, leaving no openings for him to exploit, they were doomed to be picked off one at a time. But perfect coordination was easier said than done. At least, these guys weren't capable of it. Before long, sweat drenched their faces. They soon realized they couldn't even touch him. As operatives above special class in strength, they had never experienced such a crushing sense of helplessness before. This is insane. Switch to defense, we need to stall for time. the black-clad operatives changed their approach. Instead of going head-to-head with Byakuya, they focused on delaying him until reinforcements arrived. Of course, Byakuya knew exactly what they were trying to do. But he wasn't in a hurry. If he were in a rush, he could have just used double Kamui for a complete dimensional suppression. His goal was to conserve stamina, ocular power, and RC cells. Otherwise, dealing with the entire Washu clan would be much harder later on. Besides, by staying here and keeping the fight going, he was buying Furuta and Rise more time. If he weren't holding these V operatives back, Furuta and Rise would never be able to outrun V, not when the average operative was at special class level. They'd have been caught in no time. As long as he remained here, Washu's attention would stay on him. And since he had absolute confidence in protecting himself, he could leave the moment he felt the timing was right. Gradually, only one operative with any combat ability remained. But just then, at least 20 more black-clad figures appeared from all directions. It was practically a full-scale mobilization of V. Among them was also V's leader, Kaiko. "Ha ha ha, you're so dead, kid." The last surviving operative burst into triumphant laughter. "You should be saying that to yourself." Byakuya didn't even spare him a glance. With a casual flick of his blade, he slit the man's throat. The laughter was cut off instantly. "Ding, the host has defeated a special class half-human. Reward, 50 attribute points." "Byakuya, you've really disappointed us." Kaiko sighed slightly. "I had high hopes for you, I trusted you, but you chose to follow in Kyuzen's footsteps." Byakuya's actions had been a huge letdown for him. Although, in a way, they weren't entirely unexpected. After all, Byakuya has always had a blood vendetta against them. But choosing to go against Washu alone, that, in Kaiko's eyes, was the most foolish decision possible. Byakuya couldn't be bothered to reply. Instead, he simply raised Owl and pointed the blade straight at Kaiko's forehead. Capitulo 131, Kamishiro Matasaka. Everyone attack together. His strength is not to be underestimated. Kaiko ordered the surrounding V operatives. More than 20 black-clad figures immediately charged at Uchiha Byakuya. Even Kaiko himself was wielding a Kukaku quink shaped like a cannon, likely an SS or even SSS-rated quink, specifically prepared to deal with Byakuya. At that moment, Kaiko aimed the quink at Byakuya and fired an RC-concentrated blast. Byakuya was completely surrounded from all directions. Theoretically, there was nowhere to escape. The sheer power of the RC-concentrated blast was overwhelming. Visually, it even appeared to create a shockwave-like effect. Yet Byakuya remained calm and glanced at his watch. Judging that the timing was about right, his main Jikayo Sharingan emerged, and a spatial vortex opened before him. Just as the RC-concentrated blast was about to strike him, he teleported himself into the Kamui dimension. At the exact moment of impact, the explosion created a massive crater in the ground. The impact sent debris and thick clouds of dust billowing into the air, severely obscuring visibility. Kaiko and the other black-clad operatives lost sight of Byakuya entirely. Kaiko raised his hand, signaling the others to hold their positions. He wasn't sure about Byakuya's current status. At least in the split second before the explosion, he had seen Byakuya standing completely still, as if he had taken the attack head-on. Was the brat frozen in fear? Or did he have some other plan? After all, Kaiko was using an SSS-rated Kukaku quink. The sheer force of the blast wasn't something a human body could possibly withstand. Even a Kakuja would struggle to survive multiple hits from this weapon. Logically speaking, he should be dead beyond a doubt. After waiting for a while, the dust began to settle. Kaiko and the V operatives scanned the area, but Byakuya was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had been completely obliterated. Not even a corpse left, maybe some remains got buried under the rubble. Kaiko muttered. He had never used this level of a quink on a human body before. But given the destructive power of an SSS-class quink, this outcome wasn't all that surprising. What puzzled him the most, however, was why Byakuya hadn't even attempted to dodge. With Byakuya's abilities, dodging that attack wouldn't have been difficult. At worst, he would have taken some minor damage from the shockwave and then gradually succumbed under their combined assault. That was the scenario Kaiko had originally anticipated. Maybe he just accepted his fate. Kaiko murmured. Given the situation, escape had been impossible. Perhaps Byakuya simply gave up in order to die a quicker, less painful death. But in reality, Byakuya was already inside the Kamui dimension. He was heading straight for Furuta and Rise to see whether he could fully entrust them to Yashitoki Washu. What a shame, losing Byakuya as an asset. Well then, the next Reaper position will be assigned to Kishu. Despite Byakuya's defection, Kaiko's trust in Arima Kishu remained unshaken. In his eyes, Byakuya had always performed flawlessly. Until today, when he suddenly pulled this foolish stunt for the sake of Furuta and Rise. Arima Kishu had nothing to do with this matter. The V organization always needed a convenient cleaner to handle the dirty work, and there was no better choice than Arima Kishu. We can report back now. The traitor has been eliminated. Furuta and Rise weren't running fast enough. By the time Uchiha Byakuya found them, they had only just reached the third ward and were already gasping for breath. Exhausted beyond their limits, they hid in a secluded alley to rest. Hugging their knees and curling up tightly, the two of them pressed close together, sitting in the darkest corner. Rise, do you think we'll ever see Byakuya again? Furuta asked softly, his expression downcast. Who knows, Byakuya is really strong. He should be able to survive, right? Rise seemed relatively calm. I hope so. Furuta wasn't so sure. He understood better than Rise just how terrifying the V operatives were. And Byakuya was alone. If he got surrounded, escape would be nearly impossible. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Their nerves tensed instantly. Forget speaking, they didn't even dare to breathe. Furuta's heart pounded so hard, it felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. Please don't be the Washu. He prayed desperately. Rai's face turned slightly pale. She instinctively pressed closer to Furuta, as if that would somehow make her feel safer. Thump, thump. Furuta could clearly hear both his and Rai's heartbeats, along with the footsteps drawing nearer. It's over. Furuta realized the person was coming directly toward them. It was most likely a Washu operative. If they got caught now, all their efforts would have been for nothing. There would be no second chance to escape. Rise would definitely be imprisoned again. And Byakuya's fate was still unknown. They would have let him down. The next moment, Furuta and Rise could already see the stranger's feet. Paralyzed by fear, neither of them noticed the faint sense of familiarity in that pair of shoes. Rest a little longer, then we'll keep moving. It wasn't until they heard that familiar voice that they realized something was off. Furuta froze for a second, then his eyes widened in joy. Byakuya. SHH. Uchiha Byakuya raised a finger to his lips. The danger isn't over yet, we can't let our guard down. Furuta immediately shut his mouth and nodded vigorously. So Byakuya is really okay. I thought we had been exposed. Rise let out a deep sigh of relief. I'm fine, those guys won't find us for now. Let's head to the 6th ward. Byakuya said. Got it. Maybe it was the rush of adrenaline, but Furuta no longer felt tired. Rise was the same. Byakuya led them forward, keeping their movements hidden the entire way. Before long, they reached the 6th ward. But finding Kamishiro Matasaka wouldn't be easy. To speed things up, Byakuya casually fished for a random ghoul, easily subduing them. I won't kill you, he said, but you need to take me to your leader. However, before the words had even fully left his mouth, Kamishiro Matasaka had already appeared. No need for that, I'm right here. Capitulo 132. Well, the man who appeared before Uchiha Byakuya was a burly, imposing middle-aged man dressed in martial arts attire. This was none other than Kamishiro Matasaka, the leader of the 6th ward, an SS-rated ghoul known by the alias Shachi. Upon seeing Kamishiro Matasaka, Byakuya immediately released the ghoul he had captured earlier. He was a man of his word. That ghoul wasted no time disappearing without a trace. He thought this special class investigator from the CCG had come to make trouble for Kamishiro Matasaka, and he wanted no part in it. "What do you want with me? This should be our first time meeting, right?" Kamishiro Matasaka asked as he studied Uchiha Byakuya. At the same time, his gaze briefly lingered on Furuta and Rise. He found it strange. Why had this man brought 2 children to the 6th ward under his control? And why was he looking for him? "That's right, this is our first time meeting," Byakuya said calmly, "but Yashimura Kyuzan is my senior, so I know of you." "Who exactly are you?" Kamishiro Matasaka fell silent for a moment, his expression turning wary. "At least until today, I was still a Washu puppet." Byakuya made no effort to conceal the truth and revealed his identity outright. "I see." The moment Kamishiro Matasaka heard the words Washu puppet, he immediately understood. After all, his old friend Yashimura Kyuzan had once been in the same situation. There were quite a few ghouls who knew the Washu's secret. Kamishiro Matasaka was one of them. But he never spoke of it. He valued his life. As long as he kept his mouth shut, the Washu wouldn't bother wasting their time on him. "So, are you under orders to eliminate me?" Kamishiro Matasaka asked in a deep voice. "Of course not, I just have a request." With that, Byakuya pulled Furuta and Rise forward. These 2 children are both from the Washu and have highly unique backgrounds. Because of them, the Washu now see me as a traitor. Kamishiro Matasaka was naturally not the type to trust a stranger's words so easily. "And what's in it for me? If what you're saying is true, wouldn't this only put me in danger?" "That's true. The only benefit to you would be gaining a foster son and daughter," Byakuya said bluntly. "I came to you because I believe you're trustworthy, but if you're unwilling, I'll find another way." He spoke with complete honesty. There was no deception, no empty promises. Hearing the man address him by his surname, Kamishiro Matasaka felt increasingly convinced that he was telling the truth. "The Black Reaper who appeared at that auction, that was you, wasn't it?" Kamishiro Matasaka asked. The auction incident had shaken the entire ghoul community. Nearly all the upper-class ghouls had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Among them, a black-clad investigator had gained notoriety for killing the high-ranking madame, and given that he was a special-class investigator, the moniker had stuck. Kamishiro Matasaka had heard the rumors. And after piecing together various accounts of the Black Reaper's exploits, he strongly suspected that the man standing before him was the one from those reports. "That's right." Byakuya nodded. "Going against the Washu is hardly a wise move, but I'll watch over these 2 little ones for now, as a favor to Kyuzan." Kamishiro Matasaka agreed. "Thank you, Kamishiro-senpai." Byakuya then turned to Furuta and Rise. "For now, you 2 will stay here in the 6th ward. Once I've taken care of everything, I'll come back for you." "Can't Byakuya and I just stay here and hide with us?" Furuta couldn't help but ask. Byakuya shook his head slightly. "Hiding like this isn't a real solution. With the Washu's reach, they'll find us sooner or later. Besides, it's about time I settle things with them." "All right." Furuta understood that Byakuya was right. At the same time, the Washu family had already received word that Byakuya had been successfully exiled. But since Furuta and Rise were still missing, they could only investigate in secret. They didn't dare let V act openly. Even the CCG's investigators couldn't be mobilized, as there was no justifiable reason to send them after 2 children. This was precisely why, in the original story, Kamishiro Rise was able to roam freely, hunting as she pleased, without the Washu recapturing her. The fact that the CCG had labeled her binge eater showed that she was being treated as just another ghoul. Frustrated by the situation with Furuta and Rise, the Washu family handled Byakuya's aftermath in a rather straightforward manner. Publicly, they simply announced that Uchiha Byakuya had died in the line of duty, without revealing any details. They didn't even bother smearing his name, not out of respect, but because they simply didn't care enough to. "No way, Special Class Uchiha is dead, that's way too sudden. I never thought even Special Class Uchiha could fall. The CCG just lost one of its most important commanders." I heard Special Class Uchiha was investigating Aogiri Tree in the 24th Ward. If he's dead, Aogiri Tree must be responsible. They might be the biggest threat we face right now. Sigh, this is just so unexpected. Within the CCG, a somber mood settled over the organization. It wasn't unusual for ghoul investigators to die in the line of duty, but the loss of a special class investigator was on an entirely different level compared to the death of a rank 2. Losing a high-ranking commander like this was bound to affect morale. Among those struggling to believe the news the most were Mato Mei and Mato Akira. They couldn't accept that special class Uchiha would just die so easily. The only one who could vaguely guess what had happened was Arima Kishu. It was clearly something to do with the Washu family. Still, he hadn't expected Byakuya to die so suddenly. It seemed Byakuya had been doing many things behind his back, and now everything made sense. No wonder V had mobilized almost their entire force today. Now that Byakuya was gone, their hopes of forming an alliance with Aogiri Tree had become even more uncertain. But Arima had no intention of giving up. Even if the true leadership of the CCG lay in the hands of the Washu family, he still had to put on a show for the human investigators. And so, following protocol, the CCG prepared to hold a funeral for Uchiha Byakuya. At the same time, they began sending out the letters he had left behind. Capitulo 133, Miss Takatsuki. At the same time, Uchiha Byakuya had no idea that the CCG was planning to hold a funeral for him. He hadn't even considered the possibility that the Washu family had simply declared him dead. So after entrusting Furuta and Rise to Kamishiro Matasaka in the 6th Ward, he was leisurely allocating his stat points. At the same time, he focused on recovering his stamina, ocular power, and RC cells, all in preparation for the final showdown. Current attribute points, 1550. Ding, attribute points successfully allocated. Physicality plus 55. RC cell value. Attribute points minus 1,500. As always, Byakuya kept a few attribute points in reserve. Without even realizing it, he had accumulated this many attribute points over time. With this round of upgrades, both his physicality and RC cell value had nearly doubled. Physique, 120. RC cell value, 500 storage plus 2,000. Now, his RC cell value should be enough to support the use of double Kamui, without too many restrictions. Meanwhile, the letters sent by the CCG had arrived at Shui, the publishing house of the author, Takatsuki-sen. From there, Shui forwarded them to her most recently updated address, Anteku in the 20th Ward. At that moment, Yoshimura Ito was sitting in the cafe, sipping coffee and reading a book, when she suddenly received an unexpected package. The person delivering these letters was a young female ghoul investigator from the CCG. Miss Takatsuki, these are things left behind by Special Class Uchiha. The female investigator personally handed over the letters to Yoshimura Ito, speaking in a heavy tone. And what is this? Ito clearly hadn't realized what was going on yet. But from the investigator's expression and tone, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. Special Class Uchiha, he sacrificed himself. These were left for you. The investigator stammered slightly, but still managed to get the words out. I see. Ito accepted the envelopes with a calm, neutral expression. Each letter was individually sealed, yet all of them were addressed to the same person, her. Also, tomorrow we'll be holding a funeral for Special Class Uchiha. If it's convenient, we hope you can attend. My condolences. Leaving those words behind, the female investigator turned and left. She was relieved that Special Class Uchiha's relative was handling it calmly. The last thing she wanted was a grieving family member having an emotional outburst. It would have been too much pressure for her. Meanwhile, Yoshimura Kyuzen and the cafe staff had all overheard the news of Byakuya's death. Their expressions ranged from grief and solemnity to sheer disbelief. The staff had no idea about Byakuya's conflict with the Washu family. They assumed he had died while carrying out a CCG mission and couldn't imagine what kind of ghoul could have been strong enough to kill him. Could it have been Aogiri trees, one-eyed king, or one-eyed owl? Even warriors as powerful as Yomo Renji and Yuta had been utterly powerless against them. Uchiha Byakuya. No matter how they thought about it, the only ones capable of killing him were the two SSS-rated ghouls from Aogiri tree. Clearly, apart from Yoshimura Kyuzin, none of the cafe staff knew the true identities of the one-eyed king and the one-eyed owl, who were, in fact, Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito. Even Yoshimura Kyuzin himself only knew that Ito was the one-eyed owl. He had no idea where the one-eyed king had come from. Fortunately, Mayu and Tauka were upstairs playing, so they hadn't overheard the news. Eat it. Yoshimura Kyuzin couldn't help but step forward, concerned about her reaction. He could already guess what had happened to Byakuya. Having fought against him once before, he was well aware that the only real threat to someone of Byakuya's strength was V. Considering Byakuya's identity and their past conversation, it wasn't hard to piece together the truth. But Ito's face remained emotionless. She slowly tore open the envelope and pulled out several letters inside. Wishing Dear Kafka great sales and success. To Takatsuki-sen. The publication process is going smoothly. Sensei, just focus on your writing. To Takatsuki-sen. Just a quick glance at the handwriting and the casual tone of the letters, and Ito could tell that Byakuya had written them in an offhanded manner, filled with trivial, meaningless chatter. He was probably just doing it to go through the motions. After all, there were no CCG missions that could have possibly posed a real threat to him. Yet, every single letter was addressed to her. After reading through them, Ito placed the letters back into the envelope. Her expression remained neutral, but deep within her eyes, a cold, murderous hatred flickered. She had long since abandoned any show of vulnerability. To her, it was meaningless. Action was the only thing that mattered. What an idiot, she murmured, her voice carrying a complicated mix of emotions. Why did he have to go off on his own? Why didn't he tell her anything? If they had worked together, would things have turned out differently? For the first time in a long while, Ito felt numb. Her mother, her adoptive father, and now the person she had feelings for, they all had died at the hands of the Washu family. If she didn't take revenge, she would never be able to live with herself. Even though Ito's expression barely changed, Yoshimura Kyuzin could tell she would not let this go. And sure enough, in the next moment, she placed her book on top of the envelope and stood up. I have something to take care of, I'm heading out. She didn't explain further, her tone calm and even. But Yoshimura Kyuzin knew exactly what she was planning. There was no way he could let her go alone. I'll come with you. His voice was heavy with concern. There's no need. This started because of me, so I'll end it myself. Ito smiled. But that smile was strained. She wanted to go alone. She wasn't even planning to bring the other members of Aogiri Tree. She refused to put them in such danger. This was her personal vendetta. All she could think about now was killing, slaughtering Washu members and venting her rage trough their blood. Without another word, Ito turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Yoshimura Kyuzin knew he couldn't just sit by. Take care of Anteku for now. Leaving that one sentence behind, he quickly changed into a different outfit and followed after her. Capitulo 134, Resurrection. Arima Kishu was supposed to be investigating Aogiri Tree in the 24th Ward, yet he appeared at the 1st Ward's CCG headquarters. Associate Special Class Arima, it's rare to see you here. Why did you suddenly come back? A colleague, surprised to see Arima, immediately asked. There are some matters that need to be handled. Besides, tomorrow is Associate Special Class Uchiha's funeral, so I returned early. Arima answered expressionlessly. That's true. The person recalled that Associate Special Class Arima had partnered with Associate Special Class Uchiha for quite some time. Realizing that this was not a suitable topic to continue, he chose to drop it. Feeling slightly awkward, he just exchanged a few more words with Arima Kishu before walking away. In truth, Arima's return this time was not just to attend Byakuya's funeral. As he had mentioned, there were some matters that needed to be handled, and those matters concerned the one-eyed owl. Arima was worried that Byakuya's death might provoke Yoshimura Ito, and if she acted impulsively, their entire plan would be thrown into chaos. If something were to happen to Yoshimura Ito as well, there would be no way to salvage the situation. If the one-eyed owl did indeed appear, it would be necessary for him to intervene. Since many high-ranking members of the Washu clan were at the First Ward CCG headquarters, including the Supreme Chairman, Washu Tsuneyoshi, and the Bureau Director, Washu Yashitoki. There was a high probability that Yoshimura Ito would launch an attack here. If high-ranking officials were put in danger, V would undoubtedly take action. If Arima could stop Ito, at the very least, he could put on a show. However, one thing would take him completely by surprise. The one about to appear would not necessarily be just one owl. Shortly after Ito and Yoshimura Kyuzen had left the Anteku safe zone, Byakuya returned to the cafe, albeit a little too late. Just as Kirishima Hikari and the others were agonizing over how to explain Byakuya's disappearance to the little Mayu, they suddenly saw Byakuya walk right in. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had just seen a ghost. Wasn't Byakuya already dead? Even his will had been delivered. Yet, standing before them, Byakuya looked perfectly fine with not a single wound visible on his body. Was this a resurrection? No, Byakuya-kun, didn't the CCG say that you had already died? Kirishima Hikari couldn't help but ask. Died. Byakuya looked utterly confused. He had no idea that he had supposedly died. But he quickly realized that something was wrong. He didn't see Yoshimura Kyuzen or Ito. Had the CCG already sent his will? Yes, a ghoul investigator came here carrying your will, saying that your funeral is scheduled for tomorrow. We all believed it. Hikari said, exasperated. None of them had expected such a thing to be false. For a moment, Byakuya didn't know what to say. He figured it must have been because he had transferred into Kamui's dimension, and Kaiko and the others had assumed he was dead. Walking over to a table, he picked up an envelope that had been tucked under a book. The envelope had already been opened, and inside were several farewell letters. Ito had definitely already read them. Seeing his own farewell letters, which he had personally written, end up in Ito's hands, Byakuya suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. However, more than embarrassment, what he felt was concern. By the way, the manager and Miss Ito both just left. You should hurry and find them, especially Miss Ito. She must be heartbroken. At this moment, Hikari reminded him. Byakuya responded before immediately leaving the cafe. I knew it, there's no way he'd go down that easily. Yomo Renji remarked. Since when did the CCG become so unprofessional? How could they make such a basic mistake? Koma Enji complained. This really turned into a huge misunderstanding, but the manager and Miss Ito should be fine. The only question is, where did they go? Hikari sighed. They had no idea that Yoshimura Kyuzen and Ito had gone to confront the Washu clan, so when they learned that Byakuya was still alive, they were genuinely relieved. At the very least, they no longer had to worry about explaining things to Mayu upstairs. However, now it was Byakuya's turn to have a headache. First Ward, CCG headquarters. After leaving Anteku, Ito had immediately activated her Kakuja form and flew straight toward the First Ward at incredible speed. Yes, she flew. The one-eyed owl descended from the sky, crashing directly into the CCG headquarters lobby. The sudden surprise attack from the one-eyed owl caught the investigators completely off guard, sending them into a panic as they scrambled for their quinks. That's the one-eyed owl. She actually attacked headquarters directly. Quick, notify the bureau director. Damn it, of all times she had to strike now. Tomorrow is Associate Special Class Uchiha's funeral. Some of the investigators were furious, thinking that if the one-eyed owl caused too much destruction, they wouldn't be able to hold the funeral properly the next day. Ito had no interest in dealing with these ignorant fools. She headed straight for the Washu High Command within CCG. Stand down. At that moment, Arima Kishu stepped forward, carrying his quink briefcase. Associate Special Class Arima. The surrounding investigators immediately perked up. Since special class investigators rarely stationed themselves at the First Ward headquarters, spending most of their time overseeing other areas, HAREM was currently the strongest investigator present. Aside from him, there were only 2 other associate special class investigators in the building. Of course, even if the other special class investigators were here, HAREM would still be the strongest among them. Thus, all the investigators pinned their hopes on Associate Special Class HAREM to repel the one-eyed owl. I heard that Associate Special Class HAREM's true strength is already comparable to a Special Class Investigator. He should be able to handle the one-eyed owl without much trouble. Believe in Associate Special Class HAREM. He was Special Class Uchiha's partner, after all. We should back off quickly and avoid getting in his way. Following that sentiment, the investigators all retreated further inside. Against an opponent of this caliber, their presence would only hinder Associate Special Class HAREM. And to be frank, most investigators feared for their own lives. Now, the only ones left in the CCG lobby were Kishu and the one-eyed owl. Get out of my way. Ito didn't immediately understand why Kishu was blocking her. Her voice was cold and low. Maybe this guy had betrayed them after hearing of Byakuya's death, but whatever the reason, she had no patience for it right now. Capitulo 135, you can stop now. Kishu remained silent. CCG's internal surveillance system was extremely strict. Every word spoken could be monitored, and those investigators from earlier had only temporarily withdrawn. Naturally, he couldn't say anything to Yoshimura Ito. At that moment, HAREM had already retrieved his quink from the briefcase. Seeing this, Ito's gaze turned sharp, and the crimson glow in her single Kakugan flared as she remained in her Kakuja form. Then go to hell. Without hesitation, Ito lunged at HAREM. Although she had grown significantly stronger through multiple instances of cannibalization, her opponent was none other than Kishu, who was currently at the peak of his power. Even if it were the fully evolved, one-eyed owl from the latter part of the original story, defeating HAREM at this stage would still be incredibly difficult. In her Kakuja form, Ito's speed was overwhelming, yet she couldn't even touch Kishu. Not only was she unable to land a hit, but she was also repeatedly countered by Kishu's quink. As long as her Kakuhu wasn't directly struck, the regenerative abilities of the one-eyed owl would keep her from suffering serious damage. However, HAREM's counters were ruthless and precise. Within just a few exchanges, one of the Kakuhu in Ito's Kakuja had already sustained damage. Her defeat at HAREM's hands seemed only a matter of time. However, HAREM's goal was merely to repel Yoshimura Ito. Though he was fighting with full force at the moment, he had no intention of dealing a fatal blow in the end. Ito found it difficult to accept. She couldn't even get past Kishu. The truth was, due to Byakuya having drawn most of the attention before, Ito had never realized that, aside from Byakuya, Kishu was actually the single strongest combatant within the Washu clan. But Ito was unwilling to retreat. No matter how powerful a half-human was, they still had a mortal body, fragile in the end. If she could land even a single decisive strike, she would win. Boom! Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from the side. A large section of the CCG headquarters wall had been blown open by some unknown force. The investigators' attention was immediately drawn to the scene. Another Kakuja-clad owl had appeared. Another one-eyed owl? Wait, isn't the one-eyed owl already over there? Are there actually 2 of them? What's going on? They look almost identical. No, they're completely identical. Associate Special Class HAREM was already gaining the upper hand against that one-eyed owl. But now that another one has appeared, things just got complicated. The sudden emergence of a second owl left all the investigators dumbfounded. They knew that ghouls related by blood could possess similar Kakuhu and Kagyun, but an identical Kakuja form was unheard of. After all, the ability to freely alter Kakuja form was something only high-level Kakuja users could achieve. There were very few of them in existence, and the only confirmed ones were Yoshimura Kyuzin and Ito, the father-daughter pair. So it was understandable. that the CCG had no intelligence records regarding such an occurrence. The second owl that had just appeared was, of course, Yoshimura Kyuzen. Just as before, he had mimicked Ito's Kakuja form, and it was his Yukaku Kagyun that had just blasted a hole in the CCG's wall. Yoshimura Kyuzen's objective was clear. He ignored the stunned investigators standing there and immediately charged toward Arima. A slight ripple appeared in Arima's usually composed mind. He sensed that things were about to get troublesome. His greatest strength lay in his near-unbelievable reaction speed and agility, allowing him to remain unscathed in battle. However, fighting one opponent was completely different from fighting two. Maintaining an unscathed state in a 1 versus 2 scenario was an entirely different level of difficulty. But rather than worrying about whether he could handle 2 owls at once, Arima was more concerned that it would now be nearly impossible to stop Ito. Very quickly, Arima found himself being engaged by the second owl, who was none other than Yoshimura Kyuzen. Seizing this opportunity, Ito broke free from Arima's entanglement and charged straight into the depths of the CCG's headquarters. The ordinary investigators didn't even dare to step forward to block the one-eyed owl. They felt that doing so would be no different from throwing their lives away. So, while they clutched their quinks in their hands, not a single one had the courage to advance. Arima's gaze darkened slightly. In terms of pure speed, there was no way he could keep up with the one-eyed owl, so all he could do now was put up a show of fighting the owl in front of him. He could already guess. This owl was likely Yoshimura Ito's father, Yoshimura Kyuzen, who had once served V. The simultaneous appearance of 2 owls naturally alarmed the entire Washu clan. If one of them was Yoshimura Kyuzen, then who else could the other owl be? It could only be Yoshimura Kyuzen's child, of course. And since Yoshimura Kyuzen's child with a human woman could only be either a half-human or a half-ghoul. A Kakuja-forming ghoul with a single Kakugen, excluding the possibility of an artificial half-ghoul experiment, could only mean one thing: a naturally born half-ghoul. The Washu clan had produced a naturally born half-ghoul before, so they were well aware of their characteristics. Immediately, V, already stationed in the first ward, was deployed by the Washu clan to the CCG headquarters. On the surface, it was a reinforcement mission for the CCG, but in reality, their true objective was to capture Yoshimura Ito alive. Meanwhile, Yoshimura Kyuzen's battle with Arima was not going well for him, especially since Arima was now equipped with S-rated quinks instead of B-rated ones, making his attacks far more lethal. Yoshimura Kyuzen was quickly pushed further into a disadvantageous position. Before long, one of his Kakuja arms was severed. It seems that as of lately, I've been getting my arms cut off a lot. Yoshimura Kyuzen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But he had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he was actually enjoying the battle. Given his knowledge of V, he was well aware that this blue-haired young man in front of him was even stronger than Kaiko, making him the top combatant among V's single-unit operatives. Which meant he absolutely had to stall this blue-haired youth for as long as possible, giving Ito time to achieve her goal. Even if he were to die here, it didn't matter. This was his atonement, a price to pay for a life filled with sin. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a familiar figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. "Arima, you can stop now." That voice instantly made Arima pause in momentary shock. When he finally focused on the figure's face, he saw that the person standing before him was none other than Uchiha Byakuya. In one moment, Arima Kishu had been locked in a fierce battle with the owl. The next, he immediately ceased his attack. He didn't know how Byakuya had come back to life. But as long as he was alive, that was all that mattered. Byakuya then looked at Arima and spoke again. "It's good that you're here, Arima. It's time to settle things with V once and for all." Capitulo 136, Arima Kishu's Choice. That's Special Class Uchiha. Isn't Special Class Uchiha supposed to be dead? Why was there news of his sacrifice? It seems the higher-ups had already determined Special Class Uchiha was dead. They even scheduled a funeral for tomorrow. This is turning into a massive blunder. This is great. Even if there are two owls, they're no match for Special Class Uchiha and Associate Special Class Arima. The investigators were stunned at first, but their shock quickly turned into joy. The sudden return of Uchiha Byakuya was an immense morale boost. However, what they failed to realize was that Byakuya wasn't here to help them fight the owls. If anything, it was quite the opposite. "Manager, sorry for making you all worry." At that moment, Byakuya addressed Yoshimura Kyuzen. But Yoshimura Kyuzen had yet to undo his Kakuja transformation. The investigators, still caught up in their own emotions, didn't notice that Byakuya was speaking directly to the owl. Not that it mattered. Even if they did notice, it made no difference. After all, Byakuya was about to declare all-out war against the Washu clan. "Ito, she's in danger." Yoshimura Kyuzen's voice was grave. He hoped Byakuya would hurry to Ito's aid. "I understand, I'll go right away." Before leaving, Byakuya left one final message for Arima Kishu. "Arima, do whatever you think is right." The reason he made a point to say this was because he knew Arima might not fully believe in their cause just yet. It was hard to believe that such a small force could possibly overthrow the entire Washu clan. And if they failed, Arima Kishu and Yuruka Minami would both be in grave danger. This was an important decision. Would Arima Kishu choose to stand firm or continue his allegiance to the Washu clan? Even if Arima chose to remain loyal to the Washu clan, Byakuya could understand. "All right." Arima Kishu nodded slightly. The next second, Byakuya vanished into thin air, having actually teleported into the Kamui dimension. It was only after his disappearance that the investigators finally sensed that something was off. Wait, why did Special Class Uchiha disappear all of a sudden? Yeah, and Associate Special Class Arima's movements, as well as Owl's reaction, all seem strange. It's like they reached some kind of agreement. Could it be that Owl surrendered the moment Special Class Uchiha appeared? I don't see a single trace of fighting intent on him. Although they sensed something was wrong, they hadn't yet grasped the full severity of the situation. At the same time, Yoshimura Kyuzen remained in his Kakuja form. He wasn't sure whether the blue-haired young man in front of him was a friend or foe. From the conversation between Byakuya and this blue-haired youth, it was clear that his stance was still uncertain. If a fight broke out, Yoshimura Kyuzen was prepared to stall him for as long as possible. However, in the very next moment, Arima simply retracted his quink and placed it back into his briefcase. "Let's go inside and support Byakuya." Arima made his decision without the slightest hesitation. Even though, in his eyes, this entire operation seemed reckless, starting a war with the Washu clan despite being severely outnumbered and without a proper plan. But given his personality, once Arima had decided to join forces with Byakuya and Ito, there was no turning back. So he didn't even need to make a choice. If they failed, he would simply protect Yuruka Minami in his own way. Yoshimura Kyuzen was somewhat surprised by Arima's stance and resolve. Shortly after, Yoshimura Kyuzen and Arima moved deeper into CCG headquarters. The investigators, who had already retreated inside, were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Arima Kishu was actually walking alongside Owl toward them. What the hell is going on? Owl doesn't look like he surrendered at all. He's still in his Kakuja form. I have no idea. It's impossible. There's no way Associate Special Class Arima has betrayed us, right? The investigators were in a complete panic. If Arima really had defected, they wouldn't stand a chance against Owl. In fact, they didn't even need to consider the Owl. Arima alone could slaughter them all. Terror-stricken, they instinctively retreated step by step. Faced with an overwhelming power gap, who would dare to stop Arima Kishu and Yoshimura Kyuzen? They genuinely believed they were going to die here. Fortunately, Arima and the Owl didn't seem interested in attacking them. Associate Special Class Arima, what is going on? At that moment, one of the braver investigators mustered the courage to ask. I don't understand anything anymore. You're still on our side, right? The Owl is not our true enemy. The higher-ups of CCG, the entire Washu clan, they're all ghouls. They've been using all of us. Arima paused briefly, before speaking in an emotionless tone. As for whether I'm still your ally, That's for you to decide. To the investigators, this was nothing short of an earth-shattering revelation. The entire Washu clan were ghouls. He has to be joking, right? Their eyes widened in shock, their pupils visibly trembling. The CCG was supposed to be the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau. And the Washu clan founded CCG. A clan of ghouls created an organization dedicated to exterminating ghouls. Who would believe something so absurd? They wanted to deny it, but coming from Aramakishu, these words held an undeniable weight. At that moment, every investigator stood frozen, their minds spiraling into utter chaos. If Aramakishu was telling the truth, what were they supposed to do next? Who was their real enemy? The human Aramakishu, or the ghoul leaders of the CCG? Meanwhile, Yoshimura Ito had already infiltrated deep into CCG headquarters. However, before she could reach the upper echelon of the Washu clan, she was intercepted by a squad of black-clad operatives from V. At the forefront of the group was Kaiko. If the owl fighting Arima right now is Kyuzin, then that would make you his child, wouldn't it? Kaiko spoke with an air of absolute confidence, as if everything was within his control. Kyuzin really is impressive. For decades, the Washu clan has failed to create another naturally born one-eyed ghoul, yet he somehow succeeded. Fighting is such a waste of time. Just submit to the Washu clan. That way, both you and Kyuzin can live. You'd be spared the suffering. Kaiko's tone carried a faint sense of arrogance. Ito let out a scornful laugh. The ones who killed the person I love, I will never forgive them. Capitulo 137, Am I Too Late? The person you love. Kaiko was momentarily stunned. His first assumption was that the one-eyed owl was referring to Yukina. After all, it was they who had driven the latter to her death. He never even considered that the beloved Ito spoke of was actually Uchiha Byakuya. Well, it's up to you. Do you want revenge for Yukina, or do you want to stay alive? Kaiko said casually. Yoshimura Ito couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Even though she was facing 2 or 3 dozen black-clad operatives, she charged in without hesitation. Because these men were her most direct enemies, the V organization. In a world like Tokyo Ghoul, the more powerful the combatants, the faster their fights end. Prolonged battles that drag on for half a day. They simply don't exist. So, there's no room for negotiation. Kaiko's lighthearted demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold expression. The black-clad operatives under his command attacked the one-eyed owl simultaneously. V was composed entirely of special-class level fighters, and there were at least 20 or 30 of them. Even with her current Kakuja form, Ito couldn't take them all on. Only the late-stage version of the one-eyed owl from the original story had the power to defeat V, at least when Arima Kishu and Furuta Nomura weren't present. Ito's Kakuja had multiple forms. Her Aogiri tree, Era wasn't even her strongest. Her final form appeared during the Cochlea Assault Battle, when Kenki Ken defeated Arima Kishu and became the last one-eyed king. That version had a colossal body, estimated to be at least 10 meters tall. It had 6 legs and 2 Kakuja arms, making it several times larger than the version seen in the Aogiri tree arc. The one-eyed owl's final form at full power could instantly slaughter multiple special-class V operatives with undeniable ease. However, she was eventually killed by Furuta Nomura, who had been implanted with Rise Kakuhu. At that point, power levels had become completely ridiculous. But that was more than a decade from now. Right now, the one-eyed owl wasn't strong enough to take on the entirety of V all on her own. After slaughtering a few black-clad operatives, Ito was overwhelmed by the surrounding enemies. Kaiko then used his SSS-rated Yukaku Quink to blast apart her Kakuja armor. Ito's human form was completely exposed. Oh, so you're actually a girl. Kyuzin really had an unruly daughter. I suppose I'll have to educate you in his place. As Kaiko spoke, he reloaded another RC condensed shell. His SSS-rated Yukaku Quink was immensely powerful. However, its biggest flaw was its long cooldown time. After all, he needed to wait a bit before firing a second shot. But Ito's regeneration had already slowed. Her Kakuja armor had been completely shattered. In her human form, she had nowhere to escape. She could only watch as another RC condensed shell hurtled toward her. Though she felt unwilling to accept this end, a faint smile still appeared on Ito's lips. At the very least, she had avenged some of her enemies. She had done something with her life. She didn't close her eyes in fear, but faced death head-on. At the very least, in these final months of her life, she had met Byakuya. Her entire life had not been nothing but tragedy and suffering. And yet, in the end, there had still been moments of happiness and joy. The only regret was that she would never have the chance to look back on those memories ever again. "Byakuya, I'm coming to join you," Ito murmured softly. But just then, a certain silhouette appeared right before her, naturally. It was Uchiha Byakuya's figure. "Am I too late?" Ito let out a self-deprecating chuckle. She hadn't expected that, in the final moments of her life, she would have such a childish hallucination, one so vivid that she could even hear his voice. "You bastard, even in death you're still teasing me." She sighed wistfully. She had wanted to at least die with some dignity. At that exact moment, Byakuya turned his head slightly. His eyes, both of them had opened the main Jikayo Sharingan. His left eye locked onto Ito. His right eye opened a swirling spatial vortex. The incoming RC condensed shell was instantly absorbed into the Kamui dimension. Hi. The explosion that was supposed to end everything never happened. In fact, there wasn't any sound at all. Kaiko frowned in confusion. A moment later, he finally noticed something unusual. A figure had appeared before the one-eyed owl. Focusing his gaze, he realized who it was. Uchiha Byakuya. "Byakuya, but you were supposed to be." Kaiko's face froze in shock. Not just him, the other black-clad operatives were also completely stunned. They had seen it with their own eyes. This kid had been blown to bits, completely reduced to nothing. If he had escaped, there was no way they wouldn't have noticed it. How the hell did he do this? "You all thought I was dead, didn't you? Unfortunately for you, I'm alive and well," Byakuya said calmly. Ito, still in shock, looked up at him. She had finally processed what was happening. She wasn't dreaming. The Byakuya standing before her was real. You're actually alive." For a moment, Ito felt as if she were still stuck in some dream. She couldn't quite believe that the person before her was the real Byakuya. "Of course I am." Byakuya turned around and reached out, lifting her from the shattered Kakuja shell. At that moment, Ito finally accepted the truth. If this were just an illusion, there was no way she would feel such a vivid and familiar touch. "Are we running?" She quickly regained her composure, her expression calm and collected. She didn't blame Byakuya for not telling her he was alive. She didn't complain or get emotional, acting as if nothing had happened at all. The priority, for now, was how to deal with V. She could tell that Byakuya had no intention of retreating. So she continued, "If we're not running, then put me down. I don't want to slow you down." "It's fine, holding you like this is actually safer," Byakuya replied. "Is that so? Well, suit yourself." Ito didn't know what he had planned. But this bastard always managed to pull off the impossible. So, inexplicably, she fully trusted him. She could only hold on a little tighter, wrapping her arms around Byakuya's neck. At that moment, Kaiko finally noticed something odd about Byakuya's eyes. They were blood red, just like a ghoul's Kakugan. But he realized it too late. In the next instant, a massive ethereal blue form emerged, Susanoo. Towering ribcage and colossal arms materialized immediately, shielding both Byakuya and Ito within. But Byakuya didn't stop there. The gigantic blue ribcage rapidly expanded outward, its form growing at a terrifying rate. Capitulo 138, The Power of God Susanoo. Compared to its initial form, the first stage of Susanoo was far more massive, standing approximately 10 meters tall. The giant ribcage rapidly expanded, transforming into a skeletal upper body. Just this upper torso alone was enough to reach such an astonishing height, and the Susanoo's arms were now several times larger than before as well. At this moment, both Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito were completely encased within the Susanoo. Due to the influence of RC cells, Byakuya's Susanoo had materialized into a tangible form. However, while Byakuya and Ito could see the outside world from within, Kaiko and the black-clad operatives could not see anything inside. Is this a Kakuja transformation? Ito was stunned as she realized she was inside the body of a massive giant. She had never seen a Kakuja this enormous before. What shocked her even more was that Byakuya was still standing in a normal posture on the ground, while she was clinging onto him. His Kakuja transformation hadn't affected her at all. The so-called materialization was, in truth, merely a visual alteration. In essence, Susanoo was still the same as ability as before. Originally, a Susanoo was a manifestation of chakra in a tangible form, appearing semi-transparent in its usual state. But despite this transparency, it still possessed immense destructive power and near-impenetrable defense. Thus, as long as Byakuya willed it, Ito could move freely within Susanoo or even exit it at will. Conversely, enemies had no such privilege. A Kakuja, how is this even possible? Kaiko stared up in disbelief at the massive blue ethereal giant before him. Even though it was only an upper torso, its sheer size was utterly mind-boggling. But what baffled him the most was, why could Uchiha Byakuya undergo Kakuja transformation to begin with? A moment ago, Kaiko had noticed that Byakuya's eyes were blood red. Had this kid secretly implanted himself a Kakuhu? And if so, how had he done it without the Washu clan noticing? On top of that, his Kakuja's form had already surpassed even the one-eyed owl. The other black-clad operatives were equally dumbfounded. Their reaction was no better than Kaiko's. The latter was simply the first to regain his composure. He immediately fired another shot from his Yukaku Quink at the Susanoo. Boom! The RC condensed shell exploded directly upon impact. Seeing that his attack had landed successfully, Kaiko smirked in triumph. "Ha, I thought you'd be stronger than this. Even though your body is huge, you're nothing special after all." He sneered with contempt. Clearly, he had great confidence in his SSS-rated Quink. In his mind, Byakuya must have taken serious damage from that blast. And if this so-called Kakuja transformation was this slow, then wasn't it just a giant punching bag? However, the next moment made him freeze in disbelief. As the smoke and dust settled, the Susanoo stood completely unharmed. What? Kaiko's eyes widened in shock. The other black-clad operatives were equally dumbstruck. Even Kaiko's SSS-rated Quink had failed to leave so much as a scratch. A wave of panic surged through them. If not even an SSS-rated Quink could pierce this defense, then what were they supposed to do? In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, the Susanoo was an ultimate offense and defense in one. This was nothing short of a dimensional power gap. This was truly the power of a god. Amazing, just like that you're crushing them completely. At this moment, Ito was stunned by the sheer power of Susanoo. Now, she fully understood where Byakuya's confidence had come from. Don't get ahead of yourself, this isn't everything yet. Byakuya said calmly. Right now, Susanoo lacked a proper weapon, which meant he couldn't take out so many enemies all at once. But with Susanoo's second stage, this problem would be solved. As soon as Byakuya willed it, Susanoo underwent another dramatic transformation. This time, its size nearly doubled. From its skeletal structure, it grew flesh and armor, and most importantly, a weapon materialized in the Susanoo's hand. That weapon was an enlarged version of the S+ rated Kukaku Quink, SDK, now transformed into a massive sword. This was Byakuya's conscious decision. He had designated the S+ rated SDK and the SSS rated OWL as Susanoo's exclusive weapons. However, using OWL would require far more energy, so he opted against it for now. Ito looked up at the ever-growing form of Byakuya's Kakuja, astonished. I'm really starting to wonder what your body is even made of. After all, as a half-human, Byakuya could eat normal food, meaning his RC cell levels should have been quite low. And on top of that, he didn't even have a Kakuhu. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way he should be capable of a Kakuja this massive. At this point, he had to be at least 20 meters tall. Could mutated half-humans really be this absurdly overpowered? Meanwhile, Kaiko and the black-clad operatives were completely dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief as they stared at the towering blue giant before them. A Kakuja this massive, and it even wielded a quink-like weapon. Byakuya had no intention of giving them a chance to recover from their shock. In Suzunu's other hand, a new weapon materialized. Yasaka Magatama. A massive, Sharingan-shaped Magatama, colored the same ethereal blue as the Suzunu itself. Its destructive power was immense, and it was a signature ability unique to the second stage of the Suzunu and beyond. As for how to use it, it was as simple as throwing it. Even though Kaiko and the black-clad operatives had no idea what this thing was, they could instinctively sense the overwhelming danger it posed. But it was already too late. With a simple flick of Byakuya's wrist, his Suzunu hurled the Yasaka Magatama at Kaiko's group. The sheer speed of the attack was utterly absurd. Kaiko and the black-clad operatives had no time to react. Boom! The terrifying explosion of the Yasaka Magatama instantly engulfed Kaiko and his entire squad. Not a single one survived. They were completely obliterated, not even a trace of their bodies remained. Ding, host has defeated the Associate Special Class Investigator, Kaiko. Reward, 300 attribute points. Ding, host has defeated a Special Class Half-Human. Reward, 100 attribute points. In an instant, Byakuya gained a massive number of attribute points. At that moment, Arima Kishu and Yoshimura Kyuzin finally arrived at the battlefield. Looks like the fight is already over. Arima raised his head, gazing up at the colossal giant before him. It was hard to believe that this Kakuja actually belonged to Byakuya. But aside from Byakuya, who else could it be? What is this? Still in his own Kakuja form, Yoshimura Kyuzin was shocked beyond words as he stared up at the gigantic Suzunu before him. He never thought he'd one day find himself looking so small in front of someone else's Kakuja. Capitulo 139. Countdown to the end of the Washu. It seems that Byakuya's true strength far exceeds our imagination. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzin also speculated that the owner of this giant Kakuja was Uchiha Byakuya. Previously, his impression of Byakuya was still stuck at the time when Byakuya cut off both of his Kakuja's arms. However, the absolute power Byakuya displayed today had completely overturned his understanding. First of all, Byakuya was a half-human, yet he could undergo a Kakuja transformation to such a degree. This alone was already unbelievable to him. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzin directly deactivated his Kakuja form. Looking at the battlefield, which had been devastated beyond recognition, he could tell that the battle between Byakuya and V had already ended. I never expected this either. It feels like I never truly knew him at all. Arima Kishu couldn't help but sigh. Besides Arima and Yoshimura Kyuzin, 2 other investigators had also arrived at the scene. They were the 2 Associate Special Class Investigators stationed at CCG's First Ward. They wanted to question Arima about what had happened, but just as they were about to speak, they were instantly stunned by the giant before them. This, what is this? Is this a Kakuja? In an instant, their fighting spirit completely disappeared, their faces filled with fear. This was not an enemy they could handle. They had witnessed the power of half-Kakujas before, and even those had already given them immense trouble. Let alone a fully evolved Kakuja that far surpassed half-Kakujas, and one with such an exaggerated size. These 2 Associate Special Class Investigators didn't want to disgrace themselves by fleeing in battle. But at the same time, they didn't have the courage to step forward and face the gigantic Kakuja. Byakuya simply ignored these 2. His only targets were the Washu clan. As long as these ordinary human investigators didn't recklessly provoke him, he wouldn't do anything to them. Now that Kaiko and the black-clad operatives from V had been completely annihilated, Byakuya immediately deactivated Suzunu. From beginning to end, he had been holding Yoshimura Ito in this position. Next, it's time to settle accounts with the Washu clan. Uchiha Byakuya spoke with a calm expression. If he wanted to overthrow the Washu clan's rule, there was no other choice besides using force. "You bastard! You had such overwhelming power and didn't say anything earlier. You made me think you were really dead." Now that the battle had ended, Ito finally let out a sigh and complained in a slightly resentful tone. Before this, she had never imagined that Byakuya's strength could reach such a level. He had wiped out the entire V organization in an instant. With this terrifying power, overthrowing the Washu clan wouldn't be an issue at all. If she had known earlier that Byakuya was this strong, she wouldn't have had to worry about whether her ideals could be realized. "I hadn't expected this either. In any case, I'm sorry." Byakuya immediately apologized for this misunderstanding. He knew that because of this, Ito had been determined to avenge him, putting herself in grave danger. "Don't ever do this again. If something really happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" Ito stared straight into Byakuya's eyes. Although there was almost no expression on her face, a faint tremor could be heard in her voice. Byakuya could tell that his death had caused a great emotional disturbance in Ito. If this had been under normal circumstances, Ito would never have acted so recklessly. "I understand. From now on, if I plan to do something like this, I'll consult you first." Byakuya nodded sincerely as he spoke. His original intention was to avoid making Ito and Arima worry about him, so he had handled Furuta and Rise alone. After all, he was indeed capable of dealing with the Washu clan by himself. He just hadn't expected Kaiko to so carelessly assume he was dead, which had resulted in the opposite effect. Watching Byakuya and Ito's affectionate interaction, Yoshimura Kyuzen smiled in relief. Ito had found someone she loved, and they could understand each other for that. He was truly happy for her from the bottom of his heart. In contrast, even as her father, he hadn't been able to support Ito's ideals. All he had accumulated over the years was a deep sense of guilt. "Are you going to stay here and recover, or continue moving with me?" At this moment, Byakuya asked Ito. "Of course the latter." After speaking, Ito released her embrace around Byakuya. "I've almost fully recovered. There's nothing to worry about." "All right." Immediately after, Byakuya nodded toward Arima and Yoshimura Kyuzen. Together, they charged into the stronghold of the Washu clan's higher-ups. These guys sure ran fast. Looks like only a few of them didn't have time to escape. Byakuya and his group had already searched through the CCG's upper ranks, but had only found a handful of members from the Washu clan. The most critical figures, General Chairman Washu Tsuneyoshi and Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki, had already disappeared without a trace. Most likely, when Byakuya was battling the V, the sight of his Susanoo had alarmed them. The moment they realized the situation was bad, they had fled immediately. There was nothing to be done about that. After all, unlike in the original story, where Nomura Furuta had meticulously planned for years, leading both CCG and V away before suddenly launching a massacre under the guise of the clowns, Byakuya had chosen to directly engage the V head-on. No matter how arrogant the Washu clan was, they wouldn't be foolish enough to sit around and wait for their demise. But Byakuya had no need to set up a long-term scheme like Furuta. With his absolute strength, he could take action immediately. Why waste unnecessary time? His goal had already been achieved. He didn't need to slaughter the entire Washu clan. Hunting down the remaining members was only a matter of time. The Washu clan's downfall was already counting down to its final moments. Please don't kill us." The few captured members of the Washu clan didn't even dare to resist. Though they were all natural-born Kakujas, not every Kakuja was as powerful as Yoshimura Kyuzen or Ito. Even among Kakujas, there were strong and weak ones. The Washu clan, having long relied on consuming investigator corpses, essentially rotten flesh and constantly dreaming of becoming human, belonged to the weaker category. Moreover, they had already seen Uchiha Byakuya's terrifying power through the surveillance system. Standing beside him were 2 SSS-rated owls and Arima Kishu himself. Under these circumstances, resisting was nothing short of suicide. "Fine, I won't kill you, but you will have to obey my orders." Byakuya spoke indifferently. "Yes, I will absolutely follow your commands." One of the Washu members immediately agreed. The others quickly followed suit. Regardless of what they had to obey, staying alive was always better than dying. When the time comes, I'll need you to make a public appearance in the media and reveal your Kakugan. A faint threat laced Byakuya's cold tone. It's a simple task. You're not going to tell me you can't do it, are you? Capitulo 140, taking over as director. Of course we can do it. At this point, they no longer cared about the Washu clan's reputation. All that mattered now was saving their own lives. Very good. Uchiha Byakuya nodded slightly. This was why his objective had already been achieved. With the revelation of the Washu clan's identity as ghouls before the world, their rule would naturally collapse. Afterward, Byakuya told Yoshimura Kyuzen and Yoshimura Ito to return first. He and Arima Kishu, however, remained at the CCG. After all, there were still loose ends to tie up. If they simply left now, the CCG would descend into total chaos. At this moment, all the ghoul investigators in the First Ward's CCG were in complete turmoil. They never could have imagined that Special Class Uchiha and Associate Special Class Arima were actually working together with the one-eyed owl. In comparison, the fact that there were 2 SSS-rated owls, and that Special Class Uchiha had seemingly returned from the dead now seemed like minor details. Special Class Uchiha, Associate Special Class Arima, can we still trust you? Faced with Byakuya and Arima, the gathered investigators were at a loss. That's up to you to decide. But before that, wait until the other Special Class investigators return. I have something very important to announce. Byakuya spoke with a calm expression. The investigators had no objections, and so, with uneasy hearts, they waited. Fortunately, it didn't take long before all the remaining Special Class investigators, aside from Uchiha Byakuya, had returned. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone saying you and Associate Special Class Arima have betrayed us? I can tell, Special Class Uchiha, that you don't seem hostile. Can we sit down and talk this through? Special Class Uchiha, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here, right? The CCG didn't have that many Special Class investigators to begin with. Before returning, they had, of course, already heard about the situation in the First Ward. It was difficult to believe that Special Class Uchiha and Associate Special Class Arima had defected. But who are these people? At that moment, Maruditsuki noticed the individuals standing behind Byakuya and Arima. They looked very familiar. Weren't these high-ranking figures from the First Ward headquarters? The CCG wasn't solely composed of ghoul investigators. Above the Special Class investigators was the Decision-Making Council, as well as Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki and General Chairman Washu Tsuneyoshi. They were the ones who typically assigned the investigators their missions. Although these high-ranking figures were all members of the Washu clan, since there had never been any major issues, the CCG had continued to function smoothly. Now, however, Maruditsuki was confused. Why were these high-ranking officials here? Had they already been captured by Special Class Uchiha and Associate Special Class Arima? They didn't appear to be injured. At most, their clothes were a little disheveled, but their faces were clearly filled with fear. I do intend to have a proper conversation with all of you. At that moment, Byakuya spoke up. Then he turned to the Washu members behind him. You all recognize these individuals, don't you? They are legitimate members of the Washu clan. Byakuya glanced back at them. I doubt any KF you ever considered the fact that the Washu clan aren't human, but rather ghouls, or have you? Ghouls, how is that possible? Yeah, if they were really ghouls, they wouldn't be able to pass through the RC scan gates. The Special Class investigators were all in disbelief. First and foremost, there was the issue of the RC scan gates. They wouldn't be able to get past them. Moreover, none of them had ever noticed anything unusual about these high-ranking officials. What if the RC scan gates were tampered with by the Washu clan? Byakuya said casually, by the way, both I and Kishu aren't human either. But we aren't ghouls, we are hybrids of humans and ghouls, classified as half-humans. Our RC cell levels are elevated, so in theory, we should also trigger the RC scan gates alarms. At this stage, there was no point in hiding the fact that he and Arima were half-humans. You're half-humans. They were special class investigators, after all, so they had some knowledge of things that ordinary people wouldn't. However, they had never personally encountered a half-human before. Even if they had seen one, they wouldn't have been able to tell. But they knew that Special Class Uchiha and Associate Special Class Arima had both come from a place called Sunlit Garden. Now it seemed that the Sunlit Garden was likely related to half-humans. To explain in detail, both Kishu and I carry the bloodline of the Washu clan. Every RC scan gate that has been distributed was modified by the Washu clan to prevent the detection of ghouls and half-humans with Washu blood, or even those associated with the Washu lineage. Byakuya explained at a steady pace. The special class investigators exchanged glances, clearly uncertain whether to believe him. This was understandable, after all. Byakuya had yet to present any irrefutable evidence. Next, Byakuya turned directly to the high-ranking Washu officials. It's your turn to perform. The high-ranking members of the Washu clan all nodded. They understood exactly what Byakuya meant. In the next moment, right in front of the special class investigators, they revealed their Kakyugen. That was enough. There was no need to manifest their Kagyun, just a pair of Kakyugen was sufficient to prove everything. Only then did the special class investigators finally believe it. The Washu clan was truly a family of ghouls. What the hell is going on? The CCG was actually founded by a family of ghouls. This is the biggest joke of all time. So that means both the bureau director and the general chairman are also ghouls. Honestly, I'm completely dumbfounded. For a moment, the special class investigators struggled to accept this reality. The Washu clan's fundamental and sole purpose in establishing the CCG was to maintain their rule. All ghoul investigators, including half-humans like Kishu and me, were just pawns in the Washu clan's grand scheme. Byakuya continued, "That's all I wanted to tell you. Now that the most representative special class investigators of the CCG had personally witnessed the true nature of the Washu clan, it wouldn't be long before the rest of the ghoul investigators learned the truth as well." Looking at the complicated expressions on the faces of the special class investigators, it was clear that they needed time to process such an earth-shattering revelation. Where are the bureau director and the general chairman? Have they already fled? The first to regain his composure was Maru Itsuki, who immediately asked Byakuya. "They've already run away." Byakuya replied. Maru Itsuki's expression turned serious. That means the CCG is now leaderless and in a state of chaos. Someone needs to step up and take charge. Special Class Uchiha, you should temporarily assume the position of Bureau Director. Capitulo 141, New CCG Director. Anything's fine. Uchiha Byakuya replied casually. However, he had no interest in handling all the tedious affairs. At most, he would just bear the title of Bureau Director and delegate tasks to capable individuals, just as he had done when he was the Second Ward's CCG branch chief. Does anyone have any objections to Special Class Uchiha assuming the position of Bureau Director? At that moment, Maru Itsuki turned to the other Special Class investigators and asked. No objections. Given the massive crisis with the Washu clan, there's indeed no one more suitable than Special Class Uchiha. The others shook their heads one after another. Although they hadn't had much direct contact with Byakuya, they were well aware that his strength was, without a doubt, the most formidable. As for Byakuya's connections with the one-eyed owl and Aogiri tree, they did have concerns, but they dared not press the issue. To put it bluntly, they still couldn't fully trust Byakuya, because they had no idea which side he truly stood on. All they knew for certain was that he was at least not a ghoul, but a half-human. But can we really trust you? Once again, it was Maru Itsuki who voiced the concern that was on everyone's mind. Rest assured, both Kishu and I uphold the pursuit of peace. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be standing here, having this conversation with you. Byakuya replied. That's true. Maru Itsuki and the other special class investigators felt somewhat relieved. since the original decision-making body had been entirely composed of the Washu clan, and they had either fled or been subdued by Byakuya, the decision-making body no longer existed. With no opposition from any of the special class investigators, Byakuya was now the indisputable new bureau director. They were already holding a special class meeting, which was the most important meeting aside from the decision-making council. According to the Washu clan's established system, Byakuya would technically have to change his name. Just like how in the original story, Furuta Nomura changed his name to Washu Kichimura, every bureau director in CCG's history had the character Kichai, Chinese letter in their name, for example. Washu Yashitoki, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, and Washu Tsunayoshi, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. But now that the Washu clan was beginning to collapse, there was no way Byakuya would bother upholding such a pointless system. From now on, the CCG will continue to operate under its original system. Everything will proceed as it always has. After assuming the position of bureau director, Byakuya had no intention of making any changes. The current system of the CCG was already sufficient. Previously, the real tool the Washu clan used to manipulate the balance between humans and ghouls was V, not the CCG. The CCG's greatest significance lay in elevating the Washu clan's status and prestige within human society, while also granting them absolute control over Japan's most powerful military force. Although Byakuya's ultimate goal was to change this world, merely overthrowing the Washu clan was far from enough. It wasn't realistic to dismantle the CCG entirely and prevent them from hunting ghouls. If that happened, ghouls would only become even more rampant in preying on humans. This approach wouldn't solve the problem at its core. At present, the most effective solution was to develop a special type of food that could replace human flesh and satisfy the hunger of ghouls. Even if it was impossible to completely resolve the conflict between humans and ghouls, it could still be significantly mitigated. At the very least, ghouls who had no intention of harming humans would no longer have to force themselves to prey on humans due to hunger. And by then, if there were still ghouls who deliberately harmed humans, that would be where CCG came into play. According to Byakuya's vision, as laws regarding ghouls continued to improve and evolve, the conflict between humans and ghouls could be gradually alleviated. This was something that needed to be pushed forward over time. Now that he held the position of CCG Bureau Director, it was essentially no different from being the chairman of the commission. At this moment, he had the authority to slowly bring his vision to life. The special class meeting was still ongoing. Let me explain the future direction of CCG. It will no longer be purely an anti-ghoul organization. Instead, while protecting humans, we will also strive to ease the conflict between humans and ghouls. Otherwise, the cycle of slaughter will never end. As the new bureau director, Byakuya was going to lead CCG in this new direction. But isn't that almost impossible? Ghouls inherently require human flesh as food, which means the conflict can never truly be resolved. Maruditsuki said with a helpless tone. That's exactly the key issue here. Byakuya's voice turned sharp. As long as we develop food that ghouls can consume or adjust their taste perception toward regular food, the conflict can be greatly reduced. In the original story, a special food for ghouls was successfully developed. This was the result of research by Akihiro Kanu, Nishino Kimi, and Agura Hisashi. Later, it was also revealed that the organization Nishino Kimi was involved with, Great Ring Act, was dedicated to modifying ghouls' taste perception, helping them taste regular food. Although the biological structure of ghouls meant that consuming regular human food would weaken their abilities, at the very least, they would be able to enjoy the flavors of normal cuisine like humans. And as research progressed, perhaps even their physical limitations could be overcome. After all, the fundamental difference between humans and ghouls lay in RC cells. If RC cells could be fully understood, then the problem could likely be solved. Is that really possible? Maruditsuki and the other special class investigators found it hard to believe. It is very possible. Byakuya spoke with confidence, The truth is, the Washu clan has been secretly obstructing this kind of research all along. Otherwise, a special food that ghouls could eat might have been developed long ago. I know two people who are capable of leading this research, Akihiro Kanu and Agura Hisashi. However, at this time, Akihiro Kanu seemed to be studying abroad in Germany. Agura Hisashi, that ghoul researcher who frequently appears on TV. Maruditsuki and the others found the name somewhat familiar. That was because Agura Hisashi often appeared on television to educate the public about ghouls. As for Akihiro Kanu, they weren't as familiar with him. Yes, that's him, and then there's Akihiro Kanu. The next step will be to invite them to join CCG. Byakuya nodded. Inviting Akihiro Kanu wouldn't be too difficult, as Kanu himself had always been interested in researching ghouls. In the original story, after finishing his studies in Germany, Akihiro Kanu joined the CCG as a researcher and conducted experiments to transform humans into ghouls. Byakuya knew Akihiro Kanu well. He was the perfect medical genius to fulfill his plans. Capítulo 142, Akihiro Kanu. In the original story, Akihiro Kanu was undoubtedly a pure villain. For example, he transformed Kenki Ken, Yasuhisa Kurona, and Yasuhisa Nashiro into artificial half-ghouls, and even conducted inhumane experiments and torture on Takizawa Seidu. He was a character who had no need for redemption. Even he himself admitted to being a villain, which is why, in the end, he directly shot himself in front of his mother's tombstone. At the same time, he was also a highly ambitious villain. The death of his mother due to an incurable disease had a significant impact on Akihiro Kanu. It completely changed his life, as he believed that the disease should have been curable. As the son of the director of Kanu General Hospital and a medical genius who graduated from Taito University's Faculty of Medicine, Akihiro Kanu had already developed a certain understanding of ghouls and RC cells at a very early stage. He believed that the RC cells within ghouls could be utilized in medical science. Yet, for some reason, the medical community showed almost no interest in this concept. Looking back, it was clear that this was due to the Washu clan's interference. After his mother's death, Akihiro Kanu secretly began researching ghouls. Later, after studying abroad in Germany, he returned and joined CCG. However, after learning certain things he shouldn't have known within the CCG, he chose to leave and conduct artificial half-ghoul experiments in secret. These things he shouldn't have known likely referred to certain secrets of the Washu clan. It could be said that Akihiro Kanu was one of the key figures driving the events forward. His personality was one of relentless pursuit. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. To advance medical science, he personally created countless tragedies. In the end, he succeeded, and with no regrets, he took his own life. Akihiro Kanu never regretted any of his actions. Proceed as planned. Let Akihiro Kanu and Agura Hisashi become researchers for the CCG. Uchiha Byakuya said to the special class investigators before him. At this point in time, Akihiro Kanu had only secretly researched ghouls and had yet to conduct artificial half-ghoul transformation experiments. Byakuya absolutely did not support the inhumane artificial half-ghoul experiments, especially considering that in the original story, the only true success was Kenki Ken. Aside from Kenki Ken, there were countless tragic and defective creations. Even in the later stages of the original story, the true breakthrough in medical science came from the dragon cells and dragon toxin that emerged after Kenki Ken's dragonization, which had little to do with the artificial half-ghoul experiments. Akihiro Kanu's greatest achievement was, by accident, creating the future one-eyed king, Kenki Ken, and contributing to the research on special food that ghouls could consume. But was it possible that dragonization didn't necessarily require torturing Kenki Ken to achieve? After all, in the underground 24th ward, there was already an existing dragon, the first one-eyed king of the Washu clan. Although the first one-eyed king was already dead, the remnants of the dragon body might still be usable. However, the Washu clan had long buried it deep underground, unwilling for it to be exposed to the world, which is why it was known as the Washu taboo. All right, but the funding for this research originally came from the Washu clan in collaboration with the political sector. Now that the Washu clan is. Maruditsuki brought up this concern. No need to worry about that, I will take care of the funding. Byakuya replied. On his side, Byakuya still had Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise. One was the biological son of Washu Tsuneyoshi, and the other had the purest Washu bloodline. With a bit of repackaging, Furuta and Rise could take control of the Washu clan. This way, it would still be the legitimate Washu lineage, just with a reshuffled leadership. Rise aside, based on his behavior in the original story, Furuta would definitely be more than willing to take on the Washu name. In the original, Furuta was shrewd, ruthless, and unscrupulous, but his ambitions were actually quite simple. As for the high-ranking members of the Washu clan, Byakuya planned to keep some of them alive to assist Furuta. To put it bluntly, those who didn't obey would be slaughtered, while those who were obedient could be considered for survival. The goal was to overthrow the Washu clan, not to exterminate every single member. Otherwise, Furuta, Rise, Washu Matsuri, as well as Arima, Aihei, and all the other Washu branch members would all have to be killed as well, which would be completely unnecessary. With the CCG more or less stabilized, Byakuya left the remaining trivial matters to the special class investigators. His next plan was to visit the 6th Ward to check on Furuta and Rise. Arima, on the other hand, was tasked with tracking down the escaped members of the Washu clan. From the moment Byakuya entrusted Furuta and Rise to Kamishiro Matasaka, less than half a day had passed. Byakuya-ne, you're not hurt, are you? Seeing Byakuya return, Furuta immediately expressed concern. Kamishiro Matasaka was meditating nearby. He was somewhat surprised to see Byakuya return so soon. Moreover, Byakuya showed no signs of having been in a battle. Had he found the Washu clan too difficult to deal with and simply given up halfway? No. Byakuya briefly recounted the events that had taken place at CCG today. Midway through his explanation, Furuta asked with some interest, "What about Washu Tsuneyoshi? Did he escape as well?" "Yeah, he escaped too." Byakuya nodded slightly. Washu Tsuneyoshi was, after all, Furuta's biological father. Due to the Washu clan's traditions and system, Furuta could not acknowledge Tsuneyoshi as his father in public. However, Washu Tsuneyoshi had always favored Furuta, his illegitimate son, often privately accompanying him to read. At this point in time, Furuta still cared about his biological father, Washu Tsuneyoshi. As for his half-brother, Washu Yashitoki, Furuta had hardly interacted with him, so he didn't care much. Oh, I see. Furuta was somewhat relieved. Deep down, he didn't want his father to be killed by Byakuya. But he was also rational enough not to make such a childish request of Byakuya. V has been completely wiped out, so you two aren't in danger anymore. Byakuya continued, but just to be safe, you should stay here for now. By the way, have you been able to adapt to living here? We're fine, Matasaka Ajusan treats us very well. Furuta replied. Rise also nodded in agreement. Since she had no surname, Kamishiro Matasaka had given her the name Kamishiro Rise, formally recognizing her as his daughter. In human society, this gave her a proper legal identity. That's good then, Byakuya said. After bidding farewell to Furuta and Rise, it was time for him to contact the media and expose the truth about the Washu clan to the public. Once that was done, the Washu clan's rule would be completely dismantled. Capitulo 143, The Underground, the First King. 24th Ward, Underground World. Although, on the surface, the CCG had continuously dispatched investigation teams to explore the 24th Ward, in reality, it was nothing more than a formality. No one understood the 24th Ward's situation and origins better than the Washu clan. The Washu members who had escaped from the CCG, Washu Tsuneyoshi, Washu Yashitoki, and a group of high-ranking Washu officials had fled to what they considered the safest location, the deepest part of the 24th Ward. The deepest part of the 24th Ward was no longer a winding labyrinth but an underground world. Most of Aogiri trees' combat forces were out expanding their influence, and with the Washu clan's natural-born Kakuja abilities, making their way through the labyrinth to this underground world was no challenge. We've finally arrived, Tokyo of the past. The first to set foot here was Washu Tsuneyoshi. Looking at the vast city before him, he couldn't help but sigh. However, this city had long since lost all signs of life. It was nothing but ruins. Yet, the buildings still maintained a modern architectural style. A massive, monstrous entity sprawled across the landscape, its snake-like segmented body covering large portions of the streets and buildings. But the creature remained motionless, seemingly in a deep slumber. The entire city was deathly silent. That's right, this was Tokyo. Or rather, what had once been Tokyo. When the Washu clan's first one-eyed king underwent dragonization, it nearly destroyed the entire city. The Washu clan's solution was to drive the one-eyed king underground. In other words, they buried the entire city, turning it into a ruin concealed beneath the earth. Before Ammon Kautoru killed him, the priest, Donato Porpora, had once said that after becoming the third-generation clown king, he committed countless atrocities and never cared how many people he killed. That was because humanity possessed an astonishing ability to regenerate. No matter how many people died or how many cities were destroyed, given enough time, everything could be rebuilt. The ruins of the former Tokyo, now lying deep within the 24th ward, and the Tokyo that stood above ground today, both served as living proof of the priest's words. Uchiha Byakuya, Aramakishu, they never showed any signs of betrayal all this time. Beside him, Washu Yashitoki frowned and spoke in a low voice. Especially Byakuya, his Kakuja form bears an uncanny resemblance to Aogiri tree's one-eyed king. This is no mere coincidence. Back then, the first one-eyed king had betrayed the Washu clan and nearly wiped them out. And now, another one-eyed king had completely shattered their rule. In truth, the first one-eyed king had been far too gentle. Even after losing control and undergoing dragonization, he had still hesitated to kill his own kin. Otherwise, with the power of the dragon, he could have utterly annihilated the Washu clan. But this new one-eyed king was different. He had obliterated V, which they had nurtured for so long, in an instant. With the tide completely turned against them, their only choice was to flee here. There's only one option left: to use the power of the one-eyed king to defeat the one-eyed king. The first one-eyed king should have died long ago, but the dragon's body wouldn't have decayed so quickly. The dragon cells should still retain some level of activity. Let's hope this works, otherwise we'll never have a chance to rise again. The Washu members behind Washu Yashitoki began murmuring among themselves. Upon hearing this, Washu Yashitoki suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting bringing the dragon back to the surface? He couldn't help but ask. That's right. After all, we share the same bloodline as the first one-eyed king. As long as we possess the Washu bloodline in Kagyun, we can awaken the dragon. This is the only countermeasure we can think of at the moment. Otherwise, are we supposed to hide here for the rest of our lives? Yashitoki, we understand that this might be difficult for you to accept given your personality, but you must consider the interests of the entire clan. Hearing his fellow clansman's words, Washu Yashitoki's expression became deeply conflicted. They weren't wrong. The enormous entity known as the dragon, a being large enough to engulf nearly all of Tokyo, was powered by the core of the first one-eyed king. Now that the first one-eyed king was dead, the dragon had lost its energy supply. However, it would still take at least 200 years for it to naturally dissipate. Yet, if someone carrying the Washu bloodline provided it with energy once more, the dragon could be reawakened. But that would also mean Tokyo would once again face the same catastrophe as before. Countless humans and ghouls alike would perish in the disaster. Among the Washu clan, Washu Yashitoki and his son, Washu Matsuri, were among the few who could be considered somewhat normal. Washu Yashitoki couldn't bear the thought of causing such devastation. The minority must obey the majority. There's no need for further discussion. At that moment, Washu Tsuneyoshi spoke. Understood. Since the most authoritative figure, Washu Tsunayoshi, had made the decision, Washu Yashitoki had no choice but to comply. First, we need to locate the dragon's core. Since this underground world was once Tokyo, its size was nearly equivalent to the Tokyo above. Finding the dragon's core within such a vast space would not be an easy task. Just as the Washu members were about to split up in search, they suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. There's actually someone here. Could they be a survivor from back then? Washu Yashitoki exclaimed in surprise. He immediately gave chase. As he drew closer, he saw that it was a young girl, no older than a child. She was dressed in simple, worn robes. Upon sensing Washu Yashitoki's approach, the girl immediately became alert, treating him as a threat. In the next instant, two scales-covered kagyun shot out from her waist, lashing toward Washu Yashitoki. However, Washu Yashitoki was a natural-born kakuja and was also armed with a quink. Dealing with a young girl was effortless for him. Within moments, he had captured her. I see, so she really is a human who survived back then. She must have inhaled the dragon's toxic gas and turned into a ghoul. Holding the struggling girl firmly to prevent her from resisting, Washu Yashitoki muttered to himself. One of the most terrifying aspects of the dragon was that the gas it released could directly transform humans into ghouls. Before the first one-eyed king died, this underground world must have been filled with the toxic gas. If there were people who had been buried underground along with the city back then, they would have all been transformed into ghouls. At that moment, one of the Washu members seemed ready to kill the young girl. After all, she had just attacked them with clear intent to kill. The girl's face instantly turned deathly pale in fear, her eyes brimming with tears. Wait. Washu Yashitoki stopped the man. She might still be useful. She could lead us to where we need to go. Capitulo 144. Indigenous people. We won't kill you, but don't try anything reckless. Next time, things might not go so well for you. To make the little girl behave, Washu Yashitoki warned her. After saying that, he released his grip on her. However, the little girl was far from obedient as she bared her teeth at Washu Yashitoki, her eyes lifeless like a dead fish. Yet, despite this defiance, she still looked rather cute. No matter how angry a weak creature got, it only made them seem more adorable. That said, she no longer dared to release her kagyun and attack him again. After all, she wasn't foolish. She had just been effortlessly subdued, which meant her opponent was far stronger than her. Washu Yashitoki paid no mind to the girl's tooth-baring antics and instead asked, "Little one, how many surviving ghouls are there in this underground world?" "Ghouls? What the hell are you talking about? I'm human." The girl's Japanese sounded strange, as if she spoke with a heavy dialect. After all, the first one-eyed king's era was long past. The underground world's inhabitants had been isolated for generations, and over time, their language had diverged from that of the surface. Washu Yashitoki could barely understand her. If you can use a kagyun, then you're no longer human, but it seems you don't even realize that you're a ghoul. The survivors who were buried underground alongside the first one-eyed king had been completely transformed into ghouls by the dragon's toxic gas. Since all the survivors had become ghouls, their descendants could only be ghouls as well. Yet, the ghouls in this underground world still believed they were human. "What the hell are you saying? You keep spouting nonsense I don't understand." The girl's tone was anything but friendly. Just moments ago, she had been terrified of death, yet now she showed not a hint of weakness. Then let me ask differently, how many people are there in this place? Washu Yashitoki continued questioning her. The girl seemed unwilling to answer. Her gaze instantly became cold and filled with hostility. "Are you here to eat us too?" "No, we have no such intentions. We simply need someone to guide us." Washu Yashitoki explained. "Guide you where?" The wariness on the girl's face did not fade. "You must know about this dragon, right?" Washu Yashitoki raised a hand and pointed at the massive body of the dragon before them. "Are you talking about Nagaraji?" The girl was stunned for a moment before responding. "Nagaraji." It seemed that the first one-eyed king was referred to as Nagaraji by the underground inhabitants. Washu Yashitoki quickly understood and showed no sign of confusion. He continued, "That's right, we're looking for Nagaraji's core." "More things I don't understand. What the hell is a core?" The girl rolled her lifeless fish-like eyes at Washu Yashitoki. "It seems there's no point in expecting her to guide us. Let's just get rid of her now, so she doesn't interfere with our plans." One of the Washu members behind them seemed to be losing patience. "From what she said, there must be other inhabitants in this underground world. Don't be so hasty." At that moment, Washu Tsuneyoshi spoke. His words carried the most authority. The moment he spoke, the other Washu members had no objections. "Could you take us to meet your people? In return, I can provide you with some food." Washu Yashitoki offered the little girl a condition. It was easy to deduce that no humans existed in this underground world. The ghouls living here had no natural food sources. That meant their only option was cannibalism. That was likely why the little girl had suddenly shown hostility earlier and asked if they had come to eat her and her people. In this underground world, the only source of food was their own kind. After at least 100 years of continuous cannibalism, there were probably very few original inhabitants left. Food. However, the little girl seemed to misunderstand his words, and her reaction became extremely intense. Due to the language barrier, she had likely misheard and thought he was saying that they would turn her and her people into food. The little girl immediately started shouting, but it wasn't just a random outcry. Rather, it sounded like she was warning her nearby companions to run. "No." Washu Yashitoki instantly realized there had been a misunderstanding, but it was already too late. Meanwhile, when Washu Tsuneyoshi and his group first arrived in the underground world, Yashimura Ito had already learned from members of Aogiri Tree that a suspicious group had forcibly entered the 24th ward. She immediately informed Uchiha Byakuya. Since Byakuya had returned to the CCG to take care of some matters, mainly dealing with the media, Yashimura Ito contacted him via phone. They said a group of suspicious individuals forced their way into the 24th ward. Some of them were wearing CCG combat uniforms, they're all quite strong, and they're heading deeper and deeper inside. I suspect they might be the escaped Washu remnants from the CCG. Based on that description, it's highly possible. No matter what, we need to confirm the situation. I'll head over now. Take me with you. Ito volunteered to go with him. Naturally, Byakuya had no reason to refuse. All right, I'll come pick you up now. However, the very moment she hung up the phone, sitting inside Anteku, Ito heard the sound of the door opening. She turned her head and saw Byakuya stepping inside. "Weren't you still at the CCG? How did you get here so fast, or were you already outside?" Ito was shocked. "No, I really was at the CCG just now, but that's not important. We need to leave immediately." Byakuya had no time to explain why he didn't have the time to explain. Ito immediately stood up, ready to leave with him for the 24th ward. Before they departed, Byakuya casually greeted Yashimura Kyuzan and the others. "See you later." With that, he placed a hand on Ito's shoulder. She looked at him, slightly puzzled. "Aren't we leaving?" "We're leaving now." At that moment, Byakuya's Manjikayo Sharingan activated. The moment his words fell, Ito felt a sudden sense of dizziness. For an instant, it was as if the world was spinning around her. The sensation was brief. It was only a fleeting moment, but it felt undeniably real. She found herself in an unfamiliar place, but before she could even take in her surroundings, the same dizzying sensation struck again. A moment later, Byakuya and Ito appeared in the 24th ward. Feeling astonished, Ito scanned the surroundings and realized she was indeed in the familiar 24th ward. "We're already here." Capitulo 145, Ito's exclamation. Whether it was Anteku or the 24th ward, these were all places Uchiha Byakuya had been before. As long as he had been somewhere, he could achieve precise spatial transfer. However, he had never been to the underground world, so he couldn't directly use Kamui's space transfer to teleport there. This is the 24th ward. The Washu clan's people have probably already reached the underground world. We need to hurry as well. Byakuya said. After speaking, he took Yashimura Ito's hand. Using double Kamui, he could perform short-range teleportation without needing to pass through Kamui's dimension. Since double Kamui could open multiple spatial vortexes at the same time, one on himself and another at a target location within his line of sight, he could simply step through one gate and emerge from the other. If it was a long-distance transfer beyond his line of sight, he would have to pass through Kamui's dimension first. Since Byakuya had never been to the underground world, he couldn't use Kamui's dimension for long-range teleportation there. After all, blindly warping to a place he had never visited was unrealistic. So fast. Feeling her body being continuously teleported by Byakuya, Ito couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was far faster than flying in her Kakuja form, so much so that the two weren't even on the same level. It was practically identical to the instant teleportation abilities found in novels and manga. Is this also a power of your eyes? Ito couldn't help but ask. Yes. Byakuya nodded slightly. Seriously, just your eyes alone are full of mysteries. Ito sighed. She had known Byakuya for a long time now, yet suddenly she felt as though she didn't understand him at all. She hadn't even had the chance to ask about his over 10-meter-tall Kakuja form, and now he was displaying yet another ability that left her astonished. Soon, Byakuya located the entrance to the underground world. Although the series of spatial transfers had consumed a considerable amount of his RC cell reserves and ocular power, his physique and RC cell value were strong enough to sustain him for the upcoming battle against the Washu clan. And even if he did run low, he had plenty of stat points stored up. So this is the underground world. I've been in the 24th ward for years, and this is the first time I've even heard about it. At this moment, Ito spoke. Although a large number of ghouls lived in the 24th ward, very few ever ventured too deep inside. After all, the deeper regions contain nothing at all, not even other ghouls to cannibalize. Thus, Ito had never come this far before. This was caused by the first one-eyed king. After dragonization, he destroyed all of Tokyo, and everything sank underground along with him. The Tokyo that exists on the surface now is a rebuilt version. Byakuya briefly explained. The Washu clan must have come down here targeting the first one-eyed king's dragon body. So there was such a hidden truth. No wonder the first one-eyed king is a taboo for the Washu clan. Ito immediately understood. She had known about the first one-eyed king, but had never known about this underground world. People today had no idea that Tokyo had once been destroyed. Any information related to this had likely been completely sealed off by the Washu clan, otherwise it would have affected their status and reputation. Upon landing, Byakuya and Ito were met with the sight of a lifeless city. The most striking thing, however, was the dragon. The sheer visual impact it created was astonishing. This was also the first time Ito had ever seen such a terrifying colossal creature with her own eyes. The dragon's body stretched so far that its end was completely out of sight. However, it was obvious that they hadn't landed at the same location as the Washu clan. Within Byakuya's field of vision, he didn't see any sign of the Washu members. The underground world is almost as big as Tokyo's surface. Finding those guys won't be easy, but at least we can react quickly to any unexpected situations. Byakuya scanned the surroundings, but still didn't see any trace of the Washu members. Now that he had set foot in the underground world, he could teleport here freely via Kamui's space transfer in the future. Let's take a look around first. I'm quite interested in this dragon's body. Ito said. Byakuya nodded slightly. He also wanted to examine this dragon's corpse to determine whether it still held any value. This was something that could bring about major breakthroughs in medical science. But at the same time, it was a double-edged sword. In the original story, Furuta Nomura had stated that the first one-eyed king could share his life force with others, but in doing so, he had also caused massive destruction. Since the Washu members had specifically escaped from the CCG to come here, it indicated that the dragon's body might not be completely dead. At that moment, 3 small figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. Byakuya's reaction speed needed no explanation. He instantly flashed to the three little figures, pinning two of them to the ground with a swift reverse grip. Immediately after, Ito restrained the third one. "Ni-chan, if you're not obedient, you're going to get your butt spanked, Tilda," Ito said with a playful smile. At the same time, she was internally surprised. She hadn't expected anyone to still be alive in this place. The three small figures were all girls and native residents of the underground world. And all three had dead fish eyes. The three sisters of the underground. "I'm not your enemy, but if you insist on fighting, don't blame me for being merciless," Byakuya said in a calm, emotionless tone. He then released the two little girls he had pinned down. He hadn't used much force in the first place, so they were basically unharmed. The two of them immediately scrambled up from the ground, their faces clearly drenched in cold sweat from fear, yet they still forced themselves to act defiant and aggressive. "Come at me." One of the little girls rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was about to throw down. "Are you gonna boil us all into stew?" Another little girl tried to put on a fierce expression and questioned Byakuya. "No, like I just said, I'm not your enemy." Byakuya was already aware that there were underground residents here, so he wasn't particularly surprised by their presence. However, their heavily accented Japanese made it somewhat hard to understand. At this moment, Ito also released the girl she had been holding down. "Nisan here doesn't intend to hurt you either. We're not going to eat you," Ito said with a smile. Capitulo 146, tricking the little girl. "I don't know why, but you two smell kind of fragrant." At that moment, one of the little girls couldn't help but say, "Of course, that's because you're ghouls. The scent of food naturally smells delicious to you," Byakuya explained. Although he was a half-human and Ito was a half-ghoul, neither of them were pure humans. However, their flesh was still considered delicious to ghouls. Only pure-blooded ghouls had flesh that tasted terrible to their own kind. "Food." One of the short-haired girls misheard Byakuya's words, and her first reaction was to assume that she was the food he was talking about. But the other two little girls quickly explained to her, preventing the misunderstanding from escalating any further. Then she asked, "What's a ghoul? We're humans." As expected, they all believed that they were human. "You should all be able to release your kagyun, right? The thing that emerges from somewhere on your back and acts as a weapon." Byakuya was quite patient as he explained it to them. "You mean this?" The golden-haired little girl tilted her head in confusion, then released her kagyun. She had a rinkaku, and just like her hair, it was golden. "That's right, normal humans don't have something like this," Byakuya said. "That's impossible, everyone has one," the blonde girl exclaimed in disbelief. "Hold on, I'll get something to show you, and you'll understand." The moment he finished speaking, Byakuya's figure vanished instantly. He disappeared. The three little girls immediately started looking around, but no matter where they turned, they couldn't find where he had gone. At this moment, Byakuya had already used Kamui's space transfer to teleport directly to his house. He opened his refrigerator, took out 3 boxes of fresh meat, and then used Kamui to return to the underground world and landing precisely at the exact same spot as before. The 3 little girls were still scanning the area for Byakuya when he suddenly reappeared right in front of them. Naturally, this startled them. "What the hell is wrong with you? You just vanish and appear out of nowhere." "That's not the important part. What's important is what I have here." Byakuya handed each of the 3 little girls a box of meat, 1 per person. "It smells amazing." Even though the meat was still sealed in the boxes, they could still smell the rich aroma wafting from within. And it was a completely unfamiliar scent. This meat smelled nothing like the food they had eaten before. Since the ghouls of the underground world could only eat other ghouls, ghoul flesh usually tasted bad to them. Some even found it disgusting. So to them, these 3 boxes of meat were like the most exquisite gourmet feast imaginable. "Guess what kind of meat this is?" Byakuya asked in a mysterious tone. "I can't tell, but it's definitely not human meat. Human meat doesn't taste good at all." "Yeah, if we had any other food, I wouldn't want to eat our own kind. I heard from the elders that many years ago, all sorts of animals existed in the world. Their meat was supposed to be really delicious. Could this be? They couldn't even imagine that the meat in their hands was actually human flesh. You're all wrong, the 3 boxes I gave you. This is human flesh. In other words, the same kind of flesh you've been eating all this time. Byakuya said. And since she and I both count as humans, that's why you think we smell good. This, if we're not humans, then we're. The 3 little girls found it difficult to accept all at once. After all, they had believed themselves to be human ever since they were born. A belief that had lasted for so many years was suddenly being rewritten. It was impossible for them to adjust immediately. You're ghouls. Byakuya answered for them. But whether you're human or a ghoul doesn't really matter. Look at us, there's hardly any difference in our appearance, right? He reassured them. Then, pointing toward the massive, dragon corpse that could be seen everywhere, he continued. Originally, you were supposed to be human, but because of this thing, you were changed into ghouls. That Nagareji. The 3 little girls looked confused. They only knew that their world had been destroyed by Nagareji. They had no idea that it could also cause this kind of transformation. Yes, the Nagaraji you speak of. The dragon toxin gas it released can completely turn humans into ghouls. Your ancestors were transformed this way, and all the following generations have remained ghouls. Byakuya explained in detail. I see, so can I try this? At that moment, the short-haired girl, her mouth practically watering from the rich scent of the meat, couldn't help but ask Byakuya. The other 2 little girls had the exact same thought. They looked at him with pleading, expectant eyes. Of course you can, eat as much as you want, but it's not for free, you'll have to help us with something afterward. Byakuya said. Okay. They didn't care what the task was. The first priority was eating the delicious food in front of them. Besides, the big brother before them didn't seem like a bad person. After all, he had given them something so tasty. Without hesitation, they eagerly opened the boxes and devoured the meat in huge bites. As time passed, food in the underground world had become increasingly scarce. After all, the only thing they could eat was their own kind. But they would always prioritize hunting enemy ghouls over their own allies. Because of that, they had never known what it meant to be truly full. Now, after suddenly receiving a meal unlike anything they had ever tasted, there was no reason for them to hold back. So good. This is amazing. Seeing the 3 little girls eating with such delight, Ito suddenly gave Byakuya a teasing smirk. Are you trying to lure in little girls with food? I wouldn't call it luring. This is a mutual exchange, isn't it? Byakuya said calmly. But now that I think about it, if dragon toxin gas can turn humans into ghouls, then if the Washu clan actually manages to wake the dragon up, doesn't that mean they could use it to transform every human in the world into a ghoul? Suddenly, Ito raised an alarming possibility. If that's what they really intend, then yes, in theory, it's possible. Byakuya nodded. If the Washu clan successfully resurrected Dragon, and if they insisted on protecting its core, then there would be no one left who could stop it. And in that case, every human in the world would eventually turn into a ghoul. Capítulo 147, The World Above the Ground. In the original story, Furuta Nomura orchestrated Kanki Ken's transformation into dragon, with the clear intent of turning all of humanity into ghouls. This would allow for a complete transformation of the world. If the human race ceased to exist, leaving only ghouls, then the conflict between humans and ghouls would naturally disappear as well. However, as dragon converted humans into ghouls, it also spawned a massive number of creatures known as dragon orphans. These dragon orphans didn't just attack humans, they also targeted ghouls, making them a common enemy to both species. If dragon were left unchecked, then Uchiha Byakuya would undoubtedly become the greatest sinner of all. But he had no desire to take things that far. After all, he wasn't some extremist villain, nor did he wish to eradicate the human race entirely. Do you think this could be a good solution, a way to truly change the world? Yoshimura Ito asked Byakuya for his thoughts. It's definitely the most radical solution, but the sacrifices it demands are far too extreme. In my opinion, there's another approach that's far more suitable. Byakuya said. What approach? Ito asked immediately. Dragon will create a massive number of monsters. Those creatures are hostile to both humans and ghouls alike. Once humans and ghouls share a common enemy, they will naturally be forced to unite. Byakuya explained. In the original story, the most significant step toward a relative peace, aside from the development of specially engineered food for ghouls, was the presence of a shared enemy, particularly the dragon orphans, and among them, the extraordinarily powerful Kakuja Kenki. Furuta Nomura, who engineered Kenki's transformation into the dragon, could be considered the greatest contributor to this outcome. His role was just as crucial as that of Ito and Arima Kishu, who had prepared Kenki for his eventual position as the king. However, it was unclear whether Kenki's holy sword form had also been part of Furuta's plan. Perhaps it was something even he had failed to anticipate. That does make sense, so your plan is to wait for the Washu clan to awaken dragon. Ito nodded slightly, acknowledging that this strategy was also viable. But they won't be able to find dragon's core so quickly. We'll need to make some preparations in the meantime. Byakuya speculated that if the Washu clan wanted to resurrect dragon, they would first have to locate its core. As for what kind of preparations were needed. For example, evacuating civilians, moving Tokyo's population into shelters, or simply having them leave the city altogether. That way, casualties could be minimized as much as possible. At that moment, the three little girls had already finished eating all the meat in their boxes. Patting their satisfied full stomachs, they sighed in contentment. It's been so long since we've eaten this much, and it was so delicious. But the meat really did look like the flesh of our own kind, yet the taste was completely different. I guess that Big Brother was right after all. We're not humans, we're whatever he called ghouls. Whatever doesn't really matter. Ghoul or human, it makes no difference. For them, the question of whether they were human or ghoul was ultimately irrelevant. It was just a hard truth that they needed time to accept. Regardless of what they were called, humans or ghouls, it didn't change the fact that they were all on the verge of starvation due to food shortages. At the very least, they had gotten to enjoy a final feast. Byakuya was about to give the girls some tissues to wipe their hands, but before he could do so, he saw them licking the remaining blood and meat residue off their fingers, as if they couldn't bear to let any of it go to waste. Do you want tissues? Byakuya paused for a moment before asking. Tissues, what's that? It was clear that they didn't understand the word tissues, due to some differences in language. It's this, you can use it to wipe your hands and mouth. Byakuya handed them each some tissues. Oh. They recognized what tissues were, they just didn't understand the term he used. After wiping themselves clean, one of the girls immediately turned to Byakuya and asked, All right, tell us, what do you want us to do? Take us to meet some of your companions. Of course, I have no ill will toward any of you. If anything, I want to bring you all to the world above. Byakuya explained. Once dragon was awakened, the underground world would become uninhabitable. Before that happened, he wanted to bring all the underground inhabitants to the surface. The world above, what's that? The three girls were once again confused by his words. Look up, the things above you are layers of rock and earth, but in the world above there's the sun, clouds. At night, you can see the stars and the moon, and most importantly, there's enough food. Byakuya explained. In this lightless underground world, the only illumination came from faintly glowing objects, making the entire environment dark and oppressive. Really, there's enough food. I've heard of it before. The world was supposed to have a sun and a moon. When the sun rises, everything is bright, not like now, where there's only endless darkness. Where exactly is this world above? Hearing this, Byakuya immediately answered. The 3 boxes of food I just gave you came from the world above. As for where it is, it's right above your heads. Above our heads. They looked up, but all they could see was darkness. Or, I can take you up there to see it for yourselves. After that, you can decide whether or not to introduce us to your companions. Byakuya was offering full sincerity. Then take us up first. It wasn't that they didn't trust Byakuya. The 3 boxes of delicious food had already earned their complete trust. Rather, they simply couldn't wait to see the world above. All right, hold on to me and close your eyes, you might get scared otherwise. Byakuya instructed. With dual Kamui, spatial teleportation was incredibly convenient and could save a lot of time. Okay, Tilda. The 3 girls casually reached out and grabbed onto different parts of Byakuya's clothes. Ito, on the other hand, directly took hold of Byakuya's hand. The next moment, Byakuya teleported them all away. Ito had already experienced this ability before, so she remained completely calm. But for the 3 little girls, this was their first time. The overwhelming sensation of spinning and twisting through space immediately startled them. In their panic, they instinctively clung to Byakuya and Ito. 2 of them latched onto Byakuya's legs and arms, while the 3rd clung tightly to Ito. And just like that, they arrived in the safe zone at Anteku. Capitulo 148, Emi, Aiko, Ilya. The 3 little girls didn't realize they had already arrived. They still kept their eyes tightly shut, clinging to Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito. Seeing Byakuya and Ito suddenly appear, and noticing that they had brought back 3 strangely dressed little girls, Yoshimura Kyuzen slightly opened his mouth, about to say something, but hesitated. The 3 girls weren't wearing normal clothes. Their outfits resembled gray robes designed for stealthy movement at night. Byakuya, Ito, who are these 3? Yoshimura Kyuzen couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me, you've taken in 3 more foster daughters. Manager, you really have it tough, raising so many kids at your age. Kirishima Hikari joked. It's fine, I'll help the manager too. Besides, it's good for Tauka and Ayato to have more companions. Yomo Renji said seriously. The only one who understood the situation was Hoito Roma. Deep in her gaze, a hint of surprise flickered. She had been to the underground world of the 24th Ward before. She had also met the underground king, the first one-eyed king. Naturally, she had seen the original inhabitants of that world. She never expected Byakuya and Ito to go directly into the underground world and bring the inhabitants out, and at such an unbelievable speed. Roma had already heard rumors that Byakuya was the one-eyed king of Aogiri Tree. She also knew that Ito was the one-eyed owl. The moment she learned this information, everything suddenly made sense. Before, she always had a vague feeling that something felt off. Back when she was defeated by Byakuya in Cochlea, she was immediately captured by the one-eyed owl. Then, a series of events unfolded, events that made her feel like something wasn't adding up. But now, she finally understood everything. We've arrived, there's no need to be so scared. At that moment, Byakuya gently reminded the 3 little girls. Only then did they slowly open their eyes. After confirming that their feet were firmly on solid ground, they finally let go of Byakuya and Ito. Feeling a bit embarrassed about their earlier panic, their expressions became somewhat awkward. However, they still crossed their arms over their chests in a bold stance. They are the original inhabitants of the underground world. I brought them up from there. Byakuya explained to Yoshimura Kyuzen and the others. The underground world, what kind of place is that? Yoshimura Kyuzen couldn't help but ask. Aside from Roma, the other staff members of Rei were just as confused. It's the deepest part of the 24th Ward. There's actually an entire underground world there. A long time ago, the Washu family produced a one-eyed king. Byakuya briefly explained the story of the Washu family and the first one-eyed king. So there's a place like that. Yoshimura Kyuzen murmured in slight amazement. The Washu family who controls the CCG is actually a ghoul family. That's an unbelievably shocking revelation. If this news gets out, it'll shake all of Tokyo. Yoshimura Kyuzen and Roma already knew the secret of the Washu family. But Kirishima Hikari and the others had no idea. Compared to the underground world of the 24th Ward, the truth about the Washu family was far more shocking to them. Speaking of which, isn't Uchiha-san the one in power now? The fact that the bureau director and a special class investigator from the CCG can sit here and talk with us peacefully. It's honestly unbelievable. Renji couldn't help but sigh. After Byakuya restructured the CCG headquarters, he had also learned a lot through manager Yoshimura and Ito. The barrier in his heart regarding Byakuya had completely disappeared, and now he deeply respected him. Is that so? Then I hope our dear bureau chief will show us some mercy. Koma Enji joked. No need for the bureau chief to go easy on this guy. He should have been thrown into Cochlea and locked up ages ago. Irimikaya mocked Koma Enji on purpose. The CCG now is no longer the same as before. We are committed to the peaceful coexistence of humans and ghouls. Byakuya said, but for now, our priority is dealing with the underground world. While they were talking, the three little girls couldn't help but look around curiously. They gazed here and there, taking in countless unfamiliar and fascinating things. But the most mesmerizing sight was the bright blue sky outside the window. It was a spectacle they had never once seen in their entire lives. Byakuya turned to the three little girls and asked, "This is the surface world. How do you feel?" "It's incredible. It's nothing like the world we used to live in. I want to go outside. It looks like there are even more amazing things out there. The surface world is so beautiful, unlike our world, where the sky was nothing but pitch-black darkness." The three little girls were all filled with awe. At that moment, Byakuya spoke to Yoshimura Kyuzen. "Ito and I will take them outside for a look around." "All right, later we should let them try our coffee," Yoshimura Kyuzen said with a gentle smile. "Sounds good." Byakuya nodded slightly. Then he and Ito led the three little girls outside. "By the way, I still don't know your names. What are you called?" Byakuya asked them. "Emi, Aiko, Elia." The three girls spoke almost simultaneously. The short-haired girl was Emi. The girl with twin buns was Aiko. And the golden-haired girl was Elia. "So you three are sisters." From their names, Byakuya's first thought was that they must be siblings. "Yeah, Emi is the eldest, and Elia is the youngest." Aiko nodded in confirmation. "I see." Byakuya slightly nodded in understanding. "Even the way they name themselves is different from us, but your names are really pretty." Ito smiled warmly. "I'll let you walk around outside for a bit, but you must promise me something: no causing trouble. And most importantly, if you see a human who smells delicious, you absolutely cannot attack them. Because up here, humans are everywhere." Byakuya seriously emphasized this point to Emi and her sisters. "Mum, I understand." "I know too. I definitely won't cause any trouble." "But, didn't you say the surface world has plenty of food? If we can't attack them, then where do we get food?" Aiko was the only one who raised a question. In her understanding, the only way to obtain food was through killing. "No need to worry about that right now. You'll see soon enough. The 3 boxes of meat I gave you earlier weren't obtained through killing." Byakuya explained. "Oh, okay then." Aiko responded hesitantly. But in truth, she wasn't too worried about food at the moment. Because right now, she was far more excited about exploring the world outside. Capitulo 149, He Belongs to Me Tilda. As they stepped out of Antiku, the 3 sisters instantly felt as if everything before them was beautiful. After all, they had lived in that lightless underground world for far too long. Next, Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura, Ito took the 3 sisters out for a stroll through the streets. As they walked, the 3 sisters encountered a large number of pedestrians. "There are so many people. So these guys are the real humans. They all smell really nice. If only we could attack them freely, then we'd never have to worry about running out of food." The 3 sisters chatted as they walked and observed their surroundings. "You 3 better not go saying things like that out in the open. Even if I didn't stop you, if you tried anything reckless, you'd be punished. There are plenty of people out there who are stronger than you." Byakuya reminded them. "Is that so? Well, okay then." The 3 sisters trusted Byakuya's words. So they obediently stopped talking. At that moment, they passed a clothing store. Ito immediately suggested, "Hey, why don't we get them some beautiful new clothes? That way, they can also experience the good things about the surface world." "That's a good idea." Byakuya nodded. He immediately turned to the three sisters and said, "Come on, let's get you some pretty new clothes." Pretty new clothes. For Emmy, Aiko, and Elia, they had worn nothing but those gray robes. Clothes designed for nighttime movement and concealment for as long as they could remember. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. In the underground world, there was no such thing as beautiful clothing. So they had no concept of what pretty new clothes really meant. Until they saw the dazzling array of outfits inside the clothing store. Through the glass, they caught sight of so many gorgeous and novel garments, and at that moment, they were completely mesmerized. Even though they didn't fully understand what made clothes beautiful, the desire for nice things was practically etched into their DNA. So pretty, so these are the clothes of the surface world. I really want them, how do we get them? We probably have to trade something, right? Since the underground world couldn't produce currency, over time, it had reverted to a primitive bartering system. As a result, the three sisters had no concept of money. "I'll take you inside right now to buy some. That way, you can properly experience it," Byakuya said. "Really, that's amazing." The three sisters were overjoyed. Elia, in particular, was so happy that she hugged Byakuya, and it even seemed like she was about to kiss him on the cheek. But Ito, quick as lightning, immediately stopped her. She smiled at Elia and lightly said, "He belongs to me, dear Nichan. You can't steal a bite, Tilda." Elia froze for a moment. Even though this big sister was smiling, there was also a chilling aura around her. Standing beside them, Emmy and Aiko didn't entirely understand what was happening, but they could tell that this sister seemed very assertive. "Don't scare them, and also I'm not some object, so what do you mean by belongs to you?" Byakuya sighed, feeling a bit speechless. Then Byakuya and Ito led the three sisters into the clothing store. The three sisters' strange attire immediately caught the attention of the store clerk, who wondered why anyone would go out dressed like that in this day and age. "Are these three little girls your daughters? They're all so adorable." As usual, the store clerk started by offering a compliment while greeting the customers. "No, they're not my daughters." Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. If they were his daughters, wouldn't that be ridiculous? He and Ito were still so young. That being said, he had to admit, Ito's appearance and aura were completely out of sync with her actual age. My apologies, that was rude of me." The clerk quickly apologized, then asked, "So, what can I help you with today? Our store happens to have a special discount going on." "We'll take a look around first." After that, Byakuya let the three sisters pick out whatever clothes they liked. Even though they were sisters, their fashion preferences weren't exactly the same. Emmy, the short-haired girl, liked jeans. Aiko preferred sportswear. Elia loved cute little dresses. Once they had made their choices, Byakuya paid for their clothes. "So that's it, we can just wear these out?" Aiko asked Byakuya. "Yes, I've already bought them for you. These new clothes are yours now." Byakuya nodded. Afterward, he let the three sisters wander the streets a little longer. When he felt that enough time had passed, Byakuya finally said, "That should be enough for now. Can you take us to meet your companions? I'll bring all of them to live in the surface world." "All right." The three sisters had no objections. Even in this short amount of time, they could already tell that the surface world was 1,000 times better than the underground. But before that, let's stop by the cafe one more time, Byakuya said. Back at Anteiku, Yoshimura Kyuzan quickly brewed 3 cups of coffee for the three sisters. Moreover, he specially added those condensed food granules into their coffee. "Go ahead and try it." Hearing this, the three sisters didn't hesitate at all. They each picked up a cup from the table. After taking a sip, they found that while the taste wasn't exactly delicious, it was far better than the flesh of their own kind. Not only that, but it even made them feel full. Is this food as well? The three sisters thought that the coffee itself had filled their stomachs. This is called coffee. It is a type of food, but what actually made you full were the human meat granules dissolved inside. Byakuya explained. He then took the opportunity to explain what he meant by ample food supplies. Essentially, the number of people who committed suicide in the 20th ward every day was enough to sustain the ghouls living here. After the three sisters finished their coffee, Byakuya used his spatial transfer ability to take them back to the underground world. The three sisters then led the way and brought them to their main base. "Who are these two? Why did you bring strangers here?" However, the guards at the entrance weren't going to let Byakuya and Ito inside so easily. "They're not bad people. They came from the surface world, and they even shared really delicious food with us. Yeah, and look at these beautiful clothes we're wearing. Nick-san and Nissan gave them to us." The three sisters immediately spoke up in their defense. Capitulo 150, Level 2 System Store. Rather than relying on the three sisters to speak on his behalf, Uchiha Byakuya had a more direct and effective method. Before returning to the underground world, he had brought along some fresh meat from the refrigerator, keeping it stored in his Kamui space so that he could take it out at any time. Just one box of meat was enough to bribe the gatekeepers. After all, for the native inhabitants of the underground, this was a delicacy they had never tasted in their entire lives. In their eyes, Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito instantly changed from suspicious outsiders to great benefactors. After that, Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito were able to meet the native inhabitants inside the main base. Estimating roughly, there weren't that many people, only a little over 20 in total. Most of them were children like Emi, Aiko, and Ilya, but their wary and fierce expressions were completely inconsistent with their age. The survival environment in the underground world was extremely harsh, so having even this many survivors was already quite impressive. Through conversations with the elders, Byakuya gained a general understanding of their situation. He learned that there were barely any native inhabitants left nearby, and that they were already struggling to find food. "Emi, are you sure these two people you brought back aren't a problem? By the way, Ilya, what's that thing you're holding? It smells amazing. Your clothes look so nice. Where did you get them?" The other children present whispered various questions to the three sisters. The three sisters immediately shared the meat from the box with the other children, just as Byakuya had instructed them to do in advance. The moment they tasted the meat, the children were utterly shocked. They had never imagined that such delicious food could even exist in this world. After that, the three sisters vividly described what they had seen: the plentiful food, the vast blue sky, the beautiful clothes. This immediately made all the children yearn for the surface world. The entire process went very smoothly, and even Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito's discussions with the elders proceeded without any major issues. However, one of our children hasn't returned yet. We heard that they ran into an enemy. The native inhabitants weren't opposed to moving to the surface world, but they were still worried about the missing child. "What kind of enemy?" Byakuya immediately asked. His first instinct was to suspect that it might be someone from the Washu clan. According to the children who were there at the time, the enemy's attire was very different from ours. "Could they be people from your surface world?" "That's very likely." Byakuya had the same thought. However, just at that moment, a gatekeeper suddenly ran inside and announced, "Gia is back. She's unharmed, but she also brought back two strangers. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. But I wonder if those two strangers are people you two know." The elder looked at Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito. Before long, Gia arrived, bringing two people with her. And those two people were Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki. "What a coincidence, running into you two in a place like this." Byakuya greeted Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki with a calm expression. "You old men really don't know how to sit still, do you?" Yoshimura Ito, her tone laced with mockery, sarcastically ridiculed Washu Tsuneyoshi. The expressions of Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki instantly darkened. They had never expected to run into Byakuya in the underground world, and the girl beside him must be the one-eyed owl. However, they did not act recklessly. "No need to be so tense. Why don't we sit down and have a proper talk?" Byakuya did not attack immediately either. Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki had no better options for the moment, so they sat down across from Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito. "Right now, CCG is under your control, isn't it? Or did you just destroy the entire organization? Washu Yoshitoki asked. CCG is still intact, but its direction from now on will be different from before. Byakuya said indifferently. I see. Perhaps you really are more suited to leading CCG than I was. Washu Yoshitoki sighed. He could already tell that Byakuya's goal was to achieve peace between humans and ghouls. Although he, too, had long wished for peace, he had been bound by the Washu clan, limiting what he could do. In the past, all he could do was fulfill his duties as bureau director to the best of his ability. What do you want to discuss with us? At this moment, Washu Tsuneyoshi got straight to the point. What I want to say is, we can cooperate. The Washu clan does not have to be destroyed, but from now on, the king of Washu will be Nomura. Byakuya was just as straightforward. Although this brings us no benefit, given the current situation, we don't have much of a choice. Washu Tsuneyoshi said bluntly. He was well aware that even if he and Yoshitoki joined forces, they were no match for Byakuya, not to mention, the one-eyed owl was also standing right there. At this point, they had no choice but to agree to Byakuya's terms. However, Byakuya likely didn't know about their plan to awaken Dragon. Washu Tsuneyoshi planned to stall for time, lulling Byakuya into lowering his guard, so that the rest of the Washu clan could have a chance to complete their plan. Once Dragon awoke, that would be the moment for the Washu clan to overturn everything. But how could Byakuya possibly be unaware of Dragon? Everything was already under his control. After some discussion, Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yoshitoki prepared to follow Byakuya and the others back to the surface world. As for the other members of the Washu clan, neither Washu Tsuneyoshi nor Washu Yoshitoki mentioned them, and Byakuya deliberately refrained from asking. The native inhabitants of the underground world would be taken in and cared for by Aogiri tree. Now, throughout Tokyo, except for the 24th ward, there were multiple Aogiri tree strongholds. Moreover, under Byakuya's strict regulations, these strongholds were only allowed to collect the corpses of humans who had committed suicide or died in accidents, just like the 20th ward's Anteku district. Hunting humans was strictly forbidden. With the arrangements for the underground inhabitants settled, Byakuya could now continue dealing with the Washu clan. Revealing the true face of the Washu clan to the world was an inevitable step. The media had already been contacted. Byakuya's original plan was to have some of the captured Washu members step forward, but now he temporarily decided to have Washu Yoshitoki do it instead. Having such a highly representative figure would undoubtedly be far more impactful. Washu Yoshitoki seemed willing enough. I am the former director of the CCG, Washu Yoshitoki. At the same time, I am also a ghoul. In front of all the media, Washu Yoshitoki directly revealed his Kakugan. Ding, host has successfully completed Mission 4, overthrow the Washu clan's rule. Reward 1,000 points. Ding, the highest difficulty mission has been completed. Reward, system store upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2, unlocking new items. Capitulo 151, a quest for the eternal Mangekailu. With the true nature of the Washu clan revealed to the world, the system mission was finally officially completed. The system store actually upgraded. This surprised Uchiha Byakuya. However, at the moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to the system store. At this moment, the pair of Kakugan revealed by Washu Yoshitoki caused an earth-shattering uproar. The media present were all terrified, nearly turning on their heels to flee. As you can see, our entire Washu clan is a ghoul family. Washu Yoshitoki said calmly, but there's no need to worry, I have already stepped down. The current bureau director of the CCG is the special class investigator behind me, Uchiha Byakuya. The moment these words fell, the reporter's emotions settled slightly. After saying a few more words, Washu Yoshitoki withdrew from the stage. As the current bureau director of the CCG, Byakuya had to make at least some kind of statement before the media. He symbolically said a few official remarks. Throughout the speech, he did not bring up the topic of peaceful coexistence between humans and ghouls, because now was far from the right time for that. This kind of matter could not be rushed. If he immediately announced that humans and ghouls should live in harmony, the majority of humanity would absolutely not accept it. Instead, it would only incite panic and chaos. Therefore, Byakuya needed to use the dragon. Once the media event concluded, Byakuya finally had time to check out the system store. With just a thought, the system store interface appeared before his eyes. Tier 1 system store. There was no need to look at Tier 1's goods. He was already completely familiar with them. Byakuya flipped straight to the next screen to check out the Tier 2 system store. Tier 2 system store. Item, RC cell concentrate. Description, increases RC cell count upon use. Use with caution on humans. Price, 100 attribute points per bottle. Item, special ghoul food recipe. Description, this recipe allows for the creation of a special food that alleviates a ghoul's hunger. It can barely sustain RC cell activity but has mediocre taste. While it can significantly reduce dependency on human flesh, it cannot fully replace it. However, further research can improve its flavor. Price, 300 attribute points. Item, Eternal Mangekyo Sharing and Activation Quest, modified version. Description, this is an activation quest, not a direct acquisition. Completing the quest requirements will activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingen. The system directly triggers the activation, making this a modified version. Price, 1,000 attribute points. Byakuya glanced over the Tier 2 system store, finding that it contained some actually good items, each of which had its own unique value. The RC cell concentrate could be put aside for now, but the special ghoul food recipe was undoubtedly extremely useful. Because, if the research followed the original storyline's pace, this type of special food would take at least several years to develop. Now, with Byakuya being able to purchase the formula directly from the system store, there was no need to wait that long. As for the final item, it was the most surprising and exciting one for Byakuya. He never expected that he would actually have the opportunity to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingen. Once activated, it would mean that from then on, his use of double Kamui would have almost no side effects. He had always dreamed of using double Kamui without restraint. Only the system's modified version could achieve something like this. After all, the usual method of awakening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingen required fusing with a blood relative's Mangekyo Sharingen. But Abido had no blood relatives who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingen. In truth, when you really thought about it, his own pair of Mangekyo Sharingen was also technically a modified version already. Of course, this didn't mean that his RC cells would become useless afterward. For example, the strength of his Susanoo ultimately still depended on his RC cell count. So to speak, it was just that RC cells would no longer be as critically important as before. However, in order to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingen, based on the item description, he first needed to complete the required mission. Byakuya was quite curious about what the mission would be. Current attribute points, 2850. At this moment, Byakuya glanced at his current attribute points. He already had so many that he could buy every single item in the Tier 2 system store. I don't need to rush buying the RC cell concentrate yet. First, let's see what this Eternal Mangekyo activation mission is all about. He had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he immediately purchased the Eternal Mangekyo activation mission. Ding, host has successfully purchased the Eternal Mangekyo Sharing and Activation mission. Attribute points minus 1,000. Current attribute points, 1850. After the purchase, in the System Panels, Store Items section, a new entry immediately appeared. Opening it, the mission page instantly appeared before his eyes. Mission 1, Overthrow the Washu clan's rule, 1-1. Mission 2, Use a full-body Susanoo to slay the dragon, 0-1. Mission 3, Go on a honeymoon with Yashimura Ito, 0-1. At first glance, these missions weren't exactly difficult, but at the same time, they weren't all that easy either. Slaying the dragon was always going to be a hassle. Then there was the last requirement. But ultimately, all these missions were just a matter of time, basically. There was almost no chance of failure for any of them. Capitulo 152, Dr. Kano. In short, if Uchiha Byakuya wanted to activate the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, that was something he would have to deal with after finishing up the current mess. For now, there were still many unresolved matters ahead of him. Until those were fully taken care of, he would not consider going on something like a honeymoon. One of those matters was the special ghoul food. Ding, host has successfully purchased the special ghoul food recipe. Attribute points minus 300. Current attribute points, 1550. With the recipe in hand, all Byakuya had to do now was wait for Akihiro Kano and Agura Hisashi to join the CCG. He went to find Marud Itsuki and asked, "Special Class Marud, how's the situation with Akihiro Kano and Agura Hisashi?" Akihiro Kano is willing to join, and he's already returned from Germany. As for Agura Hisashi, he's still considering. I think he's just too used to working as a ghoul researcher. Marud Itsuki replied, "All right, honestly, even if we can get just one of them, it'll be fine. If Agura Hisashi really doesn't want to join, we won't force him." Byakuya said. Although Agura Hisashi was quite skilled, the true genius was Akihiro Kano. Back when these two were in university, they were actually classmates. Agura Hisashi had always been a stable second place, while Akihiro Kano was an unmatched first place. Akihiro Kano should be arriving at Tokyo Airport very soon. Marud Itsuki checked the time and said, "All right, then I'll head over to pick him up now." Byakuya said, Director, you don't have to go in person, do you? I think just sending any first-class investigator should be enough." Marud Itsuki was immediately surprised. That Akihiro Kano might be a somewhat famous genius in the medical field, but in the end, he hadn't produced any major results yet. His actual abilities were still uncertain. "It's fine." Byakuya didn't bother explaining further. Only he knew that Akihiro Kano was not just some small-time genius, rather. He was a true mad scientist. If he could fully devote himself to working for the CCG, the research on the special ghoul food would advance at an incredible speed. "All right then, I'll go with you, Director." Marud Itsuki was a little curious. Did the director really think this Akihiro Kano was that important? Ever since Byakuya took over as the CCG's director, the ghouls in several districts of Tokyo had become noticeably quieter. Major violent incidents had significantly decreased. Rumor had it that after Aogiri Tree took control of those districts, things had settled down. And since he was aware that the director's other identity was that of the one-eyed king of Aogiri Tree, it wasn't hard to guess why. It was clear that the director genuinely wanted for humans and ghouls to coexist peacefully. Because of this, Marud Itsuki had been a lot less busy recently. His main responsibility used to be leading large-scale operations, but now there weren't many of those left. Since Marud Itsuki already knew when Akihiro Kano's flight would arrive, he and Byakuya timed their visit to the airport accordingly. So they didn't have to wait long. Before long, they saw Akihiro Kano, who still looked fairly young. At this point, he was around his mid to late 30s, without much of his canon gray hair yet. Even though he had just returned from studying in Germany, everyone knew what being a medical student was like. And on top of that, Akihiro Kano was also a doctorate holder. "Dr. Kano, I'm Marud Itsuki, the one who contacted you earlier. And this here is our CCG's director, Uchiha Byakuya." Marud Itsuki gave a brief introduction. "Director Uchiha, it's truly an honor." Akihiro Kano spoke with respect. He probably hadn't expected that the director of the CCG would personally come to the airport to receive him. "No need for formalities, after all, we were the ones who invited you," Byakuya said in a friendly tone. After that, Byakuya planned to have a private conversation with Akihiro Kano. So they returned to the CCG's headquarters, and only Byakuya and Akihiro Kano were inside the director's office. "I have a general idea about your activities. Akihiro Kano, you've been secretly researching ghouls, haven't you?" Byakuya got straight to the point. Akihiro Kano was momentarily stunned. That's right. He clearly hadn't expected that his private, secret research on ghouls had been discovered by the CCG. This wasn't exactly illegal, but it was definitely not something respectable either. If someone used it against him, it could definitely ruin his career. However, Akihiro Kanu wasn't concerned about his career at all. His family already owned the Kanu General Hospital, and he definitely wouldn't abandon his obsession just because of some leverage being held against him. So he admitted it directly. That's exactly why I specifically invited you to join the CCG. Byakuya said bluntly. Do you know what this formula is? He had already copied down the special ghoul food recipe he purchased earlier onto a piece of paper and handed it to Akihiro Kanu. Akihiro Kanu glanced at the contents. It was a formula he had never seen before, and it felt strange. But some of the materials used caught his attention. I can tell that it has something to do with ghouls. Akihiro Kanu replied. That's right. By following this formula, we can create a type of food that can replace human flesh for ghouls. Byakuya said. And it can even be further improved. This isn't the final version of the formula. You mean, you want me to be in charge of researching this formula? Akihiro Kanu had already figured out the implications. Yes. Byakuya nodded. Besides that, I personally believe that things like Kagyun and RC cells from ghouls can be applied to medicine, not just limited to developing weapons. Hearing those words, Akihiro Kanu immediately straightened up. Wasn't this exactly what birthed his obsession? It was the first time he had met someone who shared his vision, and this person was even the CCG's current director. If he could gain the support of someone at this level, then he would have nothing to worry about. He could dedicate himself entirely to his ghoul research. I will assign assistants to you, and you won't need to worry about funding. Your only focus will be ghoul research. Byakuya emphasized. Even in the future, when it came to dragon cells and dragon toxin, those could also be handed over to Akihiro Kanu for research. But for now, it was too early to bring those topics up. With that, Akihiro Kanu had absolutely no reason to refuse. He agreed without hesitation. Capitulo 153, Mouth to Mouth. Even though it wasn't yet the end of the workday, as long as there wasn't anything particularly important to handle, Uchiha Byakuya wouldn't just sit around in the director's office. As usual, Byakuya returned to Anteku. Yashimura Ito was almost always at Anteku, drinking coffee, reading books, and writing. Not long ago, Byakuya specially gave her a lightweight laptop, making it easier for her to carry around for writing. Uchiha-san, you're back. Kirishima Hikari happened to be sweeping near the entrance. Thanks for your hard work. Byakuya greeted Hikari. Seeing Byakuya return, Ito immediately put down her book. She picked up an apple from the table and asked Byakuya. Want an apple? Sure, eating more fruit is good. Byakuya nodded. Ito then walked over to the counter, took a small paring knife, and started peeling the apple herself. You really don't have to go through the trouble. Seeing this, Byakuya spoke up. I've already started peeling it, what's the point of calling it trouble now? Ito's knife skills were excellent. With just a few swift movements, she had perfectly peeled the apple. So, do you want me to cut it into pieces and feed you next, Tilda? Ito's tone carried a hint of amusement. If you really don't find it troublesome, then sure. Byakuya knew Ito was teasing him again. If he backed down now, he'd be playing right into her hands. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Ito then cut the apple into small pieces. Even though there were toothpicks right next to her, she deliberately chose not to use them and insisted on feeding him directly by hand. Here, open your mouth, Tilda. Ito said with a smile. Byakuya expressionlessly opened his mouth and ate the small piece of apple. Naturally, he inevitably made contact with Ito's fingers, but his face remained completely impassive. At this moment, it was as if the two of them were competing, seeing who would be the first to get embarrassed. Oh my Tilda, Byakuya and Ito sure are close, huh? At this rate, the manager will be a grandfather soon. Hikari commented. However, she still had no idea about Ito's and Byakuya's real age. She had never suspected it, since Ito had always behaved in a mature manner. About that, it's still a bit too early. Yashimura Kyuzan said, his expression slightly serious. Too early, I think it's just about the right time. Hikari replied. Yoshimura Kyuzen then whispered something to Hikari. Naturally, he was telling her Ito's real age. Huh, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Hikari was utterly shocked. She had never imagined that the difference between Ito's actual age and what she had assumed was so huge. No wonder the manager thought it was too early. This really was a bit too early. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Ito were still locked in their contest. Ito thought to herself, using my hands didn't work, huh? Then I'll use my mouth. She picked up a piece of apple, holding one end gently between her teeth, while offering the other end to Byakuya. Wait, you're seriously doing this? Seeing this, Byakuya was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Giving up already? Weren't you just acting all calm and unshakable? Ito smiled and teased him instantly. Wait, there are other people here. Byakuya said. So what if there are? Clearly, Ito didn't care about being seen. But to say she was completely unfazed would be a lie. Her adorable face was already tinged with a faint blush. At the end of the day, you're wavering too, aren't you? Observing this, Byakuya immediately pointed it out. Shut up. In the next instant, Ito grabbed Byakuya's collar with both hands and forcefully leaned in, bringing the piece of apple between her teeth straight to him. Their lips nearly touched, missing by just a tiny fraction. Only then did Ito release Byakuya's collar. Byakuya, looking slightly stunned, ate the piece of apple. How does it taste? Ito grinned happily, though the blush on her cheeks refused to fade. Tastes good. Byakuya answered almost instinctively, still not fully recovered from what just happened. Then finish the rest yourself. I'm going to wash my hands first. Ito placed the small plate of apple slices in front of Byakuya and then headed to the restroom. This scene left Yoshimura Kyuzen completely dumbfounded. Hikari was so shocked that she covered her mouth, unable to close it from sheer surprise. She never imagined she would witness such a pure and ambiguous moment. Uchiha-san and Yoshimura-san are truly affectionate. My maiden heart is fluttering. From the side, Koma-enji couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Honestly, that's kind of gross. Urumi-kimi rolled her eyes at Koma-enji, her tone full of disdain. What do you know, you single dog? Koma-enji chuckled faintly. Like you're not single too. Urumi-kimi glared at Koma-enji with dead fish eyes. Meanwhile, Yomo-renji's hand froze mid-wipe as he polished a glass. He already knew that Uchiha-san was human and Yoshimura-san was a ghoul. However, seeing a human and a ghoul being affectionate to this degree, he truly learned something new today. As for Hoito-Roma, she was simply enjoying the show. Even though her personal freedom was currently restricted by Aogiri tree, she was actually seeing more amusing things than before, all thanks to the appearance of the one-eyed king, Byakuya. Whether it was the forbidden love between a half-human and a half-ghoul, the underground world's natives, or the CCG's dynastic change. To her, it was all entertainment. Ever since she met the first one-eyed king years ago, learned many secrets, and firmly embraced her role as a clown, this was how she saw the world. At this moment, Byakuya silently stared at the plate of apple slices in front of him. Meanwhile, at the restroom sink, Ito washed her hands while looking at herself in the mirror. She noticed that the faint redness on her face had finally faded. She gently touched her lips with her fingertips, as if savoring something. Just now, they had almost kissed. So in the end, she still couldn't remain completely unshaken. When she left the restroom, Ito returned to Byakuya's side as if nothing had happened, her expression perfectly calm. However, as she was about to sit down, she suddenly noticed Byakuya's hair. At a glance, it wasn't obvious, but upon closer inspection, his black hair was already interwoven with countless strands of white. Byakuya, your hair has turned so white. Capitulo 154, Infinite Lifespan. White hair. Byakuya immediately realized something. He had never paid much attention to his hair. Even though he looked in the mirror every day, he never focused on it specifically. And due to the unique physiology of half-humans, it seemed that the whitening process happened at an extremely fast rate. In the original story, Aramakishu's hair supposedly turned completely white overnight, while Kanki Ken's case, which resulted from extreme torture, was a different matter entirely. Byakuya immediately walked to the counter and picked up a small mirror. When he checked, the front wasn't too noticeable, but from above, the whiteness at the crown of his head was already quite obvious. A small portion of his black hair had already turned white. At this rate, by the time tonight was over, it would likely be completely white. Right now, he could still purchase a low-grade longevity pill from the system's shop to stop it in time. But Byakuya felt that there was no longer any need to do so. His appearance would be permanently fixed at the moment he consumed the low-grade longevity pill, and if he took it now, his hair would remain a mix of black and white, which would look even worse. So he might as well just let it all turn white. After all, his physical condition was still at its peak. It was just that his hair was aging faster than the rest of him. Yoshimura Kyuzen's expression turned slightly worried and helpless. He knew that the half-humans in V were never long-lived. Byakuya's remaining lifespan was probably not even half of a normal person's. Aza. Hoido Roma rested her chin on both hands. The mood had suddenly turned somber. Come to think of it, this young man wouldn't even live as long as she had. What's wrong? Unlike Yoshimura Kyuzen and Roma, Kirishima Hikari and the others had no idea that Byakuya was actually a half-human. They just noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly become strange. Oh, that's right, after all you're a half-human. Yoshimura Ito suddenly remembered that as a half-human, Byakuya in the end had a very short lifespan. But even so, she still found it unexpected that at just 18 years old, Byakuya was already showing signs of aging. It was difficult to accept, but it was an undeniable fact. She had no choice but to accept it. A half-human. Hikari and Yomo Renji clearly had no idea about this. It's said that children born from humans and ghouls are almost always half-humans. Half-humans possess physical abilities far superior to normal people, but their lifespan is extremely short. At that moment, Roma spoke up and explained. Of course, this is just what I've heard from others. Hikari nodded slightly. Oh, so that means Uchiha-san is actually a hybrid of a human and a ghoul. Beside them, Minami suddenly thought of something. If that was the case, could it be that Arima-kun was also a half-human? Minami felt that this was highly possible. After all, Arima-kun was unnaturally strong, with reaction speeds no normal human should have. Suddenly, she felt a deep sense of worry. It's actually fine, I have a solution for this. Byakuya calmly reassured Ito. What kind of solution? Ito couldn't help but ask. For now, that's a secret. Byakuya replied. There were too many people here. Even though most of them were trustworthy, he still didn't want to reveal such a secret in front of everyone. You're being all mysterious again. Ito's tone carried a hint of grievance. But at this point, she also felt relieved. Because based on her understanding of Byakuya, the fact that he was saying this meant he definitely had a plan. Minami was deeply concerned about the matter of half-humans and couldn't help but ask Byakuya about it. She sat down across from Byakuya and in a very small voice asked, Uchiha-kun, I want to know, is Arima-kun also a half-human? I think it would be better if you asked him directly. Byakuya replied. That's true. Minami also felt that it wasn't right to pry into someone else's secret behind their back. She decided that she would just ask Arima-kun directly next time. However, at that moment, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Minami had previously invited Arima to stop by the cafe whenever he had time. And today, Arima had come to fulfill that invitation. At some point, without anyone noticing, Arima's once dark blue hair had already turned completely white. Seeing such a sudden change in Arima, Byakuya was not surprised at all. Minami, however, slightly parted her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she hesitated. Seeing Arima's completely white hair, she no longer needed to ask. Naturally, she had already understood everything. Kishu, you came at just the right time. Come, sit over here. At that moment, Byakuya called out to Arima. Arima nodded slightly, and then sat down next to Minami. Arima-kun, your hair. Minami's voice carried a trace of worry. Arima, of course, knew that she was referring to his white hair. With an expressionless face, he responded, "It's a natural phenomenon, it doesn't affect anything." But this was clearly not the answer that Minami wanted to hear. She immediately leaned close to Arima's ear and, in a very small voice, asked, "Arima-kun, you're a half-human, aren't you?" At those words, Arima's gaze trembled slightly. Looking at Minami's worried expression, he fell into silence. "I heard that Uchiha-kun is a half-human, so I was wondering if you might be one too." Minami added another sentence. "Emma." After a moment of silence, Arima admitted it. Now that the Washu clan had collapsed and the V organization was no longer a threat, he no longer needed to hide the fact that he was a half-human. "Because I'm a half-human, my lifespan is limited. I've now reached the point where my aging process has begun." Arima said, "I see." Hearing the answer she least wanted to hear, Minami lowered her head slightly. Arima didn't know what to say for a moment. "It's fine, I've already found a way to solve the lifespan issue. At most, Kishu's hair just won't turn back." Byakuya reassured both Arima and Minami. "Really?" Minami was instantly overjoyed. But she still felt that this didn't seem possible. From a common-sense perspective, birth, aging, illness, and death were inevitable laws of nature. Arima, on the other hand, looked at Byakuya with slight surprise. Based on his understanding of Byakuya, the latter would never say something he wasn't confident about. But still, it was hard to believe. "Of course it's true," Byakuya said. In reality, it wasn't just the longevity pills in the system shop that could extend one's lifespan, as even the dragon toxin from the dragon could allow half-humans to have the same lifespan as normal humans. But in comparison, the system's items were obviously the most reliable, because those products could be purchased repeatedly. As long as there were enough attribute points, one could achieve infinite lifespan. Capitulo 155, Prime Minister. Back at home. "Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me, what exactly is your method?" At this moment, Yoshimura Ito pressed Uchiha Byakuya for an answer. "Actually, it's the dragon of the underground world. Once the Washu clan awakens it, the dragon toxin it releases will allow half-humans to gain the same lifespan as humans." Byakuya explained. "So that's how it is." Ito nodded in understanding. She didn't even bother questioning how Byakuya knew that dragon toxin had this effect. After all, in her eyes, Byakuya knew plenty of things far more absurd than this. Now, she was finally completely at ease. A night passed. When Byakuya woke up and looked in the mirror, sure enough, his hair had turned completely white. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the system shop and purchased a low-grade longevity pill from the Tier 1 shop interface. "Ding, host has successfully purchased low-grade longevity pill. Attribute points. Current attribute points, 1540. After purchasing the pill, Byakuya swallowed it immediately to prevent further aging of his body. As a result, his lifespan increased by 1 year, and at the same time, his appearance became frozen at this state, and his body would not continue to age for the next year. At that moment, Byakuya thought that since he had plenty of attribute points, he might as well buy a few more at once. Ding, host has successfully purchased low-grade longevity pill. Attribute points. Current attribute points, 1530. Ding, host has successfully purchased low-grade longevity pill. Attribute points. Current attribute points, 1520. Byakuya bought 4 more longevity pills, leaving himself with 1,500 attribute points remaining. "Byakuya, what's that in your hand?" Noticing the candy-like objects in Byakuya's hand, Ito immediately asked. She had just woken up feeling the lack of a pillow, and at the same time, she also noticed that Byakuya's hair had completely turned white. This is a special medicine that increases one's lifespan. Facing Ito, Byakuya didn't completely hide the truth. However, he also didn't go into too much detail after all. When it came to the system, if there was no need to reveal it, then it was best left undisclosed. A special medicine that increases someone's lifespan actually exists. Ito was instantly astonished. You really always manage to come up with the most unbelievable things. Byakuya smiled faintly, but didn't say much more. He swallowed 3 of the longevity pills, leaving just 1 remaining, one which he intended to save for Aramakishu. As for Ito, she didn't need a longevity pill just yet. Since her body wasn't fully developed, taking a longevity pill would actually do more harm than good. By the way, should Aogiri tree continue expanding as usual? Now that she no longer had to worry about Byakuya's lifespan, Ito changed the topic. Yes, the goal is to develop Aogiri tree into the CCG of the ghoul world, protecting weaker ghouls while restraining those who refuse to behave. Byakuya nodded in agreement. That's certainly a good plan. Then, let's set our next goal as taking over all of Tokyo. Ito said. Oh, and by the way, a special food that ghouls can eat has already been successfully developed. The first batch will soon go into production and distribution, so the food shortage for ghouls will finally be solved. Byakuya spoke to Ito. This is your doing again, isn't it? Ito didn't even need to guess. She already knew that this was definitely related to Byakuya. You could say that. The main reason it took so long was that the Washu clan had been secretly obstructing this research all along. Otherwise, it would have been developed much sooner. Byakuya didn't mention the system at all, but his explanation still sounded entirely reasonable. As expected, in that case, the most critical food problem is finally solved. Ito's tone carried a hint of emotion. To prepare for the impending revival of the underground, Dragon, Byakuya, in his capacity as the CCG's chairman, planned to meet with the Prime Minister of Japan. Although his original position was director, the chairman's seat was his for the taking if he wanted it. He could simply sit on it. Within Japan, the CCG chairman's status was roughly equivalent to that of a cabinet minister. And that was just on the surface. In truth, the Washu clan, wielding the strongest military force, had been the ones truly controlling everything from the shadows. Even the prime minister, i.e., the head of the cabinet, had no choice but to give face to the CCG's chairman. Chairman Uchiha. The prime minister was already aware of everything that had transpired between the CCG and the Washu clan. As the leader of the government, how could he possibly not know the Washu clan's secrets? Rather, he himself, along with the entire cabinet, had conspired with the Washu clan. Profit, that single word was enough to explain everything. Thus, he harbored a deep sense of wariness toward Uchiha Byakuya. I'll get straight to the point. You should know about the Washu clan's first one-eyed king, correct? Byakuya cut right to the chase. The prime minister's expression turned grave, but he did not answer. He had to be extremely cautious with his words. Every single sentence could become a weapon in the opponent's hands. If he admitted to knowing about the first one-eyed king, it would most likely become a weakness that the other party could exploit. Byakuya could see through the prime minister's concerns, but he didn't care. Instead, he simply continued speaking. The first one-eyed king became the ruler of the underground and, after undergoing draconization, fell into a long slumber beneath the earth. But now, the Washu clan is about to awaken the underground dragon. Byakuya looked straight at the prime minister as he continued. When that happens, Tokyo will once again face catastrophe, only this time it will be far worse than before. After all, the first one-eyed king was already quite merciful back then. Upon hearing this, the prime minister's eyes trembled slightly. Clearly, he too understood the devastating consequences that would follow if the underground dragon re-emerged into the world. So, what I want to discuss with you is organizing a temporary evacuation for all civilians out of Tokyo. Byakuya revealed his true intent. I understand. After a brief silence, the prime minister gave a slight nod. Although he didn't fully believe Byakuya's words, he knew that if the Washu clan really had gone underground, they were indeed capable of awakening the dragon. That was not a gamble he was willing to take. If he bet wrong, he would be finished as well. Meanwhile, as Byakuya negotiated with the prime minister, Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki had no idea what was happening. After all, Byakuya had confined them within the Washu clan's estate. There was no way he would allow them to roam freely. Washu Tsunayoshi, however, remained rather obedient. Because he was waiting for his clan members who had entered the underground world to awaken the dragon. Now that there was no one left underground to interfere, it was likely only a matter of time before they succeeded. Capitulo 156, the King of Washu. Tokyo's first ward, Washu Clan Estate. The entire estate was empty and desolate, with only Washu Tsunayoshi and Washu Yashitoki remaining inside. The rest of the Washu members were either in the underground world or serving as puppets within the CCG's decision-making hierarchy. Uchiha Byakuya hadn't completely dismantled the decision-making body. Instead, he allowed those Washu members he had captured to continue holding their positions. However, they no longer had any real power. Now they were all merely Uchiha Byakuya's puppets. Today, 3 uninvited guests arrived at the Washu estate: Furuta Nimura, Kamishiro Rise, and Kamishiro Matasaka. The first to meet them was Washu Yashitoki. "Furuta Rise, what are you two doing back here?" Washu Yashitoki immediately questioned them. "Just coming back to take a look. You know, I've barely ever returned to this house, even though I'm also a member of the Washu clan." Furuta smiled as he spoke. Before long, his name would officially change to Washu Nimura. Prior to this, the number of times Furuta had set foot in this estate could be counted on one hand, and even then, it had only been done secretly with the permission of his father, Washu Tsunayoshi. Even so, he couldn't let any of the other clan members see him. Washu Yashitoki fell silent. He knew all too well just how much pain and suffering the Washu clan had inflicted upon Furuta and Rise. Despite being Furuta's half-brother, he barely knew him, and in this moment, he had no idea what to say. Kamishiro Matasaka, meanwhile, remained silent, standing beside Furuta and Rise. He had come along for the sole purpose of protecting them. Washu Yashitoki ultimately did not try to stop them. Thus, Furuta and the others soon came face to face with Washu Tsunayoshi. Washu Tsunayoshi had been meditating with his eyes closed, but when he heard footsteps that clearly did not belong to Washu Yashitoki, he immediately opened his eyes. "Furuta." Upon seeing the familiar face, Washu Tsunayoshi was visibly surprised. Compared to Furuta, he had no particular reaction to Rise, who stood beside him. From the perspective of the entire Washu clan, Rise being the mother body was undoubtedly far more important than Furuta, who was not even born of the main wife. However, from Washu Tsunayoshi's personal standpoint, there was no doubt that he cared far more about Furuta. "With the current state of the Washu clan, can I finally call you father?" Furuta asked Washu Tsunayoshi directly. "Of course, that's no problem." Washu Tsunayoshi's expression grew complicated, unsure whether he should feel happy or sad. The Washu clan had already been utterly crushed by Uchiha Byakuya, who still cared about those so-called family traditions anymore. However, rather than calling him father in such a formal manner, Furuta preferred a less rigid term, dad. Washu Tsunayoshi responded at once. In contrast, Rise showed no kindness toward Washu Tsunayoshi whatsoever. To be precise, she loathed the entire Washu clan. The only exception was Furuta, whom she regarded favorably, given their shared childhood bond, but that was it. "Furuta, from now on, you are the king of the Washu clan. Stay here from now on," Washu Tsunayoshi declared. And he wasn't lying. He intended to use this moment of internal chaos to completely reform the Washu clan. Although he had always been the head of the Washu family, he had still been restricted by the decision-making members of the clan. Additionally, V had never truly obeyed him unconditionally. It served the Washu clan as a whole, not him as an individual leader. Due to various forces restraining his power, Washu Tsunayoshi had no choice but to adhere to the Washu clan's traditions. For this reason, he wanted to seize this opportunity. If Furuta, a branch family member not born of the main wife, were to ascend as the king of the Washu clan, it would deal the greatest blow possible to the clan's traditions. From what he knew about Furuta, his intelligence was more than sufficient. This was one of the reasons Washu Tsunayoshi had always favored him. "Can Rise stay too?" Furuta was naturally delighted, but he still cared about Rai's situation. Of course, Rise can also reclaim the Washu name, and she will no longer be regarded as the mother. Washu Tsuneyoshi granted Furuta's request. The reason he was so determined to keep Furuta here was that the dragon in the underground world was about to awaken. He was worried that Furuta might be caught in the crossfire, so he wanted to keep him close. As for Rise, she was merely an incidental factor, but at the same time, her presence could also help keep Furuta obedient. No, I have no interest in the Washu name. I am Kamishiro Rise now. Rise spoke coldly and indifferently. Hearing this, Kamishiro Matasaka was somewhat surprised. He had initially intended to persuade Rise not to be so willful, since Furuta was destined to become the king of the Washu clan, and reclaiming the Washu name would bring far more benefits than drawbacks. However, after reconsidering, he chose to respect Rai's wishes. Compared to Kamishiro Matasaka, Furuta's reaction was entirely different. He looked as if he had just taken a serious emotional blow, because if Rise refused to take the Washu name, didn't that mean she had no intention of marrying him? Even though the Washu clan has wronged you all this time, I thought you would still be willing. Washu Tsuneyoshi was also somewhat surprised. He had long noticed that Furuta and Rai's relationship was unusual, but he had simply chosen not to interfere. However, it was clear that Rise hadn't thought about it as deeply as Furuta or Washu Tsuneyoshi. She simply detested the Washu clan. Furuta, if you want to stay, then stay, but I have no interest in staying in a place as disgusting as this. Rise spoke with casual indifference. Furuta suddenly felt torn. Now he faced two choices. One, he could abandon the Washu name, forsake his claim as the king of the Washu clan, and continue living a simple yet happy life with Rise in the 6th Ward. Two, he could accept his responsibility as the king of the Washu clan, but in doing so, he would likely lose Rise forever. Although he deeply loved Rise, he also deeply respected and admired Byakuyane. He wholeheartedly supported Byakuyane's ideals, to tear down this cage that had imprisoned so many lives and to create a world where humans and ghouls could coexist in peace. If he wanted to help achieve that dream, then becoming the king of the Washu clan was necessary. At this moment, Furuta seemed to have made up his mind. He smiled at Rise and said, "Until you change your mind, I'll always be waiting for you." His words were gentle, but his resolve was clear. In the original story, Furuta had also given up on his purest dream, a dream of living a simple life with Rise, all for the sake of changing the world. Very good, as expected of my son. Washu Tsuneyoshi openly praised him without hesitation. In his eyes, only someone with this level of determination was worthy of being the king of the Washu clan. Due to a certain degree of misunderstanding, Rise felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. She immediately turned to Kamishiro Matasaka and said, "Let's go, forget about him." Capitulo 157, The Battle to Defend Tokyo. All right then, Furuta, take care of yourself. Kamishiro Matasaka spoke with concern for Furuta. You don't need to worry about me. Furuta nodded slightly. That's that then, Rise and I will be heading back now. Before leaving, Kamishiro Matasaka said one last thing to Furuta. It seems like there's some kind of misunderstanding between you two. Once we get back, I'll have a proper talk with Rise. Thank you, Kamishiro Wajasan. Furuta responded politely. After Rise and Kamishiro Matasaka left, Furuta's face still showed no clear sign of regret. However, what was truly going on in his mind, no one could say. From today onward, your name will be Washu Nomura. Stop using the branch family's surname. At that moment, Washu Tsuneyoshi addressed Furuta. The surname Furuta was the branch family's name, and it was also his mother's surname. Now, there was no longer any need for him to bear the name Furuta. All right. Washu Nomura nodded in agreement. At the end of the day, Washu Tsuneyoshi was still relying on the underground world's dragon to help the Washu clan stage a comeback. Declaring Furuta as the king of the Washu clan was just one part of that long-term strategy. After all, until their comeback succeeded, internal struggles within the Washu clan were meaningless. For now, they had no choice but to obey Uchiha Byakuya. After the latter reached an agreement with the Prime Minister, the evacuation of Tokyo's civilian population was immediately set into motion. However, in the face of an impending disaster that had yet to occur, some civilians were naturally unwilling to cooperate. Fortunately, Uchiha Byakuya had already mobilized Aogiri Tree to systematically stir up unrest across various districts of Tokyo. They began staging demonstrations and disruptions. To put it simply, they were scaring people into evacuating, but without causing actual casualties. On the CCG's side, Special Class Investigator Marud Itsuki and other high-ranking officers coordinated with Byakuya's plan. They instructed lower-ranking investigators to avoid direct conflict with Aogiri Tree's ghouls, unless those ghouls harmed civilians. Special Class Marud told us to ignore Aogiri Tree's ghouls. Did you guys get the same notice? Yeah, same here. Looks like this large-scale operation by Aogiri Tree is being directed by Uchiha Byakuya himself. I'm guessing it's to assist the Prime Minister's evacuation efforts. Speaking of which, the Prime Minister's actions this time were really abrupt. The justification wasn't all that convincing, yet he's ordering the complete evacuation of Tokyo. There's still a lot we ordinary folks don't understand. Let's just trust Uchiha Byakuya's decisions. By now, most of the CCG personnel were well aware that their current bureau director and chief representative, Uchiha Byakuya, also held another identity. He was the one-eyed king of Aogiri Tree. Although this truth felt somewhat strange, it was still a far better alternative than being under the rule of the Washu clan. Tokyo First Ward. A certain ghoul faction was currently under attack by Aogiri Tree. One-eyed owl, what the hell are you people thinking? You're actually naive enough to believe in coexistence with humans. The leader of the ghoul faction roared in rage and disbelief at the figure before him, the one-eyed owl. You don't need to understand any of that. You only need to make one choice: submit or die. Aogiri Tree's Yashimura Ito, already in her Kakuja form, spoke calmly. The ones who will die are you. Clearly, their opponents refused to submit. In that case, Ito had no reason to show mercy. There would be no more chances given. Although Ward 1 had a large number of ghouls, there were no particularly powerful ones. Otherwise, they would have already been eliminated by the Washu clan's V. At present, Ito was undeniably the strongest ghoul, so slaughtering the ghouls in Ward 1 was as easy for her as cutting down vegetables. Moreover, Ito had deliberately expanded the battlefield to public streets, places where many civilians could see. In doing so, Aogiri Tree could not only occupy Ward 1, but also instill fear in the civilian population of the ward. After a round of cannibalism in Ward 1, Ito acquired another Kakuju. Her current Kakuja form was already significantly larger than Yashimura Kyuzen's form from this same period. And she was no longer content with her original Kakuja appearance. For the first time, Ito remodeled her own Kakuja appearance, transforming into the form she had in the original story, now looking even more monstrous. The one-eyed owl. If we were to speak of the most terrifying and unique Kakuja, then this form of the one-eyed owl was in a league of its own. The fundamental reason lay in Ito's absolute strength and her unrestrained imagination. Of course, in the latter part of the original story, the one-eyed owl's form was even more of a masterpiece. However, at the moment, Ito's RC cells and Kakuju had not yet reached the level of the original story's later stages. At best, she had simply developed ahead of schedule, reaching the stage she would have in the early parts of the original, which was to say, 10 years in the future. Under Ito's leadership, Aogiri Tree swiftly took over Ward 1, facing virtually no resistance. They also generated enough panic to make the civilians of the First Ward willing to follow the Prime Minister's instructions and evacuate Tokyo under the protection of police and CCG investigators. Within just a few days, it had proven highly effective. The vast majority of civilians had already evacuated Tokyo. As for the very few who still insisted on staying in Tokyo, Byakuya had neither the time nor the patience to go persuade them one by one. If they insisted on courting death, then no one could stop them. Meanwhile, the CCG, the 20th Ward Anteku, and Aogiri Tree, all these factions had already established their own defensive lines, in preparation for the upcoming battle to defend Tokyo. Byakuya had not publicly revealed anything about the dragon, but he had already informed them that an extremely powerful enemy would soon appear. Back at the Washu estate, Washu Tsuneyoshi and the others were only now becoming aware that the entire Tokyo area was being evacuated. At this moment, two men were seated face to face, discussing the matter. Looks like the Prime Minister already knows about the dragon. I just don't know if he figured it out himself or someone told him. Washu Tsuneyoshi said in a low voice. Hard to say, but there's no reason Uchiha Byakuya should know about our plan. Washu Yashitoki responded. Let's hope so. Washu Tsuneyoshi sighed. Right now, both Tsuneyoshi and Yashitoki were unable to leave the Washu estate, so there was no way for them to confirm the actual situation. But regardless, things had already reached this point, and the underground dragon was destined to awaken. Where's Nomura? Is he still reading? At that moment, Washu Tsuneyoshi suddenly asked about Furuta. You can clearly tell he's putting in a lot of effort to prepare for the role of the king of the Washu clan. Washu Yashitoki nodded. When he heard Furuta say he wanted to read every book in the library, he had been utterly shocked. Most of the books in the Washu clan's library were far from ordinary. Yashitoki himself had lost interest after reading only a few, finding them dry and boring. Washu Tsuneyoshi said, That's fine too. What happens next will depend on whether the Washu clan can successfully make a comeback. Capitulo 158, Token of Love, Kiss. On a subway line heading toward Chiba. Kenki Ken, Nagachika Hideyoshi, and the Kirishima family were crowded together. The Kirishima family were not combat personnel. Neither Kirishima Arata nor Kirishima Hikari had reached the level of strength they would possess later on. What's more, they had to protect Kirishima Tauka and Kirishima Yato, so they had no way of participating in the battle to defend Tokyo. Included among them were Mayu and Suzuya Juzu, who were also following along with the Kirishima family. Hikari-san, thank you guys really for bringing both me and Hyde along. At that moment, Kenki Ken turned to Kirishima Tauka, who was sitting beside him, and said, Almost everyone had left Tokyo using various means of transportation, and since there was still plenty of time, the subway train that Kenki and the others were taking wasn't all that crowded. No need to thank us, you're a good friend of Tauka-chan. Hikari replied with a smile. So you're willing to call her by name, but not me. Tauka said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Isn't that kind of improper? It wasn't that Kenki Ken was unwilling, rather, he was just embarrassed. What's improper about it? We're clearly already friends, calling each other by name is totally normal, right? Kirishima Tauka responded immediately. And no, that's not what I meant. Kenki scratched his cheek lightly and said with some awkwardness, How should I put it? It's just kind of embarrassing, that's all. Upon hearing this, Kirishima Tauka froze for a moment, then immediately understood. Her face turned slightly red. You're disgusting, you know that. It's not like I meant it that way or anything. Disgusting. Kenki was instantly startled. Yeah, it is kinda disgusting. Nagachika Hideyoshi, sitting beside them, teased Kenki on purpose. Kenki, however, took it seriously. Got it. His expression turned serious. He didn't want to be laughed at for being so shy about something like this. Tauka, how's this then? It's fine, it's fine. Hearing Kenki call out her name so seriously and loudly, this time it was Tauka who felt a little embarrassed. Watching this scene, Arata and Hikari looked at each other and smiled. Seated on the other side, Mayu noticed that Tauka's side seemed kind of entertaining. But she and Juzu had already been calling each other by name for a while. Mayu was the cheerful and outgoing type. Even though they hadn't known each other very long, she'd already started calling him Juzu. As for Suzuya Juzu, he only knew that Mayu's name was Mayu. He didn't even know her surname, so he didn't really have a choice. 2 days passed. All of Tokyo now felt like a ghost city, a once bustling and prosperous metropolis. But the streets were completely deserted. It was like the calm before a storm. Byakuya and Ito were sitting leisurely in Anteku Cafe, sipping coffee at ease. But that was because they both possessed an overwhelming confidence born from their absolute strength. Yoshimura Kyuzan, Shinohara Yukinori, and the other cafe staff were all acting like usual, including Yuruka Minami, who was also present. Although Minami was currently the only person left in Anteku who wasn't even SS rated, she still wanted to fight alongside Arumakishu. Before the great battle arrived, Byakuya explained to Yoshimura Kyuzan and the others what kind of powerful enemy they would be facing. So basically, the enemy we're about to fight is the dragon from the underground world, right? Undoubtedly, Yoshimura Kyuzan had heard some rumors about the taboo of the Washu family, but he hadn't expected that something so dangerous was actually slumbering beneath Tokyo's underground. Once the dragon reemerges into the light of day, it will release dragon toxin gas and spawn dragon orphans. As long as you're cautious about that, there shouldn't be a problem. Byakuya reminded them. In the original story, dragon orphans were originally referred to as dragon's children, and it wasn't until Rise, who formed the core of the dragon, had died, that those monsters began being called dragon orphans. In fact, the dragon's toxin gas doesn't affect ghouls all that much. For half-humans, it's even considered a gift, enabling them to gain a lifespan equal to that of ordinary humans. However, once humans inhale too much dragon toxin gas, they will transform into ghouls. As for Furuta Nomura from the original story, in essence, it was because he absorbed the cells of the dragon orphans that after undergoing a Kakuja transformation, he took on that monstrous form. So in truth, Furuta was still a normal ghoul, just driven mentally unstable after being repeatedly tortured. It wasn't the RC cells of the dragon abandoned that drove him insane. And it was clear that Roma Hoito's death had a profound impact on Furuta. Because when Roma Hoito was killed by Kukiyuri, Furuta instinctively cried out to as if some psychological trauma had been triggered. Even Furuta's Kakuja form, after absorbing the dragon cells, greatly resembled Roma Hoito's Daji mother. One can only say, worthy of being the one-eyed king, your understanding of the first one-eyed king is truly deep. At this moment, Roma smiled and praised. She openly revealed that she knew Byakuya's true identity. After all, this was no longer a secret unknown to the world, so saying it out loud didn't matter anymore. But she was being sincere. Despite having once met the first one-eyed king herself, even she didn't understand him as thoroughly as Byakuya seemingly did. So that means, when the time comes, all we need to do is protect the 20th ward. Yoshimura Kyuzan asked Byakuya. That's right. Byakuya nodded. He certainly didn't want the manager and the others to take risks. If they stayed within their own defensive line and fended off the dragon orphans, it would be far safer. For a faction like the 20th ward, where nearly everyone was SS rated, dealing with the dragon's children wasn't too difficult. The real challenge was the dragon itself, but that was something he would handle personally. And when the time comes, the dragon toxin gas will allow half-humans, including myself and Arima, to possess lifespans equivalent to normal humans. So Minami-san, make sure to protect yourself well. Byakuya deliberately said these words to Minami. Upon hearing this, the latter's eyes instantly widened, her heart brimming with joy. She nodded vigorously and replied. Okay. Arima-kun's lifespan was undoubtedly something that had always troubled her. To think that such a concern would be resolved in this way. Just then, Ito suddenly nudged Byakuya's side with her elbow. Byakuya turned his head toward her with a puzzled look. He saw Ito take out an apple from her arms. You know, there's a theory that the forbidden fruit Adam and Eve stole was actually an apple. What do you think? Should we use this as our token of love? Token of love? Byakuya felt slightly stunned. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Ito suddenly lined in close. Their lips touched. Perhaps this was the true token of love. Capitulo 159, Dragon's Emergence. Due to Ito's sudden action, Uchiha Byakuya nearly reacted on instinct and used his Kamui. Luckily, his reflexes were extremely fast. He didn't sense any hostility, so in the end, he didn't activate it. Although their lips had only touched for the briefest of moments before parting, it still gave Byakuya an enormous shock. And on top of that, Yashimura Kyuzen, Yomo Renji, and the others were all watching. "Willow!" Hoito Roma immediately exclaimed. Yashimura Kyuzen was stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief. Then again, he felt like this was already pushing the limits. Obviously, it wouldn't be appropriate to go any further. That would truly be excessive. Renji couldn't help but glance at the manager. Noticing that the manager showed no sign of displeasure, it was clear. Uchiha-san becoming the manager's son-in-law was already a foregone conclusion. Koma Enji and Irami Kaya both wore anti-like grins on their faces, while Yuruka Minami shyly covered her eyes with her hand. But her gaze peeked out from the gap between her middle and ring fingers. She couldn't help but think, if only she and Arama-kun could be like that too. Minami quickly began fantasizing about such a scene, and the blush on her cheeks deepened even further. Byakuya and Ito's sudden gesture somewhat eased the tense atmosphere within the 20th ward. At this moment, even Byakuya's pupils were faintly trembling. Why so sudden? Maybe I was just overthinking it, but what if there's no chance in the future? Ito locked eyes with Byakuya, so I took this moment to do what I wanted to do. The last time something happened, even though it later turned out to be a misunderstanding, it still had a heavy impact on her at the time. Then you really were overthinking it. I can promise you, I'll never be in any danger. Byakuya said seriously. Don't boast. In any case, I'm coming with you this time. I won't let you go off on your own again. Ito replied. However, Byakuya really wasn't boasting. With his dual Kamui and all the items available for purchase in the system's shop, no one in this world could kill him, let alone endanger him. All right, I'll listen to you. Byakuya's gaze instantly softened. If it hadn't been so unexpected last time, he wouldn't have wanted to make Ito sad either. By the way, just now was that your first time? Ito suddenly asked out of nowhere. Of course it was. She was clearly asking whether that had been his first kiss, which made Byakuya feel a bit embarrassed. Not just in this world, even before he transmigrated, he had never experienced anything like that. It was mine too, Tilda. Ito gently touched her lips with her fingertip, revealing a delighted smile. But just then, the earth suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake. The tables and chairs inside the 20th ward's cafe trembled fiercely. The ceiling fans and chandeliers swayed precariously, and even the floor showed signs of cracking. Byakuya instantly realized what this meant. There was no doubt that the dragon in the underground world had been awakened. The operation has begun, Byakuya said in a low voice. At that moment, Ito took the initiative to grab Byakuya's hand, as if reminding him not to forget. Naturally, Byakuya couldn't possibly forget the promise he had just made. Be careful, Yashimura Kyuzen said to both Byakuya and Ito. Byakuya nodded. You too be sure to take care of yourselves as well. Ito added. Then Byakuya and Ito vanished on the spot. Through the Kamui space, he transported Ito to the very top of the Tokyo Skytree, overlooking the scene below. From such a high vantage point, combined with his Manjikayo Sharingan, he could observe the situation below to the greatest extent possible. At the same time, it was about time for Byakuya to allocate some stat points. Ding, stat allocation successful. Physicality plus 50. RC cell value plus 1000. Attribute points minus 1,500. With a great battle imminent, Byakuya naturally had to bring his state to peak condition as much as possible. Especially since he still had to complete the task of activating the Eternal Manjikayo Sharingan, one of which was to slay the dragon with his Susanoo in the form of the Karasu Tengu. If he didn't have a sufficient RC cell value, not to mention maintaining that form, it was questionable whether he could even activate it. But from the looks of it now, he should be able to give it a try. Physique 170. RC cell value 500 storage plus 3,000. At present, Byakuya's 2 attributes had reached these levels. Just as he finished allocating his stat points, the dragon in the underground world broke through the surface. The first to suffer was undoubtedly the 24th Ward's underground labyrinth. Fortunately, Byakuya had long since instructed all ghouls in the 24th Ward to return to the surface. The weaker ghouls could evacuate Tokyo under the supervision of CCG investigators. Rumble. One after another, enormous, suffocating dragon bodies resembling giant serpents burst from the ground. Nearly all of Tokyo was affected. Countless serpents wrapped around any building they encountered, and if there were none, they simply sprawled across the streets. Even the skytree wasn't spared. The dragon body, just like a python, began slithering upward toward the top of the tower, seemingly determined to wrap around the entire structure before stopping. The ground was cracked, as if struck by a major earthquake. If it weren't for the massive number of Kagyun-reinforced walls in the 24th Ward and the immense structural stability of the underground labyrinth, Tokyo might have once again collapsed due to the emergence of the dragon. Only those standing atop the highest point in Tokyo, Byakuya and Ito, could directly experience the full force of this overwhelming visual shock. This scene was practically identical to when Kanki Ken underwent dragonification in the original work. Because back then, Kanki had also been underground. After becoming the One-Eyed King, he led the ghouls to live deep within the 24th Ward. At this moment, Byakuya wasn't simply watching idly from above. Rather, he was using his eyes to search for the core of the dragon. The entire body of the dragon was far too massive. It wasn't something he could locate quickly or easily. The dragon began to release dragon toxin, and dragon's children also began spawning everywhere. The children of the dragon could be said to be extensions of the dragon's cells. As long as the dragon wasn't dead, the children would continue to emerge endlessly. After a while, Byakuya finally locked onto what appeared to be the suspected core location. It's time. At that moment, Byakuya gripped Ito's hand tightly and dove straight down. Capitulo 160, the end of the world. The disaster that had descended upon Tokyo immediately spread across the entire country. Because the earlier civilian evacuation from Tokyo had already stirred rumors, all of Japan was paying close attention to Tokyo's situation. Not only were there official large-screen projections, but also many death-defying, hype-seeking media outlets that had stayed in Tokyo alongside the CCG investigators. Through various methods, they presented the appearance of the dragon to the world. Is this for real? I thought it was just an earthquake. How could such a terrifying monster emerge from beneath Tokyo? Is this the end of the world? Who could possibly stop such a huge monster? It's practically the size of all of Tokyo. Even the CCG probably can't do anything. We're screwed, totally screwed. That giant creature looks like it can move. It'll destroy all of Japan in no time. Screw you, quit fear-mongering already. We have to trust in our country. With the emergence of the dragon, all of Japan instantly plunged into chaos. Especially those who had just evacuated from Tokyo in the past few days, they were particularly shaken. Thankfully, they had obediently left at the time. Otherwise, they'd be dead by now. In the original story, after Kanki Ken dragonized, he devoured countless humans and ghouls alike all across the Tokyo area. W8, what are those pink things? What kind of monsters are those? Ghouls? No ghoul looks like that. They look so disgusting, and they're wreaking havoc everywhere. It feels like they're even scarier than ghouls. Many people had already noticed the large number of monsters appearing on the screen. They were all identical humanoid creatures, roughly the size of normal humans, but grotesque in appearance. Their entire bodies were pink, with bulging muscles. Their faces had nothing but a mouth full of hideous teeth and no other facial features. These children of the dragon. They possessed monstrous strength like ghouls, but seemed to lack intelligence, doing nothing but destroying everything in sight on the streets. However, according to what's known from the original story, the children of the dragon go through constant generational alternation and rapid evolution. Not only do they become increasingly human-like in appearance, but their intelligence also continuously increases. In the original work, within just a few years, some among the dragon orphans had already developed intelligence comparable to that of a 5-year-old human child, capable of leading other orphans. This even led to a certain hypothesis that perhaps a dragon war had occurred long ago. When the parent body died, the children of the dragon became dragon orphans. Then, after hundreds or even thousands of years of relentless evolution, these abandoned children became ghouls who shared the same appearance as humans. That might also be why humans, who inhale too much of the dragon's toxic gas, end up turning into ghouls. What terrifying monsters! Byakuya and Itoni won't be in danger, will they? Seeing such horrifying scenes on the television, Kirishima Tauka immediately spoke with concern. The Kirishima family and the little Mayu had been relocated to a certain place. Although it was cramped, it was just barely livable. Papa, Mama. Besides Kirishima Tauka, Mayu was also very worried about her papa and mama. They'll be fine. Byakuya and Ito are both really strong. They definitely won't be in danger. In truth, Kirishima Hikari wasn't all that confident either, but she absolutely couldn't let Tauka and the others worry too much about this. She knew very well how strong Byakuya and Ito were. But this time, the dragon was something utterly unprecedented. She had no idea whether Byakuya and Ito would actually be able to handle it. Tauka and Mayu immediately felt much more at ease. Washu Estate. Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki also understood what had happened the moment the ground began to tremble violently. They were both seated calmly in the study, along with Nomura. The dragon, with their clansmen at its core, should still retain a certain degree of rationality and wouldn't actively attack the Washu estate. The only real variable was the children of the dragon flooding the streets. Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki were staying here to protect Nomura. What's going on outside? Why is there so much commotion? Nomura wanted to go out and see what was happening. There was no way this kind of upheaval was just a normal earthquake. But Washu Tsuneyoshi wouldn't let him go out. It's extremely dangerous out there. You can't just go out as you please. But Byakuya and the others. Nomura immediately spoke in worry. He's the enemy of our Washu clan. As the king of Washu, are you really concerned about the enemy? Washu Tsuneyoshi said. No, Byakuya is my benefactor. He's also the person I admire the most. Nomura immediately refuted. Well, I suppose that makes sense, given how long you've been around him. Washu Tsuneyoshi could understand his son's mindset. However, from this moment on, it is once again our Washu clan's time to rule. Those people like Byakuya won't be able to defeat a monster like that. Upon hearing that, Nomura figured that something truly unusual must be going on outside. I believe Byakuya will win. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Washu Tsuneyoshi said indifferently, if our Washu clan ends up losing, you can kill me or do whatever you want. You'll then rebuild a new Washu clan from scratch. Otherwise, I will continue to prioritize the interests of the clan. Washu Tsuneyoshi wasn't so confident as to believe they would definitely win. After all, the dragon held many uncontrollable variables. It's just that, from his perspective, the odds of victory were still fairly high. Nomura nodded slightly. Though he said aloud that he believed in Byakuya, deep down he wasn't entirely sure either. All he could do was sit here anxiously and wait. The appearance of the dragon and its children caused a widespread panic to erupt across all of Japan within just a few minutes. The Japanese government, under pressure from the public, had to deploy the military to suppress the dragon, but in reality, it was completely ineffective. The military wasn't even as useful as the CCG. Perhaps a full-scale nuclear bombardment would be the only way, but whether Japan even possessed nuclear weapons was another matter altogether. However, very soon, something happened that gave people a spark of hope. That was the news that the CCG's ghoul investigators had joined forces with a ghoul organization called Aogiri Tree. The media outlets that had stayed behind at the CCG scrambled to report on this development. Sure enough, it instantly triggered a nationwide sensation. Aogiri tree. I heard they're supposed to be the strongest ghoul force over in Tokyo, right? Seriously, I remember Tokyo was already the place most overrun with ghouls. Just how strong must the strongest ghoul force be? In any case, this is good news. At least there's still some hope for us. There are rumors that the newly appointed chairman of the CCG is the most mysterious and powerful person in all of Tokyo. Why haven't we seen him yet? Capitulo 161, Susanoo shocks Tokyo. Our king is also your CCG's chairman. We have come under the command of the king. Tatara and Naro led a group of Aogiri tree members to the CCG headquarters. This was something Uchiha Byakuya had instructed them to do, to form an alliance with the CCG. Not only could it reduce the casualties on both the CCG and Aogiri tree sides, but it also served as early preparation for team coordination after the Dragon War ended. Noro was essentially an extension of Yoshimura Ito. After all, he was a being supported by Ito's Kagyun. In other words, every move made by the CCG and Aogiri tree was under the watchful gaze of Ito. We naturally trust Chairman Uchiha. Marud Itsuki stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and extended his hand toward Tatara. But the situation was more than a bit awkward, because Kusu Kauji was also present. Although Kusu Kauji was currently only a provisional special class investigator, his strength was no less than that of an ordinary special class investigator. It was just that his merits hadn't yet reached the level required for promotion. The awkwardness stemmed from the fact that Kusu Kauji had once assisted the Chinese ghoul investigator squad in eliminating the Chinese ghoul organization, Kai Shilan. Moreover, he had killed Tatara's biological brother, Yan. Therefore, Tatara and Kusu Kauji were mortal enemies. At this moment, Tatara also noticed Kusu Kauji. A flash of killing intent instantly flickered in his eyes. But his expression remained calm, and in an equally calm tone he said, "Once this war is over, let's settle our old score properly." This was a life-and-death battle, so for now, he was forcefully suppressing his personal hatred. But that didn't mean he would let bygones be bygones after the war was over. To be precise, there was no room for reconciliation at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Japan in the first place. Tatara had already made up his mind. Only one of them, he or Kusu Kauji, would live to see the end. Kusu Kauji responded with a low grunt. It seemed he, too, understood Tatara's resolve. And with that, the CCG and Aogiri tree officially formed an alliance. At the same time, Byakuya and Ito were falling downward from the top of the Tokyo skytree. Both of them had calm expressions, as even falling from such a height posed no threat to them. The dragon clearly possessed a degree of sentience, seemingly controlled by one of the Washu clan members who served as the dragon's core. At this moment, several enormous tentacle-like appendages emerged from the dragon's body and lashed toward Byakuya and Ito. Ito was about to transform into her Kakuja, but Byakuya stopped her. Slightly puzzled, Ito looked toward him and immediately saw that his eyes had turned into blood-red pupils. She realized what Byakuya was about to do. The next instant, an ethereal Susanoo descended. He bypassed both the initial and first forms, and Byakuya's Susanoo instantly advanced to second form. The second form of Susanoo not only possessed a relatively complete upper body, but was also clad in the Susanoo armor. It could wield Yasaka Magatama, as well as its own exclusive weapon. P.S. Since the dual Kamui Susanoo has never been shown in any form except the fully completed version, let's use Shisui's as a rough reference. The second form is considered the highest cost-performance ratio Susanoo form. Cost-performance referring to the balance between ability and energy consumption. The consumption of the second form wasn't as high as that of the previous form, yet its abilities were more than sufficient. The sudden appearance of Susanoo sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Although it wasn't as gigantic as the dragon, it was still an enormous, never-before-seen monster. More importantly, the countless people watching on their screens had no idea whether the Susanoo was a friend or foe. "What's that thing? Has another monster appeared?" It can't be. That creature, that dragon thing is clearly attacking it. So it isn't our enemy. There's no way a ghoul in Kakuja form would look like that, right? I've heard that ghouls who transform into monstrous forms always end up looking like beasts, but can they really become this huge? You all didn't look closely. That is the CCG's chairman. I just saw him fall from the Tokyo skytree. I nearly thought he was about to commit suicide. What? This monster is actually the CCG's chairman transformed, so he's helping us fight that dragon thing. A frenzy broke out online, in public screens and forums alike. People were wildly discussing the situation. Now that the truth about the Washu clan was basically known to the world, even if the new CCG chairman turned out to be a ghoul, it wasn't such a shocking revelation anymore. Whether the CCG's chairman was human or a ghoul, being able to transform into such a gigantic giant completely shattered everyone's understanding. If ghouls could all transform into monsters like this, then what chance would the humans have at all? That giant, could that be Byakuya? So awesome. Kirishima Tauka, watching the TV, reacted with excitement. HMPH, my popper is awesome, isn't he? Little Mayu proudly declared from beside her. Kanki Ken, however, was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the Nate-san who had always been so good to him would be capable of such a transformation. Kirishima Hikari and Kirishima Arata were also witnessing Byakuya's power for the first time with their own eyes. Even though it was via a TV screen, they could still feel the oppressive force radiating from him. Byakuya is insanely strong. Our normal ghoul Kakuja forms hardly even exceed 5 meters in height. Kirishima Hikari exclaimed in awe. By the way, isn't Uchiha-kun a half-human? To think a half-human could do this. Kirishima Arata remarked. But even more shocking was yet to come, for Byakuya certainly wouldn't stop at the second form. The eternal Manjikai Sharingan mission requires him to attain the Karasu Tengu form, that is, the fourth form. After Byakuya used his second form Susanoo to easily break free from the grasp of those dragon tentacles, he then, with a mere thought, transformed his Susanoo immediately into its third form. Building upon the second form, the third form grew a lower body and acquired a pair of legs, and both Byakuya and Ito shifted from the bottom to the top portion of Susanoo. The height of Susanoo then more than doubled, almost reaching around 50 meters in height. Are you crazy? It's still growing. Is this really a ghoul's Kakuja form? I've never heard of such a terrifying form before. I doubt I'll ever have another chance to see such a stunning sight in my life. It's as if something out of a novel or manga, utterly absurd. It wasn't just that it had grown larger, it had more than doubled in size. Although, in the face of the dragon that affected the whole of Tokyo, it still seemed somewhat insignificant. This was certainly not the absolute limit of Susanoo's potential. Capitulo 162, Karasu Tengu form. The appearance of the Susanoo brought immense hope to the people. It was far more exhilarating than the news of the CCG collaborating with Aogiri Tree. Even those in the 20th Ward's safe zone, like Yoshimura Kyuzin and the others, as well as the members of the CCG and Aogiri Tree, could faintly see that azure-blue giant in the distance. Yoshimura Kyuzin recognized at a glance that it was Uchiha Byakuya. Byakuya-kun is already fighting with all he's got. We must give it our all as well. By this time, quite a few children of the dragon had already surrounded Anteku. Yoshimura Kyuzin stood at the very front, having already transformed into the non-killing owl. As long as the non-killing owl didn't hold back, it didn't matter how many children of the dragon came, in the end, they were meaningless. The damage dealt by the children of the dragon couldn't even keep up with the regenerative speed of the non-killing owl. Especially since ghouls could, in fact, absorb the cells of the children of the dragon. Put another way, the children of the dragon were like walking RC cell packages. The more the non-killing owl fought against the children of the dragon, the stronger he might eventually become. Although it's a bit of a hassle, I guess I'll do my part too. At this moment, Hoido Roma also transformed into her Kakuja form, the Dogdi Mother. Although her favorite pastime was watching mayhem unfold, she knew that when it was time to actually contribute, she had to contribute. The more credit she earned now, the more chaos she could enjoy later. That included Yomo Renji, Koma Enji, and Irimikaya, who all played crucial roles as well. They each summoned the members of the ghoul group's clowns, apes, and black dobers. Renji, I've already brought over the people you needed. Yuta appeared out of nowhere beside Renji, raising his hand as if to place it on Renji's shoulder. But Renji just dodged it. Yuta-kun, you're here too, huh? Roma greeted Yuta as if he were an old friend. Although the devil apes and black dobers had long since disbanded, their members remained deeply loyal to their original leaders, Koma Enji and Irimikaya. At a call, they came without hesitation. Koma Enji and Irimikaya, after a long time, once again donned their devil ape and black dog masks. Black dog, I never noticed before, but your mask is really ugly. At that moment, Koma Enji commented as he looked at Irimikaya's mask. You're one to talk. Irimikaya immediately glared at him. But don't go dying at the hands of those ugly freaks, the children of the dragon. If you do, I'll laugh at you for the rest of my life. You wish. It's been years since I last stretched my muscles, but dealing with these things is a piece of cake. Koma Enji flexed his joints, and the moment he finished speaking, he charged directly at the horde of dragon children. Of course, Yuruka Minami and Aramikishu were also present. Aramikun, I'll cover your back. At that moment, Minami and Aramikishu stood back to back. Though Arama could already manage a full 360-degree defense and evasion on his own, he didn't say anything in reply. It could be said that the forces concentrated in this safe zone battlefield were even more terrifying than those of the CCG and Aogiri tree. The entire battle for the defense of Tokyo was primarily centered around two main battlegrounds, Anteku and the CCG plus Aogiri tree alliance. Second to that were the various regions where scattered ghouls were resisting the children of the dragon on their own. The existence of the safe zone was also completely exposed to the public by the media around. Who would have thought that such a humble-looking coffee shop had actually gathered so many high-ranking ghouls? However, what moved people the most was not the massive battle or the terrifying power on display. It was the sight of Minami, a ghoul, and Arama, an investigator, standing back-to-back in combat. It turned out that there could be a time when humans and ghouls trusted each other like this. Your Kakuja form has gotten even bigger. It's already several dozen meters tall now. Yashimura Ito looked at the figure floating in midair and was once again astonished by Byakuya's Kakuja transformation. I thought the one you used back at the CCG was already your limit. I didn't think it could get even more outrageous. Ito exclaimed in awe. Actually, this still isn't my limit. Byakuya said with a smile. This still isn't. Yashimura Ito's eyes widened, her beautiful pupils blinking rapidly. You're really good at hiding things, huh? Never showing your true strength. You'll see soon enough. Byakuya didn't waste any time and immediately advanced into his fourth form, the form he needed, Karasu Tengu form. Washu Estate. Washu Yashitoki was keeping tabs on the outside world via his phone. The moment he saw the third form of the Susanoo, he could no longer remain calm. Look quickly, that's Byakuya's Kakuja form. Washu Yashitoki immediately handed the phone to the nearby Washu Tsunayoshi. But Washu Tsunayoshi, being advanced in age and slightly farsighted, not only furrowed his brows but also had to hold the phone at a distance to even see it clearly. The scene looked somewhat comical. Even that wasn't his limit. Washu Tsunayoshi murmured in a trembling tone. They had never understood how Byakuya, being a half-human, was capable of undergoing a Kakuja transformation. Perhaps he had undergone a Kakuhu transplant surgery at some unknown institute, one the Washu family had never heard of. Aside from that, they couldn't think of any other explanation. But what mattered most right now was Byakuya's Kakuja form. That towering figure, more than several dozen meters in height, had already made Washu Tsunayoshi feel a bit uneasy. The dragon may be large, but that didn't mean it was invincible. If Byakuya managed to locate its core and destroy it, everything would be over. I knew it, Byakuya will definitely win. Among the three men in the archive room, only Washu Nomura had a completely different reaction. "Don't celebrate too early, the dust hasn't settled yet," Washu Yashitoki said calmly. In truth, he also hoped that Byakuya could stop Dragon. He didn't place particular importance on the Washu family's interests. He had always just followed orders. If the dragon lost control, even with the Washu family's current power, they wouldn't be able to stop it. In that case, it wouldn't just be Tokyo, all of Japan would suffer catastrophe. Although a kakuja over several dozen meters tall didn't necessarily guarantee a victory over the dragon. Just as Washu Yashitoki had that thought, the next moment, they saw Byakuya's Susanoo on the screen suddenly sit down cross-legged. As everyone wondered what Byakuya was about to do, the Susanoo's entire body underwent a massive transformation. Not only did its size rapidly expand, but a Karasu Tengu armor emerged from its form, and blue flames seemed to ignite all across its entire body. Even without its legs, this Karasu Tengu form of the Susanoo had already reached a height of 100 meters. A little nod to Madara-sama. Original author's note: regarding the terms complete form and final form, don't get too hung up on it. The naming conventions were already unified earlier. Karasu Tengu is the fourth form, and anything beyond that is the complete form. This way, it's less of a hassle. As long as everyone gets what I mean, it's all good. Capitulo 163. A slash that destroys heaven and earth. It's getting even bigger. This must be over 100 meters tall now. Damn, so this is the full power of the CCG's chairman. That's insane. If it weren't for the fact that we can feel the massive commotion all the way from Tokyo here in Chiba, I'd honestly think I was watching a movie. All of Japan was in an uproar. Finding herself suspended over 100 meters in the air, Yoshimura Ito was just about to say something when she noticed sweat already forming on Uchiha Byakuya's forehead, his brows furrowed in clear strain. It was the first time she had ever seen Byakuya struggling like this. Instantly, a sense of worry welled up within her. As expected, maintaining such a massive kakuja form was taking a heavy toll on him. Or rather, if he could handle such an outrageous transformation with ease, that would have been even more absurd. "Are you okay?" Ito immediately reached out and wiped the sweat off Byakuya's face. "Am I?" Byakuya merely grunted in response, not even bothering to say another word. The fourth form of Susanoo was already putting him under immense pressure, and he could feel that he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. And it wasn't just about the strain. The Susanoo inflicted intense pain on the user, as it essentially extracted and materialized their own cellular energy. Right now, Byakuya felt a searing agony coursing through his entire body. It wasn't completely unbearable, but it was enough that his expression no longer carried its usual composure. As for the complete body Susanoo, that was out of the question. With his current strength, there was no way he could activate it. This needed to end quickly. Two SSS-rated Quinks, Owl, suddenly materialized in Susanoo's hands. By now, both owls had practically become an exclusive weapon for Byakuya's Susanoo, and just like its wielder, the weapon had also scaled up proportionally in size. Its twin blades were engulfed in a vibrant blue flame, perfectly blending with Susanoo, as if they were one. This was, in the truest sense, a 100-meter-long sword. From a distance, Yoshimura Kyuzen's eyes locked onto the gargantuan weapon. Wasn't that his own arm? A wave of disbelief surged through him. His Kagyun, which had been crafted into a quink, could actually become this massive. At that moment, Byakuya controlled his Susanoo to wield the twin blades, slashing horizontally in a single, decisive stroke, right toward the location he had determined to be the core. Two colossal arcs of blue fire, each spanning over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the twin blades, roaring toward the dragon's core with an apocalyptic momentum. The sheer force of the attack seemed to tear through space itself, creating a warped visual distortion in its wake. Everything in its path was reduced to nothing. Lower buildings were flattened instantly, while skyscrapers were utterly annihilated. Even the dragon's body itself, in the face of this slash, was as fragile as paper. Boom! Even the people watching through their screens, could hear the deafening explosion shake the heavens. They stared, dumbfounded, at what had just transpired. But the ones most shaken were undoubtedly those in Tokyo, the ones within the immediate blast radius. All across the city, even the dragon's spawn, the children of the dragon halted their rampage, lifting their heads in stunned silence. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzan was utterly overwhelmed. He had seen many things in his lifetime, but never had he witnessed something as terrifying as this. The ghouls from groups such as Devil Ape, Black Doberman, and the clowns all stood frozen in place, staring in stunned silence at the distant Susanoo. Good thing we never got on that guy's bad side. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have had the chance to witness all this. Hoido Roma let out a deep sigh of relief. Renji, we really got lucky back then, huh? If he hadn't been in a good mood, we wouldn't be alive right now. Yuta spoke with a bitter smile as he turned to look at Yomo Renji. Yeah. Renji could only nod in agreement. The same scene was playing out on the CCG side. This kind of power could probably wipe out all of Tokyo in one go, right? Maruditsuki muttered in shock. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel relieved that Byakuya's ideals were centered around peaceful coexistence between humans and ghouls, especially since the man himself was actually a decent person. If he had wanted to, with power like this, he could have easily ruled with an iron fist. Meanwhile, the Washu estate had also been caught in the blast radius. However, the three people hiding in the library, Washu Nomura and the others, were unharmed. But that single slash had completely shattered any remaining hope in Washu Tsuneyoshi. With destruction on a nation-wrecking scale, obliterating the dragon was no longer in question. He was already beginning to think about his final words. Nomura, in the end, you win. Washu Yashitoki sighed, in what almost seemed like resignation. However, Nomura himself was completely speechless. He seemed so shocked that he hadn't even heard Washu Yashitoki's words. In almost an instant, the dragon's core was engulfed and utterly annihilated by the twin blade arcs. Even though the core was located underground, Byakuya had calculated the perfect angle for his slash, ensuring that the energy waves were not completely parallel to the ground. With precise accuracy, the twin arcs struck the dragon's core, and within a kilometer-wide radius, nearly everything was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, Tokyo's civilians had been evacuated beforehand, and even those stubborn individuals who refused to leave were forcibly placed under the CCG's protection. Otherwise, the casualties caused by Byakuya's Susanoo would have far exceeded the destruction caused by the dragon itself. At that moment, the Prime Minister, watching through a screen, suddenly realized something. So that's why Uchiha Byakuya had been so adamant about evacuating the civilians. With the dragon's core destroyed, the entire dragon's body immediately lost its vitality. However, it would still take at least 200 years for the dragon's body to fully decay naturally. Furthermore, its hardened exterior was far more durable than any ghoul's kagyun. It only looked like paper before the Susanoo because of the sheer disparity in power. It didn't mean the dragon's body was actually that fragile. At that moment, a system notification rang out in Byakuya's mind. Ding, host has defeated X-rank dragon. Reward, 1,000 attribute points. X-rank signified that the target had surpassed the measurable scale of classification, which explained the absurdly high attribute point reward. It wasn't in vain, risking his life to activate the Karasu Tengu form of Susanoo, especially for that final slash. It had nearly cost him half his life. But that wasn't all. The task progress for his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had also been updated. Mission 2, Tengu form Susanoo slays the dragon, 1-1. Just that one slash had completely pushed Byakuya past his limits. Right now his body was under extreme stress, nearly at the point of collapse. Without hesitation, he immediately deactivated Susanoo. Ito's reaction was incredibly fast. She had already noticed Byakuya's body was reaching the brink of exhaustion. Stop pushing yourself, leave the rest to me. Hearing Ito's words, Byakuya felt reassured enough to entrust everything to her. Right now, forget about using double Kamui to protect himself. He didn't even want to move. They were both plummeting from the sky, and below them, a horde of dragon orphans was waiting for them. Just before they could crash down, Ito swiftly wrapped her arms tightly around Byakuya, and in an instant, she activated her Kakuja form. Capitulo 164, Lap Pillow. That's it, it's over just like that, in a single moment. Seems like it. That dragon completely stopped moving, looks like it's dead. But those humanoid monsters still roaming the streets. I guess the CCG and those ghouls can handle them. Meanwhile, the military we deployed didn't do jack. In the end, it was the ghouls who saved us humans. A strange, indescribable feeling took root in many hearts at that moment. The ghouls were supposed to be their mortal enemies. And yet today, it was the ghouls who had saved them. Of course, they had all assumed that Uchiha Byakuya was a ghoul himself. Little did they know, Byakuya couldn't be considered either human or ghoul. As a half-human, Uchiha Byakuya's physiology had undergone a complete transformation due to exposure to the dragon's toxic gas. His lifespan was now on par with an ordinary human's, but his strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. The same held true for Aramakishu. Up in the air, Yashimura Ito had transformed directly into the one-eyed owl, and she held Byakuya tightly in her arms within her Kakuja body. Although it was a bit cramped inside the one-eyed owl, Byakuya didn't feel uncomfortable. At most, it just wasn't as cozy as being inside his Susanoo. Currently, Ito's Kakuja form had reached around 7 or 8 meters in height, and this still wasn't the limit of the one-eyed owl. As long as Ito continued cannibalizing or kept absorbing RC cells somehow, her Kakuja could continue to grow. Although the one-eyed owl didn't have the same overwhelming pressure as Byakuya's Susanoo, in the eyes of the children of the dragon, she was still a terrifying giant. More accurately, they were now dragon orphans. Since the original dragon, their mother was dead, and they were now left behind like forsaken offspring. Ito, those dragon orphans are made out of pure RC cells. You should try absorbing them. Byakuya suddenly spoke up, giving Ito a suggestion. Though his body was still weak, his physique stat was high enough that he had already recovered quite a bit. He was far better than he had been right after deactivating Susanoo. If Donato Porpora could reach such terrifying strength by devouring dragon orphans, there was no reason Ito couldn't do the same. Really? Then I'll give it a try. If Byakuya hadn't brought it up, Ito honestly wouldn't have thought of that. The one-eyed owl made mincemeat out of the dragon orphans, slicing them down like chopping vegetables. Her Kagyun arms were her most frequently used weapons. With a casual swipe, she decapitated one of the spawn, then shoved its entire body directly into her mouth. Devouring them whole was the most direct and effective way to absorb RC cells. And sure enough, Ito felt the RC cells within her own body begin to multiply, clear proof that it was working. Without hesitation, Ito began massively absorbing the cells of the dragon orphans. Her Kakuja form slowly began to grow larger as she did so. Before long, all the dragon orphans on that street had been devoured by the one-eyed owl. Only a few managed to escape. But rather than chase them down to absorb more cells, Ito turned and immediately headed back toward the 24th Ward's safe zone. Although Anteku should theoretically be fine, there was always a chance that something unexpected could happen. Ito needed to hurry back and check the situation. Even though the dragon, the original body, was already dead, the dragon orphans had not ceased their movements. The ones near the safe zone were no exception. Individually, the dragon orphans weren't particularly strong, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming as countless swarmed all across Tokyo. The moment one batch was killed, another immediately surged forward. However, these creatures possessed a rudimentary intelligence from the beginning. After sensing that their original body had perished, a fear instinct kicked in, and they began hesitating, some even trying to retreat for survival. And then, boom! The massive one-eyed owl descended from the sky. The moment it landed, the sheer impact shattered the ground beneath it, crushing 2 of the dragon orphans underfoot. After absorbing a large quantity of RC cells from the dragon orphans earlier, Ito's Kakuja form had now grown to nearly 10 meters tall. Without hesitation, the one-eyed owl grabbed the 2 creatures it had just stomped on and swallowed them whole. Yoshimura Kyuzen, witnessing Ito's transformed Kakuja form, couldn't help but be shocked. His current Kakuja form was actually modeled after Ito's original one-eyed owl. But at this point, the changes in Ito's transformation were far too drastic. Not only had her form evolved significantly, but her size had completely surpassed his own, making it impossible for him to mimic her anymore. That said, the Washu family's threat had already been eradicated. There was no longer any need for him to disguise himself as one-eyed owl. Besides, he had to admit that Byakuya was far more capable of protecting Ito than he was. The sudden arrival of the one-eyed owl completely shifted the tide of battle. Not only was she rampaging through the battlefield, slaughtering the dragon orphans en masse, but she was also devouring them and continuously growing stronger with every bite. Seeing this, the dragon orphans, who were already feeling fearful, now fully gave in to terror and began desperately attempting to flee. Yet Ito did not pursue them. Instead, she immediately returned to the safe zone, heading toward their group. "Where is Byakuya-kun?" By now, Yoshimura Kyuzen had already deactivated his Kakuja form. Seeing Ito's arrival, he couldn't help but ask. "He is with me." With that, Ito slowly opened the massive mouth of the one-eyed owl. Since her Kakuja form had become so enormous, her petite body was easily able to emerge from the creature's mouth. As she stepped out, she still held Byakuya securely in her arms. "Looks like he really went through a lot." Yoshimura Kyuzen could immediately tell that Byakuya was in rough shape. "Yeah, let's let him rest properly for now." Ito's tone carried a hint of distress, a rare show of concern. "I'm actually fine now, you guys don't have to worry about me." In reality, Byakuya's condition had already improved significantly compared to before. At the very least, he could move around normally without issue. As long as he got a good night's sleep, his body would be fully recovered by tomorrow. His gaze swept over the safe zone, checking on their allies. Fortunately, none of them had sustained any serious injuries. The only ones hurt were a few unknown ghouls from different factions, just some ordinary ghouls who had suffered minor wounds. But thanks to their ghoul regeneration, they'd be fine. Either way, you need to lie down and rest properly. Ito suddenly spoke in a firm, no-nonsense tone, grabbing Byakuya and leading him into the coffee shop. Once inside, she gently laid him down on the couch, and then, without hesitation, positioned her own lap as his pillow. Capitulo 165, Continued Alliance. All right then. At the moment, Byakuya didn't have anything pressing to do. Simply lying down and resting seemed like a good option. With the death of the dragon and the dispersal of the dragon orphans, the Dragon War, also known as the Tokyo Defense War, had officially come to an end. Although many buildings had been destroyed, and even some parts of the city's landscape had been altered, there were no casualties. Given the circumstances, this was the best possible outcome. The destruction of Tokyo's structures and terrain was partly due to the dragon resurfacing from the underground world, and partly due to Byakuya's own attack. His Karasu Tengu formed Suzunu's slash that struck down the dragon. Essentially, it was as if they had exchanged Tokyo's reconstruction costs for the highly valuable medical resources provided by the dragon cells. And their medical value was extraordinary. In the original timeline, even someone like Shinohara, who had been rendered comatose, was later awakened. If not for the rapid advancements in medicine, it was uncertain how long he would have remained unconscious. Not to mention, many previously incurable diseases could now potentially be conquered. This was due to the same regenerative principles that granted ghouls their remarkable healing abilities. As for Tokyo's reconstruction funding, that was not an issue at all. The Washu family was filthy rich, and the Prime Minister's office had the means to handle the situation. After all, back when the first one-eyed king had completely sunk Tokyo underground, they still managed to rebuild an entirely new Tokyo above it. Compared to that, this level of damage was nothing. It was nowhere near as catastrophic as what had happened back then. The battle is over. Leave the rest to the others and take some time to recover. Ito gently placed her hand on Byakuya's forehead. However, to her surprise, his forehead was no longer damp with sweat. She had assumed that such an extreme Kakuja transformation would have left him utterly exhausted, and she wasn't wrong. But what she hadn't expected was Byakuya's extreme recovery ability. In reality, he didn't even need a long recovery period. By tomorrow at the latest, he'd be completely fine. Yeah. Byakuya didn't say much. At least for now, he genuinely did want a rest. Today had been his first attempt at using his Karasutengu form Susanoo, and it had felt quite straining. It was difficult to maintain, but at the very least he could activate it. To unlock the eternal Manjikayo Sharingan, he still one more mission to complete. The remaining mission would probably happen sooner. It was likely going to be the easiest of them all. Since today's test run of slaying the dragon had gone smoothly, he was no longer all too worried about the future. Meanwhile, back in the 24th ward, Yoshimura Kyuzin and the others in Anteku were busy clearing out the corpses of the dragon orphans. After seeing what Ito had done earlier, they realized that these creatures could actually be consumed as food, and not just that, but eating them could enhance their strength. So, they decided to preserve the bodies and see if they could serve as a substitute for human flesh. CCG headquarters. The CCG investigators and the Aogiri tree ghouls had successfully driven off the dragon orphans in their area as well. A wave of cheers and relief swept through the ranks. However, countless more of these creatures were still roaming the city. Even though the dragon has fallen, these monsters don't seem to be affected by its death. The battle isn't truly over yet. Marud Itsuki's expression was grim as he watched the creatures retreat into the distance. At least they aren't particularly strong as individuals, but who knows if they'll evolve. We'll probably need to continue working with Aogiri tree. There's no way the CCG alone can handle such an overwhelming number of creatures. Honestly, our Commissioner General is also Aogiri tree's leader. That makes cooperation a lot easier. The CCG investigators understood the situation clearly. For now, it was best to maintain the alliance with Aogiri tree rather than start internal conflicts. If they weakened themselves fighting each other, the dragon orphans would only seize the opportunity to wipe them out. On the Aogiri tree side, the ghouls had the same idea. They followed the commands of the One-Eyed King, Uchiha Byakuya. And since their king was also the head of the CCG, it made them more inclined to trust the investigators, at least a bit more than otherwise. It looks like we're not going to settle this fight right away. Hoji Kusuk muttered as he glanced at Tatara. Tatara remained silent for a moment, then said, "We'll talk after we finish eliminating the dragon orphans." Thus, the CCG and Aogiri tree's alliance would continue. Capitulo 166, A New Order. After the end of the Dragon War, Tokyo began its reconstruction. In areas where the damage wasn't too severe, civilians were already being gradually relocated back. Both the CCG and Aogiri tree members had increased their patrols, guarding against the possible reappearance of the dragon orphans at any time. These dragon orphans didn't only attack humans, they would also launch indiscriminate attacks on ghouls. To both humans and ghouls, they were a common enemy. The massive body of the dragon, which had sprawled across much of Tokyo, was preserved. Then again, there was no need for special efforts to preserve it. There weren't many people who could destroy something of that scale anyway. Under the direction of Commissioner General Uchiha Byakuya, the dragon's body was placed under the management of the CCG, with research led by Akihiro Kanu and his team. Of course, it was also time for the CCG to undergo a name change. Continuing to call it the Commission of Counter-Ghoul clearly no longer made sense. Byakuya didn't directly disband the organization, but instead renamed it, forming a new institution composed of the original CCG personnel and ghouls from Aogiri tree. To put it simply, the former CCG and Aogiri tree had been merged into one. Just like in the original work, the name was changed to TSC, short for Tokyo Security Committee. This also saved Byakuya the trouble of coming up with a name himself. It wouldn't be long before Tokyo would return to the peace it once had. Not only that, but the first batch of specially processed ghoul food had already begun distribution. Humanity and ghouls had entered a relatively peaceful era. Of course, there was no such thing as absolute peace. After all, there were plenty of criminals among humans themselves, let alone ghouls. These kinds of issues would now be handled and regulated by the TSC, enforcing punishments as necessary. Everything was unfolding just as Byakuya had originally envisioned. Still, there were things he hadn't yet accomplished, so there was no time to relax completely. Washu Estate. Today, Byakuya had specially come to visit. However, he didn't show up with any aggressive air. He calmly sat across from Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki, with Washu Nomura seated beside him. "This is my will." At that moment, Tsuneyoshi didn't bother with pleasantries and directly placed a letter on the table. Yashitoki had already written his will as well. This one was addressed to Washu Matsuri. Matsuri was his son and the one he was most concerned about. He was currently in Germany. Looking at the wills on the table, Nomura felt uneasy. Though his father had stood against Byakuya, he was still his father in the end. "I never said I had to kill you. If you're willing to behave, I really don't have any reason to deal with you," Byakuya said calmly. "Now that Nomura is the king of Washu, how to deal with you is up to him." He handed over the decision-making authority directly to Nomura. After all, killing couldn't solve everything, and Tsuneyoshi and Yashitoki still had their uses. For example, compared to Nomura, who had only just been appointed as the Washu's king, Tsuneyoshi and Yashitoki still held more sway when dealing with the cabinet or pulling strings for bureaucratic matters. Byakuya had no intention of ruling every little thing personally. He understood the importance of delegation. Unless they were still harboring any crooked thoughts even now, Byakuya wouldn't hesitate to crush them like ants. Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki were both a little stunned. They hadn't expected Byakuya to spare their lives. However, they knew all too well that they no longer had the power to stir up even the slightest ripple. Before absolute power, they didn't have the tiniest chance. So, they had already given up. Byakuya was in no rush to bother with them. For now, there were more meaningful things to focus on. For example, a short vacation with Ito. After all, most of the trouble regarding the dragon and Washu has now finally been dealt with. A few days later. "Well, I guess I see the appeal, they really are pretty," Yoshimura Ito said, gazing up at the falling sakura petals. It had been a few days since the dragon incident was cleared up, with the trouble in Tokyo being so close to Kyoto. Byakuya thought it was a good opportunity. He could finish his remaining mission and, more importantly, spend some time with Ito, without it being interrupted. Currently, Ito and Byakuya were on vacation, visiting a popular couple's spot Arashiyama, near the outskirts of Kyoto. Byakuya's eyes weren't drawn to the petals, but rather Ito as he spoke. "I didn't expect you to like something like this." "Huh, of course I do." Ito looked back from Byakuya to the trees again. "I just never really cared about it before." Then, before Byakuya could respond, Ito locked her arm with his, wearing a smile. "So Tilda, where to next?" Byakuya felt a small headache. "You decide." Sure, Tilda," Ito said as she pulled him along, down the wooden bridge and along some street stalls. A flyer by the roadside ended up catching Ito's eyes. "Hey, how about this?" Byakuya glanced at it, the bamboo grove. Ito pulled him along. "Ironic, isn't it? Bamboo is supposed to ward of evil spirits, Tilda." The days passed rather quickly and soon, 2 weeks had already fled by. Anteiku Cafe. On a rather warm afternoon, Byakuya and Ito arrived at the entrance of the cafe. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by the familiar faces inside. Even though they had only been away for just under half a month, both Byakuya and Ito felt like it had been a long time. "Byakuya-kun, Ito, you're back." Seeing them walk in from outside, Yoshimura Kyuzen immediately smiled. "Yeah." Byakuya nodded slightly. "I heard you two went on your honeymoon, so, got any photos to show for it?" At that moment, Kirishima Hikari spoke up. Byakuya gave an awkward smile. We didn't really take any." "That's a shame then," Hikari said, with a hint of regret. Just then, Yuruka Minami and Arima Kishu happened to be sitting inside the cafe as well. So Uchiha-kun and Ito-sensei really were on a honeymoon. Minami exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't known about it. Though she hadn't seen Byakuya or Ito for several days, she'd assumed they were just busy with other things. "Ah, right, I guess I forgot to tell you, Minami-chan," Hikari said with an apologetic smile. Then she smoothly shifted the topic toward her. "Speaking of which, when are you and your Arima-kun going on a honeymoon too? Studying and working every day. You guys really should take some time to relax together." "No, I mean, I sigh." Minami instantly became a flustered mess, too shy to form a proper sentence. "A vacation, that doesn't sound bad." Arima, on the other hand, remained calm and expressionless, but surprisingly, he responded to the topic. Ever since the CCG was rebranded, and especially after the upheaval of the Washu clan and V, Arima's life had become far more peaceful. He was no longer bound by the duties and manipulations of the Washu or V. He only needed to occasionally go out and deal with some hard-to-handle dragon orphans or high-level rogue ghouls. The rest of the time, he attended school as usual and spent nearly every day with Minami. At present, the dragon orphans hadn't begun evolving yet, and they were still at a disadvantage against the combined efforts of humans and ghouls. "Oh my Tilda, your Arima-kun already said the words. What's there to be shy about now?" Hikari continued to tease Minami. "Hey." Minami was clearly taken aback. She didn't expect Arima-kun to actually respond to something like that. "So even you've finally woken up, Kishu?" Byakuya couldn't help but sigh in amazement. So, for those wondering about the whole honeymoon thing, that's an excuse used for the whole AOT mess in the Raws. I decided to use it to stitch things together and avoid inconsistency later down the line. Since, annoyingly enough, Literary Girl didn't just add a few AOT chapters, but strung parts of it all throughout these later chapters, even though the CN readers weren't interested either. I kept it short since I didn't want to change the tone completely. Have a good one. Capitulo 167, Copywriting. Uchiha Byakuya had a surprising amount of free time given the situation. So aside from spending time with Yoshimura Ito and overseeing some business regarding the TSC, he even signed a contract for a work at Shui Publishing. Given his status as the Commissioner General of the CCG-TSC, even if he had submitted gibberish, they would have signed with him without a second thought. Of course, what he wrote wasn't anything poor or half-assed. It was Attack on Titan. Even though the original Attack on Titan was a manga, Byakuya wasn't skilled in art, and drawing manga was far too slow. So instead, he chose to recreate and copyright Attack on Titan in prose, using the pen name Hajime Fujimoto. Whether he could fully capture the essence of the original manga wasn't important, as he was doing this entirely for Ito, but of course, he would still give it his best. Just writing it out based on his memory of the plot, how hard could that be? That's why Byakuya was churning out content at an exceptionally fast pace. Ito had also noticed that Byakuya seemed to be busy writing something recently. At first, she thought it was some matter related to the TSC that required his attention. But over time, she realized this guy was just typing. "Are you writing a book or something?" That night, Ito finally couldn't help but ask Byakuya. "Yeah." Byakuya admitted directly, without slowing the rhythm of his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "What are you writing?" Ito was instantly intrigued. "Attack on Titan, that's the name of the book," Byakuya Uchiha replied. Attack on Titan. The title didn't strike any particular chord with Ito, since her own tastes leaned more toward proper literary works. But she was still quite interested. After all, it was a book written by Byakuya. "Have you finished the first volume yet? If you have, let me read it." She didn't want to read something halfway finished, as she'd understand nothing. Naturally, it was best to start from the beginning. "Almost. I'll send you the digital draft when it's done." Byakuya answered. He had always intended for Ito to be the first reader of his work in this world. "By the way, what pen name are you using?" Ito was a little curious what sort of pseudonym this guy would come up with. "Hajime Fujimoto." Byakuya Uchiha replied. "That sounds like a pretty ordinary name. Does it have any special meaning?" Ito asked. "No special meaning. I just combined the names of two people I know." Byakuya said with a perfectly straight face, making stuff up on the spot. In reality, he had simply fused Tatsuki Fujimoto and Hajime Isayama together. I see. Ito nodded slightly, looking forward to the kind of story Byakuya would create. At the same time, she couldn't help but once again marvel at just how fast his typing speed really was. He had already finished the first volume. For that volume, Byakuya didn't write an overly long draft. He ended roughly at the part where Ryuner and Berthold revealed their betrayal, in other words, the iconic scene. I'm the armored, he's the colossal. Byakuya immediately sent the digital version of Volume 1 to Ito. The latter instantly became his first reader. She quickly finished reading the entire first volume, and that amazing twist at I'm the armored, he's the colossal completely hooked her. The brilliance of that moment lay in Ryuner's mental breakdown, his fractured mind suddenly exposing both his and Berthold's true identities. Even Berthold himself had probably been caught off guard at the time. And then there was nothing more. That's it, just when it was getting good. Ito immediately complained, in a somewhat disgruntled tone. Well, I have to write the rest before there is a next part. Byakuya replied with a slightly embarrassed smile. In truth, he chose to end Volume 1 right there out of sheer habit. Back in his previous life, when he just entered the web novel industry, practically every editor he encountered emphasized the importance of cliffhangers. If you didn't even know how to do a basic cliffhanger, your manuscript would get rejected outright. In the most extreme cases, every single free chapter leading up to the paywall had to end on a cliffhanger. The very last chapter before pay-to-read went live needed to end on the biggest cliffhanger. And even after going behind the paywall, you were still expected to keep the cliffhangers coming. Novels that followed this pattern usually performed extremely well in mobile premium platforms. Over time, that practice simply became second nature. Hurry up and write the next part, or I'll start using violence to force some updates. Ito raised her tiny fist, putting on a fierce expression. But if Ito were truly serious about fighting, she wouldn't wear that face. She'd be smiling sweetly as she ripped out your heart. Definitely not as cute and puffed up as she looked now. Got it, I'll do my best to be quick. Byakuya said with a laugh. Over the following days, he went full throttle into writing mode. He churned out 20,000 words a day, grinding away at the keyboard whenever he had free time. His goal was just to bridge time and help this world's novel industry. Soon enough, he finished writing the entire Attack on Titan in prose form and sent the full digital manuscript to Ito first. Of course, when it came to the original story's ending, Byakuya didn't insert any of his own creative liberties. He left it mostly unchanged. While Ito was reading the manuscript, Byakuya Uchiha stepped out for a bit. Ward 2, Shui Publishing. Even though his contract was a 100% guarantee, he still had to go through the formal procedures. His editor for this series was none other than Shunji Shino. Out of curiosity, Shunji had already read the draft of Volume 1 and was instantly blown away. It was senior-level writing. First, there was the sheer awe that someone like Byakuya Uchiha, the Commissioner General of the TSC, high-ranking and overworked, still had the energy to produce such a quality piece of fiction. Second, the work itself was fantastic. From a commercial standpoint, it was almost certain to be a bestseller. Shunji Shino didn't dare speak in absolutes, but to put it plainly, he had extremely high expectations for the book. I never imagined that Commissioner General Uchiha could create such an outstanding work. Shunji said with genuine admiration. You flatter me. Byakuya replied modestly. Technically speaking, it wasn't even really modesty. After all, Attack on Titan wasn't a wholly original creation of his, it was practically written straight from the original plot. Capitulo 168, Anteku. In fact, many of the finer details in the original work couldn't be conveyed through text alone, since the original was a manga. However, prose certainly had its own advantages over manga. It wasn't a medium with only limitations. I believe the Commissioner General will definitely become a best-selling author, though you might not even care for that sort of thing. Shunji Shino said. Uchiha Byakuya merely smiled without replying. Becoming a great author didn't really matter to him. Of course, if it happened, that would be ideal. Afterward, Uchiha Byakuya signed the contract with Shunji Shino. Shino didn't question the pen name, Hajime Fujimoto, though he personally thought using Uchiha Byakuya's real name as his pen name would have been better. After all, ever since the Tokyo Defense War, this Commissioner General had become a household name. Publishing under his real name would only help boost sales. When Byakuya returned home from Shui Publishing, Yoshimura Ito had already finished reading the manuscript he'd sent her. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw Ito sitting in front of her laptop in a daze, seemingly overwhelmed by the story of attack on Titan. "Ito, I'm back." Byakuya called out. "Why would you write an ending like that?" Ito immediately turned around and asked. "What do you mean?" Byakuya was actually hoping to hear her impressions. "It's not about whether the ending is good or bad. It's just, it doesn't feel like something someone with your personality would write." Ito said in a calm tone. But putting my doubts aside, that kind of ending was probably inevitable. She had read every single word of Byakuya's manuscript, so she fully understood that, given the world-building and narrative framework, it would have been nearly impossible to construct a better ending. What dissatisfied her the most was that even after the so-called savior heroes, the ones who stopped Eren Yeager, had died, Paradise Island was still annihilated by the sheer firepower and technology of the outside world. Aside from the savior squad, receiving a brief moment of peace and happiness thanks to Eren Yeager's help, the world ultimately remained unchanged. Even if that might have been the best possible ending, it was still hard for someone with Ito's personality to accept. "You're right, this ending can't simply be labeled as good or bad. And as for my personality, that's because this story wasn't inspired by my own life." Uchiha Byakuya explained. "What do you mean?" Ito blinked, not quite grasping what he was trying to say. "What I mean is, it's a story that I've written because I was inspired by others." Byakuya left a vague response. Ito fell silent, pondering his words. "Are you telling me that my book inspired you?" Byakuya blinked, a little taken aback, rather than explaining the truth, leaving it like that seemed best. After the Dragon War, the cafe, Anteku, was still operating normally, just like always. However, because of how it had performed during the Dragon War, countless people had learned the cafe's true identity. Lately, Anteku was practically a tourist attraction. Every day, huge numbers of human customers came to visit. And with manager Yoshimura and the others being so kind and welcoming, Anteku had a very positive reputation and was even trending online. Most importantly, rumor had it that Commissioner General Uchiha often appeared at Anteku. So many people showed up just to try their luck at catching a glimpse of him. What troubled Yoshimura Kyuzen was that the popularity had gotten a bit out of hand. His cafe wasn't that big, and the sheer number of customers every day made it incredibly crowded. "Manager, maybe we should expand the place. There are just way too many people." At that moment, Koma Enji spoke, half laughing and half helpless. "I've been thinking the same." Yoshimura Kyuzen nodded. Although he didn't open the cafe to make money, it was meant to help weak ghouls. It's not like he was short on funds. In fact, he hadn't even touched most of the salary he received back when he was part of V. But with human customers coming to visit, it was hard for him not to serve them. It was a bit awkward. Right now, Anteku still had enough staff. There were plenty of employees, it was just that the shop was too small. Just then, Byakuya and Ito arrived together. Before they even reached the front door, they could already see the cafe was packed to the brim, with a crowd even gathered outside. And the moment Byakuya appeared, he immediately drew everyone's attention. The whole group became restless, clearly hoping to take photos or ask for autographs. "Look, isn't that Commissioner General Uchiha?" "It really is Commissioner General Uchiha. Today's my lucky day, I just got here and already ran into the man himself. This kind of rare chance, I have to get an autograph." The crowd quickly surged toward him. Byakuya felt a little helpless. Being too famous really wasn't always a good thing. Some were taking pictures, others wanted selfies, and some more were asking for signatures. Among them were quite a few girls, who had clearly become little fangirls of his. "We've been dying to know, Commissioner General Uchiha, do you have a girlfriend? What kind of girls do you like, Commissioner? Could you maybe give us a hint?" Some of the more outgoing and lively girls even asked a few more bold questions. "Someone's really popular, huh?" At that moment, Ito chuckled softly beside him. Byakuya looked rather resigned. It's not like he wanted this if he had the choice. "Why don't you just ask me instead?" Ito said with a smile, turning to the girls. Capitulo 169, and always will be. "Ask you? Wait, are you saying you're Commissioner General Uchiha's current girlfriend?" The girls froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. "Not just current, you could say I'll always be." Yashimura, Ito said, with a constant smile on her face. But there was no chill, no killing intent behind that smile. After all, in her eyes, these girls weren't even remotely a threat. Wow, that's amazing. The girls were instantly stunned by Ito's confidence, composure, and commanding presence. Come to think of it, during that whole Tokyo Defense War, people said that the one-eyed owl who appeared later had a pretty close relationship with Commissioner General Uchiha. Don't tell me she's. One of the girls suddenly recalled something and immediately began to suspect that this cute girl in front of them was the infamous one-eyed owl. "That's right, I am the one-eyed owl." Ito replied nonchalantly. These days, the true identity of the one-eyed owl wasn't really a secret anymore. Besides, she had no enemies left who posed a real threat, so there was no need to hide it. Once they realized she really was the one-eyed owl, the girls were scared out of their wits. After all, the one-eyed owl had once been a fearsome name. Even now, with the ongoing promotion of peaceful coexistence between humans and ghouls, it was hard for people to forget the terrifying reputation the one-eyed owl had once held. "No need to be afraid, I'm not going to hurt you." Seeing how frightened they were, Ito even tried to comfort them. Oh well. Even so, they couldn't help feeling nervous. They didn't dare ask Ito any more questions. They made up random excuses and hurriedly backed away. "Geez, it's not like I'm going to eat them. What are they so scared of?" Ito said, her tone a little helpless. "All right, let's head inside before the crowd gets even bigger," Byakuya suggested. The two of them then entered the cafe. "Papa, Mama." At that moment, Mayu, who had been playing upstairs, seemed to hear the commotion downstairs and immediately came running down. She was eager to reunite with Uchiha Byakuya and Yashimura Ito. "Mayu, have you been behaving these past few days? Did you listen to Grandpa and all the uncles and aunties?" Ito immediately asked her. Yes, Mayu's been super good." Mayu replied at once. "I thought Papa and Mama wouldn't come back for a long time." She added, "We won't be gone that long again. In fact, we probably won't be taking any long trips for a while." Byakuya reassured her. Shortly after Mayu came down, Juzu Suzuya, Kirishima Tauka, and the others also made their way downstairs. Even Ken Kanki was there. It looked like the second floor was pretty packed with kids. "Kanki's here too." Seeing Kanki come down from upstairs, Byakuya couldn't help but ask. "I invited him over. The guy was acting all shy at first." Tauka replied, "That's because I thought it was your house." Kanki mumbled softly. The further he went, the quieter he got, especially the second half, which even he probably couldn't hear clearly. What did you say?" Tauka asked, confused. "Nothing." Kanki quickly denied it, too embarrassed to say the real reason. If Tauka found out what he had been thinking, she'd just tease him even more. At that moment, Byakuya couldn't help but think, not bad Kanki. He and Tauka were progressing quite well. Even though so many things had been changed, like Kanki not becoming an artificial one-eyed ghoul, and Tauka not losing her parents, the bond between Kanki and Tauka hadn't changed. And that, of course, was a good thing. After staying at Anteku Cafe for a while, Byakuya headed over to check on TSC, the renamed and reorganized version of the former CCG and Aogiri tree. Just in case something had gone wrong inside TSC without him knowing. Turns out everything was fine, there was no internal unrest. Byakuya took the chance to get an overview of the recent situation. Besides the dragon ophins, which were almost impossible to completely eradicate, there were still some rebellious ghoul factions. After all, not every ghoul was willing to coexist peacefully with humans. Even with the existence of special food that could replace human meat, some still preferred the taste of flesh. Some were just addicted to killing. They couldn't feel satisfied unless they murdered. So the TSC had to deal not only with the dragon orphans, but also these problematic ghouls. Overall, the TSC, with its overwhelming strength, remained dominant. It was just that the dragon orphans and these stubborn ghouls couldn't be entirely wiped out. For the time being, there was nothing that required Byakuya's personal attention. He also paid a quick visit to Dr. Akihiro Kanu's lab. Dr. Kanu, how are the studies on special food and dragon cells progressing? Byakuya asked. They're progressing well. We haven't run into any major obstacles so far. The taste of the special food is improving, and as for the dragon cells, they'll soon be ready for clinical use. At that point, we'll be able to cure most diseases. Capitulo 170, Rosewold. Akihiro Kanu's mental state was clearly excellent. That's good to hear. I won't take up any more of your time, Dr. Kanu. With that, Uchiha Byakuya left on his own. However, just as he was about to leave the TSC, Marud Itsuki suddenly approached him. Commissioner General Uchiha, perfect timing that you're back. Marud said. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Byakuya asked. Yes, you've heard of the Tsukiyama family, right? That famous Tsukiyama group. Not long ago, they established a partnership with us. Not only did they invest heavily in Tokyo's reconstruction, but they've also been providing us with quite a bit of funding. Funny thing is, until recently, no one realized the Tsukiyama family were actually ghouls. Marud explained. At this point in the timeline, it was still too early. The Washu clan would have known the Tsukiyama family were ghouls, but ordinary CCG investigators probably had no idea. Otherwise, the Tsukiyamas never would have been able to develop into the powerful business empire they were today. I know the Tsukiyama family, so they've publicly revealed their ghoul identity. Byakuya said. He certainly remembered the Tsukiyamas, especially Tsukiyama Shu and the family head, Tsukiyama Marumo. The latter was neither wholly good nor evil, but he was a great father. In the original story, after the Dragon War, he donated all of the Tsukiyama group's remaining assets to help rebuild Tokyo. All in all, Byakuya had a relatively positive impression of the man. Yes, they've come clean to us. But just yesterday, Tsukiyama Group's president, Tsukiyama Marumo, reached out to request our help. Marud continued. Apparently, the Tsukiyama family has a branch in Germany, the Rosewold family. They've been targeted by German ghoul investigators led by Washu Matsuri. So Marumo hopes we can intervene, at least to ensure some members of the Rosewold family survive. I see. Byakuya paused for a moment, deep in thought. The Rosewold family, that name rang a bell. It was the family that Karen, Tsukiyama Shu's cross-dressing servant known as Aya in the original story, came from. After the Rosewold were annihilated, Karen, then the only survivor was taken in by the main Tsukiyama family. Her real name was Karen, and Aya was just a later alias. All right, send someone to handle the matter. Byakuya wasn't particularly concerned. Because even if he did absolutely nothing, the Rosewold family would still have Karen survive, according to the original plot. The thing is, Marud said with some difficulty, since this matter involves negotiating with Germany's ghoul investigation agency, the only ones suited to represent us, aside from yourself, are members of the Washu family. Then send someone from the Washu family. Byakuya said calmly. It just so happens that the one leading the assault on the Rosewold family is Washu Matsuri, so sending Washu members to deal with it makes the most sense. Washu Matsuri, the grandson of Washu Tsuneyoshi and son of Washu Yashitoki. Even though Washu Matsuri was older than Furuta, in terms of family hierarchy, Furuta was technically his uncle. So this was the perfect task to delegate to either Tsuneyoshi or Yashitoki. And if they wanted to be extra cautious, they could always have Furuta go with them. However, Uchiha Byakuya simply couldn't be bothered to deal with the Rosewold family matter. He would indeed have to promote peaceful coexistence between humans and ghouls on a global scale sooner or later. Of course, that was a matter for later. Just handling the Tokyo area was already so exhausting, let alone the entire world. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be rushed. Afterward, Byakuya went to the Washu family. Now under the leadership of the king of the Washu, Nimura, along with the assistance of Washu Tsunayoshi and Washu Yashitoki, the Washu family was behaving quite obediently. Byakuya went to find Washu Tsunayoshi first. If I remember correctly, your side seems to have fairly close ties with the ghoul investigator organization over in Germany, right? I'll be troubling you with this matter. Byakuya said to Washu Tsunayoshi. Judging by the fact that the CCG's experimental building belonged to the German Ghoul Research Institute, the GFG, the relationship between the Washu family and Germany was clearly not simple. Washu Tsunayoshi had already heard from Byakuya about the Tsukiyama family's request, and he nodded, saying, "All right, I'll personally take Nimura over there." For him, this kind of thing was very simple, so simple that it was practically like going on vacation. He'd just treat it as taking Nimura on a trip. Naturally, Byakuya also spoke to Nimura about this matter. After leaving the Washu family, Byakuya headed over to Shui Publishing. Capitulo 171, Family. Uchiha Byakuya wasn't going to check on the publication progress of his own work, but rather to check the sales performance of Yoshimura Ito. As expected, Ito's work, Dear Kafka, had started selling like crazy. Although the initial sales weren't very good, they soon began multiplying, and now sales were skyrocketing daily. The pen name, Takatsuki-sen, would probably become famous with just this one book alone. Byakuya immediately went back and told Ito this good news. "I have some good news, want to guess what it is?" As soon as he got home, Byakuya spoke to Ito. "Oh, keeping me in suspense now. At least give me a hint, otherwise how am I supposed to guess?" Ito said, "All right, I'll give you a hint. It's about your book, Dear Kafka." Byakuya said, "With that hint, there wasn't really any need to guess around anymore." "You mean the sales are doing well?" Ito asked, rather conservatively. With the time she and Byakuya have spent together, she hadn't really paid any attention to how her book was selling. "More than just doing well, the sales are already exploding. Give it a bit more time and you'll be a well-known author." Byakuya said, "Really, that's actually not bad at all." Hearing that her book was blowing up, Ito was naturally very happy. "Of course it's true. I told you before, didn't I, that your book would definitely be a bestseller." Byakuya said, "You really do have a good eye. I guess I'll admit that." Ito suddenly thought back to the past, back when she and Byakuya had first met, how the latter stopped her when she stole some driver's wallet. "So, can I assume that you already knew about my identity as a ghoul even back then?" Byakuya wasn't surprised at the question. In truth, he had been expecting it for some time. "Yeah, I've had a feeling," he said. Upon hearing this, Ito fell silent. After a while, she deliberately put on a sickly smile and said, "That's right, so even knowing how twisted and vicious of a person I could be, you still got close to me." Byakuya looked straight at her as he answered, "Of course I did. Besides, didn't I tell you, I already liked you back then?" Byakuya said, "Forget it, I can see now that you're way past saving. There's no point teasing you anymore." Ito said, wearing a faint smile, "Yeah, even now, what I want is for all of you, especially you, to live well." Byakuya said at once, "That's a little sappy, but I don't dislike it." At that moment, the hand Ito had wrapped around Byakuya's arm tightened a bit more. "Since that's the case, from today on you'll have to always be in my eyesight, with me till the end." In Ito's heart, before she had met Byakuya, the only person she truly acknowledged as close was her adoptive father, Nori, who had raised her. That was also why, even after Nori was killed, she still used her own Kagyun to create the current version of Nori. That is, Noro. If she, who was always alone since, had never met Byakuya, then she truly felt from the bottom of her heart that she likely would have remained utterly alone until the very end. Today, I finally managed to dig out some secrets from you again. Ito looked away again. Really though, I didn't have many expectations for my book, so thanks. Ito muttered. She really didn't expect anything from her work, she just wanted to make a bit of money. But after hearing Byakuya say it day after day, that it would be a success, she had no choice but to believe it. Of course, as long as Takatsuki-sensei performs as usual, every book will be a hit. Byakuya said with absolute confidence. I already told you, stop calling me Takatsuki-sensei, call me Ito. Ito emphasized once again, a little more forceful. All right, Ito-sensei. Byakuya said with a smile. If you forget again, I'll bite you. Ito bared her little teeth in a threat. I won't forget again. Byakuya replied, a little awkwardly. By the way, Ito's tone suddenly became a lot more focused. If you're from the sunlit garden of the Washu, what about your parents? Byakuya looked a little conflicted. He did have parents back in his original life, but in this one, he couldn't really say it like that. They're gone. Well, that really is a bit of a shame. Ito said with a hint of regret. She thought about how Byakuya had already met her father, but she could never meet his parents like that. Byakuya let out a quiet sigh. It was rare for Ito to see Byakuya show this kind of expression. It seemed he really did miss his family a little. But I'm your family now too. Even if they're gone, you can just treat this place as your home. Ito said, comforting Byakuya. Yeah. Byakuya nodded. Even if there never truly was a chance to go back, he definitely would want to return to his original world, even if just once. He could also let his family meet Ito, but of course, that was an impossible wish. After that, Byakuya and Ito went about their day as usual. When there was nothing else to do, they would sit in the cafe. Both of them sat there with their laptops, writing. There was no need to mention Ito, she was always writing. As for Byakuya, he was also working on his new project. Capítulo 172, Poor Kenki. Uchiha Byakuya had watched tons of anime back in his world, and being a plagiarist king in this world didn't seem so bad in the end. He could build up a new pen name, and Ito liked reading those stories too. While she was typing halfway through, Ito glanced over at Byakuya's laptop screen. What are you writing this time? Black Bullet, that's the name of this one. Byakuya replied. Just from the name, I can't really tell what it's about. I'll read it once you've written more. Ito was quite interested. Just then, the little Mayu suddenly came running downstairs. Mayu, be careful when going down the stairs. Don't rush like that. Byakuya quickly reminded her, looking up from his work. But before he finished speaking, he noticed that Mayu was dragging Suzuya Juzu behind her. And the way Juzu right now. Okay, Tilda. Mayu responded cheerfully, then immediately pulled Juzu over in front of Byakuya and Ito. Papa, Mama, look, isn't Juzu super pretty? Juzu was dressed in full girl's clothing, dolled up like a little girl. And it didn't even feel off at all, he really looked like a cute little doll. After all, Juzu already had a very pretty face and flawless skin. Otherwise, Madame A in the original story wouldn't have loved Juzu in such a disturbingly and disgustingly obsessive way. Right now, Juzu had a completely blank expression on his face. Clearly, he'd been forcibly dressed up like this by Mayu. Who knew if he was questioning his life choices, or if he just genuinely didn't care and felt no emotional response at all. That's not okay, Mayu. Juzu is a boy, you can't just force him to dress up like a girl. Ito quickly said to Mayu. Tilda, but I asked Juzu ahead of time, he said yes. Mayu replied. She had always thought Juzu's face was really cute, and his skin was super nice too. Just earlier, she suddenly got the urge to try dressing him up using her own clothes. The result amazed her so much that she couldn't wait to bring Juzu downstairs to show Papa and Mama. It had to be said, the current Juzu was still very gentle and adorable. Even when Mayu had asked him to cross-dress, he accepted it without hesitation. In the original work, although Juzu seemed more than a bit deranged at first, that was actually due to the effects of Madame A's twisted love. Later, after the care and influence of Shinohara, he became a lot more normal overall. In any case, just don't bully Juzu. You two go on and keep playing. Byakuya said with a smile. I won't, how could I possibly bully Juzu? Mayu then immediately grabbed Juzu's hand, ready to take him back upstairs. Come on, let's go back upstairs and keep playing. But just then, there was another commotion by the stairs. It was Kirishima Tauka. She too was dragging someone, bringing Kenki Ken downstairs too. And Kenki had also been dressed up like a girl. However, the look on Kenki's face was nothing like Juzu's blank expression. Instead, he wore a visibly reluctant and shy, embarrassed expression. Especially since he was wearing Tauka's clothes, it made him feel extremely weird. Mama, look, isn't he hilarious like this? Tauka said to Kirishima Hikari. Byakuya looked strange. He instantly felt that Kenki was definitely being bullied here. Truly pitiful, Kenki Ken. Right now, Kenki was just a normal human. He was neither the one-eyed king, nor did he have Kamishiro Rai's Kakuhu. Faced with Tauka, who was a ghoul. If Tauka ever got serious, Kenki basically wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Most likely, Kenki would grow up to be a textbook wife-whipped husband in the future. Then again, even during his time as the one-eyed king in the original story, Kenki was still wife-whipped. Or rather, he was just very gentle by nature. And Tauka, of course, wasn't actually that fierce. She was just a little mischievous when she was younger. Once she grew up and matured, she'd be a very gentle and kind wife. You can't do something like that, Tauka-chan. If you make Kenki angry, he might end up hating you. Hikari immediately scolded her daughter Tauka. She clearly noticed that Kenki already didn't look very happy with all of this, and was just playing along for her daughter's sake. Since Kenki could basically be considered one of the only two ordinary humans in the cafe right now, the other being Juzu, as people like Byakuya and Aramakishu didn't count since they were at the end of the day, half-humans. To add to that, Kenki was also a good friend to both Tauka and Ayato, so Hikari and Arata naturally paid more attention to him and how their children interacted with him. Even though the general relationship between both humans and ghouls was much more peaceful now than it was before the recent events, it was still rare for Tauka and Ayato to have an actually genuine human friend. They both hoped that the two, Tauka and Ayato, could continue to get along well with Kenki Ken in the future. Capitulo 173, Planning for the Future. Really? Kirishima Tauka froze for a moment, then turned to Kenki Ken. Do you hate me already? And no, not really. Kenki replied in a very soft voice. But just as he started to speak, Kirishima Hikari's voice had already spoken over him. Then don't you think you should apologize? If you apologize properly, I'm sure Kenki will forgive you. At that moment, Hikari intentionally spoke up right, as Kenki was opening his mouth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get Tauka to realize her mistake and change her behavior. As a result, Kirishima didn't hear what Kenki said at all. She obediently nodded, okay. Right after that, Tauka said to Kenki, I'm sorry. You think just that is enough? Shouldn't you show a bit more sincerity too? Hikari said. She felt that Tauka should hurry up and take Kenki back upstairs to let him change out of those clothes. But clearly, Tauka misunderstood her meaning, or maybe she just imagined something else entirely on her own. All of a sudden, Kirishima launched a surprise attack on Kenki and kissed him right on the cheek. Her face flushed slightly red and she asked, Is that enough for you to forgive me? This. Kenki's face instantly turned a bright tomato red, as if his brain had completely crashed. Seeing this, Uchiha Byakuya couldn't help but think that while Tauka may be young, she really knows a lot. Hahaha, Tauka-chan's got Kenki-kun completely wrapped around her finger tilde. Yashimura Ito immediately teased. At that moment, Yashimura Kyuzun was watching everything in the cafe with a warm smile on his face. This kind of atmosphere was exactly what he had always hoped for, especially being able to serve coffee brewed with his own hands to his daughter in this cafe. He had committed countless sins in the past. Who would have thought that now, in his later days, he could actually enjoy such a blissful life? Watching Kenki and Tauka, Mayu too, suddenly wanted to imitate them. Because it just looked so fun. Juzu, do you hate me? Mayu directly asked Suzuya Juzu. Juzu simply shook his head. Okay then. Mayu thought about it. Juzu really had no reason to hate her, and she didn't want him to either. Still, even so, Mayu followed Tauka's example and simply gave Juzu a kiss on the cheek. The latter didn't react nearly as dramatically as Kanki did. Instead, he just looked at Mayu with a slightly surprised expression, one hand gently touching the spot on his face where she had kissed him. Hee tilde. Mayu didn't look shy in the slightest. Seeing Mayu and Juzu acting like this, Byakuya couldn't help but think that these kids are way too mature already. If they're like this as kids, what are they going to be like when they grow up? At this moment, Koma Enji clutched the fabric over her chest and muttered, "I suddenly feel like such a failure." From the side, Irami Kaya immediately laughed and said, "You really are a failure, you're not even as good as the kids. You have the nerve to mock me, aren't you the same?" Koma Enji shot back, "That's different. If I wanted to, I could have tons of people chasing after me anytime." Irami Kaya flipped her silky hair back with a smug look. Just then, Hoido Roma suddenly said teasingly, "You two actually make a pretty good pair. Why don't you just get together, Tilda?" Hearing that, both Koma Enji and Irami Kaya froze, as though paralyzed for a second. But Koma Enji quickly replied, "No thanks, I'd rather die alone than pair up with her." "As if I'd even be interested in you," Irami Kaya also said with a look of disdain. However, Roma had already seen through it all. Her face was full of a knowing smile, though she didn't say anything more. She'd been staying in Anteku for quite a while now and had observed every employee. Naturally, she'd noticed the vague and ambiguous relationship between Koma Enji and Irami Kaya. But the relationship was too delicate and probably wouldn't progress much anytime soon. So she figured she might as well stir things up every now and then, just for fun. At the same time, both Koma Enji and Irami Kaya were, of course, fully aware that Roma was probably just messing with them for fun. "By the way, Romanichan, you're not exactly young anymore, right? When are you planning to get married?" Irami Kaya immediately asked. "Marriage? I don't think something like that is very interesting." Roma replied bluntly with her hands back. Very few people knew that her real age was already over 40. In the end, she just looked like someone in her 20s on the surface. Koma Enji and Irami Kaya obviously had no idea about Roma's actual age. But if the two of you were to get married, now that would be interesting. Roma smoothly shifted the topic back to the two, Koma Enji and Irami Kaya. "No thanks, I'm not marrying a monkey." Irami Kaya said. "What monkey? It's devil ape." Koma Enji emphasized, "And I'm not marrying a black dog either." While Koma Enji, Irami Kaya, and Roma were loudly bickering in a lively way, Yuruka Minami and Aramakishu were quietly studying at a nearby table. "So noisy, I feel like we'd be better off studying at the library. Trying to study during our part-time shift just makes it really hard to concentrate," Minami said, an awkward smile appearing on her face. "True, let's wait until the shift is over, then head to my place or the library to study. That way we'll be more efficient." Arima nodded. In truth, he didn't really need to study much at all, most of the time. He was just keeping Minami company while she studied. To put it bluntly, Arima was simply too smart. As long as he paid even just a bit of attention during class, it was enough for him to score first in the entire grade during exams. Before, Minami had always been number 1 in their year. Now, it had become Arima. Arima wasn't just outstanding in combat intelligence, physical ability, and reaction speed. No, his academic intelligence was also extremely high. He was practically the definition of a flawless, all-around, hexagonal warrior. Originally, his lifespan was his only weakness, but now even that was no longer a problem. Ever since he inhaled the dragon toxin, his lifespan had become about the same as that of a normal human. And if Byakuya wanted to, he could even give Arima some of his longevity pills. "Arima-kun, you always study with me, but I still can't beat you in grades," Minami said with a sigh. The more Arima-kun studied with her, the more impossible it became for her to ever surpass him academically. But the more brutal reality was that even if Arima didn't study with her, she still wouldn't be able to beat him. To this, Arima only gave a faint smile. he didn't say anything that might discourage Minami. By the way, after graduation, what university are you planning to go to, Arima-kun? Minami suddenly asked. She wanted to start preparing early. If she knew which university Arima-kun planned to attend, she could begin preparing specifically for that one. Because Japan's college entrance system was different from many. Aside from a unified exam similar to the GHOUL of China, students also had to take individual entrance exams at the universities they wanted to attend. Every university was like that. Each required students to take its own entrance exam. And the difficulty of those entrance exams wasn't low, so many students would start preparing long in advance for the schools they had their eyes on. Capitulo 174, University. Usually, students would prepare for the entrance exams of at least 3 universities. One prestigious school as a reach, one school that matched their actual ability as the main target, and one ordinary school as a safety net. Of course, for top students like Yuruka Minami and Arima Kishu, choosing a safety school didn't really matter. Probably Kamui University. Arima thought for a moment and then answered. I didn't expect Arima-kun to have the same idea as me. I've also been thinking that if possible, I'd like to get into Kamui University. Because of this, Minami was a bit surprised. So let's work hard together and both get into Kamui University. Arima nodded with a smile. Uchiha Byakuya, who overheard Arima and Minami's conversation, couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Because in the original story, Kenki Ken, Hideyoshi Nagachika, and even Furuta Nomura had all attended Kamui University. They all seemed to have a particular attachment to that school. Of course, in this world, there was no such thing as Tokyo University. Kamui University was already the top school in the Tokyo area and was a comprehensive university offering both liberal arts and science. Getting into Kamui University wasn't exactly easy. In the original, Kirishima Tauka also wanted to apply to the same university as Kenki Ken, but there was no follow-up on that. It might have been because her ghoul identity was exposed during the Anteku raid. And naturally, she would have had no chance to attend university after that. What's wrong? You look like you're deep in thought. Yoshimura Ito noticed that Byakuya's hands had stopped moving. He hadn't even typed anything for a while. It's nothing. I just overheard Kishu and the others talking about university entrance exams. I've just been wondering. Byakuya explained. University, huh? Forget university, I didn't even go to elementary school. Ito said bluntly. Actually, if you really wanted to, with your intelligence, you could study for a while and still apply to university. Byakuya said. In terms of age, she already met the requirement. Although she hadn't attended high school in the original story, Furuta didn't go to high school either, so there were always ways. With his identity as the grand chairman of the TSC and his ties to the Washu family, well, those who know, know. As long as she could pass the National Unified Exam and the University Entrance Exam, she could attend university like anyone else. Now that you mention it, I am kind of interested. Experiencing college life does sound kind of nice. Ito instantly became intrigued. Of course it's nice. Getting a little higher education could help your literary work a lot too. Byakuya said, of course, even if you don't go, it won't stop you from becoming a best-selling author. There you go again. Ito rolled her eyes at Byakuya. But honestly, I really do want to give it a try and see if I can get into a decent university. Of course it's possible. It just depends on whether you're willing to put in the time to study. Byakuya said. In his view, with Ito's intelligence, her ability to learn definitely wouldn't be lacking. One had to understand. Ito had never attended school since childhood, and yet she was able to become a best-selling author purely through her own self-study. Let's give it a try. We can just go buy some relevant textbooks when the time comes. Ito said. Yeah, you'll need to prepare for the National Unified Exam and the internal entrance exams. If all goes well, you'll probably be taking them at the same time as Minami and Kishu. Byakuya nodded. He figured that about a year of preparation would be enough for Ito, or maybe even less than that. What about you? Want to study with me? Ito asked. Of course. Byakuya nodded without hesitation. Mainly because he had transmigrated right after just turning 18, which meant he hadn't even gotten the chance to attend university before a dump truck sent him over into this world. If he could study at a university here, it'd be a nice way to make up for that small regret. All right then, let's study together. Ito said. First Ward, Washu Residence. Washu Tsuneyoshi was preparing to follow Byakuya's instructions and take Washu Nomura to Germany. Dad, can we bring Rise with us too? At this moment, Nomura asked Washu Tsuneyoshi. If it's Rise, that'll depend on whether she's willing to go or not. Washu Tsuneyoshi said. Since the last time Rise and Nomura had gone their separate ways, the two of them hadn't seen each other again. Mainly because Nomura had recently been pouring all his effort into fulfilling his role as the king of the Washu, and had basically no time to go looking for Rise. And the more time passed, the less likely reconciliation seemed for the two of them. Washu Tsuneyoshi could clearly tell that Nomura liked Rise. Although Rise had originally been the mother of the Washu clan, that is, the birther, and under normal circumstances would have ended up with Washu Tsuneyoshi. The truth was, if not for the traditions of the Washu clan, Washu Tsuneyoshi wouldn't have been interested in a little girl like her at all. I don't know if she'll be willing, Nomura said with a hint of dejection. Then go find Rise later and talk to her clearly. It should be fine once you explain. Washu Tsuneyoshi suggested, but you have to go alone, she probably doesn't want to see me. It wasn't hard to guess that Rise's resentment toward the Washu clan wouldn't be resolved in just a few days or so. Okay. Nomura nodded. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to go look for Byakuya to see if he could get some help from him. After that, Nomura set off alone. He knew that Byakuya and Itoni spent most of their time at a place called Anteku, a cafe in the 20th ward, so going there first should be the right move. However, this was Nomura's first time visiting the 20th ward, and he rarely ever traveled far. If he wanted to find Anteku quickly, the best way was still to ask someone for directions. Excuse me, hello, do you happen to know? At that moment, Nomura casually approached a passerby nearby, a well-proportioned older sister. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the woman. Capitulo 175, Relationships. Wah, what a cute little boy. What's your name? Want to come over to Nisan's house and play? The woman's eyes looked as if she had just spotted prey. No, Washu Nomura tried to explain himself. Don't be shy, Nisan's house is pretty big, and there's lots of delicious food and fun things to play with. But the woman didn't give him any chance to explain. She directly grabbed his hand and tried to pull him away. It looked like she was planning to forcibly take Nomura home with her. At first, Nomura didn't resist, worried that his strength might hurt her. But just then, a tall, white-haired man appeared. Of course, this white-haired man wasn't Uchiha Byakuya or Aramakishu, rather, it was Yoshimura Kyuzen. Perhaps due to going too long without eating fresh human meat, his appearance had aged quickly. Even 10 years before the original timeline, Yoshimura Kyuzen already looked like this. Sorry, he's a child from our household. He got lost by accident. Yoshimura Kyuzen said with a warm smile. Oh, okay then. The woman had no choice but to give up. After the woman left, Nomura immediately turned to Yoshimura Kyuzen and said, "Thank you." Clearly, he didn't actually know who Yoshimura Kyuzen was, as they had never met before. It's nothing. Yoshimura Kyuzen replied with a kind smile. But Yoshimura Kyuzen knew who Nomura was, or rather, he knew that Nomura was someone from the Washu family. He had just happened to be passing by and noticed that Nomura was in a bit of trouble. What he did could also be considered protecting the woman, as after all, whether it was a ghoul or a half-human, the strength difference against an ordinary human was overwhelming. By the way, do you happen to know where the Anteku Cafe is? Nomura quickly asked Yoshimura Kyuzen. I do, since I happen to be the manager of said cafe. Yoshimura Kyuzen replied. Nomura blinked in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected that the man in front of him was actually the cafe's manager. "Come with me, are you here to find someone?" Yoshimura Kyuzan then led Nomura toward Anteku. "Yeah, I want to see Byakuya now." Nomura nodded and said, "Byakuya, perfect, he's at the cafe right now." Yoshimura Kyuzan said. Not long after, Yoshimura Kyuzan brought Nomura to Anteku. "Byakuya, there is a child here looking for you." As soon as he walked in, Yoshimura Kyuzan called out to Byakuya. "Oh." Byakuya turned around and saw that it was Nomura. "So, it's you, Nomura. I thought you guys had already left for Germany." "No, my dad was about to take me, but I wanted to bring Rise with us," Nomura said, looking a bit troubled. "So, did something happen between you and Rise?" Byakuya suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Rise around the Washu family residence as of late. Normally, those two little ones were practically inseparable, but now they'd been apart for quite a while. It really did seem like something had gone wrong between them. And it probably wasn't just a minor disagreement. Otherwise, with Nomura and Rai's relationship, it wouldn't have turned so cold that easily. "Yeah." Washu Nomura nodded. "So what exactly happened? You came all the way here to find me, you must be hoping I can help, right?" Byakuya asked. "It's like this." Nomura immediately began summarizing the whole story of how he and Rise had ended up, going their separate ways. Not just Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito were here, all the other cafe staff members were also present inside the shop. Now that, all of a sudden, a little boy who knew Byakuya came to the cafe to talk about some emotional drama, of course, everyone was quite interested. Especially Hoito Roma, whose expression was particularly vivid. Obviously, she was one of the rare few who could recognize Washu Nomura. She even knew that the current king of the Washu was in fact Nomura. Their clown organization's intelligence-gathering abilities were still top tier, though now the clowns were purely just people chasing amusement and fun. They basically didn't stir up any trouble anymore, and would even occasionally help deal with the dragon operans. At the very least, they absolutely weren't stupid enough to go against the TSC, led by Byakuya. Besides, the Washu clan hadn't been destroyed either. Byakuya's forces were simply too powerful. But more than anything, the most terrifying part was still Byakuya himself. Kids these days are really mature, huh? Watching them makes me suddenly feel old. At this moment, Kirishima Himari gently touched her own face and sighed. But in truth, she was only in her 20s and not even 30 yet. Speaking of which, Renji isn't that young anymore either. Aren't you thinking about finding a girlfriend sometime soon? Suddenly, Hikari's gaze turned to Yomo Renji. Yomo Renji was caught off guard for a moment. He hadn't expected the topic to suddenly shift to him. "I'm not good at that kind of thing. Living alone still feels more comfortable for me," Renji said with a blank expression, looking away. "If you're not good at it, then that's all the more reason to give it a try. Most people aren't good at it in the beginning. You can't stay single your whole life, right? Don't wait until Tauka and Ayato are married and you're still all alone, then I, as your big sister, will have a headache." Hikari immediately started lecturing Yomo Renji. Renji sighed inwardly. He never had a temper whenever his sister scolded him. Hearing the conversation between Hikari and Renji, Byakuya couldn't help but recall that, in the original story, Renji really did stay single all the way until Kenki Ken and Kirishima Tauka got married. Even when their daughter, Ikika Kenki, had grown up, Yomo was still single. But then again, his friendship with Yuta had practically surpassed any form of romance. Thinking of this, Byakuya also suddenly remembered that although the current Kenki Ken would no longer become an artificial half-ghoul, he and Tauka's future child would probably still be a naturally born half-ghoul, Ikika Kenki. Because in the original story, Kenki Ken was essentially still a human, only after being modified into an artificial half-ghoul did his RC cells become so high that he couldn't eat normal food. Later, when he lost his memory and became Hei's Sasaki, the CCG used methods to suppress his RC cells, and he could eat normal food again as well. But a true ghoul couldn't consume normal food through such means. So no matter what, Kenki Ken's essence was still human. A child with Kirishima Tauka would still likely be a naturally born half-ghoul. By this point, Nomura had already finished recounting the entire situation. Maybe it's because I insisted on staying with the Washu family at the time, and that made her angry. At this moment, Nomura did some self-reflection and came to that conclusion. Pretty much, it feels like you didn't clearly explain things to Rise. Byakuya said, just go talk to her properly. You might not even need to apologize. Once everything's been said, things might just go back to normal. Capitulo 176, Reconciliation. I think so too. Rise was probably upset because you didn't choose to be with her, and also didn't explain your reason clearly. Yoshimura Ito also said, this kind of thing is really just a small misunderstanding. It's easy to resolve, unless she already doesn't like you anymore. Whether Rise likes me or not, I don't really know. Washu Nomura said, you two are already that close though. Then again, you're still kids, feelings at that age are pretty pure and simple. Uchiha Byakuya said, so now I should just go find Rise and explain everything clearly to her, right? Nomura asked, that's right. Also, it's best if you try to coax her a bit. Even if you don't want to apologize, at least try to comfort her. Girls like her are actually pretty easy to cheer up. Ito suggested. Got it. Nomura nodded. I'll go with you in a bit. Byakuya said. He had nothing else to do at the moment anyway, so he might as well go see how Nomura handled things. All right, I'll come with you too as well. If you mess things up, I can at least step in to help smooth it over. After listening to the two, Ito decided to tag along as well. Thanks, Nomura said happily. He felt that as long as Byakuya and Itoni were with him, everything would be okay. They just gave off a very reliable feeling. His confidence immediately rose quite a bit. Can I come along too? At that moment, Hoito Roma suddenly stepped over and joined the group. She just loved watching drama, and kids' drama was drama too in the end. Faced with this unfamiliar older sister's request, Washu Nomura looked at Uchiha Byakuya, as if leaving the decision to big brother Byakuya. Fine, just don't cause trouble. To be honest, Byakuya still didn't fully trust Roma, even now. It was just that he had absolute strength, so he wasn't afraid of her causing any problems. Of course not, I definitely won't cause any trouble. Roma promised with a smile. Washu Nomura looked at this big sister, and she seemed both kind and gentle. And since she also worked at the cafe, she should be a good person, just like the manager of Anteku. With that, Byakuya, Ito, and also Roma all accompanied Nomura on the trip to the 6th Ward. This kind of lineup was obviously anything but ordinary. Right now, Kamishiro Rise was staying in the 6th Ward together with Kamishiro Matasaka. Because, in this timeline, Rise had left the Washu family much earlier than she did in the original. She wasn't nearly as rebellious as in the original. She was still quite obedient, willing to listen to her adoptive father's guidance, and hadn't caused much trouble. Now that Kamishiro Matasaka was in charge of the 6th Ward, he had also responded to the TSC's call in opposing the dragon orphans, coexisting peacefully with humans, and usually only consuming corpses or the special food developed by the TSC. Rise and Kamishiro Matasaka's life was fairly stable these days, the only occasional problem being the need to clean up the random dragon orphans that kept on appearing. However, Rise had been a bit unsettled lately. Kamishiro Matasaka more or less understood why Rise was like this. It was basically because of that kid Nomura. Back when he brought Rise back to the 6th Ward, he had explained Nomura's reasons and hardships to her, and she had listened too. But Nomura hadn't come to see Rise for quite a while, and Rise, for one, still harbored resentment toward the Washu family, and secondly, was also sulking a little, and so she refused to go seek him out as well. That was what had led to the current stiff situation. Rise, how about we go to the Washu family and find that kid Nomura? This can't go on forever. Kamishiro Matasaka had trained in martial arts since childhood, never sought out a woman, and had no interest in women either, so he didn't really understand these kinds of things. The best he could offer was blunt advice. No. Rise seemed to still be sulking. It was like she was deliberately waiting for Nomura to come to her. But if this keeps going, that kid might end up with someone new. Kamishiro Matasaka advised, he's the king of the Washu now. If he wanted girls, they'd be lining up. Who knows, maybe one day he'll be completely smitten by some other girl. After saying that, he suddenly felt like something was off. He suddenly remembered that both Nomura and Rise were still just kids, and here they were, worrying about stuff like adults. Kamishiro Matasaka couldn't help but sigh how kids these days simply grow up too fast. Hearing this, Rise immediately felt like it really might happen. She struggled with her thoughts for a while and finally gave in. Then, let's go find him later. Rise said. Kamishiro Matasaka was just about to say something else, but suddenly his gaze shifted, as if he sensed something. Never mind, looks like we don't need to go anymore, he's already coming. Nomura, he's here. Rise immediately asked. Yeah, and he's not alone. Kamishiro Matasaka nodded. But, among them, was someone whose presence he found quite unpleasant. Naturally, it was Roma. He hadn't expected that woman to come along, too. Hearing that, Rise instantly felt happy. Not long after, Nomura arrived. Alongside him were Uchihabayakuya, Yoshimura Ito, and Hoito Roma. So you came here with Nomura too, huh? And that kid of Kyuzen's as well. Capitulo 177, I'll eat you both. Kamishiro Matasaka spoke to Uchihabayakuya and Yoshimura Ito. Being referred to as Kyuzen's kid, Yoshimura Ito didn't look the least bit displeased. She simply smiled and nodded. There wasn't much to do anyway, so we came to see Rise-chan. As for Hoito Roma, she was outright ignored by Kamishiro Matasaka. Clearly, Kamishiro Matasaka had no fondness for her, likely because Roma was the hidden leader of the clowns. So I'm the only one you're ignoring. That's so hurtful, Tilda. Roma spoke up. So what are you even doing here? Kamishiro Matasaka asked coldly. I'm just here to watch. I'm not going to do anything bad. Roma said with a smile. Whatever. Kamishiro Matasaka couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. As long as she wasn't here to cause trouble, he didn't care. And since she came along with Uchihabayakuya, she likely wouldn't dare make any moves in front of him. While they talked, Washu Nomura was already face-to-face with Kamishiro Rise. Rise. Nomura had just opened his mouth to explain the situation from before. But Rise cut him off. No need to explain, I already know all that. But the fact that you only came to find me this late, I'm not going to forgive you so easily. Washu Nomura had thought that clearing up the misunderstanding would be enough to make things better, so it still wasn't enough. He immediately remembered what Itoni had said about coaxing Rise a little, but he didn't know how to comfort girls. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. What now? Just as Nomura was at a complete loss and looking to Bayakuyane and Itoni for help, Rise suddenly grabbed and turned his face back toward her. Nomura looked at her in confusion. Then Rise said, "Kiss me on the forehead. If you do that, I'll forgive you." Hearing that, Nomura froze on the spot. He never would have imagined that Rise would make such a request. He was genuinely shocked. THDH this. If you hesitate, then I won't forgive you. Rise added. Nomura didn't dare delay anymore. His face flushed red, and he leaned in and planted a kiss on Rise's forehead. Rise's lips curved into a small smile. Though her cheeks were also slightly pink, it was clear she had totally gotten the upper hand with Nomura. All right, looks like we don't need to worry about them anymore. Seeing that, Byakuya spoke up. Yeah, kids these days really know how to play. Ito said with a laugh. Standing off to the side, Roma was also finding this quite entertaining. With nothing better to do, she turned to tease Kamishiro Matasaka. When I heard them mention it earlier, I didn't believe it. But you really are raising a daughter now, huh? Is that a problem? Kamishiro Matasaka responded calmly. Of course not. It's just with your personality it feels kind of strange. And besides, you didn't even train her in martial arts. Clearly, Roma knew quite a bit about Kamishiro Matasaka. The clown's intelligence network was still very powerful. Kamishiro Matasaka couldn't be bothered to respond to Roma anymore. He just stopped talking altogether. Now that's more like it, I forgive you now. At that moment, Rise finally seemed satisfied and said to Nomura. Then, leaning in, she whispered softly into his ear. If you ever fall for another girl, I'll eat both of you. Eating me is okay, but eating other girls wouldn't be good, right? Just now he was shy, but Nomura's brain circuit was still rather odd. Then I won't eat you, but I'll insist on eating the girl you fall for. Rise said. Hearing the conversation between these two little brats, Byakuya felt that indeed, Nomura and Rise were a good match. Because both Nomura and Rise had yandere tendencies. What Nomura did in the original work didn't even need to be mentioned. After all, the reason was still because, at that time in the original, Rise already wasn't interested in Nomura anymore. After being long oppressed by the Washu family, her mind was filled with nothing but mad eating as a way of lashing out. This you can rest assured, I definitely won't fall for any girl other than Rise. Nomura said with a smile. Such a simple and sincere guarantee immediately made Rise' pretty face turn red, and she froze for a moment. Just like that, Nomura unintentionally scored a win. This is what you said, Nomura, I'm remembering it. Rise said. Oh right. At this moment, Nomura suddenly remembered the matter of going to Germany. Rise, my father and I are going to Germany, can you come with me? Just treat it as going on a vacation trip. Rise hesitated for a moment. Although she had a very good impression of Nomura when it came to Nomura's father, Washu Tsuneyoshi, there was only dislike. If I have to stay with that old man the whole time, then I don't want to go. Rise said bluntly. With her personality, she wouldn't soften her words just because Washu Tsuneyoshi was Nomura's father. This you can be at ease. At that time my father will be handling official business, and will have most of the time to go play. Nomura said. That's good then. Rise said, then when do you plan to leave? Right now. Nomura said. Hearing this conversation, Kamishiro Matasaka immediately took action. His speed was like lightning, his figure disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he went. Very soon, Kamishiro Matasaka returned, holding a suitcase and a pile of clothes. Judging by the looks, these were all Rise clothes. He directly handed these things to Rise and simply said, You all can depart now. Okay. Rise nodded. After putting the clothes she needed into the suitcase, she followed Nomura and left together. Byakuya ne Itoni, thank you both. Before leaving, Nomura did not forget to thank both Byakuya and Ito. Byakuya smiled and waved goodbye to Nomura and Rise. Not long after Nomura and Rise left, Byakuya and Ito chatted casually for a bit with Kamishiro Matasaka, then they also left. Time passed bit by bit. Attack on Titan created by Uchiha Byakuya under the pen name Fujimoto Hajime. Its publication process also went very smoothly. It also only took 2 to 3 months to complete the entire publication process. Now it was already being sold in major bookstores. Because of Byakuya's own popularity, plus the intentional marketing from Shui Publishing, even though he didn't use his real name as a pen name, many people already knew that Fujimoto Hajime was actually his pen name. Capitulo 178, Sales. As a result, his initial sales were already very high, as everyone wanted to see what kind of work this TSC Grand Chairman would write. With such a high level of buzz from the start, and with Attack on Titan's quality being solid enough, it was only natural that it would become a best-selling blockbuster sooner or later. However, today, Uchiha Byakuya came to Shui Publishing to sign the contract for his second work. Chairman Uchiha, your writing speed is truly astounding. You've already finished your second work this quickly. Saito Shunji, who was in charge of signing the contract with Byakuya, exclaimed in amazement. Yeah, what I gave you already contains several volumes worth of content. Byakuya nodded. His second work was Black Bullet. Of course, he could only write up to the point where the original author stopped updating. Relying on his memory, after that, he would just have to make up the rest of the story himself. But that was basically writing fanfiction, which was still easier than creating something entirely original. Writing a few thousand words every day was a decent way to pass the time. Such terrifying efficiency, as expected of the TSC's grand chairman. Seido Shunji praised. After finishing what needed to be done at Shui Publishing, Byakuya returned home. Recently, he and Yoshimura Ito had moved again. More accurately, he had directly purchased a villa in the first ward to serve as their long-term residence for the future. How is it? Your sales from the past few days should be pretty good, right? Ito sat on the sofa reading a book. Yeah, not bad. On the other hand, Dear Kafka is already selling like crazy now, just like I said before, right? Byakuya said. You always know what happens. Of course it would turn out the way you said. Ito responded immediately, crossing her legs as Byakuya sat down next to her. After lunch, let's go study at the library with Minami-chan and the others. Saying that, Ito hopped lightly off the sofa and went to put on the apron hanging on the wall next to the kitchen. This time, I'll be the one cooking. It had already been quite a while since she first started learning to cook, so naturally Ito's culinary skills had become very good. After enjoying a delicious lunch, Byakuya and Ito met up with Arumakishu and Minami as planned to go study at the library. They had talked before about preparing for university entrance exams, and of course they were now putting that plan into action. A full set of prep materials had been prepared. For Byakuya, the content involved in the exams wasn't exactly difficult. It was Ito, who had never gone to school before, who found things a bit tough at first. Fortunately, with Byakuya teaching her, and with Ito's excellent learning ability, she could pick things up very quickly with just a bit of explanation. At the library, they could see that Arima and Minami had already found seats and started reviewing. Minami-chan, you two came so early today. Ito immediately greeted them in a soft voice. By the way, are you and Arima-kun already living together? Originally, Ito was just casually guessing. But as soon as she said that, Minami's face instantly turned bright red, so red it almost reached her ears. Just looking at Minami's reaction made it obvious that she'd definitely been hit right on the mark by Ito. Ito hadn't expected that her casual comment would turn out to be accurate. But she wasn't surprised either. Minami and Arima were stuck together every day, their relationship had already reached that level, so living together was perfectly normal. Looks like I was right, Ito said with a meaningful smile. Because Minami-san said she felt scared living alone, so I started living with her. At this moment, Arima explained with a perfectly serious face. Stop it, Arima-kun. Minami instantly blushed furiously and hurriedly cut in. Isn't it just because you like Minami-chan, that's why you care about her so much? Ito teased. But faced with Ito's teasing, Arima remained expressionless as ever and even calmly admitted, that's right. Minami had originally been shy enough to cover her face, but when she heard Arima directly acknowledge Ito's teasing, she was stunned. In the next moment, once she processed what had happened, her face was still red. But she no longer looked shy, instead, she stared at Arima in surprise. Arima-kun. Right now, Minami was both shocked and delighted inside, hardly able to believe her own ears. Just now, Arima-kun had actually admitted he liked her. Ooh, Tilda. Ito exclaimed immediately. Your Arima-kun has already confessed so straightforwardly, what are you still embarrassed about, Minami-chan? As expected of Kishu, you can even acknowledge this kind of thing without changing your expression. Byakuya also commented with emotion. In my view, there's only yes or no. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Arima said with his usual calm expression. Well said. Then, Minami-chan, you two can start thinking about when to get married, right? Ito continued to tease Minami. Minami was pulled back to reality by Ito's words. Something like marriage, it's still too early. That last part, she muttered very softly, her voice filled with shy hesitation. How is it too early? Aren't you both already old enough? Ito said, when you do get married, make sure to invite us. Byakuya and I will throw you a big celebration. But considering that Minami was a ghoul, and Arima a half-human, age wasn't really something they needed to worry about to begin with. After all, there were no legal restrictions involved. Okay. This time, Minami didn't make excuses. she replied softly. After being teased like that by Ito, Minami couldn't focus on studying at all. She kept spacing out, constantly thinking about things between her and Arima-kun. And then she really did, as if driven by a ghost, lean toward Arima's ear and whispered, "Arima-kun, how about we start dating?" The reason she had said earlier that it was too early to think about marriage was because they hadn't even started dating yet. But just now, thanks to Ito's teasing, she couldn't help but start thinking about marriage, And just now, Arima-kun had even admitted that he liked her. That was basically a confession, wasn't it? So if she directly proposed dating, that should be totally fine, right? Capitulo 179, Starting to Date. But at this moment, Yuruka Minami still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. If Arima-kun thought it was still too early to start dating, he might reject her. Sure. As expected, Arima-kishu responded almost without any hesitation. Minami immediately felt a bit surprised, so starting to date was such a simple thing. She suddenly felt like she was in a dream. A few months ago, as a ghoul, she and Arima-kun, who was a ghoul investigator, were still enemies, and now they were starting to date. What's wrong? Arima saw that Minami was staring at him in a daze and immediately asked. It's nothing, I guess I'm just really happy. Minami said with a joyful smile. That's great, you two are finally starting to date. Ito had heard everything clearly from the start and immediately chimed in. Come to think of it, Minami-chan and Arima were already living together, and they hadn't even started dating. That was the actual strange part. Ito-sensei, you and Uchiha-kun must have been dating for a long time already, right? At this moment, Minami suddenly asked. Yup, we're already engaged, just thinking about when to get married now. Ito replied with a smile. But in reality, Byakuya and Ito hadn't even officially started dating. To be exact, they'd never verbally confirmed they were in a relationship. Because they'd already been living together for so long, they felt more like an old married couple already, and both sides knew each other's feelings, so there wasn't much point in saying the words out loud. That's amazing. Minami exclaimed in admiration. Byakuya, when do you think would be a good time for us to get married? At that moment, Ito directly asked Byakuya, as if she were pressuring him with the question. I haven't really thought it through yet. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. You haven't thought about it even now, that's not okay. There was a slight dangerous undertone in Ito's smile. I'll think about it soon, I'll think about it right away. Byakuya could only say. He hadn't expected Ito to suddenly bring up something like marriage. Although they really could get married now, he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Then Arima-kun and I will definitely attend your wedding when the time comes. Minami said immediately. Great, you're very welcome. Ito said. This topic quickly came to an end, since they were originally here to study and not to chat the entire time. Whenever Ito didn't understand something, she would directly ask Byakuya, and the latter could usually answer and give her a round of explanation. At the same time, he was also reinforcing his own knowledge. In this way, their study efficiency together was very high. But while studying, Byakuya was also starting to seriously think about the timing of getting married. Originally, he hadn't thought much about this issue, but since Ito suddenly brought it up just now and emphasized it seriously, naturally he had to think it through carefully. After thinking it over, he roughly decided, after the exams were over. Right now they were preparing for exams, and it wasn't a good time to be distracted by marriage. And once the exams were finished, it would be a joyous occasion with two happy events at once. Wouldn't that be great? Also, of course, he'd have to tell his future father-in-law, Yoshimura Kyuzin. First Ward, TSC headquarters. Although this was a new organization formed by combining the CCG and Aogiri tree, the majority of the original CCG members had not resigned. After the previous Dragon War, they were now capable of at least accepting ghouls. Of course, there were still some investigators who harbored deep hatred toward ghouls. They all chose to resign. Naturally, no one blamed them. After all, these investigators who hated ghouls so much were almost all people who had been deeply hurt by them in the past, their loved ones brutally killed by ghouls, some even having their entire families destroyed. No one could forgive ghouls on their behalf. As for the Mado family, they chose to be among those who stayed. Right now, Byakuya and Ito were at headquarters, catching up with the Mado family. Speaking of which, when we first found out that Ito-san was the one-eyed owl, we were completely shocked. Mado Kasuka said with a tone of amazement. After all, back then she had nearly died at the hands of the one-eyed owl. If it weren't for Byakuya saving her, she definitely wouldn't have survived. She never expected that Ito-san, whom they had always treated as Byakuya's wife, was actually the infamous SSS-rated ghoul, one-eyed owl. Could it be that the Grand Chairman Uchiha already knew Ito-san back then? Mado Kiryu also asked with a smile. More or less, though at that time Ito and I weren't very familiar yet. Byakuya responded with a faint smile. He didn't plan to explain too much, especially not the tragic outcome that would have happened to Kasuka in the original timeline. But Ito was much more straightforward. That's right. Back then, I felt like this guy Byakuya had betrayed me, and I wanted to chop his hands off. But if he hadn't been there, I probably... She trailed off halfway, but even though she didn't finish, Kasuka and Kiryu still understood the meaning behind her words. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. If Ito hadn't brought it up, it would have been fine. But now that she did, it made Kasuka remember that she definitely would have died there at that time. The power gap between her and the one-eyed owl was simply too great. Kiryu also thought that if Kasuka had really been killed back then, he would have completely lost it. Even if it meant dying, he would have taken revenge on the one-eyed owl. At that moment, Ito added another sentence. Of course, if it were the current me going back to that time, I definitely wouldn't have done such terrible things. So I apologize to you on behalf of that version of me. In the end, the one who understood Ito best was, of course, Ito herself. She knew very clearly what kind of thing she would have done to Kasuka if Byakuya hadn't been there. Hearing such a sincere tone, Kasuka and Kiryu were both slightly stunned. This, Ito-san, was actually genuinely apologizing to them. They knew in their hearts that, with Ito's strength as an SSS-rated ghoul, one-eyed owl, even if she didn't apologize to them, there was nothing they could do about it. No, Ito-san didn't actually harm me at the time. Capitulo 180, Uni Exams. Mado Kasuka immediately spoke politely. She felt a bit undeserving of the other party's apology. Yes, it's all right. Mado Kiryu also said. After all, it was something that didn't actually happen, and they certainly didn't hold any serious hostility toward Yoshimura Ito. If it had really happened, that would be a completely different story. At the very least, Kiryu definitely wouldn't be so polite. If Byakuya hadn't stopped Ito back then, and if Kasuka had ended up like she did in the original, gnawed and chewed into an unrecognizable mess, then there was no way the people here now could be chatting and laughing together. Watching this scene unfold from the side, Byakuya genuinely felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Ito and the Mado family had truly let go of everything between them. By the way, another batch of new recruits joined our TSC today. Grand Chairman Uchiha, are you interested in taking a look? At this moment, Kiryu suddenly said to Byakuya. Do you have a list? Byakuya asked. Yes, I happen to have a list of the new recruits right here. Kiryu then pulled out a list and handed it to Byakuya. Let me take a look. Byakuya glanced over it and immediately spotted a very familiar name. Amidst. Byakuya was of course extremely familiar with this name. If in the original story, Kenki Ken was the protagonist from the ghoul side, then Amidst was practically the protagonist from the human side, at least in the early stages. Oh. Kiryu looked surprised. This list only has names, it doesn't include rankings or anything, yet the Grand Chairman Uchiha managed to instantly single out this batch's number 1, Amidst. No, it's just that this name sounds a bit familiar. Byakuya explained, I remember back then when Special Class Kurawa and First Class Kuramoto captured an SS-rated ghoul named the Priest. The only surviving child found in the orphanage where the priest was located seemed to have this name. This explanation of his was practically flawless, because that really was what had happened. That's indeed him. The Grand Chairman still remembers that incident, huh? He's grown up now, and his performance is excellent. Kiryu said. Very good, our TSC needs fresh blood like him. Byakuya said. The original CCG had only been renamed, not dissolved, and so naturally, the original Investigator Academy was still around. It had just changed terms like investigator to new ones. This specialized academy still served as a pipeline for cultivating talent to combat the dragon orphans for the TSC, and they had even begun attempting to train ghoul children as well. After all, the TSC now consisted of both humans and ghouls mixed together. Cultivating ghoul background talent was part of the greater trend. To be honest, I'm quite interested in this child Amin Kaotaru. I hope I can partner with him. At this time, Kiryu sounded almost like he was making a request to Byakuya. Because with just one word from Byakuya, he could immediately be paired with Amin Kaotaru. That's no problem at all. Byakuya nodded. After all, in the original story, Amin really was Kiryu's partner and later on, practically became Kiryu's son-in-law as well. A few more months passed, and Byakuya and Ito's second works had both already been published in succession. They were Black Bullet and The Egg of the Black Goat, respectively. The Egg of the Black Goat was also Ito's second work in the original timeline. Naturally, it was only published after she finished writing it. Because studying took up quite a lot of time, Ito's third work, Seishigure, or Winter Shower at Night, was progressing quite slowly. Meanwhile, Byakuya was serializing a long-form work and didn't plan to start any new book for the time being. After all, the original Black Bullet had been on hiatus for a very long time. He could only keep writing the story himself, slowly making it up as he went, and publishing a new volume each time one was finished. But now, Byakuya and Ito had something more important to deal with. That was, of course, taking the upcoming National Unified Exam. It was an exam that basically every graduating student in Japan had to take. In terms of difficulty, Japan's unified exam was much easier than, say, the GHOUL. The real challenge was actually the respective universities' individual entrance exams, especially for top-tier schools like Kamui University. By comparison, the unified exam was more like going through the motions, and the real determining factor for which university one could get into was still the school's own entrance exam. Uchiha-kun, Ito-sensei, do your best. Before entering the exam hall, Yuruka Minami cheered on both Byakuya and Ito. Arima Kishu was naturally also there beside her. The four of them were all taking the exam at the same testing center. Luckily, they'd all been assigned to the same venue as well. Yeah, you guys too, good luck. Byakuya nodded. Good luck. Ito smiled slightly. Once this final exam this afternoon is over, how about we all go to the beach tomorrow? Let's go to Okinawa. At this moment, Minami suddenly proposed. I think that sounds great. Ito said. All right, we can start getting ready once the exams are over. Seeing that Ito was interested in the idea, Byakuya naturally agreed as well. Looks like I'll need to go pick out a swimsuit tonight, Arima said in his usual calm and collected tone. He had never been to the beach before, so of course he didn't have a swimsuit. Now that Minami had brought it up, he too suddenly felt like going to the beach. After the final exam ended, large groups of students came out of the exam hall, some happy, some worried, others like dead fish. There were people who had done well, and naturally there were also those who hadn't. Even though the final results weren't out yet, most people already had a rough idea of how they did. Byakuya and Ito were both in a good mood, because their personal sense of how they performed was pretty solid. How did it go? Seeing Ito at the exam hall entrance, Byakuya immediately asked. Basically no problem, you're the same, right? Ito said. Yeah, so now we'll see how the school entrance exams go. Byakuya nodded. Minami-chan and Arima came out too. At that moment, Ito waved toward the two of them. When they walked over, Ito immediately said, No need to ask how you guys did, I'm sure it's basically a guaranteed thing. Arima and Minami were always ranked first and second in their school exams. Unless something completely unexpected happened, there was no way they could do badly. More or less, there were a few questions that were actually pretty hard. Capitulo 181, Swimsuits. Yuruka Minami said with a humble smile. But even with her being so modest, saying only a few questions were difficult, this still wasn't something an average person could say. What about tonight? Should we just go straight to the mall and buy swimsuits? Yashimura Ito said. Sure, by the way, do you guys not have swimsuits either? Minami suddenly thought of this question. She and Arima-kun didn't have swimsuits either. After all, they'd never had the opportunity to go somewhere like the beach. What surprised her a little was that Ito-sense and Uchiha-kun apparently didn't have any either. Yeah, I've never gone before. Ito nodded. For more than 10 years, she had been surviving in the 24th ward. Don't even talk about going to the beach. Just surviving was already a big deal. I don't have one either, so let's all go pick out swimsuits tonight. Also, should we invite everyone from Anteku too? Baikuya said. Sounds good, I was thinking the same thing. Let's head back to Anteku first then. Minami nodded. 20th Ward, Cafe Anteku. We're going to the beach tomorrow. Come to think of it, I've never been there before. After hearing Minami's invitation, Kirishima Hikari immediately asked her husband, Kirishima Arata, Arata, what do you think? Should we bring Tauka and Ayato to go have some fun together? I think that'd be great. Arata replied with a smile. The beach, the beach. Kirishima Tauka immediately shouted happily. Speaking of which, Tauka, aren't you going to call Kenki along too? Hikari reminded Tauka. Oh right, I'll go to his place and get him now. Tauka immediately got ready to head out. Don't go running off on your own, go with Dad. Hikari gently said. Arata then took Tauka out together. After that, pretty much everyone at Anteku planned to head to the beach later. Come to think of it, none of us have really ever been to the beach. To be precise, we've barely even left the 20th ward. Kuma Enji sighed. Same here, there's no ocean in the 20th ward. Irami Kaya added. I did go take a look once, but going alone isn't any fun. It's much better to go with everyone, that gives it the right atmosphere. Hoido Roma said with a laugh. She had lived for so long and had been to many places, even the underground world, and so of course she'd also been to the beach. But there was still one last person to check, Yashimura Kyuzan. I'd better stay and watch the shop. An old man like me doesn't really suit places filled with youthful energy. Yashimura Kyuzan said with a gentle smile. I'd really like you to come with us though. At this moment, Ito suddenly spoke. Although the relationship between Yashimura Kyuzan and Ito as father and daughter had eased up a lot, they still didn't talk much on a day-to-day basis. To say the distance between them had completely disappeared would definitely be a lie. Reaching the level they were at now was already very good. They basically maintained a relationship of mutual respect while keeping a bit of distance. It was extremely rare for Ito to take the initiative to speak to Yashimura Kyuzan like this, especially about something like this. Yashimura Kyuzan was slightly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Ito to actually want him to come along. Since Ito had said so, he had no reason to refuse. All right then, I'll go with you all. Yashimura Kyuzan said immediately. A smile appeared on Ito's face. That evening, everyone from Anteku went to the mall together to pick out swimsuits. Yashimura Kyuzan didn't go. Because he was older, he obviously didn't enjoy playing in the water like the younger folks. Even if he went along, he'd at most just sit on the beach sunbathing and enjoying the scenery, so he didn't need a swimsuit. Byakuya and Ito, of course, brought along Mayu-chan and Suzuya Juzu. Tauka, on the other hand, dragged Kenki along. Kenki Ken had originally planned to use the holiday to catch up on studying, but in the end, he got forcibly dragged away by Tauka. You insisted on dragging me here, but I don't even have money to buy a swimsuit. Even after arriving at the store, Kenki still muttered a quiet protest. If you don't have money, we'll pay for you. Tauka immediately turned to look at her parents, Arata and Hikari, Papa, Mama. Obviously, she was asking her parents to buy Kenki a swimsuit. It's all right, I'd better pay for it myself. Kenki felt too embarrassed to let others spend any of their money on him. Children's swimsuits were pretty easy to choose. Within a few moments, they had already picked out suits for all the kids. Byakuya originally just wanted to grab something at random, but Ito wouldn't allow it. How can you just randomly pick? Let me help you check which style suits you best. Ito insisted on having Byakuya try on each style for her to see. All right. Byakuya had no choice but to comply. Seeing Ito being like this, Minami was immediately tempted to do the same. Kishu, why don't you try this one first? Minami picked a swimsuit that she personally really wanted to see Arima wear and handed it to the latter. Okay. Arima took the swimsuit without hesitation and walked into the fitting room. After that, Minami had Arima try on several different styles, and she was absolutely thrilled with the results. On the other side, Byakuya's fitting session had just finished as well. This one looks great, and this one's great too, let's just buy them all. Ito didn't hesitate one bit. She had her eyes on 3 different swimsuits and planned to buy them all. All right, now it's your turn to help me pick. Ito's lips curled slightly into a sly smile. Yeah. To be honest, Byakuya was also a little excited to see Ito try on various swimsuits. Ito's first choice was a rather revealing bikini. Don't be fooled by her petite frame. Her body's curves were actually quite graceful, and her long legs had perfect proportions. Wearing a swimsuit, she naturally looked stunning. Meanwhile, Njikoma and Irimi Kaya were doing something similar, but for them, it was more about roasting each other. Looks decent, but your figure's a bit flat, huh? You should be the one losing some weight. Don't turn from demon ape into fat ape. At this point, both Njikoma and Irimi Kaya had changed into their swimsuits, but their comments were mainly aimed at dissing each other. As for Roma, she could only ask Yomo Renji to give her some feedback. So, how do I look like this? Roma had already changed into her swimsuit as well. Even though she was already over 40 years old, her skin was still extremely well-maintained. Otherwise, no one would have failed to recognize her real age. Capitulo 182, Who Were You Gonna Eat? On the beach. Today's foot traffic was incredibly high, though to be more precise, it was probably like this every day around here. The group from Anteku were either splashing around in the water, building things on the sand, or lounging on beach chairs, sunbathing and enjoying the view. Uchiha Byakuya had bought several beach chairs on the spot, and now he and Yoshimura Ito were lying on them, with coconut juice and other drinks placed beside them. Just then, Ito suddenly pulled something out of her bag. It looked like sunscreen lotion. She shook the bottle in her hand slightly, the corner of her lips curling into a faint smile. I'll leave it to you. Leave what to me? Byakuya didn't catch on right away. What else could it be? Of course you're supposed to help me apply the sunscreen. As she spoke, Ito casually laid down on a mat beside the chairs. Byakuya froze for a moment. This was a bit stimulating. But he quickly brushed aside any distracting thoughts, opened the bottle of sunscreen, and poured some into his hand. Then, starting from Ito's back, he began spreading it evenly. What he should touch, what he shouldn't touch, he pretty much touched everything in the process. Yet there wasn't the slightest bit of shyness on Ito's face. Instead, she calmly enjoyed it. But just then, a sudden scream rang out from a certain direction. Could it be some dragon orphans or a ghoul showing up? Byakuya figured the dragon orphans shouldn't have spread here this quickly. It was probably just some ghouls stirring up trouble. He focused his gaze in that direction. With the enhanced vision from his main Jikayo Sharingan, he saw that indeed, several ghouls dressed in matching outfits had appeared. From the looks of it, it was a ghoul organization. What's happening over there? The sunscreen was almost fully applied, but Ito was still lying on the mat. Hearing the commotion, she asked Byakuya. A ghoul organization showed up. Seems like they're here to cause trouble. Byakuya replied. I see, well then I guess they're in for a good time. Ito said with a faint smile. Everyone here, listen up. At that moment, one of the ghouls jumped onto a high spot and shouted to the surrounding crowd. Almost everyone on the beach turned their attention toward him. If you obediently hand over 10 women and 10 children to us as offerings, we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, every single one of you dies. The ghoul bellowed arrogantly. What? That guy's a ghoul, and there are a bunch of others dressed like him. It looks like we're surrounded. Isn't there supposed to be patrol investigators around here? Why aren't they saving us? There's so many ghouls here. Even if 1 or 2 investigators noticed, they probably wouldn't dare show themselves. Hell, maybe they've already been taken out by these ghouls. Then, what do? Are we really just going to sacrifice the women and children? The crowd on the beach immediately fell into a panic. At that moment, Yoshimura Kyuzan looked at the ghouls and frowned slightly. Well, it made sense. Currently, only the Tokyo area had achieved some relative peace between humans and ghouls. Other regions, especially those this far from Tokyo, still hadn't made any real progress. Looks like a fight was inevitable. Although nobody wanted to die, no one had yet taken the initiative to push women and children forward. Those ghouls weren't in a hurry either. They were just waiting, ready to enjoy a good show. They wanted to see the ugly side of humanity. In situations like this, would some man, in order to survive, offer up his wife and children with his own hands? We'll add one more condition. If there's a man willing to offer up his own wife and child, then that man will be allowed to leave safely. At that moment, the ghoul standing on the elevated platform deliberately added this condition. While no one was immediately willing to commit such a beastly act. Given enough time, as the fear within their hearts grew more severe, someone was bound to break. That was what the ghouls were waiting for, a good show. However, this had nothing to do with the so-called ugliness of humanity. When it came to matters of life and death, certain ghouls would do the exact same thing. This wasn't a uniquely human trait. As long as any species had intelligence comparable to humans, they would possess the same so-called human nature. Ghouls were no exception. Just then, a girl with green hair stepped forward of her own accord. She was the first to stand out. Oh. The ghoul noticed that a woman had stepped forward on her own. Now here came the question, should she be counted as a woman or as a child? That green-haired girl was, without a doubt, Ito. Byakuya stood off to the side with an expressionless face. He wasn't the least bit worried about Ito. If anything, it was those ghouls who were about to be in deep trouble. Immediately after, Yuruka Minami also stepped forward. Then Irimikaya and Kirishima Hikari. Kirishima Tauka thought this whole thing looked fun and directly dragged Kenki Ken over to where her mother was. Mei then grabbed Suzuya Juzu, and Kirishima Arata also followed right behind. Hoito Roma found the whole thing amusing and went over to join the crowd as well. We already have this many willing volunteers, huh? We still need 5 more women and 5 more children. I'll give you all one last half-minute to decide. If the requirements aren't met in 30 seconds, then none of you are leaving alive. The ghoul deliberately shortened the time limit, threatening everyone present. They hadn't yet witnessed the scene they were so looking forward to, so of course they wouldn't back down so easily. Hearing that, all the ordinary people in the area had their hearts in their throats. Some were secretly hoping others would step forward on their own. As vile as that thought was, they didn't want to die. But at least up until now, not a single man had actually offered up his wife and children. Right then, Ito suddenly continued walking forward, calmly heading straight toward the ghoul. The ghoul obviously noticed Ito's movement and immediately barked a warning. You'd better not make any sudden moves. Otherwise, I'll make you the first one I eat. At that moment, a strange smile crept across Ito's face, and her body suddenly began to swell rapidly. Within the blink of an eye, she had transformed into the towering 12-meter-tall, one-eyed owl. Seeing a Kakuja user of this sheer size appear before him, the ghoul was instantly paralyzed as his entire mind went blank, almost as if his brain had completely crashed. In her Kakuja form, Ito bent down and loomed over the ghoul, letting out a delighted, eerie laugh from her mouth. Who did you say you were gonna eat just now? Capitulo 183, Imitation. That ghoul could no longer even hear what Yoshimura Ito was saying, as he had been completely scared senseless. His comrades were equally dumbfounded. Was this a Kakuja? Due to the generally weaker combat strength on Okinawa Island, on both the human side and the ghoul side. Let alone a Kakuja, Even a half kakuja was something these ghouls had only encountered once or twice at most. Now, a kakuja over 10 meters tall suddenly appeared right in front of them. How could they not be scared stiff? At the same time, the sudden appearance of such a massive monster on the beach startled quite a few ordinary people in the area as well. But they quickly realized that this big monster seemed to be helping them deal with the ghouls. Then again, this big monster seemed to be a ghoul too. Although being helped by a ghoul felt rather strange, this wasn't the time to overthink it. No one dared to act recklessly, they could only watch in fear. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I'm former CCG Associate Special Class Investigator, now TSC Dragon General, Arima Kishu. You can take cover behind me. At that moment, Arima had somehow already retrieved his quink suitcase. The so-called Dragon General was the highest rank in the current TSC, an equivalent to the former Associate Special Class of the old CCG. Given Arima's strength, he was undoubtedly the most deserving of the title Dragon General in the entire TSC. Quite a few people around recognized the quink suitcase. Someone immediately shouted, "That's a quink. Only powerful investigators have those. He's a real investigator." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly tried to hide behind Arima. But there was no way Arima alone could shield so many people behind him. He had just said that in passing. The more important thing now was to eliminate the ghouls around them. That was the most effective way to ensure the crowd's safety. Arima immediately took out the quink from his suitcase and charged toward the ghoul closest to him. Koma Enji, Irimikaya, Yuruka Minami, Yomo Renji, and all the others also joined the fight. Any one of the 20th Ward, team members alone, could completely overwhelm these ghouls. At that moment, seeing that the situation was going south, one of the enemy ghouls simply snapped and began a massacre. He figured he'd kill as many humans as he could, since he probably wasn't getting out of this alive anyway. That over 10-meter-tall kakuja was simply not in the same league as them, so he figured that before he died, he'd at least drag a few others down with him. Just as this ghoul was about to stab a little girl with his kukaku kagyun, a tall figure blocked his path. He stabbed the person's arm instead, but was struck with a strange feeling. It was Yashimura Kyuzen. He had used his own arm to shield the little girl. Immediately after, several of the kakyuhu on his body began rapidly producing kagyun. His already tall frame at least doubled in size, transforming in an instant into the non-killing owl. Though Ito's current, one-eyed owl appearance was already different from his own, he had never changed his kakuja form. He felt there was no need as this one suited him just fine. Seeing this, the ghoul across from him was so frightened he started backing away repeatedly. Yashimura Kyuzen immediately pursued, slicing off that ghoul's kukaku kagyun and also severing one of his arms. A piercing scream rang out on the spot. At that moment, Yashimura Kyuzen turned to look at the little girl. He could see the child staring back at him with a terrified expression in her eyes. He could understand, after all, he was a ghoul, and a ghoul in this terrifying form no less. Yashimura Kyuzen immediately reverted back to his human form and walked toward the little girl, his face full of a kind and gentle smile. There's no need to be afraid anymore. Though the little girl was scared, she understood clearly that it was this uncle who had saved her. She immediately spoke. "Thank you, Oji-san." "No need to thank me," Yashimura Kyuzen replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly recognized Yashimura Kyuzen. "I remember now. He's that coffee shop owner who fought against those dragon orphan things during the Tokyo defense battle." "I remember too. So you're saying all these people who saved us are members of that coffee shop?" Yes. I remember the demon ape and black dog. This is exactly what they look like." "No wonder they helped us. So they're from Tokyo. I heard that most ghouls in Tokyo have already started coexisting peacefully with humans." As Yashimura Kyuzen was recognized, the fear among the surrounding crowd gradually faded away. Because they knew the members of this coffee shop wouldn't harm them. At that moment, Byakuya was observing the surrounding situation. As soon as he spotted anyone in danger, he would instantly teleport to their location and save them. In just a short while, this entire ghoul organization was easily eliminated by the members of Anti-coup. Ito had also finished off that boastful ghoul, but she felt that guy was way too weak and didn't even bother to eat him. She just casually crushed his head and then returned to her human form. Afterwards, she skipped and hopped back over to Byakuya's side. The people around them looked at this green-haired girl as if she were an adorable little sister, but once they remembered what they'd just witnessed, they instantly erased that thought. Even though they knew this green-haired girl probably wouldn't hurt them, the image of that terrifying monster from moments ago still sent chills down their spines. Now that the entire beach was safe, Byakuya, Ito, and the others had all become great benefactors in the eyes of everyone present. A few minutes later, the local relevant authorities finally sent in investigators to clean up the scene. Of course, this organization wasn't the CCG. It was a local group that had formed in imitation of the CCG. Every region needed an agency to regulate local ghouls. It was just that the CCG only governed the Tokyo area. Other regions simply weren't under their jurisdiction. As for the sluggish response of these investigators, Byakuya didn't bother to say anything. After all, these agencies weren't the CCG. In every aspect, they couldn't be compared to the original CCG. There was no need to force them to live up to CCG standards, and besides, the CCG had already changed its name. And as one of the key figures involved in the incident, Byakuya had to undergo a basic inquiry. Byakuya was willing to cooperate. But when he stated his name, the investigator in front of him was stunned for a moment. You wouldn't happen to be that Uchiha chairman from Tokyo?" That investigator asked in an excited tone. "That's right. I came here with a few friends for a vacation, didn't expect something like this to happen." Byakuya responded calmly. "My apologies, it was our dereliction of duty. You shouldn't have had to step in personally." The investigator immediately offered a solemn apology. Capitulo 184, TSC ranks. "It's fine, just clean up the scene," Uchiha Byakuya said. The investigators immediately began clearing the area, collecting the corpses of the ghouls as well as a few severely injured ones who were still alive. This whole farce could be considered officially over. Although quite a few people had been frightened, thankfully there were no casualties. Everyone quickly regained their calm and continued playing on the beach. After all, there were several powerful figures present, including Chairman Uchiha himself, who could protect them. They stayed at the seaside until nightfall before deciding to head back. By the time they returned to Tokyo, it was already past 9 p.m. After a brief round of farewells, everyone went back to their respective homes to get ready for bed. However, when Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito returned home, they still set aside a little time before sleeping to review. They were confident they could pass the upcoming campus entrance examination for Kamui University. Kamui University's internal exam didn't only consist of a written test, as it also included an interview. To be precise, most universities in Japan actually operated this way, especially the more prestigious ones, which tended to place greater importance on the interview component. First came the written test. Byakuya, Ito, Yuruka Minami, and Aramakishu, their top choice was all the same, Kamui University. So naturally, they all took the exam together. After cheering each other on, they entered the examination hall. The written exam for Kamui University was clearly more difficult than the previous national standardized test, but it still wasn't enough to trouble them. Byakuya and Ito had chosen the humanities track, while Arima and Minami had chosen the science track. After all, Byakuya and Ito specialized in literary creation, making them more inclined toward the liberal arts. Arima, on the other hand, had exceptional talent in the sciences. Subjects like mathematics were incredibly easy for him. As for Minami, she had a fairly balanced academic background and scored highly in every subject. But because Arima chose science, she decided to follow suit and pick the science track as well. Besides, she was genuinely interested in science too. Before long, they all received the news that they had passed the written exam. Then came the interview. Today, a certain Kamui University interviewer was feeling a great deal of pressure. because the next few interviewees she would be speaking to were all heavyweight figures. From their personal information, it was clear that all 4 of them came from the TSC, namely Byakuya, Ito, Aramakishu, and Sanpo Rika. These days, nearly everyone in Tokyo knew about the TSC. Formerly the CCG, it had already been a well-known government institution, but the TSC had gone even further, making history by integrating both humans and ghouls in the workplace. Moreover, the previous Tokyo defense battle had shocked all of Japan and even the entire world. Now the TSC was practically a household name. If that were all, it might have been manageable, but the 4 of them weren't just ordinary members of the TSC. Especially the one named Byakuya, he was the chairman of the TSC, holding a position in Tokyo nearly equal to that of a cabinet minister. Next were Ito and Arima, both of whom held the highest rank among TSC's combat personnel, Dragon General. Among the 4, the lowest ranked was Minami, but even she held the title of Quasi-Dragon General in the TSC. Don't be fooled by the fact that Minami was previously just an A-rated ghoul. She's now at least reached S-rate. That's because she's been training from time to time with Arima and also participating in the subjugation and consumption of dragon orphans. These days, ghouls can gain benefits equivalent to cannibalism by eating dragon orphans. This is no longer a secret. Through occasionally hunting and consuming dragon orphans, Minami has now reached the level of a half-kakuja. In fact, if we're talking purely about strength, giving her the title of Dragon General wouldn't even be an exaggeration. But in the TSC, there are simply too many humans and ghouls with both strength and merit. Minami still needs time to accumulate experience before being reasonably promoted to the rank of Dragon General. Of course, Minami herself doesn't actually care one bit whether she's a quasi-Dragon General or a full Dragon General. What she's always longed for is a life like any other human being. The reason she joined the TSC in the first place was to protect that kind of precious and beautiful life. At that moment, the interviewer took a deep breath and gulped down a large sip of water to calm her nerves, because next up was none other than Byakuya. Byakuya's interview process was incredibly smooth, so smooth that he even began to suspect whether she was the interviewer or if he was. Throughout the interview, the other party had been extremely cautious and reserved, as if she was just barely surviving the process. In the end, she simply passed him straight away. If the interview procedure hadn't been a formal requirement, he wouldn't have been surprised if she had just passed him on the spot the moment he walked in. But he could understand. After all, his identity was what it was. Next up, the interviews for Ito, Arima, and Minami went just as smoothly. "How did it go? You all passed without a hitch, right?" Byakuya asked. "Yeah, that interviewer looked so tense, it made me feel kind of awkward." Minami commented a little awkwardly. "Well, as long as we passed, that means we're officially classmates now." Ito said with a smile. Of course, it wasn't time for official enrollment, yet it was just that their admissions letters from Kamui University were basically in hand. Now that they'd successfully been admitted to Kamui University, there was no need to take the campus entrance exams for any other universities. There was still some time left before the formal enrollment date. Capitulo 185, Enrollment. It was about time for both Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito them to prepare for their official enrollment. Kamui University was located in Tokyo's 20th ward. It happened to be fairly close to the cafe, Anteku. Today, Byakuya and Ito had both changed into formal clothing. Actually, just wearing their TSC combat uniforms would have been fine, as after all, the TSC had retained the original CCG uniforms. Those were formal enough, and it saved them the trouble of buying new clothes. Since they were all members of the TSC, Byakuya, Ito, as well as Yuruka Minami and Aramakishu, each of them naturally owned 2 or 3 sets of this uniform. Though it was called combat gear, it was actually formal attire. This could be considered one of Japan's old traditions. As long as it was a formal occasion, everyone was required to wear formal clothes. Even the CCG's ghoul investigators had to do so when carrying out missions. Wearing suits to battle ghouls might sound a little weird, but that was just how things were. Some female investigators even wore formal, where that was even less suited for combat. In comparison, what Mato Curio wore, similar to Arima Kishu's uniform, was already relatively appropriate for battle. Today was the enrollment day at Kamui University, and there would also be a matriculation ceremony for the Gakubu division. Gakubu basically referred to the 4-year undergraduate program. For such a proper entrance ceremony, following Japanese etiquette, everyone was expected to wear formal clothing. Byakuya was conforming to local customs, and he didn't want to stand out too much. If he were the only one in the entire venue dressed casually, he would draw way too much attention. Byakuya wore a black combat uniform, similar in design to Arima's, just in a different color. Arima's was white. Yoshimura Ito was also wearing the same black uniform as Uchiha Byakuya, while Sanpo Rika wore the same white version that Arima Kishu wore. The 4 of them had arranged to head to Kamui University together. As they neared the university, they could already see many other students around them who were also on their way to enroll. The clothing styles were extremely similar, since everyone was in formal attire. For example, the most common for female students was a khaki trench coat, while the male students mostly wore black formal jackets. The first thing they needed to do upon enrollment was attend the entrance ceremony. However, Uchiha Byakuya and his group had barely arrived at the school gate when some new students immediately recognized them. "Hey, look, isn't that the chairman from the Tokyo defense battle? Why is he here too? Did I see that wrong?" And the 3 people next to him look familiar as well. "Oh, right, I remember now, that green-haired girl is Takatsuki-sen, and also the most dangerous ghoul, the one-eyed owl. Then that young man must be the CCG chairman. Wait, now he's called the TSC chairman. But why are they here at Kamui University too? Don't tell me they're enrolling with us." Right now, Byakuya and Ito were both very famous all throughout Tokyo. There was no need to elaborate on Byakuya. He held a high position of power and immense strength, and he was also a best-selling author. Given the nature of his works, obviously many of his readers would be students. Ito mainly stood out because of her dual identities as Takatsuki-sen and the one-eyed owl. Her identity as the one-eyed owl had long ceased to be a secret, and people didn't really harbor resentment toward Takatsuki-sen because of it. That was because, back then, most of Ito's actions had been targeted at the CCG, and she had barely harmed any civilians. Now that the CCG had reconciled with the ghouls and reorganized into the TSC, and especially after the Tokyo defense battle, the one-eyed owl's reputation among the public was actually pretty decent. Truthfully, the fact that the one-eyed owl had once been ranked as the most dangerous SSS-rated ghoul, but now no longer harmed humans, actually added a kind of gap moe appeal to her writer persona, winning her even more fans. As those murmurs spread, more and more new students began to recognize Byakuya and the others. This naturally brought some trouble for them, such as autograph requests, photo requests, and the like. But at least it didn't interfere with their proper enrollment. "Some bastard is really popular, huh?" At this moment, Ito teased. "Your popularity isn't much lower than mine, you know." Byakuya said somewhat helplessly. "Luckily, Kishu and I aren't that famous," Minami said with a smile. Although a few people had asked her and Arima for autographs and pictures, it wasn't anywhere near as overwhelming as with Byakuya and Ito. Following the guidance of some security guards and upperclassmen, the new students arrived at the venue for the entrance ceremony. It was an extremely large multi-purpose hall, more than sufficient to accommodate all the new undergraduate students of Kamui University this year. Once most of the new students were seated, the university president and some senior students had already taken the stage. Next, naturally, the president was going to give a speech. Capitulo 186, Club. The president's speech was one of those you could listen to or not, harshly put. It was the sleep-inducing segment that was basically just background noise put into focus. Once the entire sequence of the entrance ceremony was finished, the new students exited the venue in an orderly fashion. After that, the entire street was packed with people. It was extremely crowded, full of various clubs recruiting new members and handing out flyers to the freshmen everywhere. By the time both Uchiha Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito finished walking down the street, each of them had already received over 20 flyers, each of them from all sorts of different clubs. For the time being, they simply sat down to rest in the cafeteria. Arima Kishu and Yuruka Minami were sitting nearby as well. For university life, club activities are definitely essential. Take a look and see if there's any club you want to join. You can join more than one. At this moment, Byakuya said. He looked over the flyers he had received. There were anime clubs, tokusatsu clubs, music clubs, baseball clubs, dance clubs, all kinds of clubs, and even clubs related to ghouls and the TSC. Things like the Ghoul Research Club, the TSC Enthusiasts Club, the Ghoul Investigator Club, etc. These were probably all founded by some fans interested in those subjects. As of right now, thanks to the joint efforts of Byakuya and the members of the TSC, ghouls could finally receive relatively equal treatment on campus. This was still in the early stages, starting with universities in the Tokyo area. Elementary schools, junior highs, and high schools hadn't started implementing this yet. After all, children weren't as mature as college students. Their prejudice and fear toward ghouls tended to be much more severe. At Kamui University, it wouldn't be surprising if some of the clubs related to ghouls actually had real ghouls as members. Indeed, since we're here to experience campus life, club activities are definitely not to be missed. Ito nodded, but at most I'll join one or two. I won't have time if I join too many. Same for me. I'll probably choose one club related to ghouls and another related to reading. Minami said. Then she looked at Arima. Kishu, do you have any clubs you're planning to join? Probably the same as you. I also like reading. Arima calmly replied. Come to think of it, our interests really are pretty similar. The top clubs we're all considering are either ghoul-related or literature-related. Byakuya couldn't help but remark. After picking through more than 20 club flyers, Byakuya and Ito finally selected two clubs. One was the Ghoul Research Society, the other was the Literature Society. Arima and Minami also chose the same two clubs as them. To join a club, you either go directly to the club's activity room or wait for the official club recruitment day. They decided to go straight to the Ghoul Research Society first, with the flyer in hand. For a club like this that probably didn't have many members, going straight to the activity room was the way to go. Ghoul Research Society, Activity Room. I heard the TSC's chairman Uchiha and the one-eyed owl have both come to our school, and they're even freshmen this year. I heard too. Also, one of the TSC's dragon generals and a quasi-dragon general as well, weren't they called the White Reaper and Lantern? White Reaper and Lantern are just their nicknames. I'm not really sure what their real names are. The spacious Ghoul Research Society had only a few lonely members inside. The gender ratio was exactly 1:1, 3 boys and 3 girls. Maybe it was because most of them were ghouls themselves that hardly anyone wanted to join this club. At the moment, they were discussing the major news event that had taken place on campus today. What was spreading the fastest and widest, of course, was the rumor that Byakuya and Ito had enrolled at Kamui University as freshmen this year. But then again, no matter what, it's not like they'd ever come to our club. The CCG Investigator fan club next door is pretty crowded. Compared to our place, I bet they'd rather go over there. Well, it can't be helped. Even though everyone's pushing for peaceful coexistence between humans and ghouls, our university still has a lot of students from outside Tokyo, even some international students. They can't accept ghouls that easily. The school can't push things too fast either. Meanwhile, that CCG Investigator fan club next door is still super popular, even though the CCG has already changed its name. Ah well, better not talk too much about other clubs. Let's just focus on our own. Anyway, we all passed out flyers today, right? Yeah, all the flyers are gone, but no new students have come here so far. Looks like we're wasting our time again today. As they were discussing all sorts of things, there was suddenly a soft knock at the door. They were all startled and sat up straight. A new student finally came, I wonder how many people. Even one would be amazing, though they might not even want to officially join the club. One of the girls immediately stood up and went to open the door to welcome them. Welcome. As she opened the door, she instantly saw 4 people. And they were the 4 people she least expected. Thank you. Byakuya nodded slightly and stepped into the clubroom. The girl at the door froze on the spot. It was exactly the reaction he expected. After seeing Byakuya and the others' faces clearly, the rest of the club members were all completely stunned as well. They had just said there was no way these people would come to their club, only for them to show up right afterward. Capitulo 187, Ghoul Research Society. Sorry to bother you, we're here to apply for membership in the Ghoul Research Society. At this moment, Uchiha Byakuya spoke. One of the boys was the first to react. Oh, all right, could you please fill out this form first? He immediately brought over 4 application forms. After that, Byakuya and the others truthfully filled in their information, including their status as either human or ghoul. Byakuya and Arumakishu both filled in half-human. Yuruka Minami filled in ghoul, and Yashimura Ito, naturally, filled in half-ghoul. Once they completed the forms, it basically meant they had officially joined the club. Since the Ghoul Research Society already had so few members, the current members were just afraid they'd back out at the last minute. There was absolutely no way they'd reject their applications. Well then, let me start by introducing myself to you, Chairman and everyone. The boy collected the forms and immediately began his self-introduction. I'm currently the president of the Ghoul Research Society and also an international student from China. My name is Momo. Oh. Byakuya was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to be an international student from abroad. But I'm human, not a ghoul. I just have a deep interest in ghouls. Momo added this with a bright, clean smile on his face. His features were quite decent too. I'm Suzuki Ayaka, the vice president of the Ghoul Research Society and also a ghoul. Next to Momo sat a tall girl with a beautiful face and blue-green hair. But I've never harmed a human. Since I was young, my parents would find corpses for me to eat. Now that there are ghoul-specialized nutritional foods, I don't even eat that stuff anymore. To avoid making them uncomfortable, Suzuki Ayaka made sure to emphasize her background. Next, the rest of the Ghoul Research Society members introduced themselves to Byakuya and the others in turn. Can you tell us more about what kind of activities your club usually does? At this point, Ito asked. We mostly research things related to ghouls, like Kagyun, Kakyuhu, and Quinks. Aside from that, we just hang out and relax in the clubroom. Momo replied. Huh, you guys can actually get your hands on things like Quinks. Minami was visibly surprised. Because even within the TSC, not everyone had access to Quinks. The organization still operated under much of the old CCG's framework, and using Quinks came with certain requirements. That's why she found it unexpected that these students could get hold of weapons so tightly regulated by the TSC. Well, we actually haven't gotten any yet, but we're working on it. Momo said a little awkwardly. For now, we mainly focus on researching Kagyun, Kakyuhu, and RC cells. The rest of the time, we just chat and play games in the clubroom. That's fine too. Byakuya nodded slightly. Honestly, it's just hard to believe that people as important as you are actually new freshmen at our school. Don't tell me you're all younger than us. At that moment, one of the girls couldn't help but speak in awe. Aside from Byakuya and his group, all the current members of the Ghoul Research Society were upperclassmen, meaning at least second-year students. None of them were younger than 19 years old. Whereas Byakuya and Ito, as well as Arima and Minami, were all exactly 18. We're all 18. Byakuya said with a smile. No way, you're all really just 18. That girl was immediately dumbfounded. The rest of the Ghoul Research Society members were equally stunned. While it was normal for incoming freshmen to be around 18 years old, applying that age to these 4 individuals was just too exaggerated. The TSC's chairman, the one-eyed owl, a dragon general, and a quasi-dragon general, basically the top combat power not only in the Tokyo region, but probably all of Japan and Asia. And all 4 of them were only 18. How could they not be shocked? Yeah, although both Kishu and I have white hair, that's because we're half humans. Before absorbing the dragon toxin, our lifespans were relatively short. Byakuya explained, but come to think of it, Kishu should be turning 19 soon. So it's true, that's incredible. At that moment, Byakuya could clearly feel their awestruck gazes. He gave a slightly awkward smile. After that, the 4 of them took some time to familiarize themselves with the clubroom. After spending a while in the Ghoul Research Society, Byakuya and the others got ready to head to the next club to apply for membership. That would be the Literature Club. However, as soon as they arrived in front of the clubroom, they could already see through the window that the Literature Club was packed with people. Just by its name, it was obviously a very popular club. But perhaps because there were too many people, not many were actually reading books. Most were chatting, on their phones, or playing on computers. Seeing this, Ito couldn't help but say, "How about we just join the Ghoul Research Society for now? I feel like this literature club isn't really for me." It wasn't that she disapproved of people playing on their phones or chatting. She just felt that this kind of environment wasn't really suitable for reading or writing. She definitely needed a quiet setting. Why would one join a literature club in the first place? Simply to have a good environment to read. "I agree, no real reason to join this one," Byakuya said bluntly. He could tell why Ito didn't want to join the literature club here. And it wasn't just because of her, even he himself wasn't fond of clubs that were too crowded. True, too many people isn't a good thing either. Minami said, "I think the Ghoul Research Society is enough, or Perhol's that TSC Enthusiast Club would be alright too." Arima added. And just like that, the 4 of them gave up on the idea of joining the literature club. But compared to academics and club activities, their top priority would always be TSC-related matters. The school was well aware of their duties, so they gave them a lot of freedom as well. Only when they had free time would they attend club activities. Lately, things had been relatively quiet since there weren't any major issues at the TSC that required their attention. Once again, we'll have to trouble Vice President Suzuki today to let us study your Kagyun again. Right then, inside the clubroom, another round of club activities was about to begin. Capitulo 188, Studying. Whenever they wanted to study a Kagyun or Kakyuhu, they naturally used their own members for research. Among the 6 original members, 5 were ghouls, with only Momo actually being human. The fact that Momo could stay in this kind of club without being afraid, well, he really had some guts. And today, it was once again Vice President Suzuki Ayaka's turn to have her Kagyun studied. All right. Suzuki Ayaka's cheeks flushed with a slight shade of red. Apparently, letting others examine her Kagyun was somewhat embarrassing for her. A pink yukaku sprouted instantly from her tailbone, and she allowed the others to begin studying it. Momo was the first to go up, daring to touch Suzuki Ayaka's yukaku Kagyun with his bare hands. The majority of people probably wouldn't dare to do such a thing, unless they completely trusted the owner of that yukaku, or were perhaps incredibly stupid. After all, a casual flick from a yukaku could easily kill a normal person. As Momo touched her Kagyun, it was like someone was petting her tail. It was, in a way, an uncomfortable area. Her face flushed an even deeper red. However, she didn't seem to mind Momo doing that, nor did she retract her Kagyun. As for Byakuya, Ito, and the others, they just watched from the side. To be blunt, they weren't too interested in this kind of research method. If it were someone like Akihiro Kano, a proper expert, he definitely wouldn't study a Kagyun this way. But since the members of this club were all just students, it was understandable that they would use such a childish approach to study a Kagyun. A few minutes later, Momo pulled back his hand and said, "Vice President Suzuki seems to be having a bit of a hard time, let's call it here for today. In that case, would you guys like to see my Kagyun?" At that moment, Ito asked with a rather cheerful tone. "If it's all right with you, then we'd be honored." Momo nodded. The other members were also extremely curious as to what kind of Kagyun did the legendary one-eyed owl have. Even though they'd seen the one-eyed owl's kakuja form in various media, they had never seen what her actual kagyun looked like. This was the legendary SSS-rated ghoul, the one-eyed owl. To witness her kagyun with their own eyes, it was an incredible privilege. Ito then released her kagyun. Because she had numerous kakyuhu throughout her body, kagyuns sprouted from all kinds of places. Not only were they large in number and surface area, their shapes were also extremely bizarre, so much so that it was hard to distinguish between rinkaku, yukaku, and kukaku forms. Because kagyun shapes can change depending on one's imagination, and of course, only a tiny minority of ghouls could pull off what Ito did. Ito had a wildly rich imagination, which caused her kagyun to take on an extremely abstract form. Her kagyun could even speak, as there were numerous mouths growing on it. Yayayahu tilde. Hilo tilde hello tilde. Nice to meet you. These were all strange sounds produced by Ito's kagyun, as if they had a mind of their own. There was no denying it, Ito's kagyun was uniquely extraordinary. No other ghoul had ever pushed the limits of their kagyun to such an extent. This is the one-eyed owl's kagyun. So incredible. It wasn't just Momo, who was human, as even the other ghoul members were seeing something new. Their own kagyun were rather ordinary and monotonous. Even added together, they didn't come close to the number and variety of Ito's. Not to mention that Ito's kagyun could even talk. When they heard the kagyun speaking, their expressions became quite remarkable. They had never heard of a kagyun being able to speak. All along, they had simply thought of it as a weapon or a feeding organ. In fact, in the original work, on the surface, the only one who could do this was Ito. Later, Kenki Ken's kagyun could also speak, but that was because he had consumed a large number of the one-eyed owl's kakyuhu. That said, this kind of feature didn't serve much of a purpose. It was simply that the kagyun could speak. Perhaps, in the later stages, Kenki Ken or Furuta Nomura could have modified their kagyun to do the same even without the one-eyed owl's kakyuhu, but they probably didn't find it necessary. As for Ito turning her kagyun into this, it was most likely due to her overwhelming loneliness in her younger days. Not only that, when Ito displayed her kagyun, her face also revealed a single kakyugen. So this is a half-ghoul, it really is just one kakyugen. One of the ghoul girls looked at Ito's single kakyugen with fascination. Compared to her and all the ghouls she knew, who all had two kakyugen, this was her first time seeing a one-eyed trait that belonged exclusively to half-ghouls. After showing them her kagyun, Ito quickly retracted it back into her body. Watching was one thing, but she had absolutely no intention of letting anyone research her kagyun. Minami-chan, aren't you going to show your kagyun? At that moment, Ito suddenly turned to Minami and said, Well, I guess I could, but my kagyun really isn't anything special. Minami smiled as she replied. Because her control over her kagyun wasn't nearly as refined as Ito's, she could only utilize her original Baikaku-type kagyun. She could now unleash power at the level of a half kakyuja, which meant she must have more than one kakyuhu. But she didn't dare reveal the other kagyun from those kakyuhu. Because if she did, she would automatically enter a half kakyuja state, and in that state, it was very easy for her to lose control and accidentally hurt someone. Ito, by contrast, had an extremely high level of control over her kagyun. Even if she released kagyun from multiple kakyuhus simultaneously, she wouldn't automatically enter a kakyuja state. Let alone the fact that a kakyuja didn't necessarily entail losing rationality. Minami, who could only reveal a single Baikaku-type kagyun, really didn't look much different from an ordinary ghoul just by her outward appearance. However, the color of her kagyun was quite lovely. It was a light pink, more or less. Soon after, Minami retracted her kagyun as well. She didn't want to be studied as thoroughly as Vice President Suzuki had been either. It felt a bit too embarrassing. Speaking of which, Chairman Uchiha and Dragon General Arima, you're both half humans, right? So I guess you don't have kagyun. At this point, one of the ghoul girls looked curiously at Byakuya and Arima and asked. Yeah. Byakuya nodded and replied. Although Kishu and I are half human, born from the union of a human and a ghoul, we don't have kagyun or kakyuhu. Our physical abilities are just a bit stronger than ordinary humans. Capitulo 189, Nest. As for his main Jikayo Sharingan, that naturally wasn't a Kakugan, so there was no need to bring it up. Oh, so that's the difference between half-human and half-ghoul. I learned something new. But speaking of which, now that we're all attending the same school, let's just call each other classmates. Uchiha Byakuya said. Being called chairman, or dragon general, and the like by his fellow students did feel a bit awkward. In the TSC, such titles were used for professional purposes, but in school, there really was no need for that kind of formality. Is that really okay? The ghoul girl seemed a little timid, not quite daring to call the TSC chairman a mere classmate. Of course it's okay. Byakuya nodded. Then, Uchiha-kun, Arima-kun. The girl finally tried it out in a tentative tone. From then on, the other members of the Ghoul Research Club also began referring to Byakuya and the others as fellow students. Since universities in Japan generally don't provide dormitories, Kamui University was no exception. Even if dorms were available, they tended to be rather poor in quality. It was much better to just rent your own place. As it happened, Byakuya and Yoshimura Ito already owned a villa in the 1st ward, and they had the Anteku Cafe in the 20th ward, so they never actually stayed on campus after class. They headed back to Anteku first. We heard you all successfully got into Kamui University. That's amazing. As soon as they entered, they were greeted with praise from Kirishima Hikari. Kamui University, I remember that's one of Tokyo's top elite schools. Koma Enji added in admiration. For the 4 of you to all get in together, you're basically academic prodigies. If we go by human social norms, this would definitely call for a lively celebration. At that moment, Irimi Kaya spoke up. Manager, how about we throw them a proper celebration? I think it's a good idea too. Yomo Renji said calmly. Yoshimura Kyuzan nodded slightly. In that case, let's do it tomorrow. Closing the cafe for a day won't be a big deal. Of course, it naturally still depended on the wishes of the people being celebrated. And naturally, Byakuya and the others had no reason to refuse. So it was decided, just like that. But just then, Arima Kishu's phone suddenly rang. I understand. A moment later, Arima hung up. TSC business? Yuruka Minami immediately asked Arima. Yes, a large number of dragon orphans have appeared in the 22nd ward, along with some powerful ghouls stirring up trouble. The TSC branch in that ward is understaffed and requesting reinforcements. Arima briefly explained the situation. Because the 22nd ward had rarely seen ghoul or dragon orphan incidents in the past, very few personnel had actually been assigned to the TSC branch there. Now that so many enemies had suddenly emerged, they had no other choice but to call for backup. I'll go too. I'd like to see which ghouls still insist on opposing us at this point. Byakuya said. Those ghouls who remained stubborn and unwilling to cooperate needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they'd only continue to hinder the coexistence between humans and ghouls. Now that you mention it, it's been a while since I've had any cannibalism. Yoshimura Ito said, with a soft chuckle. Eating a ghoul's kakuhu, or devouring dragon orphans both counted as acts of cannibalism. So her meaning was clear. She planned to go have some fun too. Although their combat strength was indeed overkill for the situation, none of them were particularly busy at the moment. So heading to the 22nd ward to quickly resolve the issue was a good thing. Moreover, now that the 4 of them were all members of the Zero Squad, acting together wasn't strange at all. After the CCG was renamed the TSC, the Zero Squad was never disbanded. With Byakuya as the squad leader, and Ito, Arima, as well as Minami as team members, the Zero Squad was composed of just the 4 of them. Looks like we might not have time tomorrow after all. Yoshimura Kyuzan said. Let's try to wrap things up today if possible. Byakuya said. He figured that should be doable. Any one of him, Arima, or Ito placed in the 22nd ward would already be an absolutely unbeatable force. Only Minami was slightly weaker, but even so, she was still a quasi-dragon general of the TSC now. At the very least, she was obviously no pushover. Tokyo, 22nd Ward. Byakuya, Ito, Arima, and Minami all headed straight to the 22nd Ward at once. The 22nd Ward wasn't far from the 20th Ward where Anteku was located, so they arrived rather quickly. The atmosphere on the streets was somewhat bleak. There were very few figures coming and going, because recently, a large number of dragon orphans and a few ghouls had been rampaging throughout the 22nd Ward. Many people were staying home, afraid to go out. Members of the TSC 22nd Ward branch were constantly patrolling the streets, trying to prevent harm to the civilians. Among them were both humans and also ghouls. The ones currently reporting to them were a human ghoul duo. "We've already located the nest of those dragon orphans, but we're sorry, we don't have the ability or the guts to go in and clear them out." "No worries, leave it to us, the Zero Squad will take it from here," Byakuya said flatly. "Prepare to gather personnel to block all exits of that nest, to prevent any from slipping through and harming civilians." "Yes, sir." They immediately relayed the orders to the other TSC branch members, assembling at least half of the available combat personnel. In less than half an hour, a large force of TSC fighters had surrounded the dragon orphans' nest. Their so-called nest was actually a large, long-abandoned factory. The factory had front doors, back doors, windows, so once the fighting started, dragon orphans could try escaping from any direction. Their task was simply to stop any that tried to flee. The actual fighting, however, would be handled by just the 4 members of the Zero Squad. Once it was confirmed that the entire factory had been surrounded, Byakuya immediately began the operation. "Let's go, let's try to finish this quickly." At his command, the 4 members of the Zero Squad entered the abandoned factory at once. As soon as they stepped inside, they discovered many dragon orphans lying in ambush. It seemed that among them, one had developed a tiny bit of intelligence, at least enough to take on a leader role. Otherwise, mindless dragon orphans shouldn't even have the concept of an ambush. However, no matter how well they hid, it couldn't make up for the overwhelming difference in strength. Byakuya used his Kamui to perfectly avoid every incoming attack. Naturally, Ito immediately transformed into her Kakuja form, the one-eyed owl. The dragon spawn who tried to ambush her either had all their heads sliced off or were directly stuffed into her stomach. Capitulo 190, Dragon Orphan Leader. Yuruka Minami didn't dare to go into half Kakuja form directly, unless it was absolutely necessary. She didn't want to use the kind of power that easily blurred the mental line between friend and foe. However, even using just a single tail-type Kagyun, she still had the strength of an S-rated ghoul. The dragon orphans posed no threat to her. At this moment, Arima Kishu had already summoned his Quink, dodging and countering at the same time. With his reflexes, the dragon orphans didn't stand a chance of even touching him. The battle was a completely one-sided massacre, as the dragon orphans were being wiped out in droves, while Byakuya and the others remained completely unharmed. The leader, hiding deep within, seemed to have realized by now that this was an enemy they couldn't contend with, and began issuing orders for the remaining dragon orphans to retreat. Byakuya and the others watched as the dragon orphans before them suddenly turned around and fled almost simultaneously. "Chase them, especially that leader, and make sure we catch it," Byakuya said calmly. Even when it came to speed, these dragon orphans couldn't compare to them at all. Ding, the host has defeated a dragon orphan. Reward received, 2 attribute points. Ding, the host has defeated a dragon orphan. Reward received, 2 attribute points. By the time they reached the end of the pursuit, the so-called leader of the dragon orphans, which had been hiding deep inside, had already fled the abandoned factory, but was swiftly captured by the TSC operatives waiting outside. Byakuya and his team finally saw the true appearance of this dragon orphan leader. It was evident that this creature had begun taking on faintly humanoid features. However, it still couldn't speak, and was only letting out painful screeching noises from its mouth. Byakuya became even more suspicious. What if ghouls had originally evolved from dragon orphans? With that question in mind, he felt it necessary to keep this one alive. Take it to Kakuya and lock it up. Byakuya immediately ordered the others. To this day, Kakuya was still in normal operation. After all, there were still plenty of ghouls causing trouble, and Kakuya existed precisely to contain such individuals. And former inmates had not been released either, like the priest, for example. No matter how peacefully humans and ghouls now coexisted, the crimes those prisoners had committed couldn't be brushed aside. Especially the priest, he was pure evil, an absolutely irredeemable villain. The only life he ever seemed to care about was that of Ammon Kautoru. Other people's lives meant nothing to him, so it was fine to just let him rot in Kakuya and occasionally reminisce with Ammon here and there. Yes, sir. The operatives immediately took the peculiar dragon orphan into custody and began transporting it to Kakuya in the 23rd ward. Byakuya wanted to see whether this creature would eventually take on a human form, becoming part of the next generation of ghouls. If that turned out to be the case, then the so-called common enemy of both humans and ghouls would, in the end, still be ghouls. That said, the dragon orphans they had just wiped out weren't worthy of sympathy anyway. They were brainless beasts that indiscriminately attacked both humans and ghouls. Whether human, ghoul, or dragon orphan, anyone who did things like that didn't deserve even a shred of sympathy. Arrest the ones who need to be arrested, execute the ones who need to be executed. Treat them exactly as they deserve. At the very least, until the dragon orphans truly evolved into ghouls, they still had enough time to push forward the peace between both humans and ghouls. After wiping out the dragon orphan's nest, the situation in the 22nd ward still wasn't over. Because aside from the dragon orphans, there were also some troublemaking ghouls. According to the description from a TSC branch member, this was a small ghoul organization that had only recently formed. Originally, if this small ghoul organization didn't cause any trouble, the TSC could still turn a blind eye. But now those ghouls were openly opposing the TSC, so they absolutely couldn't be let off easily. Since the TSC hadn't yet located this small ghoul organization's specific hideout, they could only increase patrols in the areas where those ghouls were most active. Do those ghouls have any behavioral patterns? At this moment, Byakuya asked a member of the TSC branch. Although the other party was equipped with a quink, he was in fact also a ghoul, a very resilient young man. Currently, the TSC generally prioritized equipping humans with quinks because the number of quinks was limited, and humans had a much lower combat capability compared to ghouls. Moreover, many ghouls were still somewhat averse to using quinks, since the raw materials of a quink were of course parts of their bodies. And this ghoul boy in front of him, his quink was actually made from the kagyun and kakuhu of his own father. Of course, his father hadn't been killed by a former CCG investigator, nor by any current TSC member. It had actually been one of their own, another ghoul. Half a year ago, his father had been cruelly cannibalized by another ghoul, and he himself had nearly died that same day. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, a human saved him. That human was one of the TSC's quasi-dragon generals. Unfortunately, by then his father was beyond saving. With the boy's consent, the TSC took the remains of his father's uneaten kagyun and kakuhu and brought them back to make into a quink. It had now become his personal quink. Because of his previous experiences, this ghoul boy was able to view both humans and ghouls more objectively. Their feeding targets have a clear pattern. They're almost all are relatively young human females. The ghoul boy answered, and they have a disgusting fetish. They like to leave the heads of their victims behind. Sometimes they're left on the street, sometimes in front of the victim's door or window. The purpose is clearly to terrify passersby and the victim's family. Such vile behavior made even him, a fellow ghoul, feel disgusted. After all, the ghoul who had brutalized his father back then was just as vicious. He joined the TSC because he wanted to quickly gain the strength to protect his mother. Then there's nothing more to say. Consider all of them execution targets. Byakuya said calmly. Whether or not a ghoul was executed on the spot depended both on their crimes and their value. If a ghoul didn't have any value and had committed serious crimes, then execution on the spot was a given. On the other hand, if a ghoul had significant value, Even if they had committed grave crimes, their life would be spared if possible, and they'd be imprisoned in cochlea to be used. The TSC's predecessor, the CCG, had always operated like this. For example, the priest ran an orphanage and ate countless poor children, but because he was an SS-rated ghoul who possessed a lot of intelligence, the CCG decided he had high enough value to be captured alive and imprisoned in cochlea. Capitulo 191, Bait. For example, SS-rated Kamishiro Matasaka and SSS-rated Hoido Ramathes are classic cases of being imprisoned but not executed. Some S-rated ghouls, even if they don't hold any intelligence value, still have experimental value. When it comes to experimentation, Kirishima Arata from the original story is a textbook case. After he went from cannibalism and reached the level of a Kakuja, he was captured alive by the CCG and used to produce a series of quinks called Arata. These were the armor suits initially worn by Shinohara Yukinori and Kurowa Iwao, which were later refined and became even more powerful. Of course, ever since the CCG was renamed to TSC, the practice of using ghouls for live experimentation was abolished by Uchiha Byakuya. After all, as of now they were striving for a relative peace between humans and ghouls, and such inhumane experiments from the ghouls' perspective naturally had to be eliminated as much as possible. Otherwise, how would the ghoul members within the TSC feel? On the other hand, the intelligence value-based system remained intact because it actually worked. Take the priest as an example. It was basically a life sentence, and they could visit him from time to time for intelligence gathering. Although he didn't always cooperate, whenever he did, it allowed investigators to quickly crack even major cases. So, what should we do next? At this point, the young ghoul asked, "Think of a way to lure those ghouls out. If we go looking for them ourselves, who knows how long it'll take to find them?" Byakuya replied, "They like to target young women, right then?" At this moment, Yoshimura Ito's gaze seemingly and deliberately turned toward Yuruka Minami. Feeling Ito's gaze, Minami instantly realized what was being implied. "You want me to act as bait." To be fair, she was indeed a good fit for the role. First of all, she already met the requirement of being young. Then there was her appearance. She was always quite beautiful. And because she had long coexisted with humans, her scent had also long since been muddled and no longer smelled like that of a ghoul. "That's right. Of course, I'll be joining Minami as bait too." Ito smiled as she spoke. "But Ito-sensei, you're so well known now. Wouldn't they easily recognize you?" Minami said, a little worried. At this point, the fact that Takatsuki-sen was also the one-eyed owl had already become widely known across Tokyo. And since Ito would occasionally show up at literary events, her real appearance was no longer much of a secret either. "It's fine, I'll just put on a disguise," Ito replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Byakuya very smoothly opened a door to the Kamui space for her. In other words, he transferred Ito into the Kamui space, where she would be changing her outfit. Seeing Ito suddenly disappear, Arima Kishu and Minami remained calm. They were already used to this kind of thing. But the nearby TSC members, who had never witnessed anything like it before, were instantly shocked. A moment later, Ito reappeared out of nowhere, and her entire look had undergone a dramatic transformation, once more, startling them all over again. Ito had not only changed into a gothic Lolita outfit, but had also styled her hair into twin tails. It had already been several months since she last had short hair. As of right now, her hair had grown long enough to be tied up in twin tails without issue. Aside from the unchanged hair color, Ito's appearance now looked completely different from usual, and she was also wearing a mask. Normally, she preferred a more mature look. "How is it? Does it look good?" At this moment, Ito even remembered to ask Byakuya for his opinion. "Of course it looks good. Actually, I'd say no matter what you wear, it would never look bad." Byakuya simply told the truth. Even if Ito were completely wrapped in bandages, the most outrageous look possible, he still wouldn't find her ugly. Back when he first saw the image of the bandaged girl before even transmigrating, not knowing yet that her true identity was Takatsuki-sen and the one-eyed owl, He had already found her the most captivating. Ito let out a little chuckle. The nearby TSC members were stunned by Ito's current appearance. They, of course, recognized the infamous one-eyed owl, so seeing her like this left them utterly shocked. Next, the operation was about to begin. Ito and Minami walked together down an alley where the small ghoul organization was known to appear most frequently, while both Byakuya and Arima hid in the shadows. Once the ghouls took the bait, they would immediately strike. At first, there was no sign of activity. But just a few minutes later, there was finally some progress. Several masked ghouls began emerging from all directions, blocking Ito and Minami's path. At that moment, both Ito and Minami were acting very convincingly, with fright and fear being written all over their faces. You're ghouls." Minami feigned a step backward, her tone panicked as she asked. "Do you even need to ask that, little lady? Even if you've never met one before, you've surely seen ghouls on TV, right?" One of the ghouls replied with a mocking tone. It was as if Ito and Rika were already food on a platter to them, and they were in no hurry to make a move. Ito immediately grabbed Rika and turned to run, only to find several more ghouls blocking their escape. How amusing! Didn't those TSC folks already issue a warning in the 22nd ward? And yet you two girls still dare wander around dangerous places like this. Don't tell me you're from the TSC. Even if you are, who cares? The TSC folks in the 22nd ward are all useless. They're no threat to us. We've got a boss. Yeah, our boss is a half Kakuja. Once he gets serious, no one in the 22nd ward can take him. The ghouls started chatting among themselves, clearly not taking Ito and Rika seriously. And up until now, Byakuya and Arima still hadn't made a move. Capitulo 192. Investigators from abroad. They were waiting for more members of this ghoul organization to show up, making it easier to take them all down in one go. That was exactly why Yoshimura Ito and Yuruka Minami continued putting effort into their act. However, at that moment, the sound of a fight suddenly erupted from another nearby alley. What's going on? Did we walk into an ambush? No, that's the boss's position, and it doesn't sound like many people are fighting. The attention of these ghouls was immediately drawn away. Ito and Minami also stopped acting. A pink Baikaku Kagyun instantly pierced through the abdomen of one of the ghouls. It was, of course, Minami's Kagyun. She let out a chuckle, and a pair of crimson ghoul eyes surfaced on her face. Her smile took on a slightly unhinged edge. You really are with the TSC." That ghoul turned to flee, but his words cut off mid-sentence, because the sight before him had frightened him stiff. Though Ito didn't fully enter her Kakuja form, numerous Kagyuns sprouted from her multiple Kakuhu, simultaneously striking several ghouls. Her Kagyun were not only numerous and vast in area, but their forms were both abstract and terrifying. Only just one glance would send chills down anyone's spine. The surrounding ghouls were quickly eliminated by Ito and Minami. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu had already moved into action. They had already reached the roof of a low building and were now looking down at the alley from which the combat noise had originated. What they saw was a familiar face, a half Kakuja, and several ghoul corpses strewn all over the ground. That familiar face was none other than Momo, the president of the Ghoul Research Club back at Kamui University. He held a black, sword-shaped quink in his hand and was engaged in fierce battle with the half Kakuja. That half Kakuja was likely the boss of the ghoul organization. Even so, Momo wasn't at much of a disadvantage. In fact, the tide of the battle seemingly favored him over the ghoul. So it seems, his true identity is a ghoul investigator from abroad. Uchiha Byakuya spoke coolly upon seeing this. Anyone capable of wielding a quink and holding their own against a half Kakuja-level ghoul, possibly even coming close to dominating the fight, could only be a ghoul investigator from an official major organization. Every major country had its own professional system of ghoul investigators. Naturally, other countries couldn't rely on the CCG for their own issues. That would be strange. At present, only Tokyo's CCG had changed its name and ceased using the Ghoul Investigator title. Other nations continued as usual. Looks like we won't be needed. Arima still held a quink case in his hand, but had never opened it. Given the current situation, that half-Kakuja was probably doomed to lose. Unless the half-Kakuja looked like he was about to escape, Arima had no intention of actually stepping in. Byakuya was thinking the same. Why step in when you could just enjoy the show? Just then, Momo seized an opportunity and slashed open the outer shell of the half-Kakuja with a heavy sword strike, landing a fatal blow to the Kakuhu. That strike completely disabled the ghoul, sending him crashing to his knees. Momo then delivered a clean finishing blow, killing him outright without hesitation. No matter how you looked at it, this wasn't some average exchange student just here to learn. At the same time, Momo also noticed Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu watching from the rooftop. He promptly smiled and gave them a small wave. Byakuya immediately leapt down from the rooftop. Arima naturally followed right after. Momo-san, I didn't expect to run into you in such a place at a time like this. Byakuya spoke up right away. Sorry, it looks like I stole your credit. Momo said somewhat awkwardly. It was obvious that Uchiha and Arima were here on an actual official mission. He hadn't even realized they were nearby till just now. It's fine. Byakuya calmly replied. Say, you're definitely not just an ordinary exchange student, right? That quink of yours can't be below S-rated. You're a ghoul investigator from abroad, aren't you? Yes, I knew I wouldn't be able to hide it from you two. Here's my identification. Momo then rummaged Trough his pockets and showed 5hem his credentials. Since it's illegal for ordinary civilians to carry a quink, he needed to truly prove his identity as a ghoul investigator to avoid any potential trouble. Byakuya examined the ID Momo handed over, and it indeed identified him as a ghoul investigator from some province of China, and not just any investigator, but a special class investigator. According to the original series setting, promotions for ghoul investigators outside of Tokyo's CCG were actually a lot easier. For example, back when Tatara led the Red Tongue Company, many ghoul investigators were dispatched by China, and only with the help of Kusuk Hauji from the CCG were they finally able to crush the Red Tongue Company. That battle alone had cost them over 100 investigators, including 15 special class investigators and 30 associate special class investigators. That alone showed just how lenient China's evaluation system for ghoul investigator ranks actually was. After all, the entire CCG only had a handful of special class investigators. If that level of casualty had happened at the CCG, it would have taken someone like the peak version of the one-eyed owl, with power beyond even SSS+, to cause it. And the strongest fighters of the Red Tongue Company were only SS-rated Tatara and his brother. Besides Arima Kishu, even the CCG's special class investigators would have had a tough time dealing with them. Of course, this didn't mean that Momo's special class investigator status was entirely nonsensical. Being able to decisively defeat that half-Kakuja just now was proof that at least his strength was legitimate. To be a special class investigator at such a young age, you have some great potential. Byakuya offered direct praise with calm face. Momo was at most around 20 years old. Becoming a special class investigator at that age undoubtedly made him a prodigy. Now Byakuya also finally understood why Momo had dared to join a ghoul research club filled entirely with ghouls. Because with his strength, he had no need to fear any ghoul who was still just a university student. You flatter me. Compared to you two, I still have a very long way to go, and my special class rank doesn't really carry the same weight. Momo replied modestly. Though modest, he really did feel he was still far behind the two of them. Besides, both of them were even younger than he was. At that moment, Ito and Minami also arrived. They had already taken care of the ghouls on their end, but when they noticed that Byakuya and Arima had suddenly disappeared, they figured they must have headed toward the source of the earlier disturbance. Isn't this our classmate? That noise earlier, was it you? Capitulo 193, Student Days. Seeing the ghoul corpses on the ground along with a half-Kakuja's body nearby, and the quink in Momo's hand, Yuruka Minami immediately asked. Was that you? Momo nodded. Yes, I heard there's been some serious unrest in the 22nd ward lately, so I came to see if I could help. I've been coming around here after class every day to investigate, but hadn't found anything until today when I suddenly stumbled upon them. He then looked a bit awkward again. As it turns out, you were the ones who drew them out. Now I feel like I might have been a bit unnecessary, he added again, awkwardly, scratching his head. Not at all, we're still very grateful for your help, Minami said with a smile. But if you were able to defeat that half-Kakuja, it means you're decently strong too. It's all right, you guys are way stronger than I am, Momo replied. Say, Momo-san, did you come here for studies because of a mission? Rika asked, though she was already sure he had to be a ghoul investigator. She wanted to be careful. Not really, I came here to study purely for academic reasons. Work is a separate matter, Momo explained. If there's an important mission over there, I'd still be recalled temporarily. That should about wrap things up. Let's call someone to clean up the scene, then we should head back, said Byakuya at that moment. He immediately used his comms device to call it in. A few minutes later, multiple TSC members in charge of cleanup had arrived. They were all interns, specifically assigned to handle non-dangerous grunt work like this. Just like the rank 3 investigators and assistant investigators from the old CCG days. As they were parting ways with Momo, Byakuya and the others spotted the vice president of the Ghoul Research Society at the station, Suzuki Ayaka. The fact that she had happened to appear here at a time like this already said a lot. Looks like there's something going on between the president and vice president, Ito said with a light chuckle. Well, we're all college students. I've heard that most humans want to experience love during their university years. It's a pretty common thing, Minami said, glancing back at Arima. Yeah, that's what makes college life so vibrant and colorful. Once you graduate, you won't have this kind of opportunity and environment anymore, Byakuya added. Thinking back to before he transmigrated, if nothing had gone wrong, then after graduating college, he would have just gone on to live the same cookie-cutter life as everyone else. Get a job, save money, buy a house and car, get married, have kids. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the carefree days of his student life anymore. Fortunately, that was no longer something he had to worry about. The situation in the 22nd ward was resolved smoothly and quickly, just in time to make it back for the celebration in the 20th ward's Anteku district. That day, the entire Anteku district shut down operations because everyone went out to have fun together. The outing itself was pretty simple. It was just a trip to a theme park or similar spots. After all, most of them were ghouls who couldn't exactly eat regular food. In the end, they couldn't have a group meal. That meant the classic feast experience was off the table. What were they going to do, hold a human meat banquet? That was obviously impossible. Still, simplicity aside, the feeling of going out together with everyone was completely different. If you go out alone, even the most fun activities can feel like they're lacking something important. For example, if Byakuya went out alone, he definitely wouldn't consider going to places like the movie theater. Even going out to have a big meal by himself would feel a little strange. At the very least, he'd want to bring along a friend to feel more comfortable. Of course, everyone's personality and preferences were different when it came to this type of stuff. In the end, everyone from the Anteku district took a group photo together. Yoshimura Kyuzan stood in the very center, smiling with both Byakuya and Ito right beside him. It was already getting late, so they headed home after taking the photo. On the way back, Yoshimura Kyuzan suddenly spoke up. Byakuya talked to me before about the matter of your marriage. Ito, you've known about it for a while now, haven't you? Ito was slightly taken aback, and clearly a little surprised that her father would suddenly bring up the topic. She nodded and said, Yay, we've already decided on the time to get married, but he doesn't seem to have told me what your stance on it was. From her impression, Byakuya had never mentioned what Kyuzan actually thought about the matter. My stance? I definitely wouldn't have any objections. After all, I've never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father, so I have no right to interfere in your affairs, Yoshimura Kyuzan said with a gentle smile. But if I must express an opinion, then I absolutely support the two of you. I understand, Ito nodded slightly. What? Uchiha-san and Ito-san are already getting married this soon, Kirishima Arata exclaimed. If anything, they already act like an old married couple on a daily basis, Irami Kaya said with a laugh. Well then, the manager will really be a grandpa soon, Koma Enji remarked. That's so fast, Minami softly gasped. Capitulo 194. The matter of marriage. Compared to that, she and Kishu had only just started dating. They were not even at the point of considering marriage yet. By the way, Ito-sensei is a half-ghoul, right? And Uchiha-kun is a half-human. So between a half-ghoul and a half-human, the child they'd have wouldn't be a pure human or a pure ghoul, right? Yuruka Minami suddenly thought of the question. She already knew that a child born between a human and a ghoul would either be a half-human or a half-ghoul. So between a half-human and a half-ghoul, would their child also be either a half-human or half-ghoul? How did that work? Yeah, there's basically no possibility of a pureblood. Only two possibilities, either a half-human or a half-ghoul, Byakuya replied. Then, I guess it would be the same for me and Kishu. Minami immediately thought of herself and Arima Kishu. Kishu was a half-human, and she was a ghoul, so their child would likely be a hybrid as well. Thinking of that, Minami suddenly realized she was getting way ahead of herself, and a flush of red crept up on her cheeks. She and Kishu had only just started dating, and she was already thinking about things like that. It felt a little shameless to her. Yes, the only two possibilities for you would be a half-human or a half-ghoul, Byakuya said plainly. Yashimura Kyuzen's gaze suddenly held a trace of concern as he looked toward Minami. Because he was someone who had been through it himself, he knew just how difficult it was for a hybrid child to even be born. The one who would suffer the most would always be the mother. Because whether it was a half-human or a half-ghoul, a hybrid fetus in the womb would require both human flesh and normal food as dual sources of nutrition as otherwise. The fetus would end up being stillborn. Back then, Yukina, who was human in order to give birth to Ito, forced herself to swallow raw human flesh, while Yashimura Kyuzen watched helplessly from the side. And as a ghoul, Minami certainly wouldn't have any aversion to eating human flesh, but at the same time, she would also have to consume normal food, which, for a ghoul, would undoubtedly be a kind of torture. Just imagine being forced to swallow something incredibly disgusting, the kind of disgust that would make one want to vomit after just one bite, and having to do that day after day, over and over again. One could only imagine how tormenting it would be. By comparison, Ito had it much easier. Because as a natural-born half-ghoul, she could eat normal food just like a human, and she had no problem consuming both human flesh and normal food. At that time, it might be very painful for you, Byakuya said to Minami, as he too had thought of this point. Minami could guess what Byakuya was referring to, but her face showed no sign of fear. Instead, her smile remained. It's okay, something like that isn't a big deal to me. Back when she wanted to blend into human society, to get along with other girls at school like a normal person, she had done that sort of thing plenty of times. Once you mastered the technique, the pain was bearable. Of course, by then, she wouldn't be able to just throw up the food. Unlike before, when she could just pretend to eat in front of humans and then run to the bathroom to vomit it all out. Minami-chan, you're so strong. Kirishima Hikari couldn't help but run over and hug Minami. Speaking of which, Byakuya-kun and Ito-san, when are you two planning to get married? Hikari asked again. It was originally planned for around 1 month from now. If there are no unexpected changes, the date probably won't be moved, Byakuya said. That's great. Then are you planning to go with a human wedding ceremony or a ghoul one? Human wedding ceremonies and ghoul ones were obviously different, which was why Arata and Hikari asked. Compared to human weddings, ghoul wedding ceremonies were very simple and crude. Because in the past, ghouls had absolutely no place in human society, and the vast majority couldn't possibly get married openly like humans did. Getting legally married was even more out of the question. If their ghoul identity was at any point exposed in human society, it would only bring them danger. Unless they were part of a ghoul family like the Tsukiyama family, who had made a name for themselves among high society, ordinary humans didn't even know they were ghouls. Then they could live as openly and lavishly as they pleased. So for the majority, they could only perform their unique ghoul wedding rituals in secret. Kanki Ken and Kirishima Tauka in the original story were no exception to this either. As for that, Ito and I already talked it over. We'll go with the ghoul wedding ceremony, Byakuya said. After all, neither he nor Ito were pure humans, and Yashimura Kyuzan was a full-blooded ghoul as well. If they were to go through a human wedding ceremony, it would feel a little awkward. Besides, his understanding of human marriage customs was limited to those of his hometown from before he transmigrated. If he were to go through that kind of wedding ceremony with Ito and Kyuzan, it would be even stranger. In the end, there was nothing wrong with a ghoul wedding ceremony. At the very least, both Byakuya, Ito, and Yashimura Kyuzan were all satisfied with it.